Swallowed Star Chapter 1389 to Chapter 1443. It's him. The eight-clawed true god instantly recognized that the expert who had transformed into a gigantic blurry blade silhouette was the master of law who had stolen the true god's corpse. It's just an overlord. So what if he's good at close combat? His law comprehension foundation is there. No matter how strong his techniques are, they won't be that strong. The eight-clawed beast true god was extremely confident. He was shocked before, but once he confirmed it was an overlord, he wasn't worried anymore. He was right. The Foundation determined the techniques. For a lord of the universe to be able to create a top-tier 6th-tier secret art was already inconceivable. Before Luo Feng, no one in the Universe C had ever done it. Luo Feng had borrowed the Inheritance Space's help to create a level 6 pinnacle technique. Level 7 pinnacle? Over the generations of Broken Dong He, all of them were incredible, yet only half of them were able to create it. Level 8? Over the generations of Broken Dong He, only 2 were able to do it. However, to a real god, even an ordinary real god could create a top rank 7 secret skill or even rank 8 secret skill. And the super strong true gods, level 9 pinnacle? Level 10 pinnacle? They were all able to do it. This was the difference in foundation. With a higher foundation, naturally comprehension was much easier. This eight-clawed beast true god was after all a true god. The techniques he unleashed naturally wouldn't be weak. How greedy, actually wanting to attack me. He must have his eyes on the large amounts of true god bodies I collected. The eight-clawed beast true god was filled with anticipation. Ha ha ha, an overlord punk, he's so powerful, he's definitely a top elite in the army, he must have been given a true god armor. Who would have thought that my true god armor would be obtained from a lawmaster? Rumble, the eight-clawed beast true god didn't flee, instead madly rushing forward. The huge blade silhouette and the huge beast whistled through the surrounding purple vines. The two clashed against each other. It's the overlord. It's that absolute genius. That overlord actually dares to come again? No matter how much of a genius he is, he's just an overlord. In the distant battlefield, a small portion of the true gods had already noticed the blurry blade silhouette at the edge of the battlefield, recognizing it as the absolute genius that had stolen the body. Capture this genius. Kill him. Suddenly, a true god flew over. It was because they were clear that, when the army was training geniuses, void real gods were not allowed to interfere. However, real gods could totally take action. Even if a genius were to die, the genius could only blame himself for not being strong enough. For that group of true gods to fly here, they need 29 seconds. Luo Feng instantly confirmed. The true god level battlefield was after all extremely vast, and the eight-clawed beast true god had always been wandering around the periphery, and Luo Feng's position was even more isolated. Even with the incomparably high speed of the Gene world, it would still take him 29 seconds to rush over. 29 seconds, finish it. Luo Feng's gaze focused on the eight-clawed beast true god. Haha, greedy lawmaster, you actually didn't flee. With his ability to dodge, I can't catch up to him, but if he wants to fight me head-on, I must kill him as soon as possible. This is all thanks to me. The eight-clawed true god was also extremely excited, his single eye flashing with savagery. Boom, boom, the two huge figures finally crossed each other in an instant. When the eight-clawed beast true god roared and swung its front claw across the sky, clang. The blade clashed, and Luo Feng dodged it like a whirlwind. Dodging again. The eight-clawed true god roared in his heart, and his incomparably fast tail fiercely lashed out. The tail seemed to have no bones, like a soft whip, piercing through the air bit by bit, whistling as it turned into an arc and lashed towards Luo Feng. However, the moment the blurry blade clashed with the tail, Luo Feng actually stepped on the back of the eight-clawed true god. Although it seemed slow, the moment the two crossed each other, Luo Feng was already on the back of the eight-clawed true god. Hua! The blood shadow blade in Luo Feng's hand finally swung out, slash. The blade's light was like water, faintly discernible, and instantly slashed towards the long neck of the eight-clawed true god. The true god fiercely turned its head back, opening its bloody mouth to reveal its fangs, and directly bit towards Luo Feng's blade. Boom! The originally wave-like blade's light instantly exploded, creating an incomparably terrifying penetrative force. Luo Feng's strongest blade technique. Light of water and fire. Ao Dongduan River's precious energy source, Blood Shadow Blade. This slash contained a penetrative force, causing the eight-clawed true god to immediately howl in fear. Its single eye stared wide, and its heart was filled with shock and fear. Impossible, impossible, after his god energy combusts, how can it be even stronger than mine? I'm a true god, he's just an origin law lord. It was wrong. He was ridiculously wrong. Indeed, the eight-clawed true god's god energy was a level higher than Luo Feng's. However, as it had never joined the army before, it didn't know any special god energy combusting techniques. And Luo Feng had only unleashed the first scroll of annihilation, and already made up for the difference in god energy. And the second scroll made Luo Feng surpass this true god. In terms of god energy combusting, Luo Feng was even stronger than it. His already heaven-defying close combat dodging was naturally even stronger. The eight-clawed true god's attacks were easily dodged or deflected by Luo Feng, but Luo Feng's attacks, the eight-clawed true god could only forcefully take it. Luo Feng was incomparably crazy. Maintaining the second scroll's combusting made Luo Feng's god energy madly deplete. Even if there were no true gods rushing over, he wouldn't be able to maintain this battle for long, hence he had to be quick. Quick! Luo Feng's entire soul seemed to be infused into the blood shadow blade in his hand. Fire and water. 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 The blade light that was like water brought with it a terrifying power. Even its power seemed to rise slightly. Under this limit, Luo Feng's comprehension of the blade was actually rising. However, at this time he couldn't notice all this, he only knew to use all his strength to kill the eight-clawed true god with the fastest speed. No. The eight-clawed true god was completely stunned. In an instant, over 100 blade lights slashed on its body, madly weakening it. It panicked. It was afraid. It wanted to flee. No. The eight-clawed true god no longer had any thoughts of killing Luo Feng. He couldn't be bothered to think about how this origin law lord had such strength, he only knew how to flee. However, against Luo Feng's close combat ghostly movements, even escaping was a luxury. It couldn't escape. Luo Feng was incomparably crazy. One could only see a blurry huge blade silhouette appear, his entire being seemed to become one with the blood shadow blade. That water-like blade lights rushed towards the eight-clawed true god. Every second there would be tens of thousands of blade lights howling over, madly destroying everything. This was a tornado that destroyed everything. It couldn't escape, it couldn't block, he was at a complete disadvantage. Stunned. It wasn't just the eight-clawed true god that was being attacked, even the 10 true gods that were closest to Luo Feng were stunned. How can this be? It's fine if he's good at dodging, but his attacks, impossible. How can he be this strong? It has to be, his blade is definitely an automaton treasure, it has to be. At that moment, they couldn't accept it, that a true god could be defeated by an origin law lord in a head-on battle. They could only accept one explanation, that origin law lord used an automaton treasure, that blade was an automaton treasure. Through the mechanical core of the blade, it exploded with strength that far exceeded that of an origin law lord's. It has to be like that. And in the distance of the true god battlefield, the captain who had been silently hiding stared wide-eyed, shocked at everything before him. Before, when he saw Luo Feng rush out, he shook his head within, thinking that this recruit he was too stupid and arrogant, underestimating the true god's strength. After all, even if he, the captain, relied on his automaton treasure to kill that true god, the time he wasted would definitely be surrounded by the other true gods. He's dead for sure. The captain was certain then. However, at this time, how? The captain felt his mind go blank. How could a recruit be so strong enough to suppress a true god? Absolute suppression. Even if it was a normal true god, it shouldn't be this ridiculous. It has to be an automaton treasure. Before he joined the army, he already had an automaton treasure on him. His blade is an automaton treasure. The captain immediately confirmed, it has to be like that, it has to be, that blade must have raised his strength by a few levels, that's why he can completely suppress that beast true god. At this moment, although the entire true god battlefield was filled with intense slaughter, more than 1,000 true gods were paying attention to the battle that was taking place at the very edge of the battlefield. On one side was a very ordinary 8-clawed beast true god, while on the other side was a mere master of the laws. However, the truth was, the Origin Law Lord was killing the true god without a chance to retaliate. That blade, it has to be an automaton treasure. It has to be. Almost everyone was certain. The Blood Shadow Blade was an elemental treasure, it was incomparably precious, however it didn't raise its strength by a few levels like they thought, it only raised Luo Feng's attack by 1 level. The reason why Luo Feng was so strong was mainly because of his close combat, the first 2 scrolls of annihilation, and his comprehension of fire and water. Waves of blade lights madly attacked the 8-clawed beast true god, and the blade lights were getting more and more perfect. Under the endless blade lights, the 8-clawed beast's resistance was getting weaker and weaker. No, the 8-clawed true god suddenly had a feeling that this time he was truly going to die. I'm the true god. The 8-clawed beast roared within. Rumble, 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 endless blade lights engulfed the beast. The 8-clawed beast god's aura finally vanished. Its life core was destroyed and its armor and other items swiftly fell off. Luo Feng swiftly waved his hand and kept the 8-clawed beast god, along with the items that fell off. So, Luo Feng immediately became a beam of light and fled into the distance, where the battle was before. Even though many purple vines were left floating in the swamp, there were no longer any traces. The true god was dead, the Origin Law Lord had won, and over 30 corpses of the beast true god were in his hands. Chase him and take back the corpses of my 9 Smokes brothers. In the distant true god battlefield, a powerful mutated beast true god with 3 golden horns roared angrily. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chase him. Catch him. The beast true gods were all incomparably enraged. Even the true gods of Xuanyu Mountain were astonished. A master of laws had actually killed a true god in such a short period of time. This was simply inconceivable. Fortunately, the master of laws had only taken the corpse of the true god of the 9 Smoke Swamp. Their Xuanyu Mountain was in no hurry. However, the 9 Smoke Swamp side was panicking. The bodies of our 9 Smoke Swamp brothers, over 30 of them, we have to get them back, we have to get them back. The 3 golden horned beast god roared. Get them back. Get them back. Thousands of mutated beast true gods roared. After all, there were only so many true gods in the 9 Smoke Swamp, and they were all very familiar with each other. Among the 30 or so true god corpses, perhaps some of them were brothers who had been extremely close to each other. Dying on the battlefield was the fate of experts, but the corpses would still be given a proper burial after the battle. However, now, over 30 of their brothers' bodies had been taken, and it was done by an overlord. How could they take this lying down? Baku, you lead a team to capture that overlord, and take back the bodies of our 9 Smoke Swamp brothers. The 3 golden horned beast god roared. I'll definitely capture him. Rumble, high up in the sky, beams of light swiftly flew towards the direction Luo Feng fled in. A total of 50 beams of light tore through the sky. They really value me. Luo Feng had already been quietly changing directions within the 9 Smoke Swamp, his speed slowing down, not causing any ripples, constantly leaving the true god battlefield. Because of Luo Feng's change in direction, it also caused the 50 true gods to be chasing in the wrong direction. A total of 50 true gods are here to capture me, they're not those half-baked true gods from before. These 50 true gods, most of them have true god armors on them. Even though Luo Feng was confident, he didn't dare be surrounded by these 50 true gods. After all, there were a total of 50 true gods. Moreover, the true gods of the world of Jin were generally stronger than those of the cosmic sea. Plus, in the world of Jin, their godly powers were not suppressed, and their strength was twice as strong. Even the ordinary 8-clawed beast true god had a secret technique that was barely at the 8th level, and its strength was barely at the 9th level. When it fought Luo Feng earlier, it was already injured, and its strength could only be considered at the pinnacle of the 8th level. He didn't even have a true god armor protecting him, he was forcefully hacked to death by Luo Feng. If I were to be surrounded by these 50 people, I'm afraid it would be scarier than being besieged by 500 real gods in the cosmic sea. Even if I ride the tomb boat, I don't have full confidence in escaping. Luo Feng didn't dare to be careless. Whoosh, he stealthily turned around, constantly changing his direction without any pattern as he headed towards the outskirts of the Nine Smoke Swamp. The battle between the Nine Smoke Swamp and Xianxia involved too many experts. Both sides had over 10,000 true gods fighting. The Nine Smoke Swamp sent out 50 true gods to capture Luo Feng. It didn't affect the Nine Smoke Swamp's overall strength. At the edge of the true god battlefield, whoosh, the captain was swiftly retreating. The Nine Smoke Swamp's 50 true gods are currently chasing Recruit He. They'd better not catch him and end up chasing me. As his location was the exact opposite of Luo Feng's, the captain didn't meet with any danger. After spending a few days, he quietly returned to the battlefield of the overlords. Only then did he calm down and began to disguise himself as a Xianyu mountain warrior, blending into the vast and chaotic army that was slaughtering each other. This Recruit He is actually this strong. The captain blended into the army while recalling the scene of Luo Feng killing the true gods. He's too strong. I have to use my mechanical treasures to have the strength to fight him. Over 30 true god corpses, just how much battle points would that be? I can exchange for another mechanical treasure. If I can get another mechanical treasure, even if it's a Samsara level mission, I have confidence in passing it. When that time comes, I can safely train in the army. When I become a true god, I'll be able to obtain even more profound inheritances and become even stronger. The captain's gray eyes gleamed with greed. He wanted those corpses. How do I get them? The captain thought of an idea. Everyone. The captain immediately used the communication token to send a message to the 17 soldiers under his command. Captain. Captain. Captain, what orders do you have? Captain. All of them replied. The captain continued, a few days ago, the Nine Smoke Swamp's group of true gods that specialized in collecting corpses was killed by another true god on the battlefield. At the crucial moment that Recruit He suddenly appeared, he stole the corpse of that 8-clawed beast true god. After that, he managed to escape by sheer luck. What? He acquired the 8-clawed beast true god's corpse? That beast that collected the corpse? All of the soldiers were shocked. The team leader immediately replied, yes, it's that mutated beast true god. Recruit He took away the corpse, and at the same time, she took away the treasures that the mutated beast true god dropped. Naturally, this included the treasures that contained a large number of true god corpses. This exotic beast real god had collected more than 30 real god corpses. Now, everything is with Recruit He. The 17 soldiers scattered across the battlefield of the Nine Smoke Swamp's Master of Laws were all excited. Over 30 true god corpses, what a huge amount of military merit. The true gods of the Nine Smoke Swamp are furious. There are 50 true gods searching for Recruit He all over the battlefield. The captain continued, they want to capture He. I saw it too. There were many beast true gods. I was confused, why would there be beast true gods flying around the battlefield and not fighting? I saw it too. I saw many beast true gods yesterday too. The soldiers replied one by one. The captain said, the beast true gods are still flying around. They obviously haven't captured Recruit He. And now, the entire Nine Smoke Swamp is completely isolated from the outside world by a void real god. Recruit He is definitely within the Nine Smoke Swamp. He is clearly within the Nine Smoke Swamp, but those exotic beast real gods are unable to find him. In that case, there is only one possibility. He is mixed in with the army of Xianyu Mountain. Right. Right, he's definitely in Xianyu Mountain's army. Xianyu Mountain and the Nine Smoke Swamp are enemies. If he's in Xianyu Mountain's army, the beast true gods of the Nine Smoke Swamp won't dare to barge into the army. True gods were strong. But with over 10,000 or more masters of laws gathered together, even a true god wouldn't dare to barge in. Everyone. The captain said, the beast true gods can't enter Xianyu Mountain's army, but we can. Let's split up and search. Once we find Recruit He, inform the other soldiers. We'll gather quickly and use the combined technique to fight against him. We don't have the confidence to kill Recruit He, right? Recruit He is very strong. The soldiers replied one by one. The captain said, I know. It's hard to kill him. But he's afraid of being exposed. As long as we threaten him, force him to hand over half of the true god corpses, he can keep a small portion. If he doesn't, and the beast true gods know where he is, he's dead. Right, it's hard for us to gather enough military merit. We'll die either way, so we might as well threaten him. Drag him down with us. He'll definitely hand it over. He has so many true god corpses, I only need one. Force him to hand it over. The soldiers were all filled with desire. The captain's eyes gleamed coldly as he sent the message through his communication card. Everything was as he expected. He didn't even say, it was Recruit He who killed the beast true god head-on. Even if he didn't say it, the 17 soldiers under him naturally had high morale and weren't afraid of Luo Feng at all. Even though Recruit He is strong, those soldiers all have true god armors on them. It won't be easy to kill them. The captain thought, they know I'm probably using them. However, for the army mission, they'll still fight. No matter what, most of these true god corpses will belong to me. The captain's eyes gleamed with madness. He originally wanted to befriend Luo Feng. However, after seeing the temptation of the huge amount of merit points, he chose another path. After all, one's own strength was the greatest guarantee of survival. Can't find him. That law lord has vanished. I can't find him at all. The beast true gods were scattered throughout the 9 smoky swamp battlefield, swiftly searching. He must be hiding in Xianxia Mountain's army. He must be mixed in with the large number of law lords. He must be. These beast true gods all guessed this. However, even though they knew this, they didn't dare charge into the large numbers of law lord armies. Whether it was the beast true gods or the captain and the other soldiers, they all guessed that Luo Feng was within Xianxia Mountain's army. And the truth was indeed so. Hiding anywhere else would have the risk of being discovered. And here, even though they know I'm here, the beast true gods don't dare barge in. The vast numbers of warriors around roared, fighting against the large numbers of beasts. Luo Feng was one of the tens of thousands of warriors. It may seem like there was no order to the fighting. However, if a true god dared to charge in, if a beast true god charged in, all the warriors would combine their attacks and sweep over. If a tribe true god charged in, then all the law lord beasts would combine their attacks and sweep over. This was a hidden rule, the law lords could have a fair battle. If a true god dared to come, then don't blame them for combining their attacks. 9 Smoky Swamp, there are many such large groups of warriors gathered in the battlefield. The beast true gods obviously guessed that I'm in one of them, but they don't dare investigate. The moment the battle ends, I'll immediately leave the swamp and swiftly leave. Luo Feng endured the days. 1 month passed, and another month passed. In the blink of an eye, Luo Feng had been mixed in with the Xianxia Mountain army for over 3 months. With Luo Feng's strength, it was naturally extremely easy for him to be in the army. Just as Luo Feng was enjoying his days, waiting to leave, kill the 9 smoky swamp bastards. Luo Feng's body was tall and sturdy, his messy hair was like a wild man. He roared as he charged through the skies with the other warriors, suddenly his speed slowed. Luo Feng's gaze swept. In the distance, there was a warrior looking over, He. That warrior smiled, his mouth moving. Even though he didn't make a sound, Luo Feng understood what he meant. It's one of the captains from the 3 small groups. Luo Feng immediately recognized. This was the 2nd watch, there was still the 3rd watch today. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. That red-faced soldier walked towards Luo Feng, smiling and communicating. He, you think that just because you changed your appearance and messy hair, we won't recognize you? No matter how you change, your divine power aura will never change. As long as we get closer to you, we'll recognize you immediately. Luo Feng's gaze swept, it shouldn't just be you. The captain and the others have already arrived, they're scattered around. The red-faced soldier communicated, "Your strength, we've seen it all at the edge of the true god battlefield, to be able to easily escape from so many true gods. I don't have the confidence to deal with you alone." Hua. 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 In the distance, within the chaotic Xianxia army, 10 silhouettes were approaching. Luo Fang's gaze swept. One of them was the captain with the huge curved horn. The rest of them were the soldiers under the captain's command. "Recruit Yin He, you're much stronger than we expected. Your strength is really not bad. We're willing to accept you as one of us." The soldiers transmitted their voices to one another. Even the captain looked at Luo Feng, communicating, "Recruit Yin He." "Captain." Luo Feng looked at this captain. When he had just entered the Python River army, this captain didn't think much of him as a recruit, however at this time he was smiling warmly. "We didn't accept you before, because normal recruits are very weak, and your strength has already gained our recognition." The captain said directly, "You just have to give up your true god corpse and share it with us. Then in our little team, the other soldiers will all trust you. I'm willing to give up my captain position, and let you take over." "Right, we're willing to accept you as the captain. As long as Yin He helps us, let us live too." Yin He. The soldiers all looked expectantly at Luo Feng. The captain too looked expectantly at him, almost selfless, willing to give up his captain position. Luo Feng's gaze swept, "Really? Of course. We'll immediately accept you as the captain." The soldiers communicated. Luo Feng smiled. His smile was cold, communicating, "However, your life and death, what does it have to do with me?" Immediately, everyone was stunned. All the soldiers were stunned. "Didn't you guys not care about the recruits before?" laughed Luo Feng. "How come you're talking about friendship now?" He had long seen through everything. What captain? What friendship? It was all a joke. The cruel selection process of the army caused batch after batch of soldiers to fall. These old soldiers were used to seeing other soldiers fall, and each of them only wanted to live and become a true god. Who would care about the empty position of captain? This group of soldiers was under the command of their captain because their captain was strong. If it was for the sake of survival, these soldiers would probably immediately abandon their captain. The faces of the 18 soldiers, including the captain, were all ugly. They didn't think that Luo Feng would be so ignorant of the situation. "Yin He." The captain of the curved horn squad sent angrily. "Right now, there are 50 true gods trying to capture you. They've guessed that you're definitely in one of the many overlords of Xuanyu Mountain. The battlefields of the overlords of Xuanyu Mountain are split into many areas, and many of them have true gods spying on you from afar in search of you. High up in the sky not far from us, there is a true god spying on us." Luo Feng looked up at the distant sky. A strange beast true god was indeed looking at this huge battlefield from afar. "I know." Luo Feng communicated. "However, it's so far away, it can't recognize me. But we can tell it." The captain communicated. "We only need to exchange glances with it and it will immediately notice us. Our mouths will move, and from the shape of our mouths, it will know what we're talking about." "Ah?" Luo Feng laughed. "The moment you're discovered, that true god only needs to give an order and he'll immediately order the large amounts of 9 smoke swamps overlords to surround you. When that happens, you'll have nowhere to run." The captain stared at Luo Feng. "You'll definitely fall. Choose, do you choose to give a large portion of the true god corpses to us, and safely bring a few back to camp? Or do you die here with nothing? Choose." "Yin He, our chances of surviving this mission are extremely low. If you force us, then we'll die together. Even if we die, we'll drag you down with us." The soldiers all stared at Luo Feng. Luo Feng shook his head. "Then you can all go and die. I'll bring the 35 true god corpses back to camp." Following which he turned and roared, "Kill the 9 smoke swamp bastards." He immediately became a beam of light and rushed into the distance. Including the captain, the 18 soldiers were all shocked. They didn't expect that at this point, this recruit Yin He actually didn't fear anything. Unless this recruit Yin He really thought he alone could escape from the entire 9 smoke swamps encirclement. Even though they were shocked, their reactions were extremely fast. At the same time Luo Feng moved, the 18 of them moved too. You want us to die? Recruit, you can go and die too. Damn he. Damn. You forced us. A few of the soldiers had malevolent expressions, their eyes filled with madness as they all charged over. However, Luo Feng, who was flying at high speed, laughed coldly. Rumble. Rumble, Annihilation's second scroll was fully unleashed. His speed rose to a terrifying level, swiftly shaking off these soldiers. Just you all want to chase me? Luo Feng didn't care at all. He, don't even think of escaping. Out of all the soldiers in the back, the fastest to catch up was the captain of the Curved Horn Battalion. The captain originally thought that this recruit would have some misgivings, so he could use this as a pretext to force recruiting he. But reality was far from what he expected. Recruiting he actually didn't care and ran. The other soldiers hadn't seen Luo Feng go crazy before, but the captain had. He knew that if this recruiting he really went crazy, the other soldiers wouldn't be able to stop him at all. Chi, a pair of huge black wings swiftly appeared on the captain's back. The black wings had black ribbons at the sides. While the huge black wings had a total of 100 black ribbons, swiftly enveloping over. No matter how fast Luo Feng's speed was, he couldn't match the speed of this weapon. Luo Feng only felt the sky and land darken. Looking back, he saw the huge black snake-like ribbons immediately enveloping him. Get lost. Luo Feng held a huge hammer in each hand. As he had been hiding his identity amongst the large group of law lords in Xianxia Mountain, and he didn't want to be discovered by the beasts watching from afar, hence he intentionally used the hammers to battle. While the two hammers each moved in an arc. The surging and burning divine power caused the power of the two hammers to be astonishing. They swept the surrounding black ribbons back a little, but even so, with this delay, a large number of black ribbons had already formed a huge black ball, completely enveloping him. It's extremely resilient, extremely powerful. Luo Feng felt the power of the ribbons. Through the hammers, he couldn't help but be shocked. This captain didn't even use any techniques, just the black ribbons enveloping him has such power, it doesn't make sense. To be strong, one would usually have to rely on secret arts and so on. Just the ribbons enveloping him was already so powerful? Don't tell me it's a mechanical treasure? Luo Feng immediately deduced, if I want to break through, I'll have to use the Blood Shadow Blade, and I'll have to use my strongest blade technique to have any hope. However, if I really continue fighting, I don't know how much time I'll waste. I'm afraid I'll really be discovered by the beast god in the end. The moment the leader and recruiting he exchanged blows, even though it made the surrounding warriors suspicious, they were just suspicious and nothing more. After all, from the outside, it looked like the leader's attack was just like a spirit weapon's restriction. They were only suspicious, even though they had grudges in the past. Why were they fighting now? Was it because of the spoils of war? The captain's black cloud wings are really powerful. The black cloud wings' flying speed is extremely fast, the restraints are strong, it's extremely good for protecting oneself, it's an absolute treasure for escaping. The other soldiers were incomparably envious. At this time, rumble. The large amount of black ribbons enveloping the black ball suddenly began to fly with terrifying speed into the distance. One part of the black ball actually protruded. Almost as though there was a monster within the ball formed by the black ribbons, flying at an extremely high speed, forcefully pulling the black ball along with it. Chi, the black ribbons gradually separated, revealing an ancient battleship's bow. This ancient battleship's surface was wrapped with black ribbons. These ribbons were heavily binding the ancient battleship. However, the ancient battleship's speed continued to explode, almost as though it wasn't affected at all. Flying at an extremely high speed, its speed continued to rise. What? The captain turned pale with fright. Such a strong flying ability. The captain used his black cloud wings, trying his best to control the ancient battleship. However, the ancient battleship was too strong, it couldn't be shaken at all, instead dragging the captain along at an extremely high speed. Captain, didn't you want to bring me to see the true god? Then let's go. The ancient battleship brought the captain, directly flying into the sky. The tomb ship's propulsion was extremely strong. Once it exploded, how could the universe lord stop it? The battleship's speed was extremely fast, continuously flying into the sky, and at the outermost area of the battlefield, there was a beast god circling in the sky. Stop, stop. The captain raged, are you looking to die? Haha, let's go see the true god together, let's see who dies. The ancient battleship continued to fly at high speed, flying towards the beast god. The captain finally panicked. One had to know. He too had stolen a true god's body. Even though the 9 mist swamp's true gods really wanted to capture Luo Feng, with Luo Feng hiding within the battleship and not releasing his energy, the beast god wouldn't be able to confirm Luo Feng's identity. Instead, he would first confirm that the captain was the first to steal the true god's body. When that time comes, he definitely wouldn't let the captain escape. You sure are ruthless. The captain raged, however he could only give up. The black ribbons that were wrapped around the ancient battleship swiftly loosened, the captain too swiftly separated from the ship. There's that automaton blade, there's actually this automaton battleship? The ship's propulsion is so strong, even my black cloud wings can't hold it. The captain floated in midair, watching the ancient battleship swiftly fly into the distance. Entering the swamp grass, he was filled with unwillingness within. I didn't know you had an automaton battleship. That's why I let you escape. You can escape once, I don't believe you can escape again. The captain gritted his teeth. After a while, within the 9 mist swamp's army of tens of thousands of beasts, large amounts of beasts roared and roared, rushing towards Xian. You mountain's army. Kill Xian, you mountain's trash. A huge lizard-like winged golden-horned beast roared, within the 9 mist swamp army, rushing towards Xian, you mountain's army. Today's 3 a.m. is over. Preview, tomorrow's 4 a.m. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The golden horned beast was mixed in with the overlord army of the 9 smoke swamp. As a different race from humans, the golden horned beast's aura was naturally different. Even if the true gods were in front of the golden horned beast, they wouldn't be able to recognize this golden horned beast was Luo Feng from before. In the Gene world, there was no such thing as a clone. No one would have thought of it. High up in the sky of the 9 smoke swamp, the 6 void true gods of Xianxia and the 9 smoke swamp were all watching below. He actually escaped like that. This soldier actually brought a beast overlord with him. This time, be it his previous teammates or the 50 true gods of the 9 smoke swamp, they won't be able to find him. He will definitely be able to leave the 9 smoke swamp safely. One by one, the void true gods commented. 9 smoke also looked below and sighed softly. To have 2 mechanical treasures, especially that battleship, even though it should be a true god-level mechanical treasure, its power is extremely strong. It's the best among true god-level machines. He's just an overlord, logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to exchange for such a good mechanical treasure. However, he has it. Looks like he's highly regarded in the army. These 6 void true gods knew everything that happened below. However, they didn't expect that the genius soldier and the golden horned beast were actually the bodies of the same strong warrior. The void true gods controlled the entire battlefield and understood everything. However, they wouldn't interfere and didn't dare to interfere. No one dared to challenge the unwritten rules of the Gene world. As time passed, a month passed. The entire battle was nearing its end. How can we not find him? Within Xianxuan's army, the captain was furious and unwilling. Even though the 9 smoke swamp is vast, there are only a few battlefields where overlords gather. This recruit has nowhere else to run. After such a long time, we actually didn't find him even once. Captain, we really can't find him. We've searched everywhere. We can't find him. One by one, the soldiers replied through their communication tokens. However, the captain was unwilling to give up. The other soldiers didn't know, but he personally saw Luo Feng kill the beast true god. He was very clear of the recruit's terrifying potential. He originally planned to befriend him, but after getting jealous of the huge amount of military merits, he decided to act. It was fine that he failed the last time, but he did not expect this recruit to have a mechanical warship. But now, 6 months had passed, and they had not found recruit He even once. It's impossible that we can't find him. He's in these places. Search, search. If you don't want to die, hurry up and search. The hope of completing the military mission rests on him. The captain was anxious. Even if he didn't say it, those soldiers would do their best. I don't believe it. The captain was really anxious. We can only tell them the news. You Luo. Kufa. Let me tell you a piece of news. A few months ago, the true god who was in charge of collecting the corpses of the 9 smoke swamps true gods died. His corpse was snatched by Recruit He. Recruit He has more than 30 real god corpses and he is hiding in the 9 smoke swamp. The leader sent the information to a large number of soldiers under his command. Other than Luo Feng. All the other soldiers received the news. What? Impossible. That recruit will be able to obtain more than 30 real god corpses? How could he have escaped alive? The soldiers replied one by one. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. The news is as such. I've been searching for him for a long time. It's just that he's too good at hiding. The captain couldn't be bothered to say more. He believed that under the threat of the military mission, the other soldiers would also do their best to search for Luo Feng. With so many soldiers searching, the chances of finding him would greatly increase. The captain thought, with this recruiting He's strength, you Luo? Kufa? There's no chance of success. The most they can do is help me find him. In his heart, he didn't even put Yu Luo or Kufa in his eyes. Yu Luo and the other beast soldiers were mixed within the 9 smoke swamps side. After so long, we've collected over 20,000 weapons and armors. Only 2 of us can complete the mission. And from the looks of it, the battle between Xianxia Mountain and 9 Smoke Swamp has already begun to weaken. I estimate it won't be long before it ends. No matter if that recruit He has a true god corpse or not, we have to search for him. Yu Luo roared. Search. Search for recruit He. Each and every beast soldier's eyes gleamed with madness. That was madness before death. Kufa and the other soldiers were mixed within Xianxia Mountain's side. We've collected over 30,000 weapons and armors. However, this is far from enough. Without the battle, it's impossible for us to gather another 10,000 weapons and armors. Search for recruit He. Even though Kufa was humble, in the face of death, he would still grab onto this last straw. Within the 9 Smoke Swamps army, Wuha received the captain's message. Over 30 true god corpses, He? Wuha was shocked. His heart was filled with disbelief. He didn't believe it, he didn't want to believe it. I've collected so many points, but I'm still a long way from 10,000. He alone obtained so many true god corpses? Wuha didn't want to believe it. However, from the captain's message, he had a feeling that this was probably true. Otherwise, no matter how good the captain's imagination was, he wouldn't have thought of such a joke. Regret, Wuha's heart was filled with regret. If I had been with him back then, he would have obtained 30 true god corpses. I don't need much, just give me 5 or 6. Wuha was anxious, regretful and unwilling. All the soldiers from the Mang River army that accepted the mission to the 9 Smoke Swamp were searching for recruit He's location. However, no matter how they searched, they couldn't find anything. It was almost as though recruit He had already left the 9 Smoke Swamp. All of them are searching for me? Golden Horn Luo Feng had already seen the silhouettes of the distant soldiers within the beast army. He had even seen Wuha twice. Continue searching. No matter how you search, you won't find him. Golden Horn Luo Feng was entrenched within the swamp. Half his body was submerged in the water. As both sides had been fighting for a long time, both sides had suffered heavy losses. At this point, naturally, both sides had begun to control themselves and weren't too willing to continue the crazy slaughter. Many beasts and tribal soldiers had already retreated. I'm Wuha. Golden Horn Luo Feng smiled. Finally, a soldier had contacted him. Oh, Wuha? Luo Feng replied, how is it, have you gathered enough points? No, 10,000 points is very hard to gather. Wuha replied, I've just received news that the captain, Kufa, and Yu Luo are currently searching for you. They want to obtain a true god's body from you. And they've also treated me as a new recruit and considered me to be with you. I've been rejected by them too. Is that so? Luo Feng replied. We too entered the Mang River Army together. We're all new recruits. I'm lacking quite a bit now. I'm not asking for much. Can you give me a true god's body to help me out? I'll definitely use treasures to exchange for it. I'm willing to use the true god armor my father gave me to exchange with you. Wu He was filled with anticipation. From Wu He's point of view, he and Luo Feng were both new recruits. Moreover, he could use the true god armor to exchange for it. It shouldn't be too hard. Exchange? Luo Feng mocked, you want me to exchange with you in the Nine Smoke Swamp? Wu He immediately understood. At this time, recruiting he definitely wouldn't reveal his location. Naturally he wouldn't come out to exchange with him. Return to the camp. We'll exchange after we return. Wu He communicated. You're quite smart. Luo Feng thought to himself. This Wu He had been collecting weapons and armor for such a long time. Moreover, he was the son of the Northern True Sea Master. He probably had some good stuff. We'll exchange after we return to the camp. When the time comes, you'll have to take out enough treasures. Without enough, that won't do. Definitely. Wu He let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid he wouldn't care about him anymore. Luo Feng had already thought it through. Looking at the benefits that the 10,000 soldiers had obtained from the armament point, he would naturally be able to squeeze out more from Wu He when the time came. To him, it was just 10,000 points. It was just icing on the cake. However, to Wu He, it was a lifesaver. If the army wanted to kill him, even his father, the Northern True Sea Master, wouldn't dare stop them. Wu He first contacted him. A few days later, Kufa too contacted him. However, Wu He knew what to do. Kufa and his group of soldiers didn't have many treasures to begin with. They couldn't withstand Luo Feng's pressure. Don't treat me like an idiot. Trading with you outside the camp? Haha, then you can all wait to die. After Luo Feng finished speaking, he didn't care about any more messages from Kufa. It was charity after all. Only with his charity would the other party have the right to live. Since they dared to negotiate with him, they should just die. This war lasted for over a year. Following the appearance of the 6 Void True Gods, Xianxia Mountain's army quickly retreated. Rumbled and Nine Smoke Swamp, which was originally isolated by the void, returned to normal. Let's go. The majestic Xianxia Mountain's army broke through the sky and left. A few soldiers from the Python River Army who were disguised as tribal soldiers swiftly retreated to the borders of the Nine Smoke Swamp. We haven't gathered enough points yet. Kufa, Yu Luo, and the captain looked at the swiftly retreating Xianxia Mountain's army. They were all unwilling to give up. With the army retreating, they no longer had the chance to take advantage of the chaos. It would be tough from now on. Snatch. Captain and Kufa's group must have gathered quite a bit of points. We'll snatch it. We'll have a chance to live. Yu Luo brought a group of beast soldiers under him, filled with killing intent. To snatch points. Kufa roared. If we want to live, we have to snatch. The captain said to the group of soldiers under him. The 3 groups of soldiers all chose to fight. Only by fighting, the strong survive. Only then will they be able to gather enough points. If the 3 groups split up, they would probably kill each other internally. At the borders of the vast Nine Smoke Swamp, a golden-horned beast and 3 other beast overlords were chatting in the air. These were all good friends the golden-horned beast made during the war. After a while, they split up. Time to return to camp. Golden Horn Luo Feng turned to look at the endless mist that enveloped the Nine Smoke Swamp. He couldn't be bothered with the outcome of the slaughter of the other Python River soldiers. At least, he was returning with a huge amount of contribution points. So, at the borders, with a teleportation, the golden-horned beast disappeared from the Nine Smoke Swamp. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. After leaving the Nine Smoke Swamp, Luo Feng headed straight for the Eastern Army camp. Other than him, Wu He also quietly left the Nine Smoke Swamp. As for the 3 batches of soldiers that accepted the mission, the captain, Kufa, and Yuluo were still in the vicinity of the swamp. Only the captain had acquired a true god corpse. The other soldiers, including Kufa and Yuluo, didn't have enough points and were all thinking of other ways. Kill each other, continue hunting, reap the rewards, anyway, they would naturally give it their all. However, it was destined that this disaster-level mission would cause many of them to fall. I've finally arrived. Rumble, a silhouette appeared in mid-air. It was Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked at the endless army camp in the distance and revealed a smile. At the same time, he looked down and saw the long queue of tribal warriors and beasts coming to join the army. So, Luo Feng flew straight into the camp. Just as Luo Feng entered the Eastern Army camp. Outside the Eastern Army camp, there was a space distortion. There were large amounts of wormholes. These were all created by absolute warriors. Shwa. 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 Almost at every moment, there were soldiers flying out from different wormholes. Let's go, this mission is considered simple. If we finish it quickly, we'll have another era of leisure time. Let's go. Sigh, the next time we'll be doing a reincarnation level mission. I don't know how many of our team will survive. Let's hope we can earn more points this time and get more treasures from the armory to survive the reincarnation level mission. Batches of soldiers, some relaxed, some serious, some worried, all left. The Eastern Army was too big. There were soldiers leaving at any moment, and amongst the departing soldiers, there was a seemingly ordinary overlord of the laws standing on the branch of an ancient, thick tree far off in the distance. I've received orders from the ancestor to join the army. Even though I have missions to do, I've never gone. I've been waiting here. It's been so long and I've never even seen the Milky Way leader. The gray armored soldier was anxious within, at the same time he was observing. The Milky Way leader is powerful, but so what? Even if he surpasses Samsara, it will only give our cosmic sea another sacred land. They pose no threat to the Purple Moon holy grounds. The gray-armored soldier was puzzled. Once a holy land is formed, it will exist forever. My Purple Moon sacred land doesn't fear any experts. I don't know why the primogenitor values the Milky Way overlord so much. Even in this realm of Jin, he ordered us to immediately find traces of the Milky Way overlord. The gray-armored soldier sighed in his heart. He didn't understand. He was confused, but this was the primogenitor's order, so he didn't dare to disobey. The vast cosmic sea was mysterious and unpredictable. One of the 2 Saint Land cosmoses, the Purple Moon Saint Land cosmos. Still haven't found any traces of Luo Feng? The Purple Moon primogenitor was angry and unhappy. The 2 kneeling figures were extremely respectful and nervous. Primogenitor, when we saw the ship enter the realm of Jin, we followed it in. Based on the position it entered from, it's most likely in the Eastern Army. Ever since I joined the Eastern Army, I've been keeping an eye on the many wormhole exits, but I haven't found any galactic lord yet. We really haven't discovered anything. Primogenitor, could it be that Milky Way overlord Luo Feng hasn't joined the army yet? The 2 universe lords knelt. He has the inheritance of the East Duan River. Even in the realm of Jin, it'll be easy for him to make a name for himself. The Purple Moon primogenitor looked down at the 2 universe lords and said coldly, the 2 of you not only have to keep an eye on the wormhole exits, but also gather information. The moment he becomes famous, it'll be easy for you to find him. Yes. Yes. The 2 masters of the universe replied respectfully. Primogenitor, our army's mission. The universe lord with 2 faces and 4 arms couldn't help but say. The 2 of you will take turns. One will watch over the patrol, the other will complete the army's mission. Once the mission is completed, return to the camp to continue investigating, and the other will complete the mission. The Purple Moon primogenitor said coldly, this is the first wave. Very few people from the Purple Moon sacred land will enter the realm of Jin. When the next era arrives, many universe lords will go over. When that time comes, it'll be easy for you. Yes. The 2 universe lords also looked forward to the next era. Go. The Purple Moon primogenitor waved his hand. The 2 universe lords immediately retreated respectfully. The purple moon primogenitor's face was blurry. Only his eyes were filled with a sense of femininity, yet filled with endless killing intent. I originally thought I wouldn't be able to kill you. Who would have thought the Gene world would appear? In the Gene world, there are too many who can kill you. Luo Feng, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for receiving the Duandong River inheritance. Virtual Universe. At the peak of Thunder Island, Luo Feng and the Primal Chaos City leader met. Luo Feng. Teacher. The teacher and disciple sat down. I've just completed a disaster-level mission and gained quite a bit of merit. Luo Feng said, completing this mission means that at least for a very, very long period of time, I'll be safe. I'll try my best to understand the mysteries of the Gene world. You're the first of our human race to enter. The Primal Chaos City leader nodded. Your responsibility is the heaviest too. Right now in the entire Universe C, be it the Primal Universe, other reincarnation eras, the two Sacred Lands universe, all the warriors have their eyes on the Gene world. After all, the information gained from the Gene world as the first batch to enter is simply too enticing. Luo Feng nodded. This was a matter of course. In the Universe C, many warriors yearn to transcend the reincarnation cycle, yearning for an ultimate treasure. However, in the Gene world, there were many void true gods. Obviously, there was an extremely complete training method to break through from true god to void true god. And the so-called ultimate treasures were even the army's true god standard weapons and armors. There were simply too many of them, even many mysterious mechanical treasures existed. A chance to transcend the reincarnation cycle, ultimate treasures, mechanical treasures, the enticement was huge, causing all the powers in the Universe C to lose interest in the other three danger zones. They were all incredibly excited as they stared at the Gene world. It was just that they only had the chance to enter in every epoch. Before, the Primal Universe's laws contacted me through the Ancestor God. Luo Feng smiled. Obviously, I'm currently doing the best in the Gene world. I'll naturally make use of this advantage. Also, I've gained quite a bit of merit this time. Maybe I'll bring back some ultimate treasures. Once the epic is over and I can leave, I'll send them back. The Primal Chaos City leader was overjoyed as he heard. The Gene world was the most important battlefield. All the powers would compete. But the Primal Universe's human territory was the true foundation of humanity. Only by expanding the territory and increasing the number of geniuses would the human race be able to match up to the other two sacred lands, maybe even surpassing them. Teacher, I'll head to the military base first. Luo Feng said. In the military base, you can use merit to exchange for inheritances and treasures. I believe, through the military base, I should be able to discover more secrets of the Gene world. After understanding the military base, I'll tell teacher everything. Go. The Primal Chaos City leader said. However, remember, don't take risks. The Gene world is much more dangerous than our Universe C. Luo Feng nodded. Even though he was exploring the Gene world, Luo Feng still frequently communicated with his teacher. He also kept abreast of the happenings in the Universe C. Right now the Universe C could be said to be calm and peaceful. Obviously everyone was watching the Gene world, Eastern Army Camp, Main River Army Camp. Luo Feng and Wuha arrived at the camp one after the other. Milky Way, Milky Way. Wuha eagerly flew behind Luo Feng, the wings on his neck constantly flapping. I prepared all the treasures, just give me one. Prepared? Luo Feng looked at him. Don't rush, I'll head to the military base first. When I'm back, we'll have a good talk. Wuha was unwilling. Because once Luo Feng went to the military base, he would be very clear on the value of the treasures. He would probably be ruthlessly squeezed out of him. However, no matter how unwilling Wuha was, he didn't dare argue with Luo Feng. He could only shake his ugly face and smile beside. All right, we'll talk when you're back from the military base. Inhe, don't leave nothing behind. What he was most worried about was this recruit Inhe. If he exchanged all the true god corpses for merit, he would be dumbfounded. That would be equivalent to giving him a death sentence. Relax. Luo Feng nodded. So, Luo Feng immediately left the camp, his mood extremely happy as he headed towards the military base. The Mang River Army's camp by the lake was quite far from the main hall. However, Luo Feng felt like he was enjoying the scenery along the way. His mood was extremely good. Just like that, he finally arrived at the military base. Military base. Luo Feng looked up at the majestic ancient hall. According to the rules, before and after accepting a mission, one has the right to exchange for treasures at the military base. However, the moment one accepts a mission, before completing it, one cannot enter. Luo Feng muttered softly to himself about the rules and entered the majestic ancient hall. The moment he entered, immediately space and time changed, almost as though he had entered another world. What secret technique is this? Luo Feng was shocked. In front of him was a vast and boundless world. There were many soldiers scattered everywhere, and every soldier had a golden silhouette in front of him. Even more mysterious than the virtual universe. Luo Feng was shocked within. So, a golden silhouette condensed in mid-air and descended before Luo Feng. Luo Feng carefully looked at the golden silhouette before him, however, he couldn't even see its face clearly. This silhouette was completely enveloped in golden light. Mang River soldier, you have a mission to complete. You cannot come to the military base to exchange for anything. The golden silhouette looked at Luo Feng. My mission has already been completed. Luo Feng waved his hand and immediately a huge beast true god corpse appeared beside him. This was a huge corpse that was close to 1 million kilometers long. Its sudden appearance even shocked the distant soldiers. One had to know that almost all the soldiers within the military base were origin law lords. The second chapter has arrived. There will be 4 chapters today. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Close to 1 million km long body landed on the ground, causing the ground to shake. The body's tail almost touched a soldier not too far away. The surrounding soldiers all turned to look, especially after seeing the beast god's body. They were all shocked. Wang, the golden silhouette's eyes shot out a golden light, enveloping the beast god's body, after which he nodded. It's indeed the 9 smoke swamps true god. Mission complete, 10,000 points. Luo Feng was shocked as he heard this. Just one check and he was able to confirm it was the 9 smoke swamps. Looks like the army's control over the entire Jin world was shockingly strong. State your request. The golden silhouette looked at Luo Feng. You can use this 10,000 points to exchange for weapons, machinery, inheritances, etc. If you have other treasures, you can give them to the army to exchange for points. This is the list. The moment the golden silhouette finished speaking, a huge screen appeared before Luo Feng. On it was a large detailed list. Luo Feng's gaze swept across. I want to understand the basic information of the levels above the true god. Luo Feng said. Basic information? The golden silhouette said, there are only 3 pieces of information that explain the basic information, according to the level of detail and the level of secrecy. To read them would require 100 points, 500 points, and 3,000 points respectively. Luo Feng was shocked. Just the basic information, which was not a cultivation guide, actually required so much military merit. The disaster-grade mission only required 10,000 military merit. With the corpse of a mutated beast true god, it would be easy for him to extract 1 or 2 supreme treasures from Wuha. Perhaps he could extract even more. However, he really wanted to understand more. I need the highest level. Luo Feng said directly. 3,000 points deducted. The golden silhouette said, Mang River soldier, you have 7,000 points left, and you can only read the secret information from here. Hua, a large amount of words immediately appeared on the screen before Luo Feng. This screen was something only Luo Feng could see, the other soldiers at the armory couldn't. Actually, the same logic, Luo Feng couldn't see the details of the other soldiers' trades at the armory too. Read from here? Luo Feng muttered, his gaze sweeping across as he carefully read. The words were extremely small. The screen was huge, just one screen alone had over 100 million words. Luo Feng immersed himself in it. According to the description of the basic information. According to their abilities, they could be categorized into those below immortal realm, law honorable, universe honorable, law master, universe master, real god, void real god and eternal real god. When the living beings of the gene realm are born, they are below the undying rank. Normally, once they reached adulthood, they would become undying. Some geniuses became undying within a few years of birth. Undying, law sovereigns, law lords, all of them were divine bodies. Their energy and life imprints fused into one. Depleting divine power was the same as depleting one's life imprint. Some races had souls, some like the stone life forms were the cores of other life forms, but in summary, they all had life imprints. The more life seals he lost, the greater the impact on his strength. If he lost 50% of his God body, he would lose 90% of his power. This was the shortcoming of a divine body. Once he became a true God, just like a baby, it returned to its original life. If it was a flesh and blood life form, it would still be a flesh and blood life form. If it was a metal life form, it would still be a metal life form. Example, flesh and blood life forms. Flesh and blood life forms, their flesh and bones were unable to contain the imprint of life. Just like domain lords and sector lords, their souls and bodies were separated. And after becoming a true God, they would return to being a flesh and blood life form. Their souls and bodies would still be separated again. The energy of a true God was the body. With a powerful body, every bit of the body could be burned and turned into powerful energy to be used in battle. And the soul of a true God was hidden in the heart of a true God. True God, void real God and eternal real God all had the heart of a true God. The heart of a true God, although it was called a heart, it was actually a secret space within a true God's body. In this secret space, there was the soul of a true God. At the same time, this secret space was connected to the small universe outside. No matter how far away the true God was from his small universe, through this connection, the energy absorbed by the small universe could be quickly transferred to the heart of a true God to replenish the energy consumed in battle. Killing a true God, there were 3 ways. The first way was to completely destroy a true God's body, physically destroying the secret space, and the true God would naturally fall. The second way was to attack the soul, directly destroying the true God's soul, and the true God would naturally die. The third way, which was also the most common, was to attack more than what a true God could withstand. The strong impact would continuously cause the secret space within the true God's body, which was also the heart of a true God, to break and even collapse. Once the heart of a true God collapsed, the true God would naturally die. It was like an ordinary person wearing armor being hit in the chest by a hammer. Perhaps the ordinary person would not be injured on the surface, but the impact would shatter his heart. It was the same logic. Hence, the stronger the body, the weaker the impact on the heart of a true God would be. If the body could withstand all the impact, the heart of a true God would not be affected, and it would naturally be fine. Flesh and blood life forms, rock life forms, plant life forms, and so on. All of them were the same. After becoming a true God, the body and soul, life core, would naturally be separated. Hence, no matter how much energy a true God consumed, it would not have much effect on his abilities. This was because the divine power that a true God burned did not contain a soul. A true God had a small universe. However, this small universe was born from the evolution of a holy kingdom and not created by the true God through comprehension. Next, a true God needed to comprehend the evolution and birth of the universe. Until, true control of the void, with one thought, the void would be formed. At this moment, he was a void real God. The void real God continued to improve and comprehend more. Until one day, his understanding of the evolution of the entire universe reached an extreme. He could even create a small universe in an instant. With one thought, the universe would be formed. At this moment, he was an eternal true God. With one thought, the universe would be formed into a small universe. This was different from Luo Feng's talent secret technique, I am the universe. Luo Feng's talent secret technique was too simple. As for the small universe that an eternal true God created in an instant, it was purely because he did not have enough energy to create a large universe. He could only create a small universe as a battlefield. For example, with one thought, the surrounding 10,000 light years would enter a small universe. The eternal true God was the master of this small universe. Other than its small size, everything else was no different from a real universe. Its power was so great, it was enough for an eternal true God to have the absolute power to defeat a void real God. True God, void real God. Eternal true God. It was a process of continuously deepening the control of the universe's evolution. At the later stage, he could create a small universe with one thought. In the entire realm of Jin, there were 4 eternal true gods. They were the generals of the East, West, North, and South armies. They ruled over the entire realm of Jin and had a supreme position. If another void real god broke through and became an eternal true god, then, the eternal true god could leave the realm of Jin to fight for the divine king. Like other soldiers, they could only leave after being summoned by the divine king. But an eternal true god could leave on his own, Luo Feng sighed to himself. Leave on his own? If the divine king was still alive, it would be fine if the eternal true gods under him came out to fight for him. But looking at that huge humanoid creature lying in the cosmic sea, I'm afraid that the divine king has already fallen. The divine king has fallen. According to the original will of the universe, all living beings in the realm of Jin will die if they leave the realm of Jin. I'm afraid that even if some powerful beings were born and became eternal true gods, they would be annihilated as soon as they left the realm of Jin. Luo Feng sighed and then continued to watch with anticipation. In the realm of Jin, a void real god was an overlord. An eternal real god was an absolutely high and mighty existence. Under His Majesty the Divine King, he was also a great subject with an extremely high status. However, even if they were all true gods, void real gods or eternal true gods, there would still be differences. For example, the extremely important small-sized universe. When a true god becomes a true god, the god nation becomes a small-sized universe. At this moment, the internal structure of the small-sized universe is extremely important. When a true god becomes a true god, the small-sized universe's diameter is 100 million light-years. But once a void real god becomes a void real god, the difference becomes obvious. Because of the difference in the early structure, when a void real god becomes a small-sized universe, some will become 1.8 billion light-years in diameter, some will become 2.5 billion light-years in diameter, and some will become 5 billion light-years in diameter. Completely different. Among them, a void real god's small-sized universe has a diameter of 1 billion light-years and a diameter of 10 billion light-years. Oh? Luo Feng was shocked. Among the 2 sacred grounds, the Purple Moon Sacred Ground's small-sized universe has a diameter of 2.1 billion light-years while the East Emperor Sacred Ground's small-sized universe has a diameter of 3.2 billion light-years. From the diameter of the Sacred Ground's universe. East Emperor Ancestor, Purple Moon Ancestor, they were both void real gods. Continue to look. Luo Feng looked very carefully. The small-sized universe is the foundation. A small-sized universe can absorb energy from the outside world and transform it into divine energy without life imprints for the strong to absorb. And every time a strong breaks through, whether it's a true god to a void real god or a void real god to an eternal true god, the small-sized universe has to transform for the entire breakthrough to be successful. So, when the strong dies, the small-sized universe will naturally collapse. But if the small-sized universe is attacked and destroyed, the strong can still live and absorb energy from the outside world to replenish themselves, but they can no longer break through. No matter how high their comprehension is, it's useless. However, the small-sized universe is very stable and hard to destroy. To destroy a true god's small-sized universe, an extreme void real god must use all his strength to do it. To destroy a void real god's small-sized universe, an extreme existence among the eternal true gods must be able to do it. To destroy an eternal true god's small-sized universe, there are no records. However, all the small-sized universes of the Jin world were arranged by His Majesty the Divine King to be in the core of the Jin world. No strong warriors can reach there, so there's no danger. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qi.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The 3 stages of Real God, Void Real God and Eternal Real God, the difficulty of each stage kept on increasing. This could be seen just from the number of eternal true gods in the Jin world. Strictly speaking, becoming a true god was split into the God Force route and the Origin Law route. The Origin Law route was the easiest and most common. However, if one chose the God Force route, it would be difficult. And once one chose the God Force route, even if one succeeded, according to the genetic hierarchy, there were 3 levels. Especially the third level, reaching 90,000 times gene, that was simply a legend, it could be said, to become a true god through the god force route, reaching 90,000 times life force. The difficulty was so high that it was comparable to becoming an eternal true god. Any true god that could reach 90,000 times life force could easily become a void true god. Even becoming an eternal true god wouldn't be too difficult. Luo Feng finished reading in one go and frowned. The god force route was very difficult. The god force route reaching 90,000 times was even more difficult. Can I reach 90,000 times life force before this era ends? Even Luo Feng wasn't confident. No matter what, I'll try my best. Before this era ends, even if I can't reach 90,000 times, no matter how many life force I reach, I'll immediately break through to become a true god. Luo Feng finished reading and said, I want to see some inheritances. Sure. The golden silhouette said, this is the list of inheritances. Hua, the screen changed. The words from before all disappeared and became a huge detailed list of inheritances. It was split into treasures, machines, close combat etc. 5,000 merit points, 10,000 merit points, 100,000 merit points. TSK, these 100,000 merit points can only be exchanged by special soldiers? Luo Feng looked at them one by one and was shocked. The inheritances required were indeed expensive. Some special inheritances couldn't be exchanged for by normal soldiers. So expensive. The second level of the God Force Ignition technique can be used by an overlord? It requires 1 million merit points? Luo Feng was shocked. He didn't expect the Gene world to have such a high-level God Force Ignition technique. It was about the same as the first 2 volumes of Annihilation. Looking at the list of inheritances, Luo Feng was shocked at the price of merit points. I want to see the weapons and armors. Luo Feng said. Yes, the golden figure replied, and the list on the light screen changed again. At this moment, behind each name on the screen was a picture of a weapon or armor, as well as the required military merits and authority. Luo Feng's gaze swept. True God level battle armor. Roughly 10,000 military merits. True God level weapons are of different levels. The lowest can be exchanged for with 2,000 military merits, while the highest can be exchanged for with 1 million military merits. A true God grade warship requires at least 50,000 contribution points. Luo Feng looked one by one. It was clear that Palace-type Supreme Treasures were the most expensive, followed by Soul-type Supreme Treasures. Even the cheapest one would cost at least 30,000 military merits, followed by Domain type, Armor type, and finally Attack type. Of course, each category had its own special characteristics. The highest Attack type weapon cost 1 million military merits. Even the most powerful palaces required at least 1 million military merits. My 300,000 points can be exchanged for quite a few absolute treasures. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. The prices of the absolute treasures weren't that high. He looked at legacies, weapons, armors, and even some travel notes of the realm of Gene. It took him an entire day. The golden silhouette standing before Luo Feng didn't seem impatient at all. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, emphasizing, I want to see the mechanical treasures. Coming to the realm of Gene, there were 3 main goals. One was to gather enough materials from a true god's corpse to help him become a true god, the second was to investigate the secrets of the realm of Gene, and the third was to find a suitable and powerful mechanical treasure. He had the Wu killer wings and the Toon boat. One for support, the other for flight and escape. Right now he needed a main offensive weapon. This is the list. The golden silhouette screen changed again. The list on the screen was very sparse. There were only a few tens of them. However, these tens were all true god-level machines. Obviously the higher-level mechanical treasures weren't shown at all. It was probably because he wasn't strong enough. 86 types? Luo Feng looked carefully. As there were very few types, every single one of them had a picture and a simple introduction. Black cloud wings. Luo Feng's gaze quickly landed on one of the mechanical treasures. Black cloud wings, true god-level machine, normal, requires 150,000 military merits to exchange. Python River soldiers have the authority to exchange. Strong points, good at escaping, extremely strong defense, good at binding and trapping enemies. Weak points, weak attack power. This black cloud wings, back in the Nine Smoke Swamp, the captain used this black cloud wings to deal with him. The binding power was indeed terrifying. He estimated that if he didn't use the tomb boat and used the blood shadow blade, he would probably have to use annihilation to break free. And this is just the normal level of a true god machine? Luo Feng sighed. With a glance. 100,000 military merits, 100,000 military merits, 120,000 military merits, 120,000 military merits, 130,000 military merits, 150,000 military merits, 300,000 military merits, 1 million military merits, 3 million military merits. The lower one went, the more military merits one would need to obtain a mechanical type treasure. One had to know that even a true god-level weapon required 1 million military merits, much less a mechanical treasure. No matter how good it is, I can't afford it. So what? Luo Feng didn't bite off more than he could chew. He looked at the most expensive treasures at the bottom. Instead, he looked at the mechanical treasures that required 300,000 military merits, 350,000 military merits. Very quickly, he locked onto a target. It was a two-handed great blade, incomparably domineering and beautiful. Mist blade, true god-level machine, normal, requires 320,000 military merits to exchange. Main river soldiers have the authority to exchange. Strong points, god energy is converted within the mist blade core, producing an extremely strong attack. Weak points, consumes an extremely high amount of god energy. What I need is a strong attack, and I use a blade. Luo Feng was moved as he looked. It's only a true god-level machine, it's enough for me to use before I break free from rebirth. Once I do, this mist blade will seem low-end, I can leave it for the humans. Only, it's a little similar to the blood shadow blade. Luo Feng continued looking down. Looking at the treasures one by one. The further down the mechanical treasures were, the more special and valuable they were. Luo Feng even saw a mechanical ship that was comparable to the tomb boat, and it even had the ability to attack. The last one. Luo Feng held his breath. The last one was also the most expensive true god-level machine. It was called Wu Qi Shen. Wu Qi Shen, true god-level machine, unique, this was personally created by the godly emperor, there's only one of it. Requires 30 million military merits to exchange. And only the conferred true gods or law lords have the authority to exchange for it. Warning, Main River soldiers have no authority to exchange for it. Strong points. 1. Extremely strong defense. Wu Qi Shen was crafted from precious materials chosen by the godly emperor, even eternal true gods have no way of destroying it. 2. Extremely strong attack power, possessing unparalleled attack power. 3. Dodging extremely fast. The Wu Qi Shen's body structure was destined to be very agile. The Wu Qi Shen was a mechanical treasure that looked like a monkey. It had a streamlined body and an agile tail. Just by looking at the picture, one could feel the explosive power and movement speed of the Wu Qi Shen. Weak points, so strong, the amount of god energy required is shocking too, normal true god bodies would be drained in an instant. Warning again, ever since the Wu Qi Shen was created by the godly emperor, no warrior has ever had the right to exchange for it with military merits. Its strength is only a guess, there's no evidence to prove it. However, the godly emperor has condescended to create a true god-level machine. As long as the godly emperor makes a move, none of them will be bad. The exchange conditions were set by the godly emperor himself. Wu Qi Shen? Luo Feng's heart was itching. Luo Feng, who had a deep understanding of the ancient civilization, was very clear on the value of this Wu Qi Shen. This Wu Qi Shen was the pinnacle of a single body type. Like Wu Qi Shen's wings, it was also a single body type. It could only be controlled by a single warrior, however it was only a support type, and the Wu Qi Shen could be said to be perfect, other than the god energy consumption being too high, it was absolutely perfect. 30 million points. Luo Feng roared within, when will I ever be able to gather so many points? Also, even if I have 30 million points, I don't have the right to buy it. I have to be a true god or an overlord to have the right to exchange for it. And ever since the godly emperor created it, no one has ever been able to exchange for it. Luo Feng shook his head and sighed. The history of the Jin world was ancient, even the godly emperor had disappeared for a very long time. From this one could deduce that the Wu Qixin had been created for a very long time. However, even with the selection of the strongest in the Jin world, no one had been able to acquire the Wu Qixin. One could see how difficult it was. Bestowed? Luo Feng frowned. What bestowed? I have to be a true god or an overlord to have the right to exchange for it. Luo Feng muttered within, bestowed warriors seem to have a much higher status than the special forces. Luo Feng looked at the golden silhouette before him. I want to know more about bestowing. It requires 500 points. The golden silhouette said. Even this requires 500 points? Even though Luo Feng wasn't satisfied, he obviously had no way to bargain. All right. Luo Feng could only nod. Hua, the light screen in front of him changed and turned into a detailed introduction. Bestowed, it was a warrior who was incomparably outstanding. Once he reached the pinnacle of excellence, he would have the right to be bestowed with the word Jin. This was an unparalleled honor. Every warrior who was bestowed with the title had an extremely high status. In the Jin world, the bestowed warriors were only bestowed with the 4 great generals, above all the void true gods. Bestowed with the word Jin? Luo Feng was stunned. The previous Duandong he was bestowed with the word Wu, Jin. Wu, His Majesty the Godly Emperor. Luo Feng nodded within, continuing to watch. The conditions to be bestowed were extremely harsh. Of course, once one became a high and mighty eternal true god, they would immediately be bestowed with the title. As for void true gods, less than 1 in a million would be bestowed with the title. As for true gods? Ever since the mechanical treasure Wu Qixin was created, the entire Jin world has never had a true god bestowed with the title of Wu Qixin. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Ever since Wu Qi was created by His Majesty the God King, no true god had ever conferred a title upon him. As for the even more difficult conferment of a Master of Laws, naturally, no one had ever succeeded. Things would be different once he became a titled warrior. First of all, his position was similar to that of the 4 great generals. Secondly, there were many other benefits. For example, Wu Qixin was a priceless treasure. However, it was difficult. The requirements were so harsh that it stopped countless geniuses in the realm of Jin. Even so, in every era, many geniuses from the Eastern Army, Western Army, Southern Army, and Northern Army would give it a try in order to be conferred a title. Luo Feng finished reading in one breath and frowned. Trying to get a title, don't tell me. Luo Feng looked at the golden silhouette before him and said, to get a title, don't tell me there's such a mission? The golden figure said coldly, yes. What mission? Luo Feng asked. He too wanted to give it a try. As for himself, Luo Feng was quite confident. He was after all the inheritor of the Duandong River. Officer of the Python River Army, you are a master of the laws. The golden figure said coldly. If you wish to be conferred a title, there are 2 paths. Luo Feng listened carefully. The first path. The golden figure said, there are 2 conditions. As long as you meet these 2 conditions, the 4 great generals will personally come to verify it. Once you meet them, you will be conferred a title. There are 2 conditions for the first path. 1. If you want to become a true god, you must walk the path of divine power, and your Jin level must be 90,000 times. When you succeed, don't be in a hurry to break through to become a true god. Let the 4 great generals examine you first. Second, the Emperor Rhino game has a total of 10,081 games. As long as you can solve 10,081 games in one go, you will meet the requirements. If you meet these 2 conditions, you will immediately be conferred a title and have many privileges. Your status will also be higher than that of ordinary titled experts. He will have the same status as the 4 great generals. The golden figure finished speaking in one breath. Luo Feng's eyes widened as he listened. He was dumbfounded. He was stunned. This is too. Luo Feng didn't know what to say. Who set the conditions? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. His Majesty the Great Divine King personally made it, the golden figure said. Luo Feng could only suppress his dissatisfaction. This was crazy. The path of divine power was 90,000 times the gene level. Even in the ancient civilization, even with the help of many fortuitous encounters, it was still extremely difficult. Not to mention that in the realm of gene, all fortuitous encounters and treasures were controlled by the army. The soldiers couldn't have heaven-defying encounters. Even so, he still had to achieve a 90,000-fold vitality gene. Of course, he was already walking on this path, so this request was fine. Solving 10081 Emperor Rhino games in a row, His Majesty hasn't gone mad, although there was no time limit. For a mere law master to solve all of the 10081 Empress Rhino games in one go was simply insane. Such a genius, not a single master of the laws had ever been able to accomplish such a feat. It could be said that if such a peerless character appeared, it would not be difficult for him to become the new godly king in the future. Both conditions are unimaginable. Luo Feng thought, to be able to fulfill these two conditions, even an eternal true god would be within reach. His future accomplishments would be limitless. It wouldn't be hard for him to stand at the pinnacle of the entire ancient civilization. Madman. His Majesty the Divine King really thinks that the true god-level machine he created, Wu Qixin, is so amazing. He dares to raise such conditions. Luo Feng shook his head. The ancient civilization was split into many powers, Jin was just one of them. The moment such an absolute genius was discovered, who wouldn't go crazy over him? Luo Feng shook his head and sighed. Didn't you say there were two paths? Luo Feng looked at the golden silhouette. What about the second path? The great godly king knows the first path is too difficult. The golden silhouette said coldly, hence he left the second path. Any lawmaster can apply for a titled mission. When the mission begins, they'll know the details of the mission and complete it. The moment they complete it, they'll be awarded a title. Titled mission? Luo Feng pondered. He understood the mission duration. Every era, there would be an army mission. And in every era, there would only be one mission. To accept another mission, one would have to wait for the next era to begin. What's the death rate of the titled missions? Luo Feng asked. Titled missions, every era will have soldiers applying for them. The golden silhouette said coldly, the eastern, western, southern, and northern armies will all take on the titled missions together. The death rate of the titled missions is about 90%. The remaining 10% can barely survive. Till now, no one has ever completed a titled mission. Luo Feng was shocked. Titled mission endless years, number of completions 0. 90% of the participants perished. 10% of the participants who survived were naturally failures. What's the content? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. Mei River Soldier, you just have to apply for the mission. You'll know when the next mission period ends. The golden silhouette said, Soldier, I'll give you an extra reminder. You've just joined the army, so you have to train yourself. The best you can do is a few reincarnation level missions. After that, it's not too late to take on the titled missions. Luo Feng nodded to indicate he understood. The vast lake was silent. A strange beast was hovering in midair, a pair of wings on its neck flapping from time to time. It was anxiously looking into the distance, waiting bitterly and anxiously. Why isn't he here yet? I've just gone to an armory, it's time to return. Don't ever exchange all the true god corpses for points. Inhe, oh Inhe, my life is in your hands. I have quite a number of treasures on me. I know that you want me to bring out my treasures to trade. I'll trade. Wu He floated in the air and muttered. He was very worried. Suddenly, Wu He's eyes gleamed. In the distance, a silhouette appeared. With just a teleportation, that silhouette swiftly reached the region. Inhe. The wings on Wu He's neck flapped fiercely. With a so, he flew over passionately. Luo Feng glanced at him and smiled. Don't rush, we'll talk when we get down. All right. Wu He replied obediently. Luo Feng rushed down and landed on the island. Wu He followed suit and landed. This island's layout is really good. Wu He looked around and exclaimed, everything is so natural. It looks simple, but upon closer inspection, there's a special charm to it. If I had to arrange it, I wouldn't be able to do it. Only you, Xianxia, can casually arrange it with such charm. Hee, even my father's arrangement isn't as good as yours. This was arranged by the soldiers from before. Luo Feng casually waved his hand. A stone chair in the distance flew over and landed in front of Luo Feng. Luo Feng sat down and said casually, "I'm lazy." Nothing has changed. Wu He was slightly stunned. After which he said, right, Xianxia, you're right. You should focus on training. The external environment isn't important. Strength is the most important. Luo Feng smiled and looked at Wu He. Alright, stop flattering me. One look and I can tell you don't know how to flatter. Wu He was extremely embarrassed. He was the child of the Northern Pure Sea Master. Since young, he had never needed to flatter others. Naturally, he lacked experience. That portion, I'll leave it for you. Luo Feng looked at Wu He. You don't have to worry about that. Wu He let out a sigh of relief. However, whether or not it ends up in your hands will depend on your attitude. Luo Feng said directly, if you have any good treasures, take them out. Wu He was straightforward. Xianxia, take a look. Hua, an armor covered in green scales appeared in the empty space beside. This is the true god armor I brought with me back then. It's even better than the Python River Army's armor. It looked at Luo Feng's expression. Luo Feng's eyelids drooped, as though he didn't care at all. Wu He wasn't surprised at all. He too knew that it wasn't possible to exchange for a true god corpse with just a true god armor. This is the true god level battleship I brought with me when I left Northern Pure Sea to join the army. Wu He took out the real deal. So, an ancient golden battleship landed beside. Luo Feng's gaze slightly glanced at it, before continuing to droop. Wu He saw Luo Feng like that and panicked. He reminded, this battleship is a true god-level battleship. Luo Feng still didn't seem interested. Actually, Luo Feng was quite happy within. As I expected, the child of the Northern Pure Sea Master, to be able to bring along a palace-type treasure to escape from, that's too normal. However, I still have to suppress it a little. Who knows, there might be some good stuff. In terms of military equipment, this battleship's lowest cost is at least 50,000 points. Looks like this deal is worth it. Wu He was there. Seeing Luo Feng not reacting, he too panicked. These are the large amounts of armor and weapons I collected from the Nine Smoke Swamp. They're all inside. Wu He threw out a bracelet from his claw. Luo Feng glanced at it, still not minding. Wu He was really panicking. Xianxia, it's about time, right? Wu He's expression was bitter as he looked at Luo Feng. Only then did Luo Feng take a good look at it. This ugly and malevolent beast, that face covered in scales, was still as fierce as ever. Only its eyes were filled with pity. Not enough. Luo Feng said softly. Wu He looked pitifully at Luo Feng. However, Luo Feng didn't care. He didn't believe that Wu He would only bring so many treasures from such a huge power like the Northern True Ocean. Even if the Northern True Ocean Master was strict, he would only bring so few treasures. Then, he could let Wu He return to Northern Pure Sea to get more treasures. Anyway, there was still a long time until the end of the era. Wu He could make many trips to Northern Pure Sea. Northern Pure Sea was huge. If he didn't take advantage of them, Luo Feng would be letting himself down. Xianxia. Wu He gritted his teeth and stared at Luo Feng. I did indeed bring a treasure when I came out. I can give it to you. However, you have to return this battleship to me. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. To dare say that, it was obvious the treasure Wu He had was even more valuable than the battleship. Take it out and let me see. Luo Feng's eyelids were no longer drooping. They were very bright as he stared unblinkingly at Wu He. Today's first chapter of the third chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Wu He was stared at by Luo Feng. He gritted his teeth and finally took out the most important treasure he had brought with him when he joined the army. Looking at the treasure, Luo Feng immediately revealed a look of glee. After a while, the trade was completed. Xianxia, I won't disturb you any further. Wu He immediately left after obtaining the true god body. All right. Luo Feng nodded and smiled, his attitude was very friendly. Wu He became a beam of light and with a teleportation, he left. Luo Feng couldn't help but shake his head and exclaim, indeed the son of the northern true ocean master, he's not normal. This trade is worth it. This trade, Luo Feng gave up a true god body. And Wu He gave up a true god armor, large amounts of origin law lord weapons and armors and a mechanical treasure. This mechanical treasure was called the Seven Sages Flying Armor. Its other aspects were average, its specialty was survival and escaping, it was extremely good at dodging and changing directions etc. To exchange for it at the armory, one had to pay 120,000 points. Of course, this Seven Swords Flying Armor could only be exchanged for 100,000 military merits when sent to the military base. One could see the dark side of the armory. 100,000 points could be used to compensate for one's mistakes and save one's life. Plus not completing the mission wouldn't give him any points. In truth, Wu He received the true god body from Luo Feng and saved his life for another 10,000 points, that was equivalent to 110,000 points. Actually Wu He was careless, he originally thought that with so many treasures on him, he would be able to complete the disaster level mission. However after the mission began, he was dumbfounded. First was the Battle Royale, he only managed to get a portion of the points. After the Battle Royale, Wu He was very clear. Xianxia and Nine Smoke Swamp would definitely be extremely cautious after the final battle. To slowly kill a few thousand origin law lords in the Nine Smoke Swamp area? That was simply a dream. As for the armor and weapons he got from the captain, Ku Fa and Yu Luo, he was just one person, the other three were a group, the moment he got mixed up, he would definitely be killed. The most important thing was, before completing the mission, there was no way to trade at the armory, and no way to exchange the Seven Sages armor for points. Hence, he could only beg Luo Feng. After the trade with Wu He, Luo Feng had over 30 true god bodies on hand, he wasn't in a rush to exchange for treasures. "In he, I beg you, help me this once. I will never forget this great favor. I'm willing to give you all my treasures in exchange for a true god's corpse. In he. As long as you help me, I'll only listen to your orders. If you want me to kill the captain, I'll do it." In he, Luo Feng's communication card had always been in contact with his team's soldiers, they had never given up on getting a true god corpse from him, and now that he was in the army camp, no one could even think of killing him, they could only lower their heads and trade with him. In short, take out a treasure worth 100,000 military merits in exchange for the corpse of a true god beast. If you don't have a treasure worth 100,000 merit points, I don't care if you live or die. Luo Feng's reply was very direct. This group of soldiers didn't care about his life or death. There was no need for him to care about the lives of these soldiers. Of course, if he could take out a treasure worth 100,000 contribution points, he could consider it. After all, he still had to fight for the human race. Luo Feng was greedy, those soldiers were poor. This group of poor soldiers could not take out a treasure worth 100,000 military merits. Of course, the captain could, but the captain himself had the corpse of a true god. Hence, Luo Feng trained as he waited. After waiting for a whole year, there wasn't a single successful trade. In he, you're too greedy. Damn you, In he. Damn it, not being able to get what they wanted, the group of soldiers were furious, even hating Luo Feng. I don't care if you all die. Luo Feng didn't care at all. Luo Feng completed this army mission for the 3rd year. Only then did he return to the army base, exchanging the 7 flying armor for merit points, the other 33 true god corpses for merit points, and began exchanging for treasures. The main thing was exchanging for a mechanical treasure, the Golden Claw God, spending 400,000 merit points. The remaining military merits were used to exchange for a domain-type supreme treasure, true god level, costing him 30,000 military merits. Golden Claw God. Luo Feng stood on his own island, within the huge stone house's hall. In the empty hall, there was a golden statue standing there. Luo Feng was carefully looking at this golden statue. Golden Claw God? Luo Feng muttered softly, single-body type machinery, similar to the mysterious Wu Qi God, only its power is much smaller. Much smaller was relative to the Wu Qi God. After all, this was a mechanical treasure that cost 400,000 merit points. It was definitely much stronger than the black cloud wings, etc. Defense, attack, speed, they're all strong. Luo Feng nodded, very perfect. Being strong in every aspect meant that it wasn't overpowered, but it had no weaknesses. Deep within, Luo Feng actually had his eyes on the Wuqi god, hence he made a simplified version, the Golden Claw god, and he liked these types of mechanical treasures that had no weaknesses. He didn't have enough merit points before, but after exchanging the 7 flying armor, he had enough. Let's give it a try. Luo Feng's thoughts moved, the golden statue before him flew towards him. While the golden light flowed and instantly covered Luo Feng's entire body. In an instant, Luo Feng became a huge golden monster wearing a mask. This golden monster was humanoid, but his hands and legs were claws. His head was triangular, and he emitted an endless wild and ferocious energy. As the Golden Claw god was on him, it forced the Python River Army's armor to retreat, the two couldn't coexist. Luo Feng felt as though he had changed into a powerful armor. God energy ignition. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Rumble the burning god energy swiftly entered the Golden Claw god armor. The strong energy immediately passed through the engravings within the Golden Claw god, however the result was, he couldn't control it. Obviously the engravings within were too difficult. Luo Feng could only temporarily stop the god energy ignition and carefully study the engravings. With Luo Feng's technique level, after studying for a total of 3 days, he finally understood how to control the entire Golden Claw god. Very quickly, following the large amounts of god energy ignition, following the countless engravings, the energy fused together and finally gathered at a point on the back of the Golden Claw god armor, 2 points on the shoulders and 2 points on the knees. A total of 5 centers. Energy conversion, CSI. The golden resilient energy, after conversion, swiftly spread to every part of the Golden Claw god. The golden energy and the Golden Claw god were incomparably compatible, its power immediately rose. It's indeed different, with just 1 conversion, its power has risen by 2 levels. Luo Feng was overjoyed. My level 9 attack, if unleashed through the Golden Claw god, will it be level 11? Luo Feng truly felt the power of the mechanical treasures. There's such a treasure. I've always stood at the pinnacle of the universe C, with this ancient Golden Claw god, who in the universe C can be my match. Luo Feng was incomparably happy. In terms of battle strength, he was even stronger than the ancestor back then. Of course the reason for this was because the ancestor didn't know the god energy ignition technique, and also because he didn't have any mechanical treasures. He believed that as the powers of the universe C entered the gene world, the entire universe C's battle strength would rise as a whole. However, mechanical treasures were normally only available to special army soldiers, and the amount of merit points required was very high. In a short period of time, it would be very difficult for the powers of the universe C to exchange for mechanical treasures. With the Golden Claw god in his hands, Luo Feng naturally focused on his research, even going so far as to specially wear the Golden Claw god and enter the inheritance space within the tomb boat to train. Training time after time, it made Luo Feng even more emotional. No wonder the ancient civilization's records had so much praise for the mechanical treasures. Other than the pinnacle existences of the ancient civilization, normal warriors that used the mechanical treasures were able to explode with power far beyond their own. Just like himself, just a very well-rounded Golden Claw god was able to raise his power by 2 levels. And this is just a single piece of machinery. Like those groups, with over 10,000 true gods, even over 1 million true gods controlling mechanical treasures. Luo Feng exclaimed. Large-scale wars were like that. Over 1 million true gods controlling one mechanical treasure, they could easily chase after an eternal true god. Time passed. Luo Feng had been in the Gene world for about 5,600 years. Wuhe quietly arrived on Luo Feng's island. In he, you know? The captain and the others are back. Wuhe seemed to be gloating. Ah? Luo Feng was shocked. Half an era had passed. He had almost forgotten about the captain and the other soldiers. How was it? How could it be? Of course it was terrible. Wuhe shook his ugly head and said, more than half of the 3 groups of soldiers died, and even Yu Luo was killed. Kufa however came back alive. Yu Luo died? Luo Feng was shocked. Yu Luo was the leader of that group. It shouldn't have been hard for him to gather enough merit points. Who knows, I heard the battle was intense. Wuha exclaimed, originally, a disaster-level mission shouldn't have resulted in so many deaths. I heard it was because the captain was too vicious, forcing Kufa and Yu Luo to go crazy. Yu Luo died, Kufa luckily survived. However, that captain's rewards were not small. This time, the old soldiers had suffered heavy losses. Luo Feng and Wuha, these two new soldiers, had no sympathy for them. Some of the surviving soldiers hated Luo Feng. Even as they flew past Luo Feng's island, they cursed and scolded him. They only thought Luo Feng's movements were powerful. They weren't afraid of him. If they had seen him kill a true god, they probably wouldn't have dared. It was a pity only the captain saw it personally, and the captain didn't announce it. Of course, some of them hated Luo Feng, some ignored him, the last few even took the initiative to befriend Luo Feng. "'Cause a ruckus. I'm just a passerby. I hope before I leave the Gene world, you guys are still alive." Luo Feng didn't care about this group of soldiers at all. During this peaceful period, he went to the armory to apply for a titled mission. Obtaining a titled mission was dangerous. But at least there was a 10% chance of survival. Luo Feng believed that he was definitely 1 in 1,000 of the elite soldiers. It shouldn't be hard for him to survive. What's more, he had the ability to clone himself. How could he not try this titled mission? Just like that, time flowed. In the blink of an eye, Luo Feng's first era in the Gene world passed just like that. Today's second chapter of the third chapter. Tomato continues writing the third chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The huge humanoid life form was still lying within the universe sea, and the warriors from the various powers that had been peaceful for close to an era had already arrived. So, beams of different colored lights pierced through space and flew into the humanoid life form's mouth and into its body. In the space outside the small universe Gene world, there were many palace treasures floating. They came from the 3 great reincarnation eras and the 2 sacred lands of the universe sea. If the first era was just an army marching forward to explore, then this time would be the first true large-scale entry. Within the resplendent star-like palaces and treasures, within a 9-level pagoda. The Gene world is filled with danger. Everyone follow me in, I'll bring you all directly to the Eastern Army camp. When that time comes, everyone will join the army. Everyone knows the dangers of joining the army, I don't have to say much. After entering the army, everything will depend on yourselves. Yuhai Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings and said. That's natural. Milky Way leader, we'll have to trouble you. The universe lords all spoke. Yuhai Luo Feng nodded. This was the new Yuhai Luo Feng. As the new Yuhai Luo Feng had reached the perfect gene level, his natural god body was as strong as his earth body and the golden horned beast. Luo Feng. Standing beside Yuhai Luo Feng was the primal Chaos City leader. He communicated, this time, all the other races of the Great Alliance are entering, a total of 36 universe lords. They aren't humans after all, you just have to guide them from the start. As for the future, you don't have to worry too much. Protecting yourself is the most important thing. I understand. Luo Feng nodded and smiled. Ah, the color has changed. Yuhai Luo Feng looked at the distant small universe Gene world outside. The outer membrane of the small universe Gene world had already turned white. Obviously the obstructions had dropped to the lowest level and they could enter. We can enter. The color has changed. We can enter the 4th danger zone. Enter the Gene world. The palaces and treasures that were originally floating in the void outside the realm of Gene immediately passed through the membrane and descended upon the realm of Gene. At the same time, streams of light came out of the small cosmos Gene realm. Clearly, they were the first batch of people to enter the small cosmos and were still alive. So. A silver battleship swiftly flew over, it was the tomb boat. Let's head over. Yuhai Luo Feng said. Very quickly, the tomb boat and the star tower approached each other. At the same time, the cabin door of the tomb boat opened. Go over. Yuhai Luo Feng ordered. Immediately, the universe lords of the Great Alliance left the Star Pagoda and entered the tomb boat. Only Yuhai Luo Feng and the Primal Chaos City leader were left in the Star Pagoda. The Primal Chaos City leader immediately realized Yuhai Luo Feng's body was swiftly weakening. Within moments, he was only left with 80%. What is it? The Primal Chaos City master asked. I consumed a lot of energy in the realm of Jin, I need to replenish it. Yuhai Luo Feng smiled. Back when he killed that beast true god, he was after all using the second level of annihilation. Under those circumstances, the consumption was simply shocking. Even though he killed that beast god, Luo Feng's divine body was greatly drained. Luckily he had the golden horned beast to replenish his energy, allowing him to maintain his peak condition. It was very difficult to replenish divine power in the realm of Jin. A great era passed, yet it was only slightly replenished. And at this time, inside the tomb boat was the earth body and the golden horned beast. The distance was close, the god energy could naturally be exchanged and replenished. Haha, now that I've learned the burning god energy technique, and have a set of ultimate treasures, even in the universe C, I can unleash the pinnacle of level 10 strength. Comparable to the ancestor back then. Now, I can trample on you however I want. Look, this is my new supreme treasure battleship. Inside a dazzling golden battleship, Rampage Fiend God was bragging to his old friend, Star Lord Beiqi. You're vicious, you're powerful. Beiqi forcefully resisted listening to Rampage Demon's bragging. Ha ha ha. Rampage Demon was extremely proud. He was a lone traveler. After acquiring a powerful treasure, how could he not flaunt it? Rumble. The battleship flew at high speeds, even knocking away another ball-shaped treasure. Who dares to knock into my god-eyed race palace? That ball-shaped treasure immediately had a powerful warrior raging, communicating and roaring. I'm Rampage, so what? Rampage Demon was however unbridled. Immediately, the god-eyed race calmed down. Back then, Rampage Demon's plan was to acquire more ultimate treasures in the Universe C. However, as the army's information was unearthed, it was transmitted to the various powers of the Universe C. His plan eventually failed, and Rampage Demon took the initiative to flaunt, to let the Universe C know just how strong he was now. Even the god-eyed race, against a lone traveler Rampage Demon, they could only swallow their anger and walk away. Let's go. Within the tomb boat, Luo Feng stood within the palace. Behind him were the 36 universe lords of the Great Alliance. Naturally they all listened to him. So, following the order, the ship immediately flew towards the realm of Jin. A large number of universe lords were gathered inside a pitch-black battleship. There were close to 100 of them. The ancestor has ordered. This time, our Purple Moon sacred land will enter Jin world. Our first goal is to borrow the army to kill the Milky Way leader Luo Feng. As long as the army attacks, their souls will destroy Luo Feng. His many bodies will be destroyed, he won't even have a chance to revive. We will first find out where he is. A two-faced four-armed black armored man roared. The group of universe lords below all listened solemnly. The group of universe lords from the Great Alliance have already set off. Let's follow. Rumble, the black battleship, as the tomb boat flew towards Jin world, it too followed closely. Back in the first era, there were very few who entered, and most of them died. Those who could survive an era in Jin world were very few. Hence many powers only received information about Jin world from the Great Alliance and other places. They themselves didn't have any strong warriors in Jin world, hence they were still wary and worried that the information they received was inaccurate. Hence in this second era, the various powers of the Universe C had a total of over 1,000 universe lords heading out. Comparatively speaking, it wasn't much. Because, especially in the first era, the number of universe lords exceeded 2,000. They were facing their limits. If they knew more about Jin world, just from the first era alone, more than half of them would rush in. And currently, in the entire first era, there were only about 600 that entered. It was believed that in the third era, there would be a new peak. I lost him. The moment the Purple Moon black battleship entered Jin world, it discovered that the tomb boat had swiftly teleported away. Even though I lost him, the location where Luo Feng led the group of universe lords from the Great Alliance was obviously in the East Army's area. Luo Feng could very well have joined the East Army. However, just in case, of our close to 100 universe lords, 20 will go to the North Army, 20 to the South Army, 20 to the West Army and the rest to the East Army. The Purple Moon Black battleship began to depart. After all, 2 universe lords from the Purple Moon Sacred Land had entered before. This era's time was enough for them to get a rough map of Gene World, allowing them to know the locations of the 4 armies. The various powers of the universe sea entered silently, almost like a pail of water being poured into the vast ocean. It didn't cause any commotion at all. East Army Camp, Main River Camp. Een he. A voice resounded from outside. Luo Feng walked out of the stone house and looked up into the sky. There was a ferocious beast Wuha. Een he, the other soldiers are preparing to depart for this era's army mission. Wuha said, and the 9 new recruits from the previous era, they too will be going for the mission. Let's depart too. Wuha was more than happy to team up with Luo Feng. 9 new recruits? Luo Feng was shocked. The soldiers that joined in the recent era after accepting the mission naturally had to wait until the new era to begin their first mission. However, the entire Main River Army was so big, his little team only had 9 soldiers. It was a little too much. Every era of the Main River Army, there will be quite a few soldiers. Because our little team has just gone through a disaster-level mission, and our losses are huge. Hence we mainly replenish our team. Wuha explained. Ah, then let's go. Luo Feng nodded. However, Wuha, I'll tell you beforehand, this time I won't be working with you. Not working together? Wuha was curious. However, he wasn't worried, because after the disaster-level mission, for a very very long time, the army missions would be very easy. I have something to do. Luo Feng didn't say much. Titled mission, he didn't want to talk too much about it. They first headed to the basic inheritance island to meet up. Obviously the captain and the other old soldiers were hostile towards Luo Feng, while the rest were friendly. This made the 9 new recruits curious about Luo Feng. Recruits, let me remind you. Luo Feng arrived at the basic inheritance island, completely ignoring the captain and the others, saying to the 9 new recruits, Kufa is not bad, you can follow her. As for the captain? If you don't want to die, don't follow him. The new recruits were shocked. Een he. The captain's expression was ugly. Did I say something wrong? Luo Feng glanced at him. The entire 6th team, everyone could feel the hostility between Luo Feng and the captain. Actually, back when the captain was greedy for Luo Feng's huge amount of merit points, the two had already been on opposing sides. The captain had personally witnessed Luo Feng's strength, plus the huge amount of merit points he got from the previous mission. Exchanging for a mechanical treasure was easy. After this era, his strength would definitely be much stronger than before. Hence deep within, the captain feared Luo Feng. Go accept the army mission. The captain immediately turned and ordered. Spending close to a day's time, they passed through the army camp and arrived before the evil shrine. Rumble. A beam of light enveloped the entire 6th team. The other soldiers all received simple missions, while Luo Feng received a titled mission. HM? God Emperor Valley? The place where the God Emperor lived back then? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with shock. The location of the titled mission is actually there. Asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Titled mission, Overlord level, location, God Emperor Valley mission details. God Emperor Valley is where the great God Emperor lived back then. It's also where he created the Awakening Crow God. Within the God Emperor Valley, there's a tower called the Awakening Crow Tower. It's 9 levels high. The 9th level is the highest. To date, only the God Emperor has entered the 9th level. The mission's goal is to enter the Awakening Crow Tower and reach the 9th level. Whoever reaches the top will receive a title. Reward, return alive and receive 10,000 points. Success will receive a title. Endless benefits. Punishment, no punishment for failure. Important reminder, this mission is extremely dangerous. The participants are the pinnacle of the 4 armies of the Gene world. All of them have gone through much training and are well prepared. The death rate is over 90%, you have to be careful. The titled mission seemed simple, there was no punishment for failure. However, in truth, the high death rate was the most terrifying punishment. Everyone who accepted the titled mission knew of this death rate. Almost all of them would prepare a palace-type treasure, or even a machine-type treasure. However, so many still died. Don't get careless. If I die, the Golden Claw God, Toon Boat, Blood Shadow Blade, Python River Army Armor, etc. are taken away by the other soldiers. That would be a joke. Luo Feng reminded himself. This mission is extremely simple. As long as you recruits don't mess around, you can easily pass this mission. The captain's voice resounded from beside. The last time was a disaster-level mission. We survived with the captain. You 9 recruits, why aren't you coming over? We're willing to accept you. Why aren't you coming? The captain and his subordinates all shouted. Humph, following you. Even if we don't die this time, we'll die in the future. Kufa said coldly, haven't you guys suffered enough? If it wasn't for me and you Luo teaming up, forcing the captain to not abandon you, do you think you'd survive? The 9 recruits immediately hesitated. I'm willing to stay with Kufa and the rest. Wuha shouted loudly from the side. Luo Feng, who was thinking about the titled mission, turned to look. The other side was obviously like fire and water, the captain and Kufa's group. And Wuha too joined Kufa and the rest, leaving only the 9 hesitating. Recruits, these recruits even looked at Luo Feng. They could feel that the captain and Kufa were afraid of Luo Feng. Stay with Kufa and the rest, at least if Kufa wants to abandon you, she doesn't have the power. Luo Feng said softly. As soon as he said that, some of the hesitant recruits immediately walked towards Kufa's group. After the first recruit joined Kufa's group, the other recruits also walked towards Kufa's group. They also felt that Inhe's words were reasonable. In terms of strength, Kufa was inferior to their captain. Even if Kufa wanted to use such a large group of soldiers, he didn't have the ability. Inhe. Are you going to make an enemy out of the captain? Inhe. Immediately, the soldiers under the captain roared. The captain didn't speak, only his gray eyes under his curved horns stared straight at Luo Feng. Becoming enemies with your captain? Luo Feng glanced at the captain, lightly laughing. Is he worthy? The soldier's eyes widened, and the captain's face turned ugly. Inhe. I don't have time to waste with you. Kufa, Wuha, let's go. Luo Feng smiled and waved to Kufa and Wuha, immediately heading towards the warped wormhole not too far away. Kufa and his group of soldiers were still upset that Luo Feng didn't trade with them back then. However, they were clear, the captain and his group couldn't do anything to Inhe, much less them. What's more, they didn't have any enmity with Inhe. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's go. Let's go. Kufa, Wuha, and the others majestically flew into the wormhole. The captain and his group's expressions were ugly. Captain, we're letting Inhe go just like that? If we let Inhe go like that, he'll still fight with you in the future. Right now, we don't even have 10 soldiers on our side. Kufa and his group have the most. If Inhe causes trouble again, Captain, you won't have any authority in the future. You can't let Inhe go like that. Captain. The old soldiers all looked at the captain. The captain said coldly, ignore him for now. So, the captain led the way into the wormhole. The other old soldiers looked at each other. How could the proud and ruthless captain be so soft on Inhe? Unless the captain was really afraid of Inhe? These old soldiers began to have many thoughts. Simultaneously they all flew into the wormhole. In a region outside the Eastern Army camp, large amounts of wormhole exits were gathered here. Rumble. 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 Batches of soldiers appeared from the wormhole. These soldiers chatted amongst themselves, after which they too rode on their battleships and swiftly left. Not far away from this area, on top of an ancient tree, there was a gray-armored soldier staring at it. There are so many going on missions. The gray-armored soldier communicated, you say, if we keep watching, how long will it take? Right now, the previous era has just ended and the new era has just begun. All the teams are leaving to do their missions. It's the craziest time. If that Luo Feng wants to leave, he'll probably leave at this time too. The primogenitor specially ordered for the 10 of us to guard the area. If we endure these 100 years, we'll be able to go do our missions. Not far away, the soldier leaning against a large tree seemed to be very relaxed, but in fact, he was also staring at that large area. At this time, Purple Moon's Sacred Land Universe, a total of 10 Universe Lords were watching the area. This was the peak time for the soldiers to leave. Luo Feng's chances of appearing were the highest. How could they be careless? Even if they didn't go on missions, they still had to watch. Look, it's the Blood Ochre Army. Watch, that's the Special Army. Luo Feng's highest chance of appearing is the Special Army. Amongst the large amounts of soldiers that appeared, occasionally there would be Special Army soldiers. As time passed, occasionally there would be a small team of Special Army soldiers, occasionally a small team. Finally, rumble, a group of silhouettes flew out from one of the wormholes. It's the Python River Army, also a Special Army. Watch. Purple Moon Sacred Land Universe had 10 Universe Lords guarding the area, a total of 6 of them stared in this direction. The group of silhouettes flew out, all of them dressed in the Python River Army armor. Just from the armor alone, one could tell who they were. The first batch of Universe Lords from Purple Moon Sacred Land entered. At least they were able to find out more about the special armies within the East Army. Inhe, we'll split up here. Inhe, if you're not going on missions with us, where are you going? Wuha and Kufa spoke. I have important matters to attend to. Luo Feng smiled. As it was a normal conversation, whether it was Luo Feng, Wuha, or Kufa, they all spoke normally, without any sneaky transmissions. The 6 Universe Lords of Purple Moon's Sacred Land were all staring. When they saw Luo Feng, they didn't realize that he was the target. Because within this army, Luo Feng's appearance had changed slightly, his skin color had changed slightly too. He looked even more crude, plus he was covered in the Python River armor and helmet, hence they couldn't tell. However, as Luo Feng and the others spoke, even though they were far away and couldn't hear clearly, the 6 Universe Lords only needed to look at their lips to easily determine what they were saying. Inhe? This word immediately moved them. The target looks like a human. It's very likely he's the Milky Way leader Luo Feng. Watch him. Immediately go identify him. Soon, one of the 10 Universe Lords standing guard in the distance immediately came out. It was an ordinary-looking gray-armored soldier who turned into a stream of light and flew towards the wormhole region where a large number of soldiers were gathered. So, as there were many soldiers around, Luo Feng didn't even notice that normal soldier, following him as he flew past. Luo Feng frowned and turned to look. Aura, this was an aura he recognized. There were only so many warriors in the cosmic sea, back then to stop the huge being, there were thousands of Universe Lords gathered. Luo Feng naturally recognized many Universe Lords, the one before was one of them. Sensing his aura, he should be from the Purple Moon Sacred Land. What a coincidence. I actually met one here. Luo Feng was suspicious within, looks like he should have noticed me. Even if he did, so what, here, it's not their turn. Luo Feng didn't put the Purple Moon Sacred Land in his eyes. After all, the rules of Gene World were set by the army. What was the Purple Moon Sacred Land? Time to go. Luo Feng piloted a battleship and swiftly tore through space. That gray armored soldier flew past Luo Feng and immediately confirmed, it's Luo Feng's aura, it's his aura. That Python River soldier was Luo Feng, confirmed, it's Luo Feng. News confirmed. Immediately report to the ancestor. The incredibly excited group of Universe Lords from the Purple Moon Sacred Land immediately reported the news to the Purple Moon ancestor. Cosmic Sea, Purple Moon Sacred Land Universe. Within the palace, a purple silhouette stood there, and below him were 10 Universe Lords kneeling. Confirmed, it's Luo Feng? The purple silhouette gazed below. Yes, it's Luo Feng. His name in Gene World is Inhe. And I personally flew past him and felt his life energy. It's Luo Feng's Earth God body. One of the Universe Lords kneeling below said respectfully. Very good. The Purple Moon ancestor nodded. Since we've confirmed he's from the Python River Army, immediately investigate and find out which team and team he's from. We have to be clear. Yes. The people below all replied. This was easy, the Python River Army had so many soldiers after all. And knowing their names, along with their looks, it was naturally easy to investigate. After investigating, there's no rush to act. The Purple Moon ancestor ordered. The moment it's done, wait patiently for Luo Feng to return to his camp. The moment he does, we'll begin the ambush. If we do it earlier and the Hong Alliance finds out, they'll inform Luo Feng. It won't be good if he escapes. When he returns, he'll fall into the ambush and have nowhere to run. Yes. The 10 soldiers all replied respectfully. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. When Luo Feng headed towards the God King Valley, in the distant primal universe, human territory, primal region. Hua the endless dark ocean rippled constantly. Endless and limitless, after over 8 million years, the size of the endless dark ocean compared to the time of the war between the human and allied armies, was much, much bigger. The endless dark ocean sat in the primal region, causing every warrior that came to the primal region to be shocked and shocked. This is the endless dark ocean. Endless dark ocean? The legendary Great Milky Way leader's body. Rumor has it that during the war, close to 1,000 universe lords from the allied armies couldn't do anything to the Milky Way leader. Just how big is this? Such a huge body, even if it continuously burns its god energy, how long will it take to burn it all out? A ship was flying above the endless dark ocean. Within it Undyings and Sector Lords were all looking out, looking at the endless dark ocean. All of them were extremely excited. In these 8 million years, humanity's position in the primal universe had gotten higher and higher, because the small-scale battles between humanity and the allied armies had always been going on. Large amounts of Sector Lords, Undyings, Knights, they would often fight. Occasionally universe lords would fight amongst themselves. Hence the news of the war had long spread amongst humanity, causing the Sector Lords and Undyings to be filled with confidence and fighting spirit. Also, under the deliberate guidance of humanity, the entire human race's generation after generation of Sector Lords and Undyings all remembered the Primal Chaos City leader and Milky Way leader. Maybe these Sector Lords and Undyings didn't know what the strongest in the universe meant, but they knew one thing: the most important and strongest of humanity were the Primal Chaos City leader and Milky Way leader. The two of them were the pillars of humanity. The great Milky Way leader's body, just how big is it? The endless dark ocean is said to be constantly growing. Back then I received news that its diameter was over 1 trillion kilometers. It's definitely much bigger now. They were all discussing. The Emperor-level Undyings piloting the ship, a skinny man with a head full of golden scales spoke. The great Milky Way leader's endless dark ocean body, its diameter is now over 2 light years. 2 light years. Wow, such a huge body. Back then close to 1,000 universe lords couldn't even deal with the Milky Way leader. Now he's definitely invincible. Invincible. The Sector Lords and Undyings were all shocked and filled with reverence. This universe ship flew above the endless ghost ocean, and the endless ghost ocean was as calm as before. After all, humanity's efforts in nurturing geniuses had greatly increased. Especially with the ancient civilization, many Sector Lords and Undyings were sent to the primal region to be nurtured, or sent to Primal Chaos City to be nurtured. In short, anyone who passed by the endless tranquil sea would be amazed. At this moment, in the central region of the endless tranquil ocean, there was a vacuum region with a diameter of 10 billion kilometers. Not a single drop of seawater from the endless tranquil ocean entered it, and it was like a huge bubble in the center of the endless tranquil ocean. In this vacuum region, there were a large number of items floating in the air. All kinds of metals, minerals, soil, liquids. How big was a region with a diameter of 10 billion kilometers? However, this vacuum region was almost filled to the brim. It could be said that everything that could be found in the primeval universe, from the ordinary planets, stars, neutron stars, black holes, to the mysterious special fruit of life, the immortal tree, and so on. There were even parts of the corpses of the billions of races in the universe, and even parts of the corpses of a large number of special life forms. Dead or alive. From the primeval universe, the cosmic sea, and even the gene realm, billions of metals. Billions of special energy bodies. Billions of liquids. Trillions of plants. All matter. Even all life forms, from the lowest single-cell organisms, to the highest universe lords and true god corpses. Even the drop of god blood forced out of Wu Yi's white wings, was all stored here. Natural ability. Creation. Once again, he unleashed his natural ability. Immediately, the vacuum region within the endless tranquil sea fell into a unique domain. This unique domain could not be obtained through cultivation. It was purely a domain brought about by using the innate talent secret technique of creation. Within this unique domain, everything within the domain would be rapidly dissected, with the intention of dissecting the source of their life. Large amounts of the gene realm's countless metals, plants etc., especially large amounts of true god blood and scales etc., I hope I'll have a huge harvest this time. Luo Feng was filled with anticipation. Before, he was stuck at a bottleneck in his god energy path. The main thing was that there were too few true god life forms that could be dissected. Even though there was a drop of powerful god blood, that drop was too high level, and he couldn't understand it. It was completely silent. The floating drops of blood, scales, and even hair were dissected, the life source structure, everything appeared before Luo Feng's eyes. Complex, comparable to the Sharpness Emperor game, it far surpassed any of the Sharpness Emperor games Luo Feng had studied before. After all, this was the life source structure of a true god. Luckily Luo Feng didn't need to study it completely, all he needed to do was to find out the difference between a true god and a universe lord's life source structure, and then change his own life source structure to upgrade his genes. Haha, so much true god blood, scales, hair, it's really satisfying. Immediately, trillions of thoughts were discovered by Luo Feng, however these trillions of thoughts were all wrong. When the endless tranquil ocean was being dissected, within the gene realm, the golden horned beast that was hiding in the training space, maintaining 10,000 times time acceleration, was experimenting. God energy, dissect. Golden horned Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Hua immediately one of the golden horned beast's claws dissected into large amounts of God energy floating around. Life, reform. The life source structure within the God energy was immediately controlled and modified by Luo Feng, almost like genetic modification. However, Luo Feng's was obviously on a higher level, he had already modified the basic structure to allow himself to break through. The moment he succeeded, he would immediately become a powerful true god. Pung. With an explosion, the God energy once again gathered and returned to its original life source structure. The perfect genes from before were extremely perfect and stable life sources, wanting to break through and surpass them was extremely difficult. God energy reform failed. Try again. After receiving the large amounts of true God blood, scales, and hair from the gene realm, Luo Feng had a large amount of thoughts and ideas. Naturally he had to constantly experiment and explore the mysteries of life. Failure. Failure. Reform failed. Every time he failed, he gained experience. Every path, all led to the same destination. The life source was also one of the evolution sources of the universe, it too contained the ultimate mysteries. This path of God energy development was very beneficial to Luo Feng's creation of techniques and other things. Time passed, the training space had 10,000 times time acceleration, in the blink of an eye, 160 years had passed. I'll definitely succeed. I have a feeling I'm about to succeed, I was so close last time. Life, reform. The entrenched golden horned beast's claws transformed into a vast amount of God energy. The God energy was swiftly changing within itself, the most basic structure within was undergoing a change. When everything stopped. Luo Feng stopped his control, finally stopping. If he failed, then the God energy that was changed would swiftly break down and recover. If it was stable, it meant there was a chance of success. After all, even if it was stable, the new life source structure wouldn't necessarily surpass the limits of perfection, it could even be lower, like 9,800 times life energy. It's stable. Luo Feng was overjoyed. God energy level, Luo Feng carefully felt it. This was a new God energy, strong and extremely sharp, almost as though it was ready to attack at any moment, 16,000 times. Luo Feng immediately made a rough judgment. I've succeeded. Luo Feng was immediately overjoyed, I've broken through the perfect gene bottleneck. If he had been studying the origin law lords and countless other substances, he might have been able to break through, however it was too difficult. And a true god's life source was obviously much higher, giving Luo Feng countless ideas and paths. After being stuck at the bottleneck for over 8 million eras, under the situation where he had enough true god blood, scales, and hair, he broke through in just over 100 years. God body, reform. Golden-horned Luo Feng roared. Rumble, the entire golden-horned beast suddenly broke apart, transforming into a vast amount of God energy, following which large amounts of God energy swiftly condensed and transformed back into a golden-horned beast. This was a golden-horned beast that looked exactly the same, however its energy was obviously much stronger. God body, reform. The body of the Earthling in the tomb boat was also instantly reconstructed. His gene level immediately soared to 16,000 times. His quality had improved, but his god's body had decreased again. The Earthling's god's body was only left with 60% or so. Replenish. The golden-horned beast's god energy swiftly replenished, allowing the Earth-human body to swiftly recover to 100% of his god body. This feeling, it's wonderful. Luo Feng revealed a look of glee. He could feel his god body itching to try. Even the distant god country was restless, because the god body's strength allowed it to hold an even stronger god country. The god country only needed to expand, and it would immediately transform into a small universe. Meaning, as long as Luo Feng was willing, he could immediately transform the god country into a small universe. And his god body would rise by 100 times. Entering the true god level, only, right now his life genetic level was only 16,000 times, it was far from Luo Feng's requirements. Even this level didn't help his strength much. After all, the god body path had 3 levels, reaching 30,000 times was the first level, only then would the body's height increase by 10 times. And right now Luo Feng couldn't even increase his body's height. Haha, I've only just gotten the scales and blood of these true gods, and I've already reached 16,000 times. Luo Feng was filled with confidence. Even though over 100 years had passed in the training space. In truth, only 4 days had passed in the outside world when Luo Feng rowed the tomb boat to the godly King Valley. Luo Feng still needed over a month to reach the distant godly King Valley. 1.5 months later. Luo Feng, who was piloting the silver battleship, saw the vast continent in the center of the endless ocean. The godly King Valley was on that continent. I've arrived. Luo Feng's attention was temporarily diverted from his training, as he was about to begin the incomparably dangerous titled mission. The monthly votes have been bothering me, brothers. I'm begging for monthly votes. Monthly votes are great support, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. On the silver battleship, he looked down at the vast continent. As the silver battleship teleported closer, the continent quickly became clearer. This continent was called the Godly King World. Accurately speaking, the Gene World had 5 main continents. The Eastern Army, Western Army, Northern Army, and Southern Army each controlled a vast continent and part of the ocean. On the vast ocean, there were many scattered islands. Among them, the Godly King World was the biggest island. Plus it was where the Godly King lived. Naturally, its position was special. Even though its area was not as big as the other 4 continents, due to its special position, it was still considered one of the 5. Godly King World. Luo Feng looked down. With a glance. The entire Godly King World continent was filled with mountains and lakes. It was a beautiful sight. Luo Feng was shocked. The countless undulating mountain ranges were like runes of laws. Even the lakes were like nodes. Just looking at the entire God King world, Luo Feng felt countless mysteries surge into his mind. It was just that it was too profound, far exceeding the level of comprehension Luo Feng could comprehend right now. That's right. Luo Feng nodded. According to the information I gathered, the Godly King world is where the Godly King lives. Normally, the living beings of the Gene world don't have the right to enter. I applied for a titled mission to be able to enter in this era. Where the Godly King lives, how can there not be some special formations or techniques to intimidate his subordinates? Luo Feng laughed. Just like the many important places in the primal region, they would twist space and place many dangers. And if the Godly King from the Gene world acted, it would naturally be even more extraordinary. Just as Luo Feng was controlling the tomb boat and flying high in the sky, suddenly a silhouette appeared from the vast continent below. Following closely, the silhouette swiftly flew towards Luo Feng. Godly King World Restricted Area, trespassing is prohibited. Stop. A raging voice resounded. The voice rumbled. Immediately, the space around the tomb boat was isolated from the outside world. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Void true god. Luo Feng was shocked. I am the Eastern Army Python River Army officer Inhe. Luo Feng exited the tomb boat cabin door and said towards the distance, because of a titled mission, I came to the godly king world. Officer Inhe? The void true god looked from afar and carefully inspected. After which, the space around him returned to normal. Follow me, the void real god said. Luo Feng kept the tomb boat and flew over at once. He did not have any other thoughts in front of a void real god. After all, with the abilities of a void real god, no matter how hard he tried, he would still be killed. Hence, it was naturally better to be obedient. As he flew over, Luo Feng was also observing the void real god. The void real god was a warrior of the tribe and it was obvious that he had a humanoid form. He had a dark golden body that seemed to be made of copper, 6 ears, and a pair of eyes that glowed with red light. Even though he was standing in the void, he gave off a domineering aura. Inhe greets Lord. Luo Feng flew closer and bowed. I am one of the guardians of the God King realm. My name is Bait Song. The void real god said directly, if you want to take on the titled mission, follow me. I will bring you to the Divine King Valley. Without my guidance, you won't be able to reach God King Valley. Yes. Luo Feng replied. Whoosh. Whoosh, the godly king realm guard Bait Song led Luo Feng through an ultra-long distance teleportation towards the godly king valley. Lord Bait Song. The more Luo Feng looked down, the more he felt that it was mysterious. I feel that, the continent of the God King realm seems to have rule tattoos everywhere. Could it be that there are dangers everywhere? The guard Bait Song looked at Luo Feng and let out a rare smile. Yes, the continent of the God King realm is indeed filled with danger. After all, the continent is too big. If a large number of overlords and true gods wander around, even if there are many guards, they can't take care of all of them. Then, once they trespass, they will be in danger of dying. Because of this, no one usually dares to enter the God King realm. Luo Feng nodded. The information he received also stated that trespassing was forbidden. Trespassing would result in death. As for the rule tattoos everywhere, the guard Bait Song sighed. Because the entire God King realm is a super mechanical type treasure created by His Majesty the God King. Mechanical type treasure? Luo Feng was shocked. Treasure, a supreme treasure. For the void real god of the world of Jin to call it a mechanical type treasure, it was definitely not something that any treasure in the cosmic sea could compare to. Such a huge mechanical type treasure? Luo Feng was stunned. One had to know that the universe boat's length was only about 100 million light-years. And this continent of the God King realm was after all one of the 5 great continents. Even though it was far from the other 4 continents, the diameter of the God King realm was definitely more than 1 billion light-years. Such a majestic and resplendent continent was actually a mechanical type treasure? Haha, His Majesty the God King is most proficient in mechanical type treasures. The guard Bait Song sighed proudly. This continent of the God King realm was just an experimental product of His Majesty back then. His Majesty still has the real God King realm. That treasure accompanied His Majesty the God King as he roamed the endless worlds. It's invincible. Luo Feng held his breath. He had seen that humanoid creature before. Just the humanoid creature's body was already so huge. Hence, it was normal for it to have such a ridiculous mechanical type treasure. If that huge creature really is His Majesty the God King, then how did His Majesty end up in such a state? Even his world of Jin, the universe lords and true gods of the cosmic sea can enter as they please? And the people of his world of Jin die one after another? Luo Feng felt, the cosmic sea and the world of Jin seemed to be on opposite sides. Also, the cosmic sea had the advantage, the beings of the cosmic sea could enter the world of Jin, but the beings of the world of Jin couldn't. As they chatted, very quickly, they arrived in the air above a beautiful valley. That's the Godly King Valley. Guard Bait Song pointed downwards. Below him was an incomparably beautiful and tranquil valley. Back then, when His Majesty was in the God King world, he often stayed in God King Valley. I've already told the guards of God King Valley about your arrival. Go ahead, the guards of God King Valley will not stop you. Thank you, Lord Baitsong. Luo Feng said. And that 9-level pagoda? The guard Baitsong pointed at the tallest building in the entire godly King Valley. That's the Awakening Tower. Go, I hope, after this titled mission is over, I'll still be able to see you come out alive. After which the guard Baitsong shook his head and immediately teleported away. Luo Feng looked at the 9-level pagoda and thought, come out alive? Not only do I have to come out alive, I also want to see why over the countless years, not a single Origin Law Lord has been able to reach the top. I want to see what can stop me. Luo Feng was extremely proud and confident. How could he lose confidence just because of the danger of the titled mission? If he didn't have confidence, he wouldn't have come here. So, Luo Feng immediately flew over, *********. The godly King Valley was heavily guarded. However, the guards knew Luo Feng's identity and that he was here for the titled mission. Hence, they didn't stop him. They only communicated, entering the godly King Valley, you're not allowed to fly. Hence, Luo Feng walked within the godly King Valley and headed straight for the Awakening Tower. The Awakening Tower was over 1,000 light-years tall. It was the tallest structure in the godly King Valley. Below this majestic structure, there were 6 silhouettes. Soldier, come over. One of the 6 silhouettes, a unicorn beast, roared. This unicorn beast was the only true god around. The other 5 silhouettes were all Origin Law Lords. Luo Feng immediately walked over and swept his gaze, you are this batch's 6th Origin Law Lord. The unicorn beast roared. According to the rules, every 10 soldiers will enter the Awakening Tower together. Right now there are a total of 3 batches entering. You are the 4th batch. Wait for a while and gather 10 soldiers before you enter. Luo Feng nodded to indicate he understood. On this patch of grass, the other 5 soldiers were either standing, sitting, or lying on their stomachs. Those were the strange beast soldiers. Python River Army? You are from the Eastern Army? A soldier walked over. He was a tall, thin, and strange soldier with a black beard. The soldier wore a strange beast pattern on his armor, and the head of a beast was also roaring on his helmet. You are from the Awakening Dragon Army? Luo Feng smiled. The Awakening Dragon Army was one of the special armies of the Eastern Army. I am from the Awakening Dragon Army, Su Zhong. That tall and skinny soldier said immediately. I am from the Python River Army, Yin He. Luo Feng said too. That tall and skinny soldier revealed an expression of closeness. He exclaimed, the other 4 are from other armies. They aren't from our Eastern Army. To be able to meet our Eastern Army here, I'm really happy. Which big team are you from? This is the first time I've seen you. I'm a new recruit. Luo Feng said casually. The moment he said that, the tall and skinny soldier revealed a look of shock. Even the other 4 soldiers nearby were shocked. New recruit? The tall and skinny soldier realized. No wonder I've never seen you before. You should have just joined a few eras ago. There are only so many special armies in our Eastern Army. I recognize most of the most outstanding ones. However, Yin He, since you're doing a titled mission, your power must be extremely strong. I believe your name will soon spread throughout the other special armies. Luo Feng laughed. Entering the Awakening Tower was extremely dangerous. Since they were all from the Eastern Army, if they could form a relationship, it might be of some help during the process. In the blink of an eye, another 6 days had passed. More and more soldiers arrived. 10 soldiers are enough. You are the 4th batch of soldiers that entered the Awakened Crow's building. I'll tell you in advance that more than half of the first 3 batches of soldiers in the Awakened Crow's building have died. I hope I can see you all come out alive. The 10 soldiers were shocked. More than half of the previous 3 batches had died. Luo Feng was shocked too. Those who dared to come here were definitely the elites of the 4 armies. Rumble in the distance, that incomparably huge door that was over 100 light-years tall was slowly opening. That huge door emitted a glaring rainbow light, making it hard for Luo Feng and the others to look straight at it. An endless pressure emanated from the Awakening Tower. Enter. The unicorn beast said. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng and the other 10 soldiers from the 4th Army of the Jin world glanced at each other, after which they all became beams of light and flew towards the huge door. None of them dared to teleport, after all, they all knew the danger of the titled mission. Wuqi Building, 1st level world. In the vast desert world, cold winds blew past, it was extremely cold, the sand grains had frost forming on them. In the distance, there was a huge space door, only to see, so. 10 silhouettes flew in from the space door, all of them surveying their surroundings, before slowly descending and standing in the desert. Wuqi Building 1st level? Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings, it was an endless desert world, there was no end to it, even the space door in the distance had vanished. This Wuqi Building is extremely dangerous. Beside Luo Feng, the tall and skinny soldier Su Zhong communicated, "In he, where do you think the danger is? Is it beneath this endless desert?" No idea. Luo Feng shook his head. 10 soldiers, a total of 6 tribal warriors and 4 beast warriors, all of them were extremely cautious. Of the 10 soldiers, only 2 were from the Eastern Army, Luo Feng and Su Zhong. The 2 of them naturally got closer to each other. If they met with any danger, they would be able to deal with it together. Rumble. In the peaceful desert world, there was suddenly a huge rumble, the energy ripple spread out in all directions, immediately sweeping through the endless region. Luo Feng and the others all felt the ripple, turning to look, they saw in the distant sky above the desert world, a glaring lightning-like pillar of light, twisting and extending downwards. Within a few seconds, that huge green pillar of light had connected the desert and the endless sky. What is that? It seems to contain an extremely strong energy. The soldiers were all extremely curious. At this time, on the surface of the endless green light pillar that connected the desert and the highest point, huge black words suddenly appeared, black as ink. Every word emitted an overflowing killing intent. That killing intent immediately invaded the minds of Luo Feng and the other soldiers. The strong killing intent, even Luo Feng's willpower couldn't help but feel restless, his eyes were slightly red, his heart seemed to be roaring constantly. The black words appeared one by one. This is the pathway that connects the 1st and 2nd level of the Wuqi Building. Those who enter the pathway will be able to enter the 2nd level. You must kill a soldier to enter the tunnel. If you don't kill the other soldiers, you will never be able to leave. Before the next batch of soldiers opens the door again, those who haven't entered the 2nd floor will be annihilated. Those who hide in warship-type treasures to avoid the battle are considered to have failed and will be annihilated. The black words floated in the air, emitting a boundless pressure. Just the killing intent within the words alone was enough to make every soldier unable to hold it in. With such power, if he wanted to destroy these Law Lord soldiers, a simple sweep would be enough. No one could play any pranks within the Awakening Crow Building. Luo Feng and the other 10 soldiers didn't doubt the authenticity of the words at all. So, we have to kill 1 soldier to enter the pathway and enter the 2nd level? Luo Feng was shocked, that means out of 10 soldiers, at least 5 have to die. Luo Feng immediately understood why the horned beast outside said the first 3 batches of soldiers had died. Kill 1? Who should I choose? Luo Feng's gaze swept around. As the 10 soldiers entered together, they weren't too far from each other, all of them looking around cautiously. They were all thinking, which soldier to choose as their opponent. Those who dared to come here were all extraordinary. If they chose someone too strong, they might even lose their lives. While without a sound, the surrounding space froze. This seemed to be something done simultaneously by many different soldiers. Rumble. Accompanied by a violent rumble, one of the soldiers moved, causing the previously oppressive situation to instantly explode. Immediately, boom. Rumble. Rumble. The soldiers all exploded and rushed towards their targets. Howl, an ugly beast with huge scaled wings, roared and rushed towards Luo Feng. Go and die. A burly soldier was holding a malevolent sledgehammer. The sledgehammer was surrounded by endless thunder and lightning. Luo Feng instantly determined that the sledgehammer was a mechanical treasure. Who? A black light swept towards Luo Feng's head. Three soldiers attacked Luo Feng at the same time. There were actually three soldiers that chose him at the same time. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. Looks like admitting he was a recruit outside the Awakening Black Building had indeed drawn some attention. As the saying goes, the strong are bold. It was because he had absolute power over these elite soldiers that Luo Feng dared to say those words. So, Luo Feng retreated explosively. Rumble. Endless snowflakes immediately appeared all around. It was one of the domain true god treasures he exchanged for earlier, pressuring and enveloping the three attacking soldiers. Luo Feng immediately saw the three attacking him, especially the most mysterious one. The three attacking him, the first was the beast, the second was the tall and sturdy soldier, the third was actually from the Eastern Army, Su Zhong. Su Zhong. Luo Feng roared, "You and I are both from the Eastern Army. This is only the first level of the Awakening Black Building and you're already attacking me? You're a recruit. If I don't kill you, who will I kill?" Su Zhong roared coldly. Rumble. Su Zhong's surroundings were surrounded by layers of purple light. The purple light shone and clashed with Luo Feng's endless snowflakes. Obviously, this Su Bell also had a domain-type treasure. Ha ha ha. Luo Feng couldn't stand such a soldier like Su Zhong. He roared and immediately moved, immediately becoming a blurry blade silhouette, easily dodging the tall and sturdy soldier and heading straight for Su Zhong. This simple sway and leap, this caused the expressions of the three soldiers surrounding Luo Feng to change. With this leap, not only did he easily dodge the tall and sturdy soldier, he even left the beast far behind. A weakling might not be able to tell, but they were all elite soldiers. With one look, they could tell how terrifying this Silver River technique was. Not good. Su Zhong roared softly. His entire body immediately glowed with layers of white light. Very quickly his entire body became a white flying beast. This white flying beast flapped its wings and immediately flew in a straight line, fleeing far away. Mechanical treasure Qinbird. Luo Feng's expression changed. Qinbird was a mechanical treasure of the Eastern Army, one that was extremely good at escaping. It might be bad at dodging, but it was extremely fast at accelerating in a straight line. To exchange for it, it would require a total of 600,000 merit points. It was even more valuable than Luo Feng's Golden Claw God, incomparably powerful at escaping. This Su Zhong just saw Luo Feng's simple technique and knew that he had hit a steel plate. In front of this close combat technique, Luo Feng could attack him 10 times, but he would probably only attack Luo Feng once, and he would even be blocked by Luo Feng. So when he saw that the situation wasn't good, he immediately took out the Qinbird and fled. "At least you're fast enough." Luo Feng snorted coldly, turned his head and gave up on Su Zhong. He was clear that with this Qinbird mechanical treasure, killing Su Zhong would be too difficult. In the distance, the Qinbird spread its wings and looked at Luo Feng. "Recruit? This is even stronger than the old soldiers." Su Zhong's expression was ugly. "Is he lying to me? No, I know all the powerful soldiers of the Mang River Army. Unless it's a recruit. I don't know him, he shouldn't be lying, he's a recruit." "A recruit is this powerful? This is troublesome. Even if I avoid the first level, there's still the second and third levels." Su Zhong was filled with regret. How could his eyes be so bad? With just one pick, he picked probably the strongest soldier in his batch. Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Zhong fled quickly. The other two soldiers saw that the situation wasn't good and immediately began to flee one by one. The tall and sturdy soldier wielding the huge thunder hammer flapped his wings and a pair of black wings actually appeared, howling as he flew. That beast soldier, on the other hand, was slowly fleeing. The slowness here was relative to Su Zhong and the tall and sturdy soldier. "Who told you to run so slowly?" Luo Feng roared and immediately rushed forward. Rumble. As Luo Feng broke through the air and chased, his entire body began to transform, directly becoming an incomparably barbaric human-shaped beast. His hands and feet all became huge golden claws. Mechanical treasure, Golden Claw God, burn. His divine power immediately ignited the first level. The burning divine power immediately pierced through the Golden Claw God's core and began to transform. The powerful Golden Claw God emitted an endless amount of energy. No. That ugly scaled-winged beast looked back and was immediately shocked. Because the Golden Claw God's speed was too fast. How can he be so fast? The scaled-winged beast was troubled. Why didn't he exchange his points for a chance to escape? The reason he dared to come here was because he had a mechanical treasure, however it was used to attack. In terms of attack, he wasn't afraid of the other soldiers at all. However, seeing Luo Feng's dodging, he knew that if he continued fighting with Luo Feng, he would definitely lose, hence he fled. However, he couldn't escape. Rumble. The incomparably swift and violent Luo Feng roared as he flew over. High up in the sky. His legs were like two large blades, howling as they slashed. Directly through his legs, he unleashed the light of water and fire blade technique. Even though he only unleashed the first level of annihilation, his technique level was obviously higher than his opponent's. His divine power burning was comparable to his opponent's, and his dodging was even more powerful. No. The scaled beast clashed with Luo Feng and immediately felt the pain. It couldn't escape even if it wanted to. When it attacked Luo Feng, it was easily dodged. Blocking would greatly reduce its power, however when Luo Feng attacked, it couldn't even block. Hua! The fierce golden claws were like blades, immediately grabbing the scaled beast's head and fiercely smashing it into the endless desert. Hua hua! His legs were like blades, brutally slashing at the scaled beast again and again. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng wore the golden claw god, his overall strength rose greatly, completely suppressing the scaled beast. The scaled beast's technique was level 6, as an origin law lord, to be able to create a level 6 technique was already not bad. He also knew a level 1 god energy burning technique, normally he could explode with level 7 strength. The most important thing was its mechanic treasure was a claw, its main strength was its attack, it could explode with 3 levels of attack power, meaning, it could explode with level 10 attack power. However in terms of defense and dodging, it didn't receive any boost, this made it unable to attack Luo Feng, while Luo Feng could easily attack it. And even if it did attack Luo Feng, with Luo Feng's defense and the Golden Claw God's protection, he wouldn't suffer any damage, however the moment the scaled beast was hit, it would immediately lose a large amount of its body. A one-sided battle, this caused the distant soldiers to feel shocked. At their level, this was the absolute limit of power that a Lord of the Laws could unleash. To break through even higher, every little bit was extremely difficult. Hence when they truly clashed, the difference between them wouldn't be that obvious. However that Soldier he's too strong. Soldier He's movement technique is too terrifying. Although his mechanical treasures aren't very strong, they all have auxiliary enhancements. Once you get attacked by him, you'll be trampled on. His claw techniques are extremely powerful too, the Golden Claw God's attack isn't strong, however he relies on his claw techniques to make his attacks so strong. In the distance, the soldiers who were fighting all noticed this. They understood clearly that since the first floor of the Tower of Awakening Crow wanted them to kill each other, and the final objective was to ascend to the top, then in the following floors, they had no choice but to kill each other, or perhaps it was entirely possible that they would take the initiative to kill each other due to some benefits. Naturally, they had to take this chance to see the strength of the other soldiers. The other soldiers however immediately made their decision, Soldier we can't mess with him, stay as far away as we can. If I knew he was this strong, I wouldn't have fought him. The soldier Su Zhong was unwilling, I purposely befriended him, in the following levels of danger, with such a friend to help me, it'll be much better. Hua! Luo Feng's right golden claw slightly curled, slightly bent, especially those 5 claws that were curved like scimitars. That claw, it slashed across the back of the scaled beast, causing it to roll on the ground. Then came the crazy claw. The dazzling golden claw shadows were like surging waves, continuously slashing across the scaled beast's divine body, causing it to continuously weaken. At this moment, the scaled beast had lost a portion of its divine body and was only left with about 20% of its strength. Naturally, it was being ravaged. Spare my life. That scaled beast was anxious, begging for help. Luo Feng didn't care at all. I'm willing to offer up all my treasures. The scaled beast was extremely anxious. He really didn't want to die. After killing you, your treasures will be mine. Luo Feng communicated coldly. Also, since you've chosen to enter the Awakened Crow's building, you have to be prepared to die. Right now, your strength has been greatly reduced. Even if I spared you on the first level, what about the second, third, and fourth levels? You think you can survive? And if I don't kill the other soldiers, I won't be able to enter the second floor. If I can't enter the second floor, I'll be annihilated by Wu Qi Lu. I don't want to die. Even if we leave you alive, you won't be able to kill the other soldiers. So, no matter what, you must die. The scaled beast understood. However, as it felt death approaching, it was unwilling and panicked. Naturally, it wanted to live a little longer. As for the following danger? Naturally, it would take it one step at a time. I still want your life to go to the second level. Luo Feng's voice was cold, without any fluctuations. Earlier, the scaled beast had taken the initiative to attack him. If he was weaker, he would have been killed. No. The scaled beast was furious and unwilling. However, no matter how furious it was, it could only watch as it grew weaker and weaker until it was annihilated. There was nothing else it could do. Because even if it self-destructed, the force of the explosion wouldn't reach level 10. Following the violent attack that was like a stormy sea, the scaled beast was annihilated. There are quite a few treasures left behind. Luo Feng waved his hand and collected the large amounts of treasures left behind in the desert. Amongst them was a black claw. This was also the mechanical treasure the scaled beast had before. Gene World, it has a complete ancient civilization. Especially in mechanical treasures, it's extremely proficient. Luo Feng exclaimed within. Even a universe lord, with his god energy burning techniques and mechanical treasures, can reach level 10. In the universe C, that's the strength of the ancestor. This was actually very normal. Mechanical treasures, at the origin law lord level, already had the power to fight beyond levels. Luo Feng collected the large amounts of treasures. He understood, the reason he killed the scaled beast earlier was because he had the absolute advantage in terms of movement and dodging. And this advantage of his, even against true gods, he had the absolute advantage. This point was already proven in the Nine Smoke Swamp. Killing an elite soldier is more profitable than killing 10 true gods. Luo Feng's gaze swept his surroundings. On the ice-cold desert, the cold wind continued to blow, and in the distant areas, there were battles and killings taking place, though soldiers would occasionally glance over at Luo Feng. They're all quite far away from me. Luo Feng couldn't help but shake his head. He wanted to, if he had the chance, he would kill 1 or 2 more soldiers and get more treasures. After all, his family was huge. Whether it was the entire human race, his own Earth bloodline or even the Luo family, they all needed treasures. However, from the looks of it now, these soldiers obviously treated him as a huge threat. The moment he made a move, they would flee. Forget it, I'll go to the next level. Luo Feng thought. According to the rules, normally only 10% of those who can leave the awakening house alive. Only 50% of those on the first level die. As they kill, the victor gets the treasures too. In the future, when I kill the victor, I'll naturally get more. Luo Feng gazed at the 4 large battles. Without hesitation, he became a beam of light and flew towards the distant huge green pillar. Rumble, when Luo Feng flew towards the green pillar, it didn't stop him at all, allowing him to enter. Rumble. Under the guidance of the green pillar, Luo Feng immediately became a beam of gold light. His speed was incomparably fast and he rushed into the sky, instantly disappearing from the top of the green pillar. He's entered the second level. Phew, this terrifying punk, he's finally entered the second level. That's good. The soldiers all let out a sigh of relief. If Luo Feng was always glaring at them, even if they were to kill each other, they would still feel uneasy. Because they could clearly feel, they weren't on the same level as Luo Feng. We are all the most elite of the special armies of the 4 armies. In theory, those stronger than us shouldn't be much stronger. How can this soldier he be so much stronger than us? Especially his close combat techniques, how can they be so terrifying? Even a true god wouldn't have such terrifying techniques. The moment Luo Feng left, the remaining 8 quickly regained their focus and started fighting. However, they were different from Luo Feng. Luo Feng's killing speed was extremely fast. However, as the gap between them wasn't huge, their killing speed was much slower. Luo Feng only felt space and time warp. A blurry light flashed and he appeared in a new place from the green pillar. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. This was a vast, dark red land. There were cracks all over the dark red land, and there was a scarlet liquid under the cracks. Streams of hot air shot up into the sky from the cracks, and the entire sky was covered in dark clouds. Thick, dark clouds covered most of the sky. 5 soldiers? Luo Feng glanced at the distance. In the distance, there were 5 soldiers scattered. These 5 soldiers were very far from each other. Obviously they were on high alert. The previous batch? Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. The later batch, there are actually soldiers here too. Amongst the 5 soldiers in the distance, one of them looked like a youth. His features were handsome and he was dressed in dark red armor. He smiled as he spoke. The surroundings were dark red land, and he was dressed in dark red armor. His aura was incomparably harmonious with the world around him. What, you've been waiting for the next batch? Luo Feng asked. I've been waiting for the 5 to arrive together. The dark red armored youth smiled. His eyes flashed with a ferocious aura. Wu Qi's building told us that there would be 10 soldiers in a batch. Our batch only has 5 left after the first level. Naturally we'll have to wait for the next batch. Luo Feng nodded. Before him, there were indeed 3 batches that entered. 3 batches meant 30 soldiers. There should be at least 15 that survived. Unless there were special circumstances, there wouldn't be less than 15. Obviously, the first 3 batches did indeed have 15 survivors. This second level of the Wu Qi's building, how will it train us? Luo Feng asked. No idea. We don't know either. A few of the soldiers spoke. You're the first to arrive. Looks like you're the strongest in your batch. My luck is good. Luo Feng said casually. What about the other soldiers in your batch? The dark red armored youth asked Luo Feng. They'll arrive in a while. Luo Feng smiled. They would arrive in a while. However, this while was too long. After about half an hour, only then did the soldiers arrive. The other 4 arrived at about the same time. So, the moment the bell appeared, the chinchilla immediately flapped its wings and dodged far away. After which, it looked around cautiously, its gaze locked onto the distant Luo Feng. These 4 soldiers all stayed far away from Luo Feng. And when the dark red armored youth and the other 4 soldiers saw this, as long as they weren't idiots, they would naturally be able to tell that the other 4 soldiers in the new batch were extremely cautious and fearful of the first soldier that arrived. He actually made so many elite soldiers fear him. We have to be careful of him. The 5 soldiers from the previous batch were all shocked within. At this time, 10 beams of light descended from the sky and immediately enveloped the 10 soldiers. Pitiful. Even the recommendation votes were surpassed. Both the monthly and recommendation votes were second. The monthly votes were only obtained through spending. However, the recommendation votes were given to everyone every day. Please support me ***, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. 10 beams of light filled the skies and were extremely fast. Luo Feng and the others didn't even have time to dodge before they were completely enveloped. This is the second level of the Wu Qi building. You will all be teleported to a small world and be attacked. What you need to do is survive and endure all the attacks in the world. You 2 batches of soldiers, the first batch has rested for a long time and their bodies have recovered quite a bit. The second batch of soldiers quickly recover. The 2 batches of soldiers will be transported one after the other. Those who hide within the battleships will be destroyed. A majestic voice resounded within the minds of Luo Feng and the others. Following closely. The space of the crimson-armored young man and the other 4 soldiers instantly trembled, and the 5 soldiers were instantly teleported to a distant place in this dark red scorching land. At a glance, the 5 soldiers were separated, and each soldier had fallen into a small world that was over 100 million kilometers in size. Hurry and recover. Quickly. Try your best to recover. Luo Feng and the others watched calmly from the side. Su Zhong and the others immediately used their treasures to quickly recover their bodies. Treasures that could recover one's divine body also needed time to take effect. Like before when they had just finished killing in the first level and were immediately teleported here, even if they wanted to stay there, they couldn't do so. Luckily Wuqi Building's plan was perfect. He gave them time to use the treasures within their bodies to gradually recover. The red-armored youth surveyed his surroundings. This was a small world with a diameter of over 100 million kilometer rumble. In the sky appeared a huge ancient engraving picture with a diameter of over 100 million kilometer. Many colorful engravings merged together to form this ancient engraving picture. It obviously enveloped the entire land below. Following which, with a rumble, the ancient engraving picture suddenly shot beams of light downwards. Pung! 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 A series of beams of light shot downwards and pierced through. The crimson-armored young man wielded a silver scimitar. With a clang, he blocked a beam of light that was aimed at him. The impact of the light instantly sent the crimson-armored young man flying backward, tumbling in the air. Because that ancient engraving picture covered the land and skies with countless beams of light. Hence as he flew backwards, there were beams of light that shot at him. Too strong. Any ray of light attack is comparable to the attack of a real god. We have to rely on mechanical treasures. The crimson-armored youth was so frightened that rings began to appear on his legs. The silver patterns wrapped around his legs and quickly spread to his entire body. Immediately, the crimson-armored youth's speed increased, and he blocked the incoming beams of light so that he wouldn't be sent flying. 5 small worlds, 5 soldiers. Every soldier was being ravaged by the small world. It doesn't look too dangerous. It's much better than the first floor. The first floor is fratricide, and at least half of them will die. This level is a battle against a small world. I reckon that many will survive. Luo Feng and the other 4 soldiers watched. Luo Feng didn't make a sound. The other soldiers were quietly discussing, occasionally glancing at Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked at the distant 5 small worlds. Indeed. The 5 small worlds all had ancient mysterious pattern diagrams bombarding the ground below, but the degree of threat they posed was only comparable to that of an ordinary true god. If he used a mechanical type treasure, the 5 soldiers would be able to withstand it. Don't tell me the first level had too many deaths, and the second level is easier? Luo Feng thought. Very quickly, Luo Feng knew he was wrong. Just when the 5 sergeants in the 5 small worlds had relaxed quite a bit, even though it's a little troublesome, it shouldn't be hard to get through. As the 5 soldiers were resisting, suddenly the ground began to tremble. Rumble, the ground of the 5 small worlds were trembling. The ground that was originally covered in large amounts of cracks, especially the burning red liquid beneath the cracks, began to gush out, gushing straight to the surface. This hot liquid caused the 5 soldiers to fly up, not daring to land. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the scarlet, scorching liquid quickly gathered together, constantly converging. After a while, they gathered into a towering crimson giant. Following which the red giant's body began to solidify. From the liquid giant before, it became a dark red stone giant. And the surface of the stone giant's body still had threads of hot liquid flowing about. How the 5 dark red stone giants raised their heads and roared at the same time. Scarlet liquid continued to gush out of the cracks on the ground, connecting the bodies of the dark red stone giants. Rumble, the skies of the 5 small worlds were constantly bombarding downwards. Many beams of light struck the dark red stone giant's body, only causing a portion of the stone giant's body to fall off. However, those that fell quickly became red liquid and condensed back into the giant's body, completely unharmed. Along with the sky-shaking roars, the 5 dark red stone giants simultaneously rushed at the 5 soldiers. These dark red stone giants, either stomping with their huge feet or swinging with their stone fists, just from the first clash, the 5 soldiers were all sent flying. Not good. Too vicious. This time they're in trouble. In the distance, Luo Feng and the other 4 who were resting and recovering their divine bodies were all shocked. With one look, they could tell that the 5 soldiers in their respective worlds were facing a dangerous situation. Just from the first clash, they could tell, the dark red stone giants definitely had the strength of a true god. Even though these stone giants didn't have armor or anything like that, with the endless red liquid replenishing them, plus they could recover even if they were injured, they were definitely undying. If it was just the stone giants, it would be fine. One had to know that the ancient engraving's light covered the skies and land. Before, when they were alone, they could still try their best to dodge. Occasionally, when they couldn't dodge, they would try to block a few times. However, now that they were constantly being attacked by the dark red stone giants, the 5 soldiers couldn't even try their best to dodge the light, causing them to be bombarded at every moment. Bang! 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 They were continuously bombarded by the light. The 5 soldiers were in a sorry state. If they tried their best to dodge the light, they would easily be blasted away by the stone giants. Endless light descended. The stone giants were roaring. The 5 soldiers were in a sorry state, their god energy was being madly consumed. The 5 soldiers who were safe and could watch from the side, their expressions were all serious. The previous batch of 5 soldiers were in a sorry state in the small worlds, with danger lurking everywhere. It wasn't that they were weak, it was just that the small worlds were indeed very dangerous. What do we do? I'm afraid we'll be facing similar dangers. Countless lights descended from the sky, and we still have to deal with the stone giants. How do we fight? If we dodge the lights, we won't be able to block the stone giants. If we block the stone giants, we'll be bombarded by the lights. If this goes on, our god energy will be depleted too quickly, we won't be able to last till the end. The soldiers were all panicking. The other 4 were panicking. Luo Feng was still considered calm, only his expression was serious. Just this bit of danger doesn't mean much to me. However, the light from the ancient engravings and the appearance of the stone giants, after these 2 dangers, will there be a 3rd danger? Or even the 4th danger? The ancient engravings and the stone giants, Luo Feng didn't care about these 2 dangers. He was only afraid of more dangers appearing one by one. No matter how strong Luo Feng was, he would still be crushed. Of the elite soldiers that enter the Awakened Crow building, only 1 out of 10 will survive. Since one can survive, then I can too. Luo Feng nodded, continuing to watch intently. The Awakened Crow building was the tallest structure in the Godly King Valley. Not far from the Awakened Crow building, there was a 3-story silver-gray ancient palace. This palace had a group of true god guards. This was also the highest authority in the Godly King Valley. The 3rd level of the silver-gray palace. In the incomparably vast hall, there were 4 incomparably huge thrones. On the leftmost throne was a huge mass of black fog. The black fog fluctuated, and the entire black fog covered most of the huge throne. One could only faintly see the legs of the throne. The black fog was constantly emitting an evil aura. The other 3 thrones were empty. Not a single silhouette. A light screen appeared in mid-air in the middle of the palace. On it was the scene of the 2nd level of the Awakened Crow building. The 5 soldiers were in 5 different small worlds. They were in a sorry state. Trash, a sigh resounded from within the black mist. Truly trash, this batch of soldiers is still trash. If this goes on, I really don't know when the absolute being that the Godly King is looking for will appear. It was one of the 4 great commanders of the Godly King Valley. Although he was only a void real god, he had been personally conferred the title by His Majesty the King God and became a titled expert. Although it was also a void real god like the Master of the Northern Pure Sea, it could easily annihilate the Master of the Northern Pure Sea. Too weak. Too weak. So weak on the 2nd level of the Awakened Crow building. Generations of elite soldiers have performed better than them, but none of them succeeded. As for them, there is no hope. The spreading black mist sighed. The Gene world was the world of the Godly King, and the Godly King Valley was where the Godly King lived. Actually, there was no danger at all, there was no need to arrange any guards. But it was arranged here, because of the trust the Godly King had in it. The task of guarding here was fake, the real task was to find the absolute being that could reach the 9th level of the Awakened Crow building. It's been too long. The only task His Majesty has given us. We haven't done it yet. If anyone can reach the top of the Awakened Crow building, even if I have to die right now, I will be willing. The old voice in the black mist was filled with guilt towards the godly king. Is the competition in the gene world not enough? Does it have to be even more cruel? The old voice in the black mist murmured. On the light screen in the middle of the palace. The other 5 soldiers were also teleported to their own small worlds. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Within the vast world of the second level of the awakened crow building, the dark red ground emitted waves of heat that rushed into the sky. Even the neutron stars of the cosmic sea would be instantly burnt to nothing if they were here. 5 regions, 5 small worlds. Hell, the 5 dark red rock giants were incomparably tyrannical. They charged and charged about, beating the 5 soldiers into a sorry state. In the distance, Luo Feng and the other 4 soldiers watched quietly. The other 4 soldiers' eyes were filled with worry. The rock giants can't be killed at all. We have to stall for time. The other 4 soldiers were thinking of a way to deal with them. They had just experienced the first level slaughter. They didn't rest as long as the first 5 soldiers. Hence they rested for a while and could see the dangers of the second level earlier. This was also a form of compensation. After the first batch of 5 soldiers fought hard for about half an hour. Bang! 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 Luo Feng and the other 4 soldiers were swiftly transported through the space around them. Luo Feng felt the space around him warp, almost like entering a wormhole. By the time the space around him stabilized, he had already entered a small world. The teleportation only gives us such a short time to rest. However, it also lets us know the danger beforehand. It's still fair. Luo Feng looked up at the sky. A huge ancient engraving appeared in the dark clouds above. The engraving was incomparably resplendent and mysterious. It enveloped this small world, Peng. 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 The ancient engraving was like a huge battleship with countless gun barrels. It madly shot countless beams of light downwards. Every beam of light was comparable to a true god's attack. Luckily, this was only a training test. Hence the beams of light were scattered across the entire region. If they were gathered together, the combined attack of 1 trillion beams of light would be something even an eternal true god wouldn't dare take head-on. One could see, the awakened crow building left behind by the god emperor was extraordinary. Luo Feng looked up at the sky. The stone-like blade on his back, the blood shadow blade, was unsheathed. Dang! The blood shadow blade blocked the attack of a beam of light. Luo Feng couldn't help but retreat 6 steps, leaving 6 footprints on the ground. After a while, I blocked 9 streams of light in a row. They are different colors, but their power is the same. Luo Feng had an accurate judgment within, after which he looked at the ancient engravings in the sky, laughing, after which he gazed down at the land. Rock giant, hurry and appear. Otherwise, I would have to expend a lot of divine power to deal with this ancient pattern diagram. Golden Claw God. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Boom! Luo Feng's body immediately changed. As a mechanical treasure, the Golden Claw God's color could change at will. Luo Feng immediately became a black humanoid monster, burning his god energy to activate the Golden Claw God. Immediately, Luo Feng's speed, defense, resistance, and attack all rose by 2 levels. Luo Feng didn't even want to unleash Annihilation. The moment he did, it would consume too much god energy. In order to deal with this level of crisis, his current strength was more than enough. Rumble, the ground shook. Luo Feng immediately rose into the air and looked down. In the depths of the huge fissures on the ground, the red-hot liquid was constantly gushing out. A large amount of the red-hot liquid quickly gathered and condensed into a huge liquid monster. Following that, the red-hot liquid quickly condensed into a dark red stone giant. And the red liquid from the ground continued to gush out, constantly replenishing the rock giant. How the dark red rock giant roared and rushed straight at Luo Feng. Good. Luo Feng revealed a smile. Stomping fiercely, he left a huge claw mark on the ground. The Golden Claw God Luo Feng rushed straight at the dark red rock giant. In terms of size, the Golden Claw God Luo Feng maintained a height of 100,000 kilometers, this was his strongest form, and the dark red rock giant was close to 200,000 kilometers. The golden claw god Luo Feng could only reach the waist of the rock giant. Rumble. The dark red rock giant roared, following which a mountain-like huge fist appeared before the golden claw god Luo Feng in an instant. Shua, Luo Feng's silhouette became blurry, almost as though he was about to dodge. The dark red rock giant's fist followed closely, chasing after Luo Feng. This fist seemed to cover the skies and land, not letting Luo Feng escape. His Majesty the God Emperor built the awakened crow building. Even a random puppet formed from energy has such exquisite fist techniques. Exclaiming within, the golden claw god Luo Feng was like a huge blade silhouette, instantly changing directions 3 times. Changing directions 3 times, it seemed very little. However, when one's movement reached the pinnacle, it wasn't the more the better, it was just changing directions once to cause the opponent's attack to miss. That was powerful. When Luo Feng was in the 9-smoke swamp, he easily dodged a true god's attack. However, against this dark red rock giant, he had to change directions 3 times before dodging the punch. Hua. While dodging, the golden claw god Luo Feng's claws purposely clashed with the rock giant's arm, causing the rock giant to waver. The golden claw god Luo Feng took the chance to hide beside the rock giant. Rumble. The ancient engravings above rained down countless beams of light, many of them hitting the rock giant, however none of them hit Luo Feng. How the rock giant turned to attack Luo Feng. Once I get close to you, be at ease and be my shield. The golden claw god Luo Feng was like a ghost, every movement was like a straight line, able to change directions multiple times as fast as lightning, causing the dark red rock giant to go round and round. The dark red rock giant roared, either fiercely turning or punching in all directions. Even his fists became red liquid and enveloped Luo Feng. Anyway, he had many methods. However, the golden claw god Luo Feng continued to tangle with the rock titan, circling around it, using it as a shield. None of the beams that descended from above hit the golden claw god Luo Feng. The golden claw god Luo Feng would rather occasionally exchange blows with the rock giant than get hit by the beams. To me, the rock giant is not only not a problem, it's actually a huge help. With it here, it's like a huge shield. Using this shield, I can easily dodge all the beams of light. Luo Feng displayed his terrifying movement, dodging when he could, borrowing strength when he could, only blocking when he couldn't. Luo Feng definitely wouldn't clash head-on with the rock giant, because Luo Feng understood, even if he did, the rock giant's injuries would swiftly heal, it was completely undying, clashing head-on would only consume his god energy faster. And right now, he wasn't using annihilation, dodging was his main focus, even the beams of light that rained down from above had a shield, the rock giant. Luo Feng's god energy consumption was extremely slow. God King Valley, 3rd level of the Silver Grey Palace beside the awakened crow building. Within the palace, the floating screen displayed the battle scenes of the 10 small worlds. The scenes of the 10 soldiers were all very clear. Of the 4 thrones in the palace, the leftmost throne was shrouded in a huge black mist. It suddenly began to tremble. Movement. A voice resounded from within the mist. Hua, originally, there were 10 miniature world scenes on the light screen, but in an instant, the other 9 miniature world scenes instantly shrank, while 1 miniature world scene rapidly expanded, occupying 90% of the entire screen. Within that scene, the one battling the dark red rock giant was Luo Feng. This movement, the Black Mist leader seemed to be completely shocked. As one of the 4 leaders of the God King Valley, it had been selected by the awakened crow building over the generations, it had seen countless elite soldiers. But this was the first person to display such a terrifying movement technique since it was discovered. Even though it was only his movement that was heavenly, it didn't mean his other aspects were heavenly as well. However, to be able to reach such a level of movement, it meant that even if this soldier was weaker in other aspects, he still far surpassed many elite soldiers. Such a soldier, why didn't the 4 generals tell me about him? Such a soldier is definitely the most important seed His Majesty needs. The name list he gave me actually didn't include this soldier. The Black Mist leader let out furious roars. His goal in the God King Valley for countless years was to find the absolute warrior His Majesty needed. Soldier ain't he? Main River Army? Oh, so he just joined the army. No wonder the four generals didn't tell me. He just joined the army and he's already doing a titled mission, looks like he has absolute confidence. Ain't he? Ain't he? The Black Mist leader's voice was filled with joy. You three punks, stop sleeping, come quickly, come quickly. His voice rumbled, piercing through the entire Silver Palace and entering deep into the ground. There, the other three leaders were in deep sleep. The God King Valley leaders didn't have anything else to do, hence the four of them, each had a leader in charge of the God King Valley, and also the entire God King world. Only when there were special matters would they summon the other three. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, three powerful energies rose up, causing the true God guards within the God King Valley to be shocked. On the third floor of the Silver Grey Palace, there were 4 thrones. Aside from the one on the left that was shrouded in black mist, a beautiful woman dressed in silver armor appeared on the second throne from the left. Her eyes seemed to be the source of all light. When she looked at them, it was as if they were bathed in the warmest light, and they could not help but fall into a world of light. Beside her sat a tall and burly blood-red armored commander. This blood-red armored commander wore a helmet on his head, on which there were 9 silver horns that looked like scimitars, emitting an endless domineering aura. On the far right was a pitch-black scaled exotic beast. This scaled exotic beast had 2 faces, and each face only had a single eye. At this moment, one of its eyes was open, but the other eye behind its head was closed. The only eye that was open was pitch black, as though it could devour everything. It emitted an endless and intense aura of slaughter. You three, look at the soldier riding the golden claw god. A voice came from the black mist. This was the second watch of the day. There was still the third watch, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The other 3 commanders, who had just woken up from their long slumber, looked at the floating screen of light. They were also filled with anticipation. After all, when His Majesty the God King left, he had given them an order to find a peerless figure who could ascend to the top of the Awakening Crows building. They had waited far too long. This soldier, he's riding on a golden claw god. Looking at its speed, this soldier probably hasn't used any god energy burning techniques. The 3 leaders made their judgments and inspected Luo Feng on the screen. As for the other 9 soldiers, they just glanced at them and dismissed them. In their long years on duty, they had seen countless elite soldiers. Without a certain standard, they naturally wouldn't be attracted. Watching carefully, time passed second by second. The 3 leaders were all silent. What a profound technique. One of the 4 commanders, the muscular commander dressed in blood-red armor, sighed in amazement. So many exquisite movements. Truly, he's just a master of the laws, and yet he was able to create a movement technique on this level. And he's so skilled at it. He's just toying with the rock giant. What he didn't know was that Luo Feng, in order to train his movements, had fought against many strong warriors in the training space, even the 3rd-generation ancestor, who had the same level of divine energy foundation, many times. After being tempered under that kind of pressure, it was naturally very easy to fight against the stupid rock giants. Even the eternal true gods of the Gene world didn't have the right to have the 3rd-generation ancestor as their sparring partner. Even for me, I'm a little touched. The tall and sturdy leader exclaimed. You're an eternal true god. Even an eternal true god like you is touched? The other 3 leaders said. Back then, when His Majesty the Divine King left, the 4 great commanders were all void real gods who had been conferred titles. And after so many years, one of them broke through to become an eternal true god. However, according to the godly king's orders, the 4 leaders had their duties and couldn't leave the Gene world. Just like the 4 generals, even though they were eternal true gods, they too couldn't leave the Gene world. After the godly king left, a few eternal true gods were born. They left the Gene world one by one and never returned. The 4 leaders were all impressed by Luo Feng's technique. If a void true god used it, they wouldn't care at all. But this was a law master. The comprehension foundation of a master of laws and a void real god was as different as heaven and earth. They had never seen a master of laws being able to achieve such a feat. At the very least, he is the one with the strongest movement technique we have ever seen since we started guarding the Valley of the God Kings. His movement technique is the strongest. The others aren't that bad either. The 4 commanders spoke one after another. The burly commander said expectantly, "Perhaps, he has hope of ascending the Tower of Awakening Crow." Immediately, the other 3 commanders quietened down. The entire hall was enveloped in an atmosphere of impending storm. All of them stared at the screen, watching. Fulfilling His Majesty the Divine King's expectations was more important than making a breakthrough to become an eternal real god or even their lives. On the 2nd floor of the Wu Chi Tower, on the vast dark red land, within the 10 small worlds. The first 5 sergeants looked helter-skelter as they had consumed a lot of energy. Although the last 5 soldiers were also in a sorry state, they had been fighting for a short time, so they were in a much better state. Especially Luo Feng, he was the most relaxed. From the time he was transported to the small world till now, his god body hadn't been exhausted at all. After all, he hadn't even unleashed the first level of annihilation. He was completely relying on the Golden Claw God to raise his strength by 2 levels, which was enough for him to battle with a true god. The first 5 sergeants have consumed a lot of energy. Even though they are all still alive, if this goes on, it won't be long before they start falling. The Golden Claw God Luo Feng swept his gaze across the distant 9 small worlds. Probably only he, in such a tense situation, dared to pay attention to his surroundings. Ao! 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 5 furious howls suddenly resounded. It was the world of the first 5 sergeants. The 5 dark red stone giants were all howling. Their howls were mournful and crazy. The howls were completely different from the stone giants' howls from before. Not only were the sounds peculiar, they even had soul attacks. Even the sergeants from the other small worlds felt their hearts tremble. Luo Feng and the other 5 couldn't help but look into the distance. Following the howls, the first 5 sergeants were filled with fear and unease, feeling danger approaching. Hua! 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 Out of the blue, not far from the crevices in the ground around the stone giants, a huge stone hand suddenly surged out. That stone hand was surrounded by a boiling hot liquid. A total of 4 huge stone hands, every one of them was over 1,000,000 km wide, and the ones that extended out had thick long arms. Without any warning, they suddenly appeared and grabbed at the elite sergeants. Ah! Amongst the first 5 sergeants, an elite sergeant with a tattoo on his face tried to dodge, however half of his body was grabbed by the stone hand gripped the soldier tightly. The ancient engravings in mid-air suddenly began to descend. As it descended, the ancient engravings poured down with large amounts of light, giving the sergeants even less time to dodge. Hell, the dark red stone giant roared too, punching the sergeants. Pung, that sergeant was in incomparable pain. Pung! 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 The stone hand grabbed and the stone giant madly smashed, draining the sergeant's god energy. Open, open, open. That sergeant struggled with great difficulty, even using his god energy to control his hammer. Finally, before the stone giant punched again, he managed to create a gap in the stone hand, allowing him to escape. However, just from being grabbed for a short while, his god body had already suffered great damage. Hua! Within the crevices in the ground, without any warning, a huge stone hand would appear. In an instant, the first 5 sergeants were all on the verge of collapse. If before they were just in a sorry state, then now they were truly in a life and death crisis. One-sided, under the stone hand, dark red stone giant and the ancient engravings constantly descending, their reaction time decreased. Under the 3 heavy attacks, the 5 elite sergeants with mechanical treasures were all on the verge of collapse. Not good. We're in big trouble. The first 5 of them met at first. It won't be long before we too meet this danger. The other 4 soldiers in Luo Feng's group were all panicking. The Golden Claw God Luo Feng pondered. Obviously, at the same time, there are only 4 stone hands appearing, and they're all around the dark red stone giant. And the engravings above are descending too. Luo Feng realized the situation was very dangerous. The 4 stone hands themselves weren't much of a threat, however the moment they were grabbed and bound, they would be ravaged by the stone giant. Fortunately, there were only 4 of them. What do I do? Without any warning. The 4 stone hands appeared without any warning. They all appeared so suddenly. How do I deal with them? Luo Feng was anxious. If the ancient engravings hadn't descended, then he could have flown higher, allowing the stone hands to emerge from the ground, giving him enough time to react and dodge. However, the ancient engravings in the sky were descending, the distance was shrinking, the time to dodge the light was getting shorter and shorter. To fly higher again, that was even more taxing. Hopeless situation. Luo Feng shook his head. There will definitely be sergeants falling. It was indeed hopeless. As the ancient engravings continued to descend, the situation of the 5 sergeants ahead was getting more and more difficult. Countless lights covered the sky and land, madly rushing downwards. The engravings continued to descend, causing the lights to last longer and shorter, causing the sergeants to be hit more and more. Every one of these lights was comparable to a true god's attack. Huge hands. Stone giant. Engravings. The space was constantly being squeezed. Dodging the stone hands was getting harder and harder. The 5 sergeants ahead were burning their god energy, howling, using all their strength to unleash their techniques that they were proud of. Either attack or flee, thinking of all sorts of ways to make themselves last longer. No, no, no. A flying 12-winged exotic beast was directly grabbed by a stone hand that suddenly emerged. Immediately after, the dark red stone giant followed up and smashed the 12-winged exotic beast with its 2 big fists again and again. Accompanied by a wail, the 12-winged exotic beast directly dissipated and turned into nothingness, leaving only some armor and treasures behind. The dark red stone giant immediately raised his head and roared, extremely excited. Following closely, Hua, the stone giant, the stone hand, everything became a red liquid, flowing into the crevice in the ground. Even the armor of the beast soldier that had fallen earlier was swept into the crevice. And that small world too immediately dissipated. The entire second level, only 9 small worlds were left. The other 4 soldiers from the first batch were struggling in pain. It's still not over? The second level's training should be over by now. My strength has dropped by more than half. If it doesn't end soon, I won't be able to hold on. The other 4 sergeants were extremely anxious. To the overlords, losing a part of their god body, their strength would drop drastically. Hence during battle, at the start of their peak, their god energy consumption was the slowest. However, towards the end, the weaker they got, the faster their god energy consumption. The more they used, the weaker they got, entering a vicious cycle. Hence, they were all anxious. Luo Feng's group of 5 soldiers were also feeling uneasy. We have to conserve our god energy. Otherwise we won't survive past the second level. Just as they were feeling uneasy, that familiar voice, Ao. 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 5 mad and shrill sounds resounded. These sounds pierced straight into their souls, causing the sergeants to tremble. How can they be so fast? We started much later than them. Luo Feng and the other 4 soldiers in his group were getting anxious. They were sent to the small world half an hour later than the previous batch. However, the nightmare descended. They were only 10 minutes later than the previous batch. Rumble. Luo Feng soared into the sky, simultaneously looking up. The ancient engravings were rumbling and descending. The dark red stone giant too flew up. He was naturally following Luo Feng, wanting to kill him. Hua. 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 Hua, for large stone hands, just the palm width alone was over 1,000,000 km, the arms were even longer, directly extending and grabbing at Luo Feng. However, Luo Feng had flown high into the sky earlier, with a buffer. With his movement, he could easily dodge the hands. In the ancient hall, the 4 commanders of the Divine King Valley, 1 eternal real god and 3 void real gods, who had been conferred titles, were watching the light screen with great anticipation. They were watching Luo Feng's performance in the second level of the Wuqi building. 3 chapters completed. Preview. Tomorrow, 5 chapters. Seeking monthly votes. Recommendation votes to motivate. **** to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. On the screen, the golden claw god Luo Feng was able to dodge the stone hand in midair. He was still able to toy with the dark red stone giant. Even at the start, he was able to prevent the countless beams of light from touching him. However, as the ancient engravings continued to descend, the distance was getting shorter. This made it harder for Luo Feng. Occasionally he would be touched. Annihilation, God Energy Ignition First Level. Luo Feng finally couldn't take it anymore. Haha, this soldier he has finally unleashed his God Energy Ignition technique. He's really patient, waiting until now before unleashing it. As a special army soldier, one of the basic inheritances has a level 1 God Energy Ignition technique. He should know it. The 4 leaders looked at the screen and laughed. The moment he unleashed his God energy, Luo Feng's attack, defense, speed and dodging etc. immediately rose by a level. He was struggling before, but in an instant, he became relaxed. In mid-air, simultaneously dealing with the stone hands, dark red stone giant and countless beams of light. Effortlessly, after a few more minutes, the ancient engravings descended lower and lower, even forcing Luo Feng to fly, forcing him to descend. He couldn't stick to the ancient engravings. The moment he did, he wouldn't be able to dodge the beams of light. This soldier the second level doesn't pose a threat to him. Even though the second level's final moments will make him suffer, his god body hasn't been consumed at all, it doesn't affect him at all. The leaders said so. Second level of the awakened Wu building, within the 9 little worlds. It's still not over? The dark red armored youth was fleeing. The ancient engravings had already descended to a mere 1 million kilometers from the ground. Such a low altitude made it impossible to fly too high. The moment the stone hands emerged from the cracks in the ground, they could easily envelop the armored youth. Pung pung pung. At such a close distance, the beams of light bombarded him. The armored youth didn't care at all, because at this point, there was no way to dodge. He focused on what was below. Hua! The moment the stone hands appeared, the armored youth immediately dodged. No. The armored youth tried his best to evade, but he discovered that his speed was not fast enough. The 1 million kilometer wide palm had only partially emerged from the cracks on the ground before grabbing him. I've lost too much of my divine body, and my strength has dropped too much. Even if I use all my strength to dodge, I won't be able to. The armored youth's heart was filled with sorrow. At the same time, he tried his best to control his weapon to attack the stone hand from the inside. Roar! The dark red stone giant instantly charged forward, slapping the armored youth repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, he was slapped more than 20 times. Whoosh! Xiaochen finally managed to escape from the giant stone hand. He flew away, but there were streaks of light coming at him from the sky. I can't take it anymore. The armored youth felt his divine body weakening faster and faster. Pung! A huge rock hand had just emerged from the crack in the ground. Before it could grab the armored youth was bombarded and annihilated by the stream of light. Only some battle armor, mechanical treasures, and other things fell to the ground. Another soldier had fallen, about half a minute after the armored youth fell. Boom! 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 The small worlds of the 3 surviving soldiers instantly dissipated. The stone giant also turned into a crimson liquid and flowed into the crack in the ground. Everything dissipated. The 3 surviving soldiers were extremely astonished. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. I've lost all hope. It's over. Haha. It's finally over. Just a moment more and I'll be finished. It's over. The 3 surviving soldiers cried and laughed at the same time. They had truly endured all kinds of torture. They had endured with great difficulty. In the end, the strongest of the 3 was not even 1/10 of their original strength. The weakest was not even 1,000th of their original strength. Just a moment more, and they would have fallen. They survived with great difficulty. These 3 soldiers quickly recovered from their joy and excitement. What should we do? Our divine body is so weak, so weak. This is only the 2nd floor of the Wuqi building. There's still the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floor. How can we survive? Right, our strength is already so weak. The 3 soldiers were extremely worried. We are weak, the other soldiers are too. That'll be fair, who knows, the Wuqi building might even provide treasures to help us recover. What do you mean the other soldiers are weak? Look, that Python River soldier is still able to suppress the dark red stone giant. As one soldier pointed into the distance, the other 2 looked too. Indeed, within Luo Feng's group of 5 soldiers, there were only a few. Especially Luo Feng. Up until now, his strength was at its peak. Especially after he ignited the first level of his god energy, he could even suppress the dark red stone giant. He often used the dark red stone giant as a shield. Not only did he use it to block the light, he even used it to block the stone hands. He's actually this strong. The 3 surviving soldiers sighed. Suddenly, hua, 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 3 beams of light suddenly descended and enveloped the 3 surviving soldiers. In an instant, the 3 soldiers disappeared. They went to the 3rd floor of the Wuqi building. Luo Feng scanned the area. 2 of the 5 from before died, the other 3's powers have all fallen to an extremely low level. I think our batch is about the same. As the ancient engravings continued to descend, Luo Feng and his batch were met with worse and worse situations. Finally, some soldiers fell. After a while, it ended. Luo Feng and his batch too had 3 surviving soldiers. We survived. Haha, we survived. The other 2 soldiers were overjoyed. However, when they saw Luo Feng, they instinctively dodged far away. Luo Feng glanced and his gaze landed on the tall and skinny Su Zhong. He laughed softly, "Your luck is not bad, you're still alive." Su Zhong was filled with fear and regret. He understood that this terrifying soldier he was holding a grudge. Hua! 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 3 beams of light descended and enveloped Luo Feng and the other 2. They immediately vanished. The 3rd floor of the Wuqi building was a vast grassland. As Luo Feng and the other 2 appeared. The 4th batch is here. The 4th batch is the same as the 3rd, they both survived. Many voices resounded. The moment Luo Feng appeared, he scanned his surroundings. In the distance, there were many silhouettes. Some were soldiers, some were beasts, there were quite a lot of them. With a glance, in the vast grassland, including himself, there were a total of 11 soldiers. 11 soldiers? Luo Feng thought, the 3rd batch and our 4th batch have 6 survivors. Looks like the other 5 are from the 1st and 2nd batches. The 3rd floor of the Wuqi building actually allowed all the soldiers to gather? Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng carefully observed the surrounding soldiers. Immediately, the 3rd and 4th batches of survivors were so scared that their faces changed. They all teleported far away to avoid the attack, and then sealed the surrounding area with spatial fluctuations. The 1st and 2nd batches of survivors were all shocked. They weren't idiots. They could all tell that with just one glance from the May River soldier, the 3rd and 4th batches of survivors were scared to the point of hiding far away. Obviously their strengths weren't on the same level. We'll hide far away too. The 3rd and 4th batches are all the same. This May River soldier is definitely terrifying. Even though the 1st and 2nd batches of survivors didn't know how terrifying Luo Feng was, they were cautious and all teleported far away, sealing the space around them. This scene made Luo Feng shake his head and laugh. Time passed, day after day passed. On the 6th day, another batch of soldiers arrived. There were a total of 2 survivors. After a while, the 6th batch arrived too. There were a total of 3 survivors. In the blink of an eye, close to 2 months had passed. A total of 38 soldiers had already gathered on the grassy plains on the 3rd floor of the Awakening Crow Tower. Some of the new soldiers knew some of the soldiers from the previous 4 batches and knew how terrifying the Python River Army soldiers were. Many of them similarly stayed far away. However, they were still confident and didn't hide. A single tribal warrior has already scared you all this much. A huge plant life form was blooming, its entire body was covered in bright flowers. The largest flower had eyes and a mouth, it said with disdain, "Before I joined the army, I've killed over 10,000 tribal warriors." Saying that, the plant life form looked at Luo Feng with a taunting gaze. Your god body is close to 100 million km tall. With such a huge body, we're not afraid. The distant soldiers said. The surrounding taunts and fear. Luo Feng ignored them all. He just stood there. Finally, as 2 more soldiers arrived, the grassland world on the 3rd floor of the Wuqi Tower finally showed signs of activity. Rumble in the air above the grassland, a huge ripple like whirlpool suddenly appeared. The surviving 40 soldiers all looked up into the sky. Weng's space rippled like a ripple. Luo Feng and the 40 soldiers, no matter where they were immediately teleported below the huge whirlpool. Hua! 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 The whirlpool in the air suddenly released beams of light. It directly surrounded a large area of the grassland with a diameter of about 1 billion kilometers, completely isolating this large area from the outside world. The whirlpool above too reached 1 billion kilometers in diameter. Hua! In the middle of the whirlpool in the air, a huge eye suddenly appeared. This huge eye gazed downwards, causing everyone below including Luo Feng to feel their souls freeze. Awaken building. An old voice resounded within every soldier's mind. The first 3 levels are filled with life and death danger. As long as you survive the first 3 levels, there will be no more danger. From the 4th level onwards, there will be many inheritances, rewards etc. The higher you go, the greater the rewards. The old voice said, of course, you have to survive the 3rd level. The first chapter of the 5th. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The huge god eye in midair gazed down at the 40 soldiers below. The ancient voice continued to resound within their minds, you 40 soldiers, according to the strength you displayed in the first 2 levels, in this 3rd level, only 15 of you will survive. The 15 that survive will be able to enter the 4th level and gain many benefits. Before you make it through the 3rd level, you are forbidden from entering the battleships, otherwise, you will fail and die. The ancient voice's words shocked Luo Feng. There were actually only 15 people left? Immediately the 40 soldiers were worried within. To be able to make it to the 3rd level, they were all extraordinary, yet another half had to die. Other than a few like Luo Feng, the others didn't even dare say they would survive. Rumble! Rumble! Suddenly 2 explosions rang out. Huge branches and leaves spread out. The long branches and leaves glowed with dazzling golden light. They continuously whipped a tribal soldier, causing that poor soldier, who had less than 1% of his strength, to be whipped into nothingness. What? It killed the soldier. The other survivors looked over in shock. Luo Feng too looked over. The one that attacked was the plant life soldier. One of its flowers let out a laugh. Wu Qilu said only 15 can survive, however he didn't forbid us from killing. Killing 1 more means 1 less opponent. Haha, die. One had to know that after going through the 2nd level's little world torture, most of the soldiers were still heavily injured. The weakest had less than 1/1000 of their peak strength. Flee. Careful. Go. The soldiers who thought they were heavily injured all began to flee in all directions, trying their best to maintain their distance from the stronger soldiers. However, the god eye in mid-air had a 1 billion kilometers area of light. There was no way to escape. No matter how they fled, they had to stay within this area, within the god eye area. It was a mess. Luo Feng stood there, ignoring his surroundings. Not a single soldier dared to deal with him. Even the most arrogant plant life soldier didn't deal with Luo Feng. Rumble! The huge god eye in mid-air suddenly lit up. Beams of gold light emanated downwards. Ah! This is, some of the soldiers who were still fighting suddenly felt their souls, life imprints, being attacked. Many of them temporarily stopped fighting and carefully resisted. No one knew how dangerous the 3rd floor was. If it was a terrifying danger, then they would be courting death if they were to split their attention to fight. In just a short period of time, 3 of the 40 soldiers had fallen. They had all been heavily injured on the 2nd floor and had just been trampled to death. Even their mechanical treasures, armors, and weapons had been taken away. Luckily the Milky Way didn't move. Su Zhong glanced at Luo Feng from afar and looked up at the god eye in the sky. The soldiers all looked up at the god's eye. The divine eyes released endless golden light that enveloped the area below. The powerful willpower was something that all of the soldiers could endure. What exactly are the dangers of the 3rd level? Just this divine eye? In the beginning, the 2nd floor only had mystical patterns. Later on, stone giants appeared and so on. Who knows, there might be some strange dangers on the 3rd floor. The soldiers all felt uneasy, to the extent where some of them even flew into the air. not daring to get close to the ground in case something suddenly popped up. Endless golden light shone down on the grass plains and every single soldier. Its power was gradually rising. The willpower attack is getting stronger. Don't tell me this third floor is a test of willpower? The soldiers all resisted, no one was willing to give up so easily. After all, they all knew that the third floor was the last floor with the danger of death. The fourth floor onwards had many rewards, who wouldn't risk it? Luo Feng withstood the willpower attack and exclaimed to himself. No wonder the heavily injured soldiers didn't receive any treatment. It was a test of willpower. Even with the loss of the divine body, the impact on his battle strength was huge. However, the impact on his willpower was small. The willpower attack is slowly increasing. Luo Feng turned to look at the distant chinchilla form Su Zhong. This bit of willpower attack has no effect on me at all. While the willpower attack is still weak, I'll first kill him. So, Luo Feng's speed immediately rose and he flew towards the distant Su Zhong. Su Zhong was withstanding the willpower attack, simultaneously carefully observing his surroundings. Even though he had the chinchilla's ability to flee, back in the second floor, his chinchilla's ability to fight and kill was much weaker. Hence, he was heavily injured in the second floor. Even after entering the second floor and waiting for some time to recover, he only recovered about 50% of his divine body. His strength was only left with 10% of his original strength. Of course he had to be careful. Su Zhong immediately noticed a beam of light flying towards him from the distance. Ain't he? Su Zhong was shocked. He was afraid of this ain't he. So, Su Zhong became a huge white bird and flew at high speed. Simultaneously, he communicated, ain't he, we're both from the Eastern Army, why chase after me? If I don't kill you, who will I kill? Luo Feng communicated coldly. Su Zhong immediately felt bitter within. Back in the first floor, he had suddenly attacked Luo Feng. Back then, he had told Luo Feng that he was a new recruit, if I don't kill you, who will I kill? Now the situation had suddenly reversed. Ain't he, as long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to give you a mechanical treasure as compensation. Su Zhong communicated anxiously. Luo Feng's reply was a cold snort. Entering this Wuqi building, Luo Feng was actually too lazy to start a massacre. It was just that Su Zhong was the type he hated the most, intentionally befriending and treating him like a brother, only to suddenly kill him from behind. Just like back when Luo Feng was still a small fry, he was ambushed and killed by his companion Mo Luo in Demon Note Mountain. Since then, Luo Feng hated this type of person to the extreme. Su Zhong, naturally he had to kill him. Luo Feng chased, Su Zhong fled. Su Zhong became a huge white bird. Even though he only had 10% of his original strength, his flying speed was still faster than Luo Feng's. Ignite. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Unleashing the first scroll of annihilation, the golden claw god Luo Feng's speed immediately soared. One had to know that Luo Feng had the Wu killer wings. His flying speed was already his forte. Even though he didn't bring it in the gene world, he had carefully studied it during the 8 million eras. He had also studied the Wu killer wings and many other techniques. And the flowing gold technique had the ability to increase his speed. Hua. Luo Feng's speed continued to rise explosively. Ain't he. Su Zhong looked back and panicked. Tell me, what will it take for you to let me go? If you die, naturally I'll let you go. Luo Feng communicated coldly. The two of them, one in front and one behind, their speed was terrifying. Even the light domain of this god didn't cover more than 1 billion kilometers. With their current speed, they didn't even need 1 second to traverse the entire domain. Hence Su Zhong had been flying in an arc, twisting and turning with all his might. Luo Feng chased for half a minute and still couldn't catch up. Maybe it was because he was facing death, Su Zhong was giving it his all. Or maybe it was because the Chinbird was really good at flying. If I unleash the second level of annihilation, I can instantly catch you. Luo Feng shook his head. In the 9 Smoke Swamp, he dared unleash the second level because it wasn't within the army's control. But in Wuqi Tower, it was clear that all his actions were being monitored. Naturally, he did not dare to execute the second level of annihilation. Let's see how long you can last. Luo Feng continued to chase. Su Zhong didn't dare relax at all. Su Zhong was incomparably bitter, angry, and regretful. Time continued to pass. The god eye in mid-air emitted a golden light, and the willpower within was constantly getting stronger and stronger. From the start, everyone could easily withstand it. But now, some of the soldiers were finding it hard to withstand it. This willpower attack has already reached the limit of an overlord. Some of the soldiers were in extreme pain. Even though they were elites, in terms of willpower, most of them had broken through the bottleneck and reached the true god level. There were still a few that were weaker. Kill. Kill. While withstanding the willpower attack, the soldiers were still fighting and killing. Especially those that felt their willpower wasn't strong enough, they were fighting with all their might. Killing one means one less opponent. As long as there are 15 left, it'll be over. Kill. The sky and land were dark. The 30 soldiers all became beams of light and flew at high speeds, occasionally crossing each other. In such a desperate battle, they still had to defend against the willpower attack. If they weren't careful and got distracted, they could easily get hit. A few of the weaker soldiers who were slow in escaping began to fall. Their numbers began to decrease. As the willpower attack from the god eye in mid-air grew stronger, the soldiers were terrified. Before, they were fighting and killing each other, the willpower attack was only a small threat. However, at this time, the willpower attack began to slowly exceed the limits of the soldiers. No. No. As the willpower attack exceeded the limits of an overlord. Rumble. 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 There were a total of 9 soldiers who were flying, dodging, and fighting at high speed. Their bodies trembled, and they instantly fell into a state of unconsciousness. It was obvious that they could not withstand the impact of the will. Meanwhile, the god's eye in the sky instantly shot out 9 beams of dazzling purple light, shwa. 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 9 rays of purple light instantly attacked the 9 soldiers who had fainted and fallen, causing them to be annihilated, leaving behind only some armor, mechanical treasures, and so on. Luo Feng, who was chasing Su Zhong and flying at high speed, happened to pass by. With a wave of his hand, he collected the treasures left behind by one of the soldiers. There are quite a lot of treasures. Luo Feng looked around. This 3rd level of the Awakened Crow building is a chance to get large amounts of treasures. If I miss this chance, I don't know when I'll get another one. Every soldier was like a small treasure vault, and almost every soldier had at least 2 mechanical treasures. After all, they had all survived the 1st and 2nd levels. In the distance, Su Zhong, who was trying his best to escape, I want to escape, I can't die. This willpower attack is too strong, I can't take it anymore. When the god eye shone on the grass plain, on every soldier, the willpower attack within the golden light, even though it was slow, it was getting stronger and stronger. If one couldn't take it, they would die. Only 15 would survive. Today, the second watch of the 5th, the monthly votes have fallen behind. My tears, brothers, are there no more monthly votes? To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The god eye in mid-air emitted a willpower attack that was getting stronger and stronger, making it harder for the soldiers to defend. No. Su Zhong felt the heavy attack, his willpower was getting blurry and blurry. Wake up, wake up. He looked behind him, the golden claw god that had become a black light was still chasing, not slowing down at all. Wake up, wake up. Su Zhong was extremely anxious, but the willpower attack was getting stronger, causing him to show signs of collapsing. He. I was wrong, spare me, spare me. Su Zhong communicated at the last moment. Because of the willpower attack, his flight path wasn't perfect anymore. Behind, the completely black golden claw god Luo Feng held and chased. Die. Luo Feng clawed coldly, one claw smashing the white bird down. Rumble, the white bird landed on the grass plains, Luo Feng landed beside it. Luo Feng looked at the white bird that seemed to have lost consciousness on the grass plains, Chin bird. In the distance, the other soldiers fighting looked over, they all knew, that the soldier lying there was obviously about to collapse and fall unconscious. Very soon he would be destroyed by the god Eye, leaving behind treasures. However, looking at the golden claw god Luo Feng standing beside, none of them dared to snatch the food from the tiger's mouth. Shua, a purple light shot out from the divine eye and landed directly on the big white bird, Chinchilla. Immediately, the Su Bell under the protection of the mechanical treasure was annihilated, leaving only some armor, space bracelets, mechanical treasures, and so on. Luo Feng waved his hand and kept it, after which he leaped up, becoming a beam of light and rushing towards the soldiers fighting. The number of soldiers was decreasing. 28. 26. 23. The soldiers fell one by one. They were either killed by the divine eyes or by other soldiers. Get lost. His voice was like thunder, rumbling over. The golden claw god Luo Feng became a beam of light and rushed towards the treasure left behind by a soldier killed by the god Eye. It's that soldier Inhe. It's that soldier Inhe. The three soldiers that were rushing towards the treasure saw that it was Luo Feng and immediately changed directions, drawing an arc and escaping. If they were close to the treasure, they might be able to obtain it. However, they were far away from the treasure. Even if they could obtain it first, Inhe would probably catch up to them. That would be a nightmare. Within this group of soldiers, the ones with the most treasures were two. One was Luo Feng, the other was the plant life soldier. Strictly speaking, the plant soldiers had obtained more treasures. One had to understand that the entire light realm only had a diameter of 1 billion kilometers, while the plant life soldier was close to 100 million kilometers in height. When those branches and leaves spread out, they covered an extremely large area. It naturally relied on this advantage to obtain many treasures. No. I can't accept this. Die. Die. Hurry up and die, the plant soldier's most beautiful flower screamed in agony. It was indeed powerful. However, the willpower attacks from the god Eye in the sky made it harder and harder for it to fight. As a plant life, it had a huge advantage in battle. Hence it was lacking in terms of willpower training. Even though its willpower had reached the true god level, however amongst this group of elite soldiers, it could only be ranked in the middle. No. The plant life soldier felt that it couldn't hold on much longer. Its willpower was about to crumble. It's about to die. It can't hold on any longer. The other soldiers in the distance all looked over. They all avoided it and watched from afar, their eyes filled with greed. As they all knew that this plant life soldier had the most mechanical treasures, this made them all want to get their hands on it. Luo Feng floated in midair and watched from afar. No. Die, all of you, hurry up and die. Die. The plant life soldier roared and wantonly waved its branches and leaves in a frenzy. Each of its branches and leaves flowed with streaks of golden light, sweeping through the surroundings in an attempt to kill even more soldiers. However, every single soldier avoided it, staying far away from it. And the soldiers that were still alive, their losses were much smaller. Even if they were trapped by the plant life soldier, they wouldn't die within a short period of time. No, following a mournful roar. Those wantonly waving vine leaves all fell powerlessly from the sky. Obviously they had lost their consciousness. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. He immediately became a beam of light, his speed swiftly rising as he rushed towards the plant life soldier. So. The soldiers all rushed over at the same time, all of them thirsting for large amounts of mechanical treasures. Even if they couldn't use them, they could still exchange them for points. After which they would use their huge amounts of points to exchange for something suitable for themselves. Hua, the icy violet light descended and landed on the plant life form, instantly destroying it and turning it into nothingness, leaving behind a pile of treasures. It's mine. A strange beast soldier with a pair of wings and a triangular head flew over like a bolt of lightning. Amongst the many soldiers rushing over, it was the fastest. Who? It whizzed past the grassland and instantly collected all the treasures left on the grassland. Courting death. An angry roar resounded. The flying beast soldier looked into the distance, laughing as he communicated, Soldier Inhe, in terms of strength, I can't compare to you. However, in terms of flying speed, I'm not afraid of you. Rumble, Luo Feng flew over. Is that so? The originally pitch-black golden claw god Luo Feng immediately changed. The golden claw god vanished and Luo Feng actually became a silver-white flying beast, Chinbird. Chinbird. The flying beast soldier was shocked. Hua, Chinbird Luo Feng's speed instantly rose, obviously exceeding the flying beast soldier by a large margin, immediately catching up. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with coldness. What a joke. After Su Zhong died and he obtained the Chinbird, he already had the intention to wantonly obtain large amounts of treasures in the third level. Naturally, he immediately sent the Chinbird into the tomb boat for the golden horned beast to experiment on. The golden horned beast was in the training space of the inheritance space with 10,000 times time acceleration, studying the Chinbird. Even though it took more than a day in the training space to fully comprehend the Chinbird's technique. However, only less than 10 seconds had passed in the outside world. How can this be? The flying beast soldier was anxious. For a new mechanical treasure to be able to be used optimally, just studying it would normally take a long time. This soldier he had just obtained the Chinbird, how could he use it so quickly? How would he know? Luo Feng was already extremely accomplished in his techniques, and with 10,000 times time acceleration, how could he not be fast? Everyone says you're powerful, I don't believe an overlord like you can be much stronger than me. The flying beast soldier roared. Get down. The chinchilla caught up in an instant. Its huge wings turned into a stream of light as it displayed the light of water and fire saber technique, slashing directly on the flying beast soldier. The flying beast soldier was directly smashed to the grassland below, creating a large pit in the grassland. While descending, Luo Feng, who was originally a silver-white bird, immediately became the golden claw god. After all, in terms of attack, the golden claw god was stronger. Die. The golden claw god madly circled around the flying beast soldier. In an instant, the glaring golden claw silhouettes were like a huge wave, immediately engulfing the flying beast soldier. How? The flying beast soldier wanted to resist. However, the moment Luo Feng got close to him, along with his strength advantage, the flying beast soldier couldn't even escape. Rumble endless blade light swept down, the flying beast soldier, who had already lost a lot of his strength in the second level of the awakening building, was even more ravaged to the point where he couldn't even retaliate. In just 30 seconds, the flying beast soldier was destroyed. Luo Feng immediately kept the treasure. Indeed an elite soldier, even with heavy injuries, he still lasted longer than that 9-smoke swamp true god. In the distance, the other soldiers were shocked as they watched. In a short 30 seconds, a powerful elite soldier couldn't even escape and was killed immediately. Fear, all sorts of emotions rose up within. This was the first time Luo Feng had truly killed a soldier on the third level. The Su Zhong before was killed by the god Eye. This display of power also allowed the other soldiers to understand just how wise it was to be cautious and evasive earlier. When the god Eye in mid-air emitted endless golden light, the willpower attacks were getting stronger and stronger. Only 15 can live. Especially the soldiers who felt the willpower attacks pushing them to their limits, they became even more frenzied, fighting with all their might. Their numbers continued to decrease. 20 digits. 18 digits. 16 digits, until 15. When there were only 15 soldiers left in the entire area illuminated by the god Eye, the willpower attacks had already reached the pinnacle of true god level, close to the limits of true god. Other than Luo Feng, the other 14 soldiers were all extremely tired. 8 million eras of time. Luo Feng gazed at the distant soldiers, exclaiming within. Willpower attacks, even a willpower attack close to the limits of true god wasn't even worth mentioning to him. Back when he acquired the Duandong River inheritance, he had already reached the true god level willpower. And over the long years, with the inheritance space to train himself, the inheritance space was a perfect training ground for the absolute warriors. Within the inheritance space, he could naturally train his willpower. Maintaining the 10,000 times time acceleration to train his willpower, to Luo Feng, this was an unprecedented 8 million eras of time, causing his willpower to break through from the true god level to an even higher level. According to Luo Feng's guess, his willpower should be at the void true god level. Void true god willpower was more common among true gods, even in the universe C, There were a few true gods that reached this level. Much less in the gene world. And universe lords, those that reached the void true god level willpower, were very few. I have the inheritance space in my hands. If I still can't break through, then I'll be the joke of the Duandong River. Luo Feng thought. The inheritors of the Duandong River, during the universe lord level, could easily reach the void true god level willpower. Hua! 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 The god eye in mid-air vanished into nothingness. At the same time 15 beams of light descended, enveloping Luo Feng and the other 15 soldiers, causing them to vanish from the third level. Today was the third of 5, continue to fight. Continue to summon monthly votes, ***, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Divine King Valley, beside the towering Wuqi's building, within the Silver Palace. On the 4 thrones of the palace sat 4 commanders. They were looking at the floating light screen which showed everything that happened in the Wuqi's building. Haha, he easily passed the third level. From what I see, for Soldier Ein he to be so relaxed, his willpower should have reached void real god level. An overlord, with willpower at void real god level, this Soldier Ein he is not bad. A compliment came from the black mist. The silver-armored female commander said, look at how he uses the Golden Claw God's blade technique, it's so exquisite that it's at least a beginner real god level. This soldier's movement technique, blade technique, willpower, everything is top-notch. He's the strongest I've seen since I became a commander. The tall and sturdy commander looked at the light screen solemnly. I wonder if he can reach the top of the Wuqi's building. If we can reach the top, then we won't have let His Majesty down. The other 3 commanders were silent. His Majesty's expectations, they looked at the light screen which showed the scene on the 4th level of the Wuqi's building. The 4th level is a reward. I wonder what reward Soldier Ein he will choose. 4th level of the Wuqi's building. The surviving 15 soldiers were filled with anticipation. According to what Wuqi's building had told them, only the first 3 levels of the Wuqi's building had danger. From the 4th level onwards, there were only rewards. Wuqi's building's reward? What kind of reward is it? All the soldiers were filled with anticipation. Space-time shook. The 15 soldiers were teleported to the 4th level. Luo Feng and the rest looked around. Luo Feng looked around. There were many tunnels extending out. On the 2 walls of each tunnel were large amounts of trees and corpses. It was as though countless lives and dead things were sealed on the walls. Maze? Luo Feng thought, there's a tunnel in front of me, to my left, to my right. The 15 soldiers looked around hesitantly. None of them dared to move as they waited for Wuqi's building's guidance. Rays of light appeared in the surroundings and enveloped every soldier. Surviving soldiers, you are lucky because you have reached the 4th level of the Wuqi's building. From this floor onwards, you will no longer be in danger. Soldiers are also prohibited from killing each other. If they violate this rule, they will be executed. Just the opening paragraph alone made the other soldiers heave a sigh of relief. They glanced at Luo Feng and weren't as cautious as before. There are many rewards on the 4th floor of the Wuqi Tower. There are 4 paths around you, each representing a different reward. That passage that is faintly glowing with white light is a treasure passage. Once you enter, you will be able to obtain some treasures, such as mechanical weapons, treasures that can restore the divine body, and so on. That passageway that is faintly glowing with golden light is the inheritance passageway. It contains some special secret techniques. If you are lucky, you might be able to obtain some extremely powerful secret techniques. That passageway that is faintly glowing with purple light is the path to becoming a true god. It will guide you on how to break through and become a true god. This is the path of the laws of true god. That passageway glowing with black light is also the path of a true god, but it's the path of divine power. Starting from divine power, one can become a true god. It's also 100 or 1,000 times more difficult. Of the 4 paths, you can only choose one. Your rewards from these paths will determine whether or not you can enter the 5th floor of the Wuqi Tower. Make your choice, lucky soldiers. The ancient voice vanished. Luo Feng and the others all looked at the 4 paths around them. so they represented different rewards. The techniques within the Wuqi Tower are definitely not normal. With special techniques, I'll be able to unleash even more power against warriors of the same level. I'll be able to display greater strength against experts of the same level. A black skeletal snake beast slithered directly into the passageway glowing with golden light. I've been stuck as an Origin Law Lord for too long, I have to become a true god. The God Force path is too difficult, even if I go, I'll probably fail. Another short and sturdy tribal soldier entered the purple passageway. The soldiers all made their choices. Some believed that the army had guidance on becoming a true god, hence they chose techniques or treasures. Some wanted to become a true god even earlier, hence they chose the path of a true god. However, out of the 15 soldiers, even though 8 chose the path of a true god, 6 of them chose the Origin Law path. After all, they all knew, the Origin Law path was the most common and the easiest, the God Force path was much harder. They hadn't even succeeded in the Origin Law path, naturally they didn't dare to be too ambitious. After all, this path was only a guide, it didn't mean they would succeed. God Force path? I want to see what special guidance the godly emperor of this gene world has on the path of God energy. Luo Feng didn't hesitate at all, immediately choosing the path of God energy to become a true god. Treasures? His rewards this time were already huge. Luo Feng didn't believe that passing the 3rd level would give him any powerful treasures. Techniques? He had many powerful techniques in the dawn-breaking river. Origin Law path? He had given up on it long ago. Only the true God path, this was after all left behind by the godly emperor, maybe it would be useful to him. The 4 commanders of the Divine King's Valley looked at the screen. Luo Feng and another soldier entered the path of the true god, which was glowing with black light, one after the other. They all sighed. Not bad. The only truly precious thing on the 4th floor of the Tower of Awakening Crow is this divine power pathway. This is where the godly emperor put his heart and soul into. This soldier, Yin He, was chosen well. The leaders all sighed. The normal army warriors didn't know, however they were the leaders of the godly Emperor Valley, the Wuqi building was handed over to them to protect, they naturally knew. Actually, the absolute people the godly emperor needed, it would be best if they followed the God Force path and became a true god. After all, to get a title, other than the titled mission, there was another way, as long as one fulfilled the requirements. 1. The God Force path and one's life force reached 90,000 times. 2. One had to solve all the 10081 Rhino Emperor games, this would immediately get a title and become the Wuqi god. From these requirements, one could see that the absolute people the godly emperor needed, it would be best if they followed the God Force path. Hence, when the Wuqi building was first built, the 4th level had 4 paths, only the God Force path was left behind by the godly emperor to help those who came later. Luo Feng walked along the pathway, on both sides of the walls, there were large amounts of sealed corpses or objects, almost like specimens. The God Force path? Where is it? Luo Feng carefully searched, suddenly his pupils contracted, staring at the wall beside him, he was shocked to discover the seemingly simple countless corpses and objects. If the trillions of specimens were to be combined, it would actually form an incomparably complex picture, and these specimens had protrusions and depressions, forming a 3D enigmatic picture. This 3D enigmatic picture, Luo Feng looked. His heart was in turmoil, other warriors may not know, but how could he not know? He had relied on the endless dark ocean to unleash his natural talent and research on the structure of life many times, even allowing his god body to break through the limit of perfection. This is the most detailed structure of a perfect life. Luo Feng was shocked within. With one look, Luo Feng swiftly memorized it. If he didn't understand, he wouldn't be able to memorize it no matter how much he looked. However, Luo Feng already had some accomplishments in this area. His research had already surpassed this life enigmatic picture. Left. Luo Feng turned to look at the other side, combining the trillions of specimens, it was indeed another perfect life enigmatic picture. The one before should be a flesh and blood life form, and this should be a plant life form. Luo Feng swiftly memorized it and continued forward. Along the way, on both sides of the walls, countless specimens formed life enigmatic pictures, all of them were perfect life forms. Even though they were all perfect life forms, there were still differences. Even the perfect genetic structure of the flesh and blood life form could be split into hundreds and thousands of types. It's unbelievable. So detailed. Luo Feng was shocked and continued forward. In a short while, he reached the end. There was a door, on it was an incomplete life enigmatic picture. Luo Feng looked and smiled. Flesh and blood life form? With a point of his finger, he infused his god energy and swiftly filled up the incomplete life enigmatic picture, forming a perfect life enigmatic picture. To Luo Feng, the perfect life form, he had studied it countless times before. If it was an energy life form, he would probably need to spend a lot of time. However, as a flesh and blood life form, he was extremely confident he could instantly complete it. Rumble. The wooden door at the end of the passage immediately let out a green light, enveloping Luo Feng. So, Luo Feng vanished from the door. He entered. It's only been a short while and he's already entered the next part of the God energy path? Definitely, his God body has definitely broken through the perfect gene level, and he's walking the God energy path. It's just that this soul he is filled with ambition. He's not willing to become a true God just like that. He wants his life genes to reach even higher levels. The tall and sturdy leader roared. The other leaders were all shocked and excited. I wondered just how much he'll gain. The 4 leaders were all filled with anticipation. Even they were unable to see the deeper parts of the true God's path of divinity. The awakened crow building was a huge secret. Even though the 4 leaders could monitor it, they could only monitor a portion of it. Like some special regions, like the 8th and 9th level, the 4 leaders couldn't even scan a bit. Like the 4th level, the depths of the God energy path, they couldn't scan either. Because, that was a huge secret, becoming a true God through the God energy path was already extremely difficult. The analysis of life forms was even more of a secret. Like Luo Feng, who had the primal universe's creation technique, some of the stronger life forms could only be vaguely scanned. As for the drop of God blood forced out by Wu Yue, it was even more impossible to scan. Like the true gods, void true gods, eternal true gods etc., they couldn't truly analyze every single life form. Such a series of extremely detailed life forms, one could imagine how precious it was. Of course, only after comprehending, understanding, could one remember. If one didn't understand, no matter how much they looked, they wouldn't be able to remember, it was useless. Hence, this life form diagram was only a support. However, this support was definitely something the ancient civilization's large powers wouldn't leak out, even the Duandong River sect couldn't take it out. The 4th watch of the 5th watch had arrived. The monthly vote gap had actually gotten even bigger. Tomato tears begging for monthly votes, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Space trembled. In the depths of the God energy path and true God path, Luo Feng appeared out of thin air. Luo Feng looked over. River? Ahead was still the pathway, and on both sides were walls with countless specimens. However, the wide and deep passageway in front of him was actually a river. Luo Feng stood on top of the river and looked down in shock. He used his God energy to sense and discovered that the river was filled with endless amounts of God energy that had no owner. Just like the primal universe origin law ocean's God energy, it could be absorbed and used as one wished. It's actually God energy, and there's so much of it. Luo Feng was overjoyed. One had to know that his God body's height was 100,000 kilometers, the pathway's width and height were over 100 million km, and its length was tens of billions of kilometers. Such a huge pathway, half of it was filled with this God energy river. That God Emperor left so much God energy here. Luo Feng pondered, later generations will study it here, the moment they comprehend it, their God bodies will break through. Naturally they would need God energy to replenish it. Is that the reason? No matter what the reason was. One would be a fool not to absorb God energy. Hua with a thought, the God energy below immediately surged and was absorbed by Luo Feng. From the 1st to 3rd level, Luo Feng had indeed used up quite a bit of God energy. Especially the golden horned beast, because his earth body broke through to 16,000 times. To replenish his God energy, the golden horned beast's body had always been lacking a lot of God energy. Since there's so much God energy, then I'll go all out and let my God body reach the highest level I've comprehended so far. Luo Feng didn't hesitate anymore. God body, reform. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Rumble, Luo Feng's Earth body immediately completely disintegrated, becoming a vast amount of God energy. Every bit of God energy changed its life structure and swiftly condensed back into his Earth body. Who? Luo Feng's body was madly absorbing the surrounding river water, swiftly replenishing it. At the same time, the golden horned beast clone was also reassembling its God body and replenishing its God energy. After a while, everything stopped. My current God body, my life genetic level has already reached about 28,000 times. But we're still far from our goal. Luo Feng thought. Back when he was on his way to the godly King Valley, far away in the primal universe's endless dark ocean, he obtained a large amount of the blood, scales, and hair of a true god for the first time, allowing him to break through and comprehend the 16,000 times genetic structure. In the following period of time, while Luo Feng was rushing, especially during the time he was waiting for the other batches of soldiers to arrive on the third floor of the Awakened Crow building, under the 10,000 times time acceleration in the training space, Luo Feng broke through continuously, finally reaching 28,000 times his life force genetic level, which could be considered a small bottleneck in this short period of time. At this time, Luo Feng naturally took the chance to absorb the God energy and reach his strongest state. Actually, even with the natural talent creation, large amounts of true God blood, hair, and scales, Luo Feng was actually a little disappointed that he couldn't even reach the first 30,000 times. After all, 30,000 times was only the first stage. Life diagram. Luo Feng stood on the God energy river, looking at the even more complicated life diagram on both sides. Flesh type, rock type, energy type, metal type, plant type, all sorts of life diagrams, from 10,000 times to 30,000 times, there were many of them. Luo Feng grasped the life diagram the fastest, as for the others, he was obviously much slower. Luo Feng focused mainly on the flesh and blood type, the others were temporarily thrown aside. Of course, while studying the flesh and blood type, Luo Feng had some additional gains in the other life forms. Time passed day by day. While Luo Feng was studying these life diagrams, in the distant primal universe, the endless dark ocean was also studying. And in the inheritance training space, the golden horned beast was experimenting time and time again. On the 15th day, it was only natural, Luo Feng once again broke through, causing his life genetic structure to soar to about 32,000 times. The main thing was that Luo Feng's foundations were already good, originally reaching 28,000 times. Now with some inspiration and comprehension, naturally he broke through to the 30,000 times level. Rumble. The majestic Luo Feng, the surrounding river surged and surrounded him, constantly entering his body. God body's first stage, his body's height could explosively rise by 10 times, of course it had enough God energy, as he absorbed large amounts of God energy. Luo Feng very quickly rose to a height of 1 million kilometers. Even the golden horned beast similarly reached a length of 1 million kilometers. Haha, Luo Feng laughed loudly. Standing at the end of the river pathway, there was also a wooden door, on it was also an incomplete life diagram. And a blood and flesh type life form? Luo Feng thought, don't tell me the God Emperor's test on the wooden door is based on the number of soldiers that enter? If a plant type soldier enters, the wooden door's test will be the plant type's life diagram? Luo Feng didn't hesitate, very quickly completing this life diagram. This life diagram was 30,000 times life genetic structure. Luo Feng pondered a little and quickly completed it. Wang, the wooden door shot out a green light that enveloped Luo Feng, immediately sending him deeper into the true God path. Luo Feng appeared in mid-air, before him was still a river pathway, both sides were still walls. Only this pathway was even wider and deeper, the life diagrams on the walls were even more complicated and huge. The first section is a perfect life form, the second is 10,000 to 30,000 times. This third should be 30,000 to 60,000 times. Luo Feng's gaze swept, feeling that it was incomparably profound. The previous two pathways, I already had the basics, hence I easily passed through. This pathway, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Luo Feng flew forward, looking at the first blood and flesh life diagram on the right. According to Luo Feng's guess, this should be a life diagram with a genetic structure of about 35,000 times. However, this life diagram immediately trapped Luo Feng. There were many things he didn't understand. If he couldn't comprehend it, it would be a waste to look at it. Closing his eyes would make him unable to recall. Only by comprehending it would he be able to remember. Luo Feng temporarily gave up on the other life forms, focusing on the blood and flesh type. The first diagram, Luo Feng stood on the river without moving, looking at it for a total of 3 months. While he was looking, the primal universe endless dark ocean was using its natural talent creation to study the blood, scales, and hairs of the true gods. The golden horned beast was using the 10,000 times time acceleration to study and analyze. Although it looked like 3 months, in truth it took him a few thousand years to comprehend it. The second diagram, Luo Feng stood and looked at it for over a month. The third diagram, Luo Feng looked at it for over half a year. Luo Feng stared at the life diagrams of the flesh and blood life forms, looking from low to high, and then comparing it to the creation ability of the endless dark ocean. He studied the life structures of the true gods carefully. Under the 10,000 times time acceleration, he constantly studied the meaning of each diagram. Mysterious, almost like creating a technique. And Luo Feng's grasp on the genetic structure of the life continued to rise. 1 year and half a month, Luo Feng's genetic structure rose to 40,000 times. After spending about 80 years, it reached 50,000 times. However, in the following 1,000 years, Luo Feng was still stuck at this stage, unable to break through. Luo Feng couldn't bear to. This path to the true God was definitely an incomparably precious treasure. After all, even the broken East River region didn't have such a detailed series of life diagrams. He had to study it here, because the moment he left, he would forget everything he didn't comprehend. He wouldn't be able to remember. 1 era. The longest titled missions can last is 1 era's time. The next era will be the next mission period. I have to do my best to gain as much as I can in this era. Such precious life diagrams, they're all placed in front of me, allowing me to study them. And I have the natural talent creation technique. These 2 great advantages are helping me. If I miss this opportunity, I'll definitely die. In the future, I'll have to spend 1,000,000 times more time, and I might not even get as much as this. Luo Feng didn't dare relax at all. Outside the Wuqi building. So, a soldier was teleported out of the room. On the 3rd level of the silver-gray palace beside the Wuqi building, beside the railing, there were 4 silhouettes, all looking down at the soldier that was teleported out. Within the Wuqi building, the other soldiers have been teleported out. Their time in the 4th level has come to an end. That soldier Inhe, his achievements are higher, hence he can stay longer. I wonder how much he's gained on the God Energy True God path. The tall and sturdy leader exclaimed. The other 3 leaders looked at the Wuqi building too. They couldn't see inside. However, they were very clear. Since Soldier Inhe had walked deeper on the True God path, that meant he could enter the 5th level and continue upwards. The longest titled mission period is 1 era. And the 4th level, he can at most stay half an era. I wonder how much he'll gain in this half an era. Luo Feng himself didn't know at all. He could at most stay half an era on the True God path. Actually, it was useless even if he knew, because he was already doing his best to study it, madly studying it. On the 4,200th year of the True God path. At the end of the pathway was a huge life diagram. Luo Feng stood there unmoving. He had been standing there for over 2,000 years. Suddenly, he smiled. His tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and he looked very relaxed. With a moment of comprehension, he was enlightened. This feeling of enlightenment was incomparably beautiful. So it's like that. Luo Feng laughed loudly. Rumble, the godly body immediately disintegrated, following which every bit of God energy underwent a huge change, following which it condensed again. Simultaneously the surrounding river surged and condensed. A majestic godly body continuously grew. Very quickly, Luo Feng's feet stepped on the ground of the tunnel, his head almost touching the highest point of the tunnel. Luo Feng, his god body had already reached a height of 100 million kilometers. His life genetic level had already broken through 60,000 times, over a 100 million kilometers huge body, yet it didn't feel like a burden at all. Unlike those huge life forms that were hard to move, Luo Feng's life genetic level was 60,000 times higher. With such a huge body, His speed and agility would only get stronger. His earth body and golden horned beast body were both at their limits. Next section. Luo Feng swiftly shrunk and walked to the wooden door, spending some time to complete the life diagram. Hua, the green light shone and Luo Feng was sent to the other side. Before him was a pathway, on both sides were walls, there wasn't any god energy or water within, the walls didn't have any specimens either, it was a blank space. Blank. Luo Feng was stunned. The 5th chapter was over. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng carefully looked at the 2 walls before him, there were no specimens, no life diagrams. Blank? What does that mean? Don't tell me this life diagram isn't in the form of a specimen? Luo Feng curiously followed the pathway deeper in, carefully looking at all the traces within, searching for any clues. He couldn't find any. There were no traces that Luo Feng found special. Suddenly, Luo Feng's ears twitched. He could vaguely hear an ethereal sound ringing around him. The ethereal sound was very soft, but it was everywhere. Gradually, the sound got louder and the surrounding space started to emit black light dots. Countless light dots started to condense not far away from Luo Feng. It became a blurry silhouette. This was a blurry silhouette glowing black. It seemed normal, however Luo Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of worship. The blurry silhouette's back faced Luo Feng. To be able to reach this point, you're only one step away from the pinnacle of the true God, remember, the path of the true God, to reach the pinnacle. The blurry silhouette said slowly, you can only seek for yourself. I hope you can reach the top of the awakened crow tower. The blurry silhouette turned slightly, glancing at Luo Feng before disappearing. Luo Feng stood there in a daze. He couldn't even see the silhouette clearly. He couldn't even see the silhouette's appearance clearly. However, in front of the silhouette, he immediately felt a desire to worship him. He had a desire to fight for him and die for him. This is just a virtual consciousness. Luo Feng was shocked. Definitely much more powerful than my predecessor, Duandonghe. The previous Duandong he had fallen long ago. However, he left behind a virtual consciousness, forming an energy body, choosing an inheritor, before finally collapsing. A virtual consciousness, in theory, it wasn't a life form, however it still contained all the memories. Memory itself was a form of power. Once one understood all the memories, the primal chaos laws etc., naturally it would be extraordinary. Just like that virtual consciousness from before, Luo Feng estimated it was a virtual consciousness left behind by His Majesty the God Emperor. Just that virtual consciousness alone made him want to die for him. If His Majesty was here personally, what would happen? It should be His Majesty. This awakening tower was built by His Majesty the God King. Especially this path of true divinity. The life diagram contained within it is incomparably precious. Even my East-breaking river lineage doesn't have it, and the average powerhouses under His Majesty the God King don't have the qualifications to come into contact with it. The only person who can leave a virtual consciousness here is most likely His Majesty the God King. Luo Feng immediately felt. This was not an ordinary title. When he accepted the titled mission, Luo Feng did it purely for the powerful mechanical treasure Wu Qi Shen, as well as to train himself a bit. However, the life pictures that appeared on the path of the true God, Luo Feng was too excited back then. Now that he had calmed down, he realized something was wrong. Even an existence like the 3rd-generation patriarch couldn't obtain such a precious diagram of life, so how could His Majesty the godly king of the Gene world so easily give it to others? Right now, this virtual consciousness that appeared, made Luo Feng feel that something was wrong. If I'm not wrong, the behemoth in the cosmic sea is the fallen His Majesty the Divine King. His Majesty the God King has fallen? Before his death, he built the Tower of Awakening Crow, created the Awakening God, and set this titled mission. Countless thoughts flashed through Luo Feng's mind. Suddenly, rumble. A beam of light descended and enveloped Luo Feng. So, Luo Feng vanished from the pathway. The 5th level of the Awakening Crow building was a world of ice and snow. Shua, Luo Feng appeared. Luo Feng looked at the endless world of ice and snow around him. This should be the 5th level. Luo Feng couldn't help but smile. The rewards from the fourth level were too great. Even the rewards he had anticipated after entering the Gene world weren't as great as the rewards from the fourth level. After over 4,000 years, his god body had actually reached the second level, 60,000 times life force gene level. He was only one level away from the 90,000 times level. That virtual consciousness from the godly king said, on the path of the true God, to reach the pinnacle, one has to rely on oneself? Luo Feng memorized it. Other than the rewards from the god body, the fourth level's end made Luo Feng realize, this titled mission wasn't just a simple one, it held a huge secret within. The huge being suspected to be the godly king, how did it fall, drifting in the cosmic sea? Then why did the primal universe's willpower guide us? Vast Thunder Star Lord used a completely opposite energy before he died, where did it come from? Luo Feng had many questions within. Within the silver-gray palace outside the Wuqi building. The four leaders that had been guarding the godly King Valley for a long time were all waiting in their thrones. As Luo Feng was deep within the path of the true God, they couldn't see anything, they could only wait. Hua! The screen that had been floating there suddenly displayed a scene. Fifth level of the Wuqi building. The black mist in the left throne said excitedly, he's entered the fifth level. It hasn't even been half an era and he's already entered the fifth level? No matter what, he's already begun his breakthrough from the fifth to the seventh level. The silver-armored female leader, tall and sturdy man, beast leader and black mist leader, the four were all filled with excitement and anticipation. I wonder if this soldier he will be able to pass all three levels and enter the eighth, the fifth, sixth and seventh levels. These three levels are extremely helpful to the strong, but their difficulty is also extremely high. Our Gene world has a large number of elite soldiers, many of them have the chance to pass the fifth level, but most of them are eliminated at the fifth, sixth or even seventh. To date, only one has been able to make it to the eighth level. These three levels are indeed extremely difficult. This soldier he is indeed very strong, he has a high chance of passing all three levels. The four leaders were all filled with anticipation. The Wuqi building held a huge secret. Like the 8th and 9th levels, the four leaders couldn't even see them. Who knows how many elite soldiers have made it to the 8th level before, only to fail at it. This 8th level was also the final challenge. The moment one successfully passes the 8th level, he would be able to enter the 9th level. As long as he reached the top, he would succeed and receive a title. 5th level of the Wuqi building, a vast world of ice and snow. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. Just me? Luo Feng pondered, where are the other soldiers? There were 15 soldiers on the 4th level back then. Rumble. The surrounding snow and wind suddenly swept up and enveloped Luo Feng. An ancient voice resounded in his mind, Soldier he. The other soldiers have all been eliminated, from the 5th level onwards, only you will be able to pass. On the 5th level, there will be a strong opponent, as long as you defeat him, you will be able to enter the 6th level. If you fail, you will have to leave the building. Luo Feng nodded within. Only the first 3 levels had the danger of death, from here onwards, there would be no danger. Luo Feng squinted, looking into the distance. In the distant snow and wind, a silhouette could be vaguely seen. He was dressed in a white robe, strolling over, seemingly slow but constantly getting closer. Luo Feng could see clearly, this white-robed man was very handsome, on his forehead there was a red mole, he smiled, his ears slightly pointed, looking at Luo Feng with admiration, Soldier he, my energy will be the same as yours, since you specialize in blade techniques, I'll use my blade techniques to battle you. The white-robed man extended his hand, the surrounding snow madly gathered, swiftly forming an ice blade. Simultaneously the white-robed man's entire body began to emit a soaring battle intent, even to the point where his entire body seemed to have become a blade, that powerful battle intent, constantly pressuring Luo Feng. Blade? Luo Feng extended his hand, a blood shadow blade appeared in mid-air, simultaneously staring at his opponent, his powerful battle intent no weaker than his opponent's. Very good. The white-robed man smiled, receive my first blade. Hua, the white-robed man's silhouette was like a demon, the blade silhouette was ethereal, one after another blade silhouette appeared, almost in an instant. In front of Luo Feng there were trillions of blade silhouettes, as though he had entered a world of blade silhouettes, countless blade silhouettes. How could Luo Feng defend? How can an illusion confuse me? The willpower in Luo Feng's mind roared, immediately destroying everything. A blade silhouette had already arrived in front of Luo Feng. Dang! The ice blade and the blood shadow blade clashed. The white-robed man was immediately sent flying far away. Second blade. The white-robed man flew over with an even faster speed, almost as though he had gone mad. His aura rushed to the sky, like a madly burning flame. The blade's power was against the heavens, bringing with it an endless amount of power, a vertical slash. With one slash, the world seemed to be split in half. Seal. Luo Feng's blood shadow blade shook. Immediately a slender blade light met, following closely after. It swiftly thickened. The moment the two clashed, the blade light immediately became a small world, enveloping the enemy's blade light. Small world split, two blade lights clashed. Third blade. The white-robed man roared, his body began to spin, instantly becoming a gale. Ninth blade. 36th blade. 99th blade. 163rd blade. The white-robed man was like a mad demon. After one blade was blocked, he immediately unleashed another blade technique. Every blade technique was different, however Luo Feng went from giving it his all at the start, to getting excited, and now he was like a demon, fighting over and over again. It's actually like this. Luo Feng understood, this fifth level wasn't a challenge, it was simply a reward. No wonder the fourth level onwards was a reward. The white-robed man's blade technique before him was basically guiding Luo Feng. Through the way they fought, he was guiding Luo Feng. This white-robed man's blade technique could be divided into the 10 basic laws of metal: wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, time, space. Even though the primal chaos laws were mysterious and unfathomable, the path of a true god was to pursue the ultimate primal chaos laws. However, everything was based on the 10 basic laws. Whether it was the fusion laws, or the evolution of the universe, the 10 simplest laws were the basics. However, even the basics. Luo Feng's comprehension was very simple, and this white-robed man's blade technique, just the gold law alone, had already displayed a total of 16 blades. Every blade's concept was different, and every blade's level could be considered the pinnacle of level 6. This was an unbelievable thing. Just one basic law could create such a heaven-defying blade technique. Just the exchange alone caused Luo Feng's understanding of the 10 basic laws to soar. One exchange was more effective than 10,000 eras of comprehension. How could Luo Feng not be excited? First update. I was too tired from rushing in the day, I fell asleep at night. Tomato was ashamed. 2. Be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. 233rd blade. The white-robed man's blade technique shocked Luo Feng. These blade techniques were all at the pinnacle of level 6. To Luo Feng, they didn't pose a threat at all. However, to be able to create them just by relying on the basic laws, this made Luo Feng extremely impressed and shocked. While fighting with the white-robed man, he was training in the inheritance space. The golden-horned beast used the 10,000 times time acceleration to study every single blade technique. 360th blade. After the 360th blade was repelled by Luo Feng. The white-robed man however retreated far away, standing on the snow ground and temporarily stopping. Luo Feng was stunned. He stopped? Since these 360 blades can't do anything to you, then receive my stronger blade technique. The white-robed man said. The ice blade in his hand immediately lit up and in an instant a roaring beast appeared. It was a beast that looked like a horned lizard. Luo Feng was shocked when he saw it. Golden Beast God? How the moment the ice blade appeared, the roaring golden beast god was incomparably mad. It lowered its head and pointed its horn forward, almost as though it was burning its life force as it charged forward. Rumble, it left behind a piercing golden light in space. While the glaring water and fire light lit up and blocked the piercing light. Golden Space Law. Luo Feng was shocked within. Level 7 blade technique. The 360 blades before, every blade only contained one basic law, and every blade was at the pinnacle of level 6, equivalent to Nirvana rebirth. And this time, the 361st blade was infused with the Golden Space Law. Its power had reached the level 7 level. It forced Luo Feng to unleash the light of water and fire to block it. This white-robed man said before that he was using the same energy as Luo Feng, however in truth, the power he emitted was much stronger. Because Luo Feng used the blood shadow blade to unleash Nirvana rebirth to block the 360 blades the white-robed man unleashed. Obviously, this fifth level was actually a test of battle techniques. As for the god energy? Blood shadow blade? All other advantages were useless. He has already seen through the secret. He finally knows the benefits of the fifth level. Haha, look at this soldier Inhe. He's been fighting all this time, but he hasn't used his full strength to defeat his opponent. Clearly, he's trying to learn more saber techniques from his opponent. The four commanders all laughed and sighed. The soldiers who had reached the fifth level would quickly discover the mysteries behind this. Then, he delightfully absorbed and comprehended them one by one. Luo Feng was indeed absorbing and comprehending. The 360 blade strikes from before had affected him greatly. Because he had obtained the inheritance of the East Duan River, he had understood the importance of the 10 great basic laws. Luo Feng had long since comprehended the 10 great basic laws, but he had never comprehended them to such an extent. Understanding the laws was like understanding some elements. As for how far one could combine certain elements, that would depend on one's ability. In the cosmic sea, one could rely on the fusion laws or the space-time laws to create a top-notch Tier 5 mystic technique. This was known as the strongest mystic technique, but in reality, it was just a huge bottleneck, a bottleneck that was very difficult to break through. Like Luo Feng, didn't he use the golden space laws to create the pinnacle of the level 6 Nirvana rebirth? Didn't he create the light of water and fire based on the laws of water, fire, and metal, the so-called limit? The so-called perfection? Actually, it was just a huge bottleneck. For example, a life genetic level of 10,081 times was considered perfect. However, Luo Feng had still reached 60,000 times, he was greatly affected. Especially with the 10,000 times time acceleration in the training space, it allowed Luo Feng to comprehend many things. While exchanging blows with the white-robed man, Luo Feng's blade technique was gradually improving, 399 blade. The white-robed man immediately became a huge tornado. Within the tornado were many golden blades, one after the other, almost like a fan's. Blades stacked on top of each other. Luo Feng, who was enveloped by this endless tornado, fiercely roared. The moment he waved the blood shadow blade in his hand. Rumble, 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 rumble. As the blood shadow saber brandished the blood shadow saber, the center of the countless layers of golden saber blades instantly exploded. The moment the incomparably berserk saber light appeared, it caused everything in the surroundings to explode. All the energy, space-time, and the countless layers of saber blades also exploded. Everything dissipated. The white-robed man was immediately flung away, retreating 3 steps, looking shocked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng wielded the blood shadow blade, filled with excitement. Success! Finally, he created a pinnacle level 7 blade technique. Nirvana rebirth was a pinnacle level 6 blade technique. Light of water and fire was a level 7 blade technique. Ever since he created it, it was incredibly hard to break through. Back in the 9 Smoke Swamp, Luo Feng killed that beast god under the eyes of 10,000 true gods. That time, he really gave it his all, Actually, in that battle, Luo Feng's blade technique had already improved. He felt like he was about to break through. However, he still hadn't accumulated enough. This time, the 360 blades caused Luo Feng's foundation in the origin laws to obviously solidify. Immediately, the conditions were right. Using water, fire, metal, space, the 4 laws combined, naturally he created such an incomparably domineering blade technique. This blade was explosive, ripping, destroying everything. This blade was created in the Awakening House. This time, I must enter the 9th level and ascend the Awakening House. Everything that obstructs me will be destroyed. Nobody can obstruct my path. This move, I'll call it the 9 Heavens Path. Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng's 3 blade techniques. Nirvana rebirth, light of water and fire, 9 Heavens Path, these were all techniques that had to be carved into the blood shadow blade. Of course, this was the Awakening House. Luo Feng wasn't in a rush to carve them in. My blade technique has reached the pinnacle of level 7. It's at least average in the past generations of Duandong River. Luo Feng was overjoyed within. In the past generations of Duandong River, there were only 2 who created level 8 techniques at the Universe Lord level. The rest were mostly at the pinnacle of level 7. With my blade technique reaching this level, I can comprehend the 3rd level of the Wu Killing Wings technique. I can also comprehend the higher levels of the Star Pagoda. The stronger one's foundations were, the higher the level of the treasures could be unleashed. Back when Luo Feng killed Pei Xing Lord, even though he acquired the other pair of wings, the 3rd level of the Wu Killing Wings technique, Luo Feng couldn't comprehend it at all. It was too difficult. And now that his blade technique had reached the pinnacle of level 7, his level was completely different. He estimated he should be able to comprehend it. The 1st level of the Wu Killing Wings technique was chaotic space, the 2nd level was the Golden Country. Who knew? What would the 3rd level be? Luo Feng was anticipating, ******** within the Silver Grey Palace's 3rd level. The Black Mist leader exclaimed, his blade technique has broken through. This is already at the middle level of True God. The pinnacle of level 6 techniques could only be considered at the beginner level. The pinnacle of level 7 was considered at the middle level. The pinnacle of level 8 was considered at the upper level. Back then, the creator of the huge axe created his own axe technique at this level. After that, he relied on his treasures to unleash a pinnacle of level 9 attacks. The pinnacle of level 9 was the limit of True God. Of course, relying on treasures, one could unleash an even higher level of power. Just like Jiafanzi. The pinnacle of level 10, an absolute being amongst the true gods, could only reach that level with the help of treasures. Of course, some heavenly beings didn't count. Like Luo Feng, he could create a pinnacle of level 7 blade technique at the Universe Lord level. Once he became a true god, he could naturally break through the limits of normal true gods. Just like the ancestor, before he was suppressed, he created the virtual universe. Without the help of any treasures, he was already at the pinnacle of level 10 power. Especially after being suppressed by the primal universe source energy for so many years, he broke through again. His level had actually already reached the void true god level. It was just that he was constantly suppressed, his god body couldn't break through, he couldn't get any god energy. His small universe couldn't evolve, it was still filled with chaos energy. Even the most basic evolution hadn't been completed. Overlord, creating a true god middle level blade technique. Unbelievable. Even at the Overlord level, I'm still slightly weaker than him. The tall and sturdy leader exclaimed. Even though this 5th level is hard, as long as he can block the attacks, it's fine. I didn't expect this soldier Yin to reach such a level. The silver-armored lady leader beside exclaimed softly. This was the truth. Passing the 5th level was indeed so. As long as his attack technique reached level 7, the white-robed man's first 360 blades would only be at the pinnacle of level 6. The blade techniques that merged with the origin laws would only be at level 7. As long as he didn't lose. In the end, the white-robed man would admit defeat, ***************450th blade. Luo Feng was like a demon. His crazy and terrifying blade techniques immediately smashed into the white-robed man's body. The white-robed man was immediately smashed into the snowy ground, causing the ground to explode, leaving behind a long ravine. Hua! The white-robed man stood up and exclaimed, "You are very powerful. I admit defeat." After which he casually threw it. The ice blade in his hand immediately became snow and scattered. He himself took a step forward and was far away. With another step, he disappeared from Luo Feng's vision. Luo Feng stood there stunned. It ended just like that? Luo Feng was shocked. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Luo Feng was anxious and unwilling. After creating the 9 Sky Road, Luo Feng gave it his all to spar with the white-robed man. He tried his best to create an even stronger blade technique. He suppressed the white-robed man every time. Every time he absorbed some comprehension from the white-robed man, he would infuse whatever suited him into his blade technique. Luo Feng wanted to create a level 8 blade technique. Among the inheritors of Duandong River, only 2 at the Universe Lord level could do it. Luo Feng wanted to do it too. however, it was really difficult. After the white-robed man left, Luo Feng still hadn't succeeded. Looks like a level 8 blade technique isn't that easy to create. Luo Feng exclaimed. Luo Feng thought. The white-robed man had unleashed a total of 450 blades, of which there were 360 created from the 10 basic laws. And the fusion laws had a total of 90 blades. All the fused laws had been displayed, and this white-robed man had basically come here to display all of them before he retreated after accomplishing his mission. He admitted defeat and I succeeded? Luo Feng suddenly thought. If I didn't create my own blade technique, but used the techniques from the ultimate treasures, what would the result be? Relying on the ultimate treasures, the techniques unleashed were usually one level higher. Luo Feng quickly understood. This was the awakened crow building left behind by the God Emperor. Whether the challenger relied on the ultimate treasures or himself, if he couldn't even appraise this, that would be a joke. Rumble. A beam of light descended from the sky and enveloped Luo Feng. So, Luo Feng disappeared from the 5th level of the awakened crow building. Requesting recommendation votes. Every day everyone has recommendation votes. Recommendation votes are very important to Tomato. Please support, *, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. I've already consecutively gotten the recommendation votes for over 10 times. Swallowed Star is also entering the final stages. If I can get the recommendation votes for another month, I'll get it. I hope everyone votes for me. 6th level of the awakened Wu building. The moment Luo Feng appeared, he surveyed his surroundings. This was a mountain and hill world, similarly vast and boundless. As long as you survive, you'll be considered to have passed the 6th level. You'll be able to enter the 7th level, Soldier Milky Way. You're already very close to reaching the top. The old voice resounded in the sky. Luo Feng smiled. As long as I survive, his requirements were so low, it seemed like this level would be very difficult. Rumble far away from Luo Feng in the mountain and hill world, a vast region suddenly shook, almost as though a huge being was about to emerge from the ground. The ground began to crack and protrude, large amounts of shattered rocks and earth began to fall in all directions. Gradually a dark green silhouette emerged from the ground. There's actually a huge beast that's emerging from the ground? Luo Feng muttered softly. The dark green behemoth rumbled out of the ground and appeared on the surface. It was extremely ugly, similar to a dark green toad, however on every part of its skin was an eye. With one glance, there were at least a few hundred eyes. How the beast raised its head and roared. Pang, every eye on its body shot out a beam of gold light, shooting in all directions, however it only shot out over 100 million km before dissipating. 1,000 eyes. Luo Feng immediately determined the number of eyes this beast had according to the light. The 1,000-eyed beast howled once before looking at Luo Feng. More than half of its eyes were looking at Luo Feng. At the same time, its voice was like thunder, resounding throughout the land and skies. It's been a very, very long time. I have finally been born once more. Soldier, I'll deal with you very slowly. The longer you last, the happier I'll be. In this 6th level, it's very hard to meet a life form. Luo Feng laughed. The longer he could hold on, his current god body had reached a height of 100 million kilometers, such a huge body, and he had looted a lot in the 3rd level, especially after the plant life soldier died. He had obtained a bunch of mechanical treasures. With so many mechanical treasures, if he used them well, he would be able to unleash even greater combat power. Live on, to force me to the point where I can't live on, this is very difficult. Luo Feng thought. Ho, the 1,000-eyed exotic beast suddenly raised its head and let out a deafening roar. Following that, pieces of land suddenly rose up from the ground around it. Each piece of land was over 100 million kilometers in diameter. At a glance, there were over 1,000 pieces of land. Following that, the continents quickly compressed and condensed into black blades. Each saber was about 300,000 kilometers long. 1,000 blades floated in mid-air. The 1,000-eyed beast looked at Luo Feng. Soldier, I hope you live long enough. Hua. 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 1,000 black blades flew towards Luo Feng like a military formation. Luo Feng frowned. Trouble. The hardest to deal with were those who could control large amounts of spirit weapons. It was fine if it was just one, but 1,000. One had to know that when a strong warrior controlled a spirit weapon, to let the weapon unleash its full strength, one had to go all out to control it. Hence normally one would only control one. If one were to control 10 or 100 of them, it would only cause each one's power to weaken. It would be better to just control one spirit weapon. Only under special circumstances like Luo Feng, who had a few bodies, could naturally split into multiple consciousnesses, each one able to unleash its full power. Another example was this 1,000-eyed exotic beast. It could naturally split into 1,000 consciousnesses, each able to unleash its full power. So. The blades were like lightning. Over 1,000 blades immediately enveloped the sky above Luo Feng. Following that, they pounced down, leaving Luo Feng with no way to escape. When Luo Feng blocked the first blade, the other 999 blades had already surrounded him in all directions, causing him to fall into the blade formation. Dang! Luo Feng unleashed his movements, wielding the blood shadow blade. In an instant his entire being was like a huge blade silhouette. With a clang, he clashed with the blade and borrowed the force to retreat. However, after the black blade was pushed back, it chased after him. The other black blades also rushed towards Luo Feng. So troublesome. Luo Feng gritted his teeth. The difference between a spirit weapon and a strong warrior is, the spirit weapon's movement speed is faster than the strong warrior's. However, to me, this is useless. Luo Feng began to unleash his movements. To him, such a large number of attacks had no meaning at all. If it was a group attack, Luo Feng might be afraid and flee. However, it was just a group attack. There were only 8 or 10 blades that could attack him at the same time. Luo Feng naturally wasn't afraid. The 5th floor, the 6th floor, and the 7th floor. Of these 3 floors, the 6th floor is probably the easiest for Sergeant Inhe. The Black Mist commander looked at the screen and sighed. Soldier Inhe's movement technique is what shocked me the most. And the 6th level's main test is his movement. There have been many who have passed the 6th level before. His movement is much stronger than theirs, naturally it'll be easier. The silver-armored lady leader laughed softly. The only thing I'm thinking is, how much the soldier Inhe can force Xianxia to use his technique. The tall and sturdy leader beside nodded. For him to be so relaxed, Xianxia will definitely feel embarrassed. He'll definitely increase his attacks until Xianxia has no way to resist, only then will he stop. I'll bet. Xianxia has to unleash his 1,000-eye heart's light to defeat Xianxia. The evil beast leader sitting on the right said. Luo Feng was indeed relaxed. Back then, to train his movement in the virtual space of the inheritance space, Luo Feng had used all sorts of methods to spar with the absolute warriors in the virtual space, of which there were naturally those who controlled large amounts of spirit weapons. Even the 3rd-generation ancestor, Luo Feng had sparred with them. What else was there to be ignorant about? His movement techniques, against close combat, against spirit weapons, against binding-type weapons, all of them had methods of fighting. Dang. 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 Surrounded by 1,000 sabers, the blood shadow saber turned into a blurry saber image. The saber image clashed with the other sabers one after another, producing crisp sounds. Almost every time, it was the blood shadow saber clashing with the surrounding sabers. Occasionally Luo Feng's body would clash. No matter what, he had to put himself in the best possible situation. If this goes on, even in an era, you won't be able to do anything to me. Luo Feng looked at the distant 1,000-eyed beast. The 1,000-eyed beast tried its best to control it. Seeing this situation, how could it not know that the opponent was very relaxed? It was also very surprised. Ever since it came here, Luo Feng was the soldier with the strongest movement technique it had encountered, and even now, it seemed like he hadn't even pushed this soldier to his limits. Little soldier! The 1,000-eyed beast roared. Immediately the 1,000 blades changed their method of attacking Luo Feng. Before, when they attacked one by one, it was just simple coordination. And at this time, once they moved, the 10 blades moved together. In an instant, over 1,000 blades were split into 100 groups. The 10 blades in each group worked well with each other, causing their combined power to increase by more than 10 times. In an instant, Luo Feng, who was extremely relaxed before, was now in a difficult situation. Just what kind of beast is this? Using 1,000 blades at once? And every saber technique is so powerful. Luo Feng was getting crazier, using all his strength to resist. Not only was he dodging, he was attacking too. Luo Feng's full power burst was just like that, sometimes dodging, sometimes attacking. Attacking and dodging perfectly complementing each other, this was the strongest movement. In an instant, it was like the earth and skies were collapsing. Rumble the Ninth Heaven's Road saber technique was often used. Once the saber was used, the surrounding sabers would be torn apart and blown away. For a moment, the 1,000 saber array became even more chaotic. Rumble Luo Feng passed through, destroying everything. Along with dodging and borrowing strength, he completely had the upper hand. I was wrong. The evil beast leader looked at the screen and exclaimed, even with Qianyan's 1,000-eye heart light, he still can't defeat Soldier Inhe. When he fought before, he was only dodging. I didn't expect him to be able to infuse his blade technique into his movement technique, causing it to reach such a level. Offense was the best defense. A powerful attack could make dodging 10 or even 100 times easier. However, one wrong attack would cause a nightmare to descend upon them. Hence, to infuse an attack into a movement technique was extremely difficult. It required large amounts of experience and extremely high talent to be able to create such a movement technique. Even Luo Feng was extremely proud of himself for creating such a movement technique in over 8 million eras. From the accomplishments of the Broken East River inheritors, Luo Feng could feel that his comprehension was extremely high. He's unleashing the 1,000-eye heart light. 1,000 eyes has been forced into a corner, the 4 commanders said to each other. Indeed, even with the 1,000-eye heart light, Xianyan only has a slight advantage. He has no way of defeating Soldier Inhe. The tall and sturdy leader said, Soldier Inhe's movement technique, at the Origin Law Lord level, is already invincible and perfect. Within the mountain world of the 6th level of the Wuqi Tower. Soldier, you are indeed powerful. Even I can't defeat you. You are indeed the strongest soldier I've ever met, maybe, you can reach the top of the Wuqi Tower. That dark green 1,000-eyed beast fiercely drilled into the ground, disappearing from Luo Feng's vision. The 1,000 blades around Luo Feng immediately became countless beams of light, flying into the distance and crashing down, transforming into hills. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. That's crazy, 1,000 blades, 1 heart. Luo Feng muttered, his explosive energy was always the same as mine, yet he was able to unleash it to such a level. Luo Feng understood. It wasn't that he was weak, but that the opponent was very strong. The opponent was only maintaining this energy, his true identity could very well be a void true god. At this time, a beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Luo Feng. In an instant, Luo Feng disappeared from the 6th level of the Wuqi Tower. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The 7th level was an ice world. Not far from Luo Feng was an almost transparent ice mountain range, 7th level. Luo Feng was filled with anticipation. There's a total of 9 levels, of which the first 8 are the obstacles. As long as I leave the 8th and enter the 9th level, I'll reach the top of the building and succeed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this 9th level definitely had a huge secret within. Only the last 2 obstacles are left. The 7th level and the final 8th level. Luo Feng carefully scanned his surroundings, carefully looking at everything. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't let his guard down. The closer he got to victory, the more cautious he had to be. Spatial ripples appeared in the sky, which was filled with cold air. Following which, a gigantic eye appeared. God Eye? Luo Feng was stunned. The final life and death situation in the 3rd level was from this God Eye. Under the gaze of the God Eye, he was met with a powerful willpower attack. This 7th level is a God Eye too, is it a willpower attack too? Luo Feng was suspicious. However, the 3rd level is already a willpower attack, it can't be the same, right? When the god I shot out a golden light, enveloping below and Luo Feng. Sergeant he. The ancient voice resounded within his mind. Passing the God Eyes test, you will be able to enter the 8th level. That 8th level will be the final obstacle for you to reach the top. As the ancient voice vanished. Rumble. The blurry golden light in mid-air immediately emitted a powerful willpower attack, causing Luo Feng's expression to change. It was actually a willpower attack, and the strength of the first willpower attack reached the end of the 3rd level of the Awakened Crow building. Willpower? Luo Feng looked up at the God Eye, not moving at all, taking it head-on. The willpower attack was formless, he couldn't dodge it, he could only take it head-on. Using willpower to fight willpower. Why is the 7th level still a willpower attack? Luo Feng's mind flashed with this suspicion, after which he threw it to the back of his mind, using all his strength to resist the willpower attack. In front of the screen, the 4 captains watched this scene unfold. This Sergeant he's willpower should be very strong, passing the 7th level shouldn't be hard. The tall and sturdy leader's voice was powerful. I wonder how much of the God Eye technique he'll be able to learn. The Divine Eye secret technique is a secret technique created by His Majesty the Divine King. It's a special attack. In the realm of Jin, only those who are conferred titles, have made special contributions, or have great potential will be bestowed with it. Furthermore, he was only bestowed a portion of the God Eye secret technique. Yes, there were once 6 soldiers who made it to the 7th floor. 5 of the soldiers failed, and 1 soldier successfully entered the 8th floor. Among the 6 of them, the weakest one hasn't even learned the first volume of the God Eye secret skill, and the strongest one has only learned 3 volumes. I wonder how many scrolls Soldier he can learn. Luo Feng still didn't know, his entire body was resisting the willpower attacks. Luo Feng occasionally looked at the sky God Eye, occasionally at the undulating almost transparent ice mountains. It's resisting the willpower attack just like that? Luo Feng thought, I wonder what the strongest limit of this God Eye is. Although his will was strong, there was still a limit. If the Divine Eye's attack was more than what he could endure, he might fall unconscious and be teleported out. Even so, this is also a chance to train my willpower. There's a total of 9 levels in the Wu Qi building, the 8th is difficult, I don't believe the 7th can stop me. Luo Feng continued to resist. The hazy gold light enveloped below, making Luo Feng feel like he was covered in a layer of gold sand. The willpower attacks got stronger and stronger, very quickly reaching the true God limit level. However, this level didn't pose any threat to Luo Feng at all. Luo Feng suddenly noticed the distant ice mountain from the corner of his eyes. That's... Luo Feng turned to look. Ancient words began to appear in the belly of the nearly transparent iceberg in the distance. They were the words of the ancient civilization. The densely packed words almost filled the entire belly of the iceberg. The words at the very top were God Eye Secret Skill Volume 1, after which were the details. God Eye Secret Skill? Luo Feng looked at the top and was overjoyed. Haha, indeed, from the 4th level onwards there are rewards. Even though it's a difficult level, there are rewards too. The 7th level actually directly rewards techniques. Luo Feng was overjoyed. Secret techniques were different from secret techniques. Universe Night level techniques had no meaning to Universe Lords, the stronger one was, the more one had to create their own techniques. And lower level techniques had no meaning. However, techniques were different. Annihilation, East Flower, and Undying River were all secret arts. Secret arts were only useful for the weak, even for super experts. A strong technique could completely raise one's strength. Like Undying River, it gave one more chance to turn the tables. It was an invaluable technique in the ancient civilization. Luo Feng acquired the entire set of Annihilation. Due to the primal origin willpower's influence, he was only able to see the first 3 volumes. However, once he reached the Void True God level, he would naturally be able to see the later contents of Annihilation. In the Universe Lord and True God level, Annihilation was already ahead of many God-burning techniques. The later levels would naturally be even better. One step ahead, every step ahead. And the further one went, the more valuable it got. Just like in the Gene world, the god-burning techniques were only passed down to the first few levels. I can actually get a technique. Luo Feng was overjoyed. I wonder what technique it is. I wonder if our Duandong River has any. Duandong River was after all just a single branch, every generation only having one inheritor. That His Majesty the Divine King had established a super force. What His Majesty the Divine King had, the broken East River lineage might not have. Luo Feng looked carefully. As for the willpower attack was at the limit of true God, it couldn't affect Luo Feng at all. God Eye Technique, it's a technique that uses willpower. Luo Feng was overjoyed after a quick look. Huge rewards, huge opportunity. He had the inheritance of Duandong River, he had an understanding of the ancient civilization, naturally he understood the importance of the God Eye Technique. The God Eye Technique was a technique that used willpower. Maybe the third-generation ancestor of Duandong River could create 3 or 4 volumes, however if he wasn't proficient in this aspect, the technique he created wouldn't reach a higher level. Therefore, to a large force or a lineage, just the first 3 or 4 volumes were meaningless. Only the complete and pinnacle, able to look down on the ancient civilization's complete series of techniques, was something to be proud of. Like Annihilation, East Flower, Undying River, they were all complete series. Willpower, the strong all have willpower, there are strong and weak willpower. When the weak die, everything dissipates. And even when the strong die, their willpower doesn't dissipate. Even a drop of blood, a scale from their body, will contain a powerful willpower attack. When the strong are alive, when they battle, the willpower clash, the strong can cause the opponent to lose focus, gaining the upper hand even before the battle. If the difference in willpower is huge, the natural willpower attack can cause the opponent to fall unconscious, unable to resist at all. Luo Feng looked at the contents of the first volume of the God Eye Technique, nodding. Actually to the strong. Using flesh and blood life forms as an example, they had soul, consciousness and willpower. The moment the soul was destroyed, naturally they would be dead. And consciousness used the soul as the foundation. The stronger the soul, the stronger the consciousness. The weaker the soul, the weaker the consciousness. When 2 strong warriors fought, like a true god and a universe knight, the difference in consciousness was too huge. Just the pressure from the consciousness alone could cause the opponent's soul to shatter, immediately killing him, and willpower was different. Willpower was very powerful. Even if the soul was weak and the consciousness was weak, as long as one's heart was strong, one would still have extremely strong willpower. Extremely strong willpower. When one was weak, willpower wasn't very useful. Normally it was used to resist illusions, to guard one's heart etc. The moment one died, the willpower would naturally dissipate, not having much offensive use. However, at True God, Void True God and even higher levels, willpower became more and more important. When an absolute warrior dies, their willpower doesn't dissipate. Just like the drop of God blood Luo Feng obtained, it was like that. But even in the ancient civilization, some absolute warriors could only use their natural willpower to fight and suppress their opponents. They didn't know how to use their willpower better. Willpower was too ethereal, a very illusory existence. How to use it? Only some absolute beings could experience it and create it. Unlike the secret skill of divine power ignition, the most basic secret skill of divine power ignition, even some strong void real gods could comprehend it. But even an eternal true God couldn't comprehend the will secret skill. Only after mastering the law of chaos could one gradually comprehend it. God's Eye secret skill was a powerful secret skill that His Majesty the Divine King had created. One's willpower has to reach the level of a void true God before he can start to cultivate the God's Eye secret skill? Why does it feel like cultivating the mind? Luo Feng read and thought about the first volume of the God's Eye secret skill. Besides the contents of the secret skill, the first volume also had some guidance on improving willpower. According to the contents, in order to improve willpower, one had to pay attention to one's inner heart, analyze one's inner heart, understand oneself, understand one's inner heart and continuously improve oneself. The God's Eye in the sky gave off a blurry golden light and the willpower it contained kept increasing. It had already surpassed the limit of a true God and continued to improve. There was a huge leap from the limit of a true God to a void true God. Hence, Luo Feng could still block it easily. On the belly of the ice mountain, there were lines of words appearing continuously. They were still the contents of the first volume of the God's Eye secret skill. It was obvious that the first volume was very long. Finally, everything stopped and the first volume of the God's Eye secret skill appeared. Just the first volume alone took such a long time to appear. If one's willpower hadn't broken through the limit of a true god, I'm afraid one wouldn't even be able to read the first volume, Luo Feng sighed. Just as the first volume appeared, Luo Feng suddenly saw words appearing on the belly of another ice mountain, God's Eye secret skill second volume. Luo Feng was elated and he immediately memorized it. A complete secret skill was naturally divided into many volumes. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qi.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Large amounts of words constantly appeared within the ice mountain. The transparent ice mountain, Luo Feng was able to see the new contents with a glance. God Eye second scroll, complete, Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. After a while. It's here again. Luo Feng immediately turned and looked at the distant ice mountain. With a glance, he could see that within the transparent ice mountain, large amounts of words began to madly appear. It was the third scroll of the God Eye. The words continued to appear. The Black Mist leader looked at the screen in the center of the palace. This is already the third scroll. Soon, Wu, the third scroll is already complete. Soldier Yin, he has already finished the third scroll. Compared to the soldiers of the past, he is already the best of all the elite soldiers. The God Eye has a total of 9 scrolls, I wonder which one he has learned. His Majesty, he wouldn't have placed all 9 scrolls, right? The tall and sturdy leader asked curiously. Who knows, the highest elite soldier before us only learned the third scroll. Just how many scrolls did he place on the 7th level, who knows? The other leaders shook their heads. One had to know. Although the 4 great commanders were all titled powerhouses, even they did not have all 9 scrolls of the God's Eye secret skill. After all, to a superpower, such an important technique gets more and more important in the later stages. They would only teach it to their subordinates according to their contributions. The 4th scroll. It's already the 4th scroll. The willpower attack should be extremely strong now. This soldier Yin, he doesn't seem to feel much. Maybe he can comprehend even more. The 4 leaders were curious too. Just how much could this soldier Yin he learn? Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. He had finally finished the 4th scroll. Every scroll of the God Eye technique was extremely long. Just the continuous appearance of the words required quite a while. He was afraid his willpower wouldn't be able to handle it at the crucial moment. The 5th scroll. Luo Feng looked at the other ice mountain. That transparent ice mountain too had large amounts of words appearing. It was the 5th scroll of the God Eye technique. The moment 1/3 of the 5th scroll appeared, Luo Feng's expression changed. Not good. Luo Feng looked up at the God Eye in midair. The blurry golden light enveloped the area below. The willpower attack was constantly getting stronger. What a strong willpower attack. Luo Feng was anxious. I am already feeling extremely pressured. At that moment, the willpower impact should be that of a middle or late stage void real god. Luo Feng continued to stare at the far side of the ice mountain. Words continued to appear on the mountain. No matter what, Luo Feng definitely didn't want his willpower to crumble before he even finished reading one scroll. Oppression, an even more powerful pressure, it was like a formless mountain was pressing down on his willpower, and it was constantly getting stronger, making Luo Feng feel like his thinking speed was slowing down. The 5th volume, hurry, hurry, hurry. Luo Feng was anxious. Another 15 seconds passed. The contents of the 5th scroll appeared. As soon as the 5th volume of the God Eye secret technique ended, a new volume appeared in the belly of another iceberg. The 6th volume. Luo Feng too felt the God Eye technique appearing faster and faster. To be precise, from the 1st to the 6th volume, the speed seemed slow at the beginning, but it gradually sped up. Ah! The terrifying willpower impact caused Luo Feng's face to turn pale. His entire body trembled as he continued to stare at the distant ice mountain, constantly memorizing the contents of the 6th volume of the God Eye technique. Rumble. Luo Feng felt his willpower tremble. His entire body couldn't help but go limp and kneel on the ground. No, no. Luo Feng knew he had already reached his limit. If he was training his willpower in the inheritance space, he would normally faint if he went any further. Definitely not. However, this time Luo Feng wanted to see more of the God Eye technique. I definitely can't fall. At least the 6th volume, I have to at least finish the 6th volume. Luo Feng held within. At this moment, every second was so hard to bear. Every second felt like an epic. It made Luo Feng feel, why were the words appearing so slowly? I have to finish. I have to. At this time, Luo Feng only had one thought. He had to at least finish the 6th volume. He had to, Luo Feng felt his willpower crumble. However, he persevered and stared into the distance. Why were the words appearing so slowly? Why didn't they all appear at once? It was ridiculously slow. Finally, the contents of the 6th volume of the God Eye technique had all appeared. It was complete. At the same time, in another ice mountain, the 7th volume of the God Eye technique appeared. However, when he reached the end of the 6th volume, Luo Feng couldn't take it any longer and fell into darkness. He didn't even see the 7th volume appear. Rumble. A beam of light descended from the sky and enveloped the unconscious Luo Feng. Hence, Luo Feng left the 7th level. The 4 leaders were silent within the shrine. They stared hard at the screen. The scene of the 7th level made them hold their breaths. At the crucial moment, the God Eye technique appeared faster and faster. There wasn't any gap between each volume. If one held on for a while longer, they might be able to finish one more volume. From this, one could deduce, to an overlord, the closer one was to the limit, the harder it was to progress. Hence, at the end, the God Eye technique would appear so quickly. The 5th volume is done. The 6th volume is done too. Officer Yin, he has fallen. Seeing Luo Feng vanish from the screen. Only then did the 4 leaders let out a sigh of relief. 6th volume. It's a pity that when the 7th volume began to appear, he immediately fell. However, when the 7th volume appeared, it was still blurry. We can't even see it. It's normal that we can't see the 7th volume. After all, the God Emperor only taught us the first 6 volumes. This Officer Yin, he's just an overlord and he's able to acquire the 6th volume. He's much stronger than us. The 4 leaders spoke amongst themselves, occasionally looking at the screen. However, the screen was empty, there was nothing. Keep it. The tall and sturdy leader said. The Black Mist leader replied. Following which, the floating screen in the center of the shrine vanished. After all, even the 4 great commanders couldn't see the 8th and 9th floors of the Wu's Awakening Tower. So what was happening in the Wu's Awakening Tower? What was the difficulty of the 8th floor? What was the great secret of the 9th floor? They didn't know what His Majesty had left behind. Wait. We can only wait. If that Officer Yin he really succeeds in acquiring the inheritance, then the titled mission will automatically disappear. There was only one Wu Qi God. There was only one titled mission for the overlords. The moment someone succeeds, the mission would disappear and never appear again. Can this officer succeed or not? The Black Mist leader was worried. The only officer who entered the 8th level before failed too. After he failed, we asked him, but he had no memories of the 8th level at all. The 8th level definitely has a huge secret. Otherwise, the God Emperor wouldn't use such a method to erase his memories. The silver-armored lady leader said. Let's wait. The 4 leaders were indeed filled with endless curiosity. Born in the Jin world, they were naturally completely loyal to the God Emperor. With a single order from him, even if he wanted them to die, they wouldn't hesitate at all. However, they were curious too, they had been in the God Emperor Valley for so long. Protecting was just a facade. Finding the absolute beings that the God Emperor needed was their true purpose. If His Majesty the Divine King desired it so much, then what were the 8th and 9th floors of the Awakening Crows? Building, Luo Feng felt the time and space warp and he immediately arrived at the 8th level. 8th level of the building. After Luo Feng appeared, he was still immersed in the 7th level. Breaking through willpower is indeed difficult. On the 7th level, my willpower improved a little. I estimate that my willpower has reached the pinnacle of the Void True God level. I'm not far from the limit. 6 scrolls. God, I've obtained 6 scrolls. Like Annihilation, only the first 3 scrolls are suitable for true gods. The contents of these 6 scrolls are enough for me to train for a long time. Luo Feng was very satisfied. Because, the God Eye technique was something that even the Duandong River sect didn't have. It was probably a powerful technique that the Jin superpower didn't pass to outsiders. Now I'm on the 8th level, which is also the last hurdle of the building. It's the final obstacle to me reaching the top. Luo Feng looked around. This was a vast void. In the distance, there was a small floating continent. The continent was small. With Luo Feng's divine body, he could probably walk 100 steps. In the endless void, there was only that small continent. Luo Feng naturally became a beam of light and flew towards that small continent. It didn't look far, but flying took up a lot of time. Also, the space around seemed to be suppressed by something. He couldn't teleport at all. This building has a huge secret. This title character isn't normal. And no one has succeeded over the countless years. Such a huge secret, what would be the final obstacle? Luo Feng was curious and worried. How could the final obstacle be simple when it involved such a huge secret? 8th level, this was the final obstacle. Everything was on the small continent in front of him. So, after flying for a while, Luo Feng finally landed on that small floating continent. Looking around, the entire continent was bare. There were no objects. However, there were many ancient words on the surface of the continent. Luo Feng looked over. The words were simple. The 8th level of the building is the final obstacle of the titled mission. Observe the surrounding space and you can learn a technique. If I can master it, I'll be able to enter the 9th floor of the Awakening Crow Tower. If you fail, your memory will be erased and you will leave the building. After Luo Feng finished reading the words, the ancient words on the continent all vanished. Luo Feng looked up at the surrounding space. Indeed, huge words began to appear in all directions. Every word was like a star, connected to each other. Countless words, almost like a picture scroll. There were no pauses or breaks, and all the words were connected. It was hard to tell which word was the beginning and which was the end. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng stood on the floating little continent, surveying his surroundings. Observing the surrounding space allows me to learn a technique. Once I master it, I'll enter the 9th level. If I fail, I'll erase my memories and leave the Awakened Crow building. Luo Feng frowned. The temptation of entering the 9th level was huge. However, the countless floating words before him made him confused. He didn't know what to do. With a glance, it was like a sky full of stars. Every word was a star, and they were all connected. As they were all gathered together, it was impossible to tell where the beginning and the end of the technique was. He didn't even know how to explain it. To train the technique, I have to first sort out the entire contents? Luo Feng looked at the countless words floating in space. However, I don't understand it at all. How do I explain it? If I can't even explain it, how do I train? Luo Feng was troubled. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed. Just how do I train? Luo Feng looked at the words. Every single character was emitting light, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. Countless words, it was almost like a huge picture scroll was displayed before Luo Feng. However, he just couldn't understand it. It wasn't that he hadn't studied the glowing words, but he still couldn't understand them. Don't tell me I have to stop at the 8th level? Luo Feng wasn't satisfied. However, this huge picture scroll's countless words were indeed like a heavenly book. Wang. All of a sudden, Luo Feng, who had been studying the words on the scroll, suddenly felt all the words on the huge scroll light up. In an instant, his consciousness was sucked into the scroll. Just like using the virtual universe sensor, his consciousness entered the virtual universe. At this time, Luo Feng's consciousness entered the scroll. Luo Feng stood on the floating land and didn't move. In the distant circular picture scroll, the starry words glowed brightly. They flickered with a special rhythm. Hua, a blurry silhouette appeared in space. He was dressed in a luxurious royal robe, on it revolved a dark glow. His silhouette was blurry as he stood in midair. As he stood there, it was almost as though the entire 8th level world was centered around him, and absolute nobility emanated from him. He was looking at the distant continent where Luo Feng stood stunned. This is already the second one. The black figure sighed softly. The previous consciousness entered the painting world and quickly failed. I wonder if this one will work. Maybe I'm too delusional? Although the realm of Jin is vast and boundless, it's still unrealistic for it to give birth to a peerless figure who can cultivate this secret art. However, apart from this, what else could I do? What else could I do? My true body has been destroyed. I have no other choice, no other choice. The black figure sighed softly. With countless lives, there will eventually be a miracle. The black silhouette looked at the distant Luo Feng with anticipation. Luo Fengsha stood there in a daze. His consciousness had already entered the world of the painting. In the world inside the scroll, Luo Feng could only feel his consciousness being sucked in, as though he had entered the virtual universe. His vision blurred and he arrived before a majestic palace that was emitting a faint purple light. This palace was constructed at the peak of an endless mountain. Luo Feng looked over. The majestic palace seemed to be shrouded in mist, it was blurry and indistinct. Just looking at it made him feel a strong pressure. Luo Feng turned and looked into the distance. The mountain range he was in was endless, he couldn't see the end at all. Just what is this place? I was looking at those void words earlier and my consciousness was forcefully pulled in? Luo Feng felt more and more mysterious. Just how strong was his willpower? The ring-shaped scroll formed by the void runes forcefully dragged his consciousness towards it. Come in. Come in. Come in. This majestic palace that was emitting a faint purple light emitted waves of calls, causing Luo Feng to be momentarily dazed. Just like that, he stupidly walked towards the door and into the depths of the palace. Luo Feng was shocked and immediately looked around. I'm in the palace? I was controlled without any warning. This difference is too huge. This was an extremely beautiful palace. The sides of the palace had exquisite pillars. On the pillars were carvings of pictures. The distant walls had some decorations too. All of this emitted a strong pressure. Luo Feng wanted to see clearly, but he still couldn't see anything. Even the ground beneath his feet couldn't be seen clearly. It was like looking at a flower in the mist. Rumble. The entire palace suddenly shook violently. Luo Feng immediately turned around, only to see a strange beast appear out of thin air in the great hall. This strange beast was covered in black scales, its body resembling a lion, and there was a curved purple horn on its forehead. Its eyes glowed with a purple light, and as it walked in the great hall trembled. You are. Luo Feng looked at this beast. I am the technique itself. The purple-horned beast said proudly. Luo Feng was stunned. The technique itself? What, even weapons have spirits, how can this technique not have a spirit? The purple-horned beast sneered. Luo Feng was shocked. Following which he was overjoyed. My god. Secret technique spirit. Any other soldier in the Jin world wouldn't even understand the meaning of the secret technique spirit. However, Luo Feng had the inheritance of Duandong River. He knew of the ancient civilization. Naturally he understood what the secret technique spirit was. In the ancient civilization, only a few incomparably powerful absolute beings, standing at the pinnacle of the ancient civilization, would spend a lot of effort to create a secret technique treasure for the sake of choosing a suitable inheritor for the technique they were so proud of, causing the technique to contain a spirit. The fusion of the technique into a spirit was extremely demanding. Within Duandong River, only the third-generation founder could do it. The other inheritors couldn't do it. The secret technique had a spirit, it would naturally choose the most suitable master. If other warriors tried to use their strength to forcefully obtain this technique, they would only fail, and the secret technique treasure couldn't recognize a master. Even killing the spirit was impossible. After all, only the master could easily kill the treasure spirit, or in other words, when an absolute warrior destroyed the treasure, naturally he could destroy the treasure spirit. However, to be able to create a secret technique treasure, Which one wasn't an absolute being of the ancient civilization? Just like the third-generation founder's secret technique spirit, even the third-generation founder himself, if he didn't recognize the master, he wouldn't be able to destroy the treasure he created. Hence, this level of secret technique spirit was hard to destroy. However, to obtain the secret technique that those pinnacle beings were so proud of, was even harder. Just what kind of technique is this, to actually create a secret technique spirit? Don't tell me this was done by His Majesty the God Emperor? Luo Feng thought, even within my Duandong River, only the third-generation founder could do this. Against this purple-horned beast, Luo Feng listened obediently. After all, even the third-generation founder couldn't use force, everything had to follow the Creator's rules. You were able to enter the picture world, you have some foundation. The purple-horned beast said, however, whether or not you can obtain this technique will depend on your strength. Watch carefully. The purple-horned beast's horn suddenly shot out 4 beams of light. Rumble. 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 The 4 beams of light struck at 4 different areas of the palace. Immediately a huge scroll appeared on the 4 walls of the palace. The scrolls rolled down. On them were countless words. Only 3 of the scrolls had countless words that couldn't be read clearly. Only one of the scrolls. Which meant that the words on the scroll in mid-air were incomparably clear, allowing Luo Feng to finish reading it. These 4 large scrolls. The purple-horned beast said, the one before you, is also the only one you can read clearly, is the entire technique, the guidance technique. Guidance technique? Luo Feng nodded. Guidance technique, the pinnacle beings of the ancient civilization, it wasn't easy for them to find an inheritor. If they were killed while they were growing, it would be fine. However, if they were killed and their memories were searched, causing the ultimate technique they were so proud of to leak out, that would be troublesome. Hence they would make many defensive measures. Like the broken East River's inheritance imprint, due to the restrictions of the imprint, Luo Feng couldn't leak it out. Even if he were killed and his memories were searched, the imprint would crumble and destroy everything, making it impossible for the enemy to find it. Of course, many large powers, like the Gene God Emperor, when they passed it down to their underlings, as they got stronger, they would gradually pass it down even more profound. The stronger the underling, the harder it was to have their memories searched. It wasn't a true inheritance, nor was it passed down to their underlings. Instead, they would use the secret technique spirit to search for a successor. Normally, they would use the secret technique of receiving guidance. Once the secret technique of receiving guidance was mastered, they would be able to receive the truly powerful secret technique. Even if their memories were searched, under the influence of the secret technique of receiving guidance, they would not be able to find out the true secret technique. The guidance technique, other than a protection technique, normally also had the ability to select a suitable inheritor. This technique had many difficulties, only those who met the requirements could master it. Mastering the receiving guidance mystic technique naturally meant that he could learn this mystic technique, and he could also receive guidance in passing. Everything was successful. The stronger the technique, even void. True God, eternal true God or even higher have to learn it. Luo Feng thought, I'm just an overlord, I definitely can't complete this technique. If I can complete it, it means this technique has no value at all. Then, the meaning of the 8th level, I'm afraid it's to master the guidance technique, and then completely absorb the powerful technique into my soul. After memorizing it, it means I've succeeded. If I haven't mastered it, I'm afraid I've failed. Luo Feng quickly understood the true meaning of the 8th level. After mastering the guiding attraction mystic art and obtaining the complete mystic art, one could enter the 9th floor of the Wuqi building. This was the final hurdle. This guidance technique should be very difficult, otherwise there wouldn't be so many hurdles at the start. And no one in the Gene world has ever succeeded. Luo Feng began to carefully study the scroll floating in front of the door. The purple-horned beast beside him was still speaking. The requirements for this technique are very strict. It's best for the cultivator to be an overlord, the highest is a true god. If one's strength is any higher, there's no chance of success. The 2nd chapter came to an end. Tomato continued writing the 3rd chapter, and continued asking for votes, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng focused on the scroll that recorded the absorption technique. There were countless words on it, and with Luo Feng's memory, he instantly memorized them all. Absorption. Luo Feng pondered and studied the contents of the technique, trying his best to understand more and prepare for his training. As the saying goes, sharpening one's knife wouldn't delay the work of cutting firewood. The more crucial the time, the more he couldn't rush. This absorption technique's requirements are extremely high. The purple-horned beast said proudly, "Ever since I was created by Master, countless absolute geniuses have tried to obtain it, however no one has succeeded." Luo Feng was shocked within, glancing at the purple-horned beast beside him. Countless geniuses. For Wu Qi to be able to make it to the 8th level, he shouldn't be considered countless geniuses. As for you, you'll probably fail too. The purple-horned beast glanced at Luo Feng. Luo Feng focused on the scroll, simultaneously pondering and analyzing. Very quickly, he understood the detailed steps of the training. The moment he understood, he immediately began to train. This made the purple-horned beast beside him shocked. That's straightforward, training right away. However, he'll probably still fail. The purple-horned beast's 4 hooves bent and laid within the palace. It drooped its head and waited beside, waiting for Luo Feng to fail and send him out. With this training, Luo Feng's entire body and consciousness couldn't help but immerse within. In an instant, his earth body, golden-horned beast, Masha clansman and endless dark ocean all began to train. Hua Primal Universe, Human Domain Primal Region. The vast endless tranquil sea suddenly calmed down. There was a faint white light flickering in every corner of the sea like white electric sparks. White light flickered everywhere, and at the same time an even stronger willpower impact was released outwards. Wave after wave of willpower impact spread out in all directions. A few of the Undyings and Sector Lords within the universe ships flying above the endless dark ocean could only feel the terrifying willpower waves sweeping over. Rumble. They immediately fainted. The endless dark ocean was extremely vast, and it was the most important area of the primal region. Many of the universe lords from the Great Alliance were here. With the willpower attack from the endless dark ocean, large amounts of Sector Lords, Undyings and even Knights fainted. This too shocked many of the warriors in the primal region. Milky Way leader's ocean body, what's wrong? Why are there dots of white light everywhere? Furthermore, the impact of his will was simply too terrifying. Even universe supremacies couldn't withstand it at all. What a powerful willpower attack. Even I feel strained. One by one, the universe lords of the Hong Alliance appeared at the edge of the endless underworld sea, looking at it. Several human race masters of the universe also appeared. Why would there suddenly be a will attack? The Ice Peak leader frowned. I don't know. It just happened all of a sudden. Beside, one of the foreign race leaders from the Great Alliance obviously lowered his head. The Ice Peak leader had received the ancient civilization's guidance from Luo Feng and quickly reached level 5. On top of that, the Ice Peak Lord's Divine Power Ignition secret technique was known to the public. Flickering white light is appearing everywhere in the endless tranquil sea. Moreover, a powerful will attack is spreading out. Even universe supremacies are unable to withstand it. Everyone was shocked. No one knew what had happened. He could only guess. Milky Way Lord is in the Gene realm. Could it be that he had some fortuitous encounter there and obtained some powerful secret art? Many of the universe lords from the Hong Alliance speculated. Hua. A silhouette appeared, emitting endless pressure. It was the Primal Chaos City leader. As the strongest warrior in the universe, the moment he appeared, everyone around him expressed their respect. Send the order. The Primal Chaos City leader ordered, protect all those who have fainted and bring them away. And forbid any warriors from entering the endless tranquil sea. Yes. Yes. Immediately, 8 universe lords obeyed and immediately went to make arrangements. The Primal Chaos City leader stared at the endless tranquil sea. His eyes flashed with worry, but he quickly buried it deep within. Luo Feng, just what happened to you? I communicated with you and you didn't respond at all. How did it form such a powerful willpower attack? Worry. The Primal Chaos City leader was incredibly worried. Not just the primal region, even the Milky Way sacred land was affected by the willpower attack. Gene Realm, 8th level of the Awakened Crow Tower. Standing on the floating land, Luo Feng didn't move at all. His entire body glowed with white light as he emitted waves of willpower attacks. Every bit of God energy in his body was covered with white engravings, permeating into every bit of his life force. This was a test of the soul, the most basic test. And in this test, Luo Feng's willpower naturally began to merge with his God body. A normal warrior's willpower was like a rootless weed. The moment he died, even if he had a God body, it wouldn't produce such a terrifying willpower attack. And Luo Feng's willpower was gradually merging with every bit of God energy. Then the willpower would have a root. Only then could the willpower techniques be unleashed. This was the prerequisite for the God Eye technique and other willpower techniques. Such a warrior, even if he died, every drop of blood, hair, or tooth would contain an extremely powerful willpower. This process was very slow. After more than 900 years, the white light on the surface of Luo Feng's body suddenly turned into blue light. Rumble, the willpower attack of the endless tranquil sea actually exploded once more. This caused the expressions of the universe lords from the Great Alliance to change greatly. Only a few with stronger willpower could easily withstand it. And the normal universe lords could only barely withstand it. What's going on? The willpower attack is getting stronger. Within the space of the 8th level of the Enlightenment building. Dressed in a luxurious robe and surrounded by a black light, the silhouette looked at the distant floating continent where Luo Feng stood. He's already entered the 2nd stage. The black light silhouette trembled, his eyes filled with excitement. My gene world actually managed to produce such a genius. Back when this picture scroll was spread outside, the various powers, who knows how many geniuses had the chance to enter. However, only a very few managed to enter the 2nd stage. Don't tell me he'll actually succeed? Definitely, the black light silhouette's eyes were filled with worry, anxiety, and anticipation. Within the picture scroll world, the purple-horned beast that was originally laying there with its head drooped looked shocked at Luo Feng, who was training. He actually entered the 2nd stage. There's a total of 3 stages in the guidance technique and he actually managed to enter the 2nd. Ever since I was born. I don't know how many geniuses from the various powers have entered. Of those geniuses, some received extremely valuable inheritances, some were nurtured endlessly from birth. However, to be able to endure it and enter the 2nd stage, there were less than 50. This punk, where did he come from? Is he an absolute genius nurtured by the Gene God Emperor? Time passed day by day. Luo Feng didn't know at all that he had already caused a huge commotion. Pain. Torture. Hell. Luo Feng felt this way. After training, he knew that the guidance technique was split into 3 stages. The 1st stage was still fine and easy. However, from the 2nd stage onwards, his life imprint would suffer the cruelest treatment. It was as though countless needles were piercing his life imprint over and over again, as though countless scalding marks were imprinted on it. In terms of pain, it wasn't any less than when he recognized the Star Pagoda back then. Luckily, the current Luo Feng was much stronger than back then. He could still endure the pain from the life imprint. However, enduring was one thing, whether or not the life imprint could withstand it was another. Even the pain from the life imprint breaking was something Luo Feng could endure. However, the moment it broke, he would die. Don't tell me there's a risk of dying while training in this technique? Luo Feng's heart tightened. However, he was already in the training process, there was no way to retreat. It's already the 2nd stage. The purple-horned beast was filled with anticipation. As long as I can enter the 3rd stage, that'll be great. Ever since I was captured by the Gene God Emperor, under him, there hasn't even been a single person who has entered the 2nd stage. Punk. Work hard, you have to enter the 3rd stage. The moment you enter the 3rd stage, if you fail, you'll naturally die. However, if you succeed, at least in the Gene country, you'll be second only to your God Emperor. The purple-horned beast was filled with anticipation. Its life's destiny was to find a suitable inheritor. Of course, the moment it found a suitable inheritor, that would be the moment the technique spirit dissipates. However, it didn't care. From the day it was born, it had been chasing after that most glorious moment. Within the 8th level of the tower, the black silhouette was staring at Luo Feng. You have to enter the 3rd stage. Only then will there be hope. However, even with all the powers added together, there are only 10 absolute geniuses who have entered the third stage. However, of those 10, other than 3 who survived, the rest have all fallen. This guidance technique, the first and second stages didn't have any life-threatening danger. However, the moment it reached the third stage, it was the final moment. If you don't succeed, you die. If you fail, you die. Of course, the ancient civilization had many life-saving methods. Many of the absolute geniuses from the various powers had all failed at the third stage. However, there were still 3 who survived. However, my body has already been destroyed. I have no way of protecting your life. You'll have to thank me if you survive the third stage. I can't. The black silhouette shook his head. Primal Universe, Human Territories, Primal Region. In the endless dark ocean, there were specks of blue light everywhere. After 300 years. Rumble, all the specks of blue light had become countless purple lights. And these countless purple lights seemed to be connected to each other, forming an incredibly vast and mysterious ancient diagram. Rumble. The endless dark ocean's willpower surge once again rose. Ah. Some of the universe lords from the Hong Alliance, who had been standing guard, fainted one by one. Only 2 universe lords remained conscious. This was the third stage. The difference in votes was even greater. Tomato continued to write the 4th stage. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The human camp was shaken. The Milky Way leader's willpower attack didn't differentiate friend from foe. Of the 39 universe lords guarding the endless dark ocean, 37 fainted on the spot. Only the Void Gold Lord and the Mending Luan Lord remained conscious, as these 2 had reached the strongest level of willpower in the universe. The entire Great Alliance was shaken, and this was just a scattered scene. If they were to gather and attack, how terrifying would that be? Doesn't that mean that the Milky Way leader's willpower attack alone can wipe out almost all universe lords? Even the strongest in the universe, if their willpower is weak, they'll suffer. The upper echelon of the Great Alliance was shocked. The Primal Chaos City leader gave a strict order: our Great Alliance forbids any information from spreading. Only the universe lords of our Great Alliance know the details. If it spreads, it'll be a crime of defecting to the enemy. Milky Way Sacred Land, Primal Region, security was immediately tight. Even though many sector lords and undyings had fainted, they didn't know how terrifying Luo Feng's willpower attack was. Luo Feng, no matter what, he has to return alive. The Primal Chaos City leader stood far away in the endless dark ocean, watching from afar, thinking within. Primal Chaos City understood. Such a powerful technique, how could it be so easy to obtain? Just from the fact that Luo Feng had no contact with the outside world, it was obvious. Luo Feng was in an extremely dangerous situation. Gene World, 8th level of the Awakened Crow Building. Luo Feng's body was filled with purple light, every bit of his god energy had a huge purple picture infused into it. Rumble, waves of willpower attack spread in all directions. Third stage. He's already in the third stage. Before coming to the world of Gene, I was the only one who came to the 8th floor of the Tower of Awakening, and I failed as soon as I tried. I didn't expect a miracle to happen in the world of Gene, for a Law Lord to enter the third stage. Just one more step, and I'll succeed. The moment I succeed, haha, I've waited for so long, just for this moment. The black light figure couldn't hide his excitement. However, he was nervous too. I can't fail. It's the final stage, I can't fail. If I fail, a miracle happened once, will there be a second one? He had long understood that the life forms in Gene World had a 0% chance of success. The so-called titled mission was simply a dream, hoping for a miracle to happen, and now, a miracle had actually happened. The ancient civilizations, the large powers, who knew how many geniuses had never succeeded. Even he sighed. It was a miracle, inside the painting scroll world. The purple-horned beast looked nervously at Luo Feng. It could tell that this Law Lord had experienced a terrifying nightmare. This is my bottom line. The ultimate art I created has high requirements for your soul. This is my bottom line. If you can't reach this bottom line, only death awaits you. Little fellow. The purple-horned beast was nervous and anxious. You have to persevere. You have to persevere. As long as you hold on, then you will enter a brand new world. Time flew by. During the process of training the guidance technique, especially after entering the third stage, Luo Feng felt as though his soul was about to be destroyed. However, when he couldn't hold on any longer, his soul would transform. In the third stage, every time he reached his limit, his soul would quickly adapt. Don't tell me, I'm naturally suited for this technique? Luo Feng couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. Just like the Star Pagoda's recognition of Master and the resistance against the Divine Eye's willpower earlier, he had relied on his willpower to fight. However, training this guidance technique didn't have much to do with willpower. After all, amongst the absolute geniuses of the ancient civilizations, during the Origin Law Lord stage, there were even those with willpower that reached the eternal true God level. However, they still failed. Because this guidance technique only had a small requirement for willpower. Most of it was for the soul itself. Luo Feng's soul was squeezed to its limit. However, under this guidance technique, it swiftly adapted, causing the initial pain of his soul shattering to slowly become comfortable and comfortable. Comfortable. Luo Feng actually liked the feeling of training the third stage. Luo Feng had trained the third stage for close to 90 years before finally succeeding. Phew. Luo Feng opened his eyes. Smiling, he was incredibly relaxed. Before him was the purple-horned beast. Its huge face was right before his eyes. Luo Feng was shocked the moment he opened his eyes. Spirit of the technique, this is. Luo Feng couldn't help but take 2 steps back, widening the distance. The purple-horned beast stared intently at Luo Feng. It muttered, I'm watching. I want to see just where did this overlord come from to actually succeed. However, congratulations. You have the right to train in my master's technique. The purple-horned beast said proudly. Who is your master? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. The godly emperor of the Gene world? It didn't seem like it. Humph, I heard it clearly. Even though my master doesn't recognize you. The purple-horned beast said, however he did pass on the technique to me. You have to remember my master's name. My master is called Yuan. He's a truly free and unfettered being that isn't bound by any power. Yuan? Luo Feng quietly memorized this name. Alright, you've trained in the guidance technique. You've met the requirements. Naturally you have the right to receive my master's great technique. The purple-horned beast exclaimed. After living for so long, you can finally return to the technique itself. Immediately the entire purple-horned beast disintegrated, becoming specks of starlight that rushed straight into Luo Feng's consciousness. In an instant, a sea of information flooded in. Within the 8th level of the awakened crow building, the black silhouette watched nervously and expectantly. This nervousness lasted for close to 90 years. Until the light around Luo Feng's body dissipated. Especially when the countless star characters that were originally revolving in space rushed madly towards Luo Feng and entered his body, only then did he let out a sigh of relief, revealing a satisfied smile. My existence has value. The black silhouette smiled and immediately dissipated. In this space, only Luo Feng was left floating on the land. Luo Feng stood there without moving. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes. 8th level world. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. There were no more words in the surrounding space. After knowing the detailed information about the technique, Luo Feng understood that the words had already entered his body. Yuan? Luo Feng recalled the information he just received about the technique. He couldn't help but respect this being. This powerful mystic technique was called the elemental arrangement technique. It seemed ordinary, but it was actually the true ultimate technique of the ancient civilization. Furthermore, the elemental arrangement technique was also a willpower mystic technique, but it was very different from the God's Eye mystic technique. The God Eye technique could be trained as long as one's willpower reached the void true God level. Luo Feng could train it now. However, the Yuan array technique required one's willpower to become holy. Accurately speaking, the God Eye technique was considered a low-level technique. It was extremely useful for true gods, void true gods and eternal true gods. The essence arrangement art was enough to make the God King and other super existences go crazy. This was a heaven-defying art. For example, if His Majesty the Gene God King succeeded in cultivating the essence arrangement art, his strength would skyrocket and he would be able to suppress many other forces. This was a technique that completely affected the power structure. However, it was created by a Yuan who had no intentions of fighting for power. This technique had long caused countless battles and wars in the ancient civilization. Even though the Gene Godly King had it, he himself was unable to train it. He tried his best to get the geniuses under him to try. However, they all failed, until Luo Feng appeared. Rumble. A beam of light descended from space and enveloped Luo Feng. Luo Feng disappeared from the 8th level of the Awakened Crow building. Reaching the 9th level was considered a success. One could obtain the Awakened Crow God and receive a title. Luo Feng stood in a quiet square courtyard. There were ancient carvings on the walls. It had the unique style of the Gene world. This is the 9th level of the Awakened Crow building? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Other than the title and the Awakened Crow God, Luo Feng really wanted to know the secret of everything hidden at the end. Come in. A voice resounded from the quiet residence. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng followed the ancient and solemn path. This path was formed from many huge square stone slabs. Every stone had a different carving on it. No two carvings were the same. Every one was perfect. If Luo Feng lowered his head to look, he couldn't help but be captivated. The seemingly normal path and walls were actually filled with luxuries. Turning a corner, he saw a door. It was open. Luo Feng glanced through the door. Inside, he saw the messy mechanical parts, weapon parts, etc. Luo Feng walked to the door and saw a man dressed in a luxurious robe. He was focused on the different mechanical parts beside him. The luxurious robe man turned and looked at Luo Feng. He couldn't help but smile. Since you're here, take a seat. Before him, there was indeed an exquisite black throne. Luo Feng didn't say much and obediently sat down. Since the godly emperor created the Awakened Crows building and set up so many difficulties, even making the countless elite soldiers of Gene World rush over, there had to be a reason. This man. Luo Feng looked carefully. Weird. Even the last Duandong his consciousness had some sort of pressure. Why doesn't he have any pressure at all? Just like when he was a kid, meeting a neighbor grandpa on the road. Facing this man, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. There was no fear, only a sense of ease. Powerful. Luo Feng was shocked within. Even with my willpower, I can't help but feel good about him. I'm sure you're curious. The luxurious robe man looked at Luo Feng. Just why did the godly emperor create this Awakened Crows building and set up so many difficulties? I'll tell you now. Firstly, I'll tell you my identity. I am the godly emperor of Gene World. Luo Feng was shocked. His Majesty, even though he had some guesses, he still couldn't believe it. This ordinary-looking old man on Earth was actually the godly emperor? Accurately speaking, I'm the consciousness left behind by the godly emperor after he died. The luxurious robe man looked at Luo Feng. Consciousness? Luo Feng was shocked within. Just as he guessed, the godly emperor was really dead. You don't seem too surprised. The luxurious robe man looked at Luo Feng. Nothing out of your expectations? Although I was observing you from afar before, I didn't notice anything else. But now I know that you are not a being of the Gene realm. Luo Feng was shocked within, almost wanting to self-destruct. However, on the surface, Luo Feng was still calm. It's not that I'm not shocked, it's just that everything you've said is too unbelievable. That's why I've been skeptical. You say that you are the God King, and you say that you are the virtual consciousness left behind by the God King after he died. The great God King is very far away from me, and how could the great God King die? Also, what do you mean by I'm not from the Gene realm? Haha. The man in the luxurious robe laughed. He laughed very happily. There's no need to be vigilant. There's no need to worry. The man laughed. I'll explain it to you in detail and you'll understand. Luo Feng listened carefully. Back then, there was a trace of reminiscence in the man's eyes. It was a long, long time ago. I chose a path that was close to certain death, so before I left, I created the Tower of Awakening in the realm of Jin and left behind this titled mission. If I fail, I might have a chance to turn things around. I left. However, I left behind a virtual consciousness here. This virtual consciousness has my memories and thoughts, only it's not considered a true life form. Of course. I am this virtual consciousness. Subconsciously, I still think of myself as the God King. Luo Feng nodded to express his understanding. After all, this virtual consciousness had all the memories and thoughts of the God King. As for what dangers the God King faced after leaving, I don't know. After all, I have no way of contacting him. The man exclaimed. Only through my understanding of the realm of Jin, I found out one day that the God King had fallen. The Tower of Awakening has a total of 9 levels. This 9th level is connected to the entire realm of Jin's universe core. The man said. I often head to the core of the realm of Jin. With the God King's fall, the core of the realm of Jin would naturally undergo a huge change. The man looked at Luo Feng. Also, the reason why I'm certain that you aren't a life form from the realm of Jin is because, when you entered the 9th level, the 9th level connected to the universe core didn't acknowledge you. The man said. If you were a life form from the realm of Jin, you would be a child of the realm of Jin. Naturally, you would be acknowledged. And you would be incomparably loyal to the God King, willing to die for him. Luo Feng understood. Just like the Lord of 9 Underworlds, the life forms created by the Lord of 9 Underworlds were also absolutely loyal to him. One theory. The life forms within the realm of Jin were also absolutely loyal to the God King. Just like the 4 leaders, the moment the God King ordered them to die, they wouldn't hesitate. Oh, since you already know, then what do you want to do? Luo Feng was cautious within. To kill him, with the man's ability, it was too easy, there was no need to waste words. For a God King to say so much to him, he definitely had a purpose. You only need to make an oath. The man laughed softly. In the future, when you become a strong warrior like the God King, you have to use all your strength to kill the other 3 pinnacle beings. Luo Feng was stunned. Oath, the ancient civilization naturally had many soul oaths. The moment one broke one's oath, one's soul would scatter and die. When I become a strong warrior like the God King? Luo Feng was shocked. I'm only an overlord right now. Hence you don't have to worry. The man shook his head. To you now, it's too far away. You can't help the realm of Jin at all. This is only a promise made after you become the God King. Don't worry, the moment you agree, there will naturally be benefits for you. If you reject, even if you choose to self-destruct, the moment you do so, I can destroy your soul. I know, the life forms from outside the realm of Jin, many have the ability to create clones. Luo Feng was shocked. Almost like, His Majesty the Divine King knew a lot. I know more than you can imagine. The man looked at Luo Feng. Make your choice. Do you agree or refuse me? Luo Feng laughed helplessly. Do I have a choice? What a joke. With a technique left behind by a God King, Luo Feng believed that even if he self-destructed, the moment he did so, his soul would be destroyed, and all his clones would die. In that case, he would be dead for sure. What's more, this oath was only made after he became the God King. The God King was so far away. That was above the eternal true God. Even Luo Feng himself didn't know if he could train to that level. After all, according to his own deductions, the God King should be on par with the 3rd-generation ancestor. I have to confirm that your oath is true. After all, I'm just a virtual consciousness. If I'm deceived by you. The man in the luxurious robe smiled. Then, he pointed at the surroundings. Suddenly, runes of law began to appear in the air. In an instant, the surroundings fell into a huge cage made of law runes. Rumble. A green light enveloped Luo Feng. This way, I can know all the changes in your soul. The man smiled. If you're faking it, I too. Ah. The man stood up fiercely, his face filled with shock. Luo Feng was shocked. The man was shocked as he looked at Luo Feng. He was shocked. What about me? Luo Feng was curious. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The man in the luxurious robe laughed heartily. He was laughing heartily, laughing heartily. Luo Feng was even more curious. What was going on? Disperse. The man in the luxurious royal robe pointed at the sky, and the runes of laws that were originally formed and floating in the void dissipated. Your Majesty, didn't you want me to make an oath? Luo Feng was shocked. No need. The man smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Because you've trained the 9 Tribulations manuals, naturally you don't have to make an oath. 9 Tribulations manuals? Luo Feng was shocked. He completely lost his composure. 9 Tribulations manuals, this was a manual that truly changed his fate. It was because of the 9 Tribulations manuals that his path as a strong warrior could reach such a level. If not for the 9 Tribulations manuals, he may have become a strong warrior too. However, he probably wouldn't have reached such a level. According to his teacher, the 9 Tribulations manuals were created by him. It could only be passed down to one person. Also, one had to be a human to train in it. What's going on? Luo Feng's mind seemed to explode. Countless thoughts flashed through. The 9 Tribulations manuals that only humans could train in. The manuals that only one person could train in. Even the manuals created by Mountain Passenger. Why, did this God King know about it? Yes. He had long suspected that the 9 Tribulations manuals were simply too heaven-defying. Other true gods couldn't do it. Not just the true gods, even the Purple Moon Ancestor and the East Emperor Ancestor hadn't heard of such heaven-defying manuals. However, Mountain Passenger had created such a secret manual without anyone noticing. What's wrong with the 9 Tribulations manuals? Luo Feng asked. Haha, this 9 Tribulations manuals. The man in the luxurious royal robe laughed. It's one of the secret manuals of the Gene world. Training in it will not only allow one's divine body to transform rapidly, it will also greatly benefit the soul. It's a super secret manual that will definitely change one's perception and talent. Anyone who trains in the 9 Tribulations manuals is the true core of the Gene country. Since you've trained in the 9 Tribulations manuals, you're naturally part of the Gene country. When you rise in the future, even if you don't kill those 3, they'll still kill you. Tomato, who was coughing, reminded enthusiastically, there are only 2 hours left for the monthly pass. If you don't vote now, it'll expire and become invalid. And now, the competition for the monthly pass is at its climax. Tomato needs your vote ***, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. No wonder Teacher Mountain Guest never contacted him after he entered the realm of Gene, nor did he ask about the situation in the realm of Gene, nor did he hear about Mountain Guest entering the realm of Gene. Everyone in the Cosmic Sea is curious about the realm of Gene. Primal Chaos City leader and the other experts of the Hong Alliance are all curious. Many of them are asking me. But Teacher Sitting Mountain Passenger never asked. I've always wondered why a mere real god like Sitting Passenger was able to create the 9 Tribulations secret manual and refine the Star Tower. Luo Feng understood a little. Even though he still didn't fully understand the mysterious Mountain Guest, he at least understood that this Mountain Guest had something to do with the realm of Gene, the core of Gene Nation. The great Gene Nation had been destroyed, the Divine King had fallen, and a large number of super experts who had followed the Divine King to battle had probably perished as well. There was no doubt that Mountain Guest was a true god. Then, Mountain Guest also received the inheritance like me? Obtaining the inheritance of His Majesty the Godly King, or one of the absolute warriors under the Godly King? Many thoughts flashed through Luo Feng's mind, after which he temporarily buried all his suspicions within. At the very least, he knew a little about Mountain Passenger. Many thoughts flashed through Luo Feng's mind, but he continued to converse normally with the Godly King. Your Majesty, who are the 3 pinnacle existences you mentioned? I have to know who they are first. Of course. The man in the luxurious royal robe said with a smile, these 3 are the 3 founding kings of another superpower, the barbaric Devour Nation. the 3 founding leaders? Luo Feng nodded, following which he was curious, where are they now? Could it be that this country has already been destroyed? All the traces of an ancient civilization he had discovered were traces of destruction. Only the realm of Jin had survived. Destroyed? The luxurious robed man was startled. He looked pensive and sighed softly. That's right, it's been a long, long time. Perhaps the devouring nation has already been destroyed. Luo Feng couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, if they are still alive, how will I find them in the future? The cosmic sea, it was too mysterious. No one had ever explored the edge of the cosmic sea. For example, the giant object that was suspected to be the corpse of His Majesty the Deity King had flown over from the faraway cosmic sea. In that case, could there be other existences in the faraway depths of the cosmic sea? Other terrifying forces? He did not know. To a true god, the cosmos sea was too vast and far. If one traveled too far, it would be easy to get lost. You want to find them? Don't worry. The man in the luxurious royal robe laughed, when you become truly powerful, all the secrets will gradually reveal themselves in front of you. As for whether or not the country of food was destroyed, I thought about it carefully just now. Even if the country of food was really destroyed, it's unlikely that all 3 founding rulers of the country of food died. Luo Feng nodded. And remembered. Look. The man in the luxurious royal robe pointed to an empty space not far away, and a machine appeared out of thin air. This is. Luo Feng carefully looked at the machine before him, a streamlined body, a monkey-like body, and an agile tail. Just sitting there silently gave off an energy that made Luo Feng's heart palpitate. The man in the luxurious royal robe said proudly, This is the true god-level machine that I created, Wu Qi Shen. Even an expert can use it. Amongst the single true god-level machines, it is definitely one of the best, and it can display your strongest battle power. The only weakness is that it uses up your god energy very quickly. Right now your god body is already very big. However, you still have to be careful, don't recklessly unleash it. Otherwise, if you use up too much energy, it'll be very troublesome for your god body to recover. Luo Feng nodded, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the Wu Qishan before him. Replenish trouble? What a joke, he had the endless underworld ocean. You've completed the titled mission and become a titled warrior, you have the right to exchange for this Wu Qishan. This Wu Qishan belongs to you. The luxurious royal robe man said. It belongs to me, but the points. Luo Feng looked at the man. Wu Qishan, it required 30 million points to exchange for. Haha, any mission that is completed has a reward. The man in the luxurious royal robe laughed loudly, this titled mission is extremely difficult, I've set the reward to be 30 million points. Don't tell me you're not prepared to exchange for the Wu Qishan and exchange for other treasures? Naturally that's up to you. Exchange, of course I'll exchange. Luo Feng said. It was actually like that. The reward of completing a titled mission was 30 million points, this was basically sending the Wu Qishan to the warrior who completed the titled mission. Wu Qishan. Luo Feng looked at the Wu Qishan before him, the universe sea is very turbulent right now, especially with the appearance of the 4th danger zone. The primal universe's willpower is even guiding it. Vast Thunder Star Lord before his death unleashed a power that was completely opposite of his god energy, there's definitely something hidden behind it. Luo Feng felt the pressure of the approaching storm. The stronger I am, the stronger my ability to deal with it. Luo Feng thought, and this time I've challenged the Wu Qi building, especially the 3rd level, I've acquired a large amount of mechanical treasures, true god level armor and weapons etc. from the other soldiers. I can totally bring a portion of the mechanical treasures to the armory and exchange them for points, using them to exchange for some more suitable for my human race. Just him alone, how many treasures could he need, especially after he became a true god, he would only have one body. He only needed a few strong treasures. Hence the other mechanical treasures were mostly prepared for the human race. Of course he definitely couldn't just give them out, after all there was no free lunch. Rumble. Luo Feng extended his hand and caressed the Wu Qishan, his life imprint was easily imprinted on it. This completely black monkey-like mechanical treasure instantly merged into Luo Feng's body, causing him to immediately become a human-shaped monkey with a tail. Only his face remained the same as Luo Feng's. So complicated. Luo Feng studied it a little and felt that the engravings on the Wu Qi Shen were extremely complicated, far surpassing the Qin bird and golden claw god etc. This is a true god-level machine, and it's the pinnacle of the true god machines. The luxurious robed man beside said, to unleash its full power, one's comprehension of the techniques has to reach the pinnacle of true god level. Of course, even though you're an origin law lord now, you can still use it, because it can be split into 3 different levels. Luo Feng laughed. Right. There were 3 different ways to control it, but just the first was even more complicated than the golden claw god and Qin bird. Much less the third, he would probably have to wait until he became a true god before he could unleash it. Keep your Wu Qi Shen well. The luxurious robed man said, I just don't want a large number of soldiers to know that this titled mission has a huge secret. Hence, I used the Wu Qi Shen as a lure to tempt the origin law lords and true gods. In truth, it's not much of a treasure. Luo Feng didn't argue. Right. To a great godly king, what was a true god-grade machine? Even a true god-level machine. However, he was only an origin law lord. When he was an origin law lord or even a true god, this Wu Qi Shen was his best treasure. Even when he became a void true god, this Wu Qi Shen would still be useful. Since I hope you become a god emperor, naturally I'll give you the training method. The luxurious robed man shook his head. However, I'm good at crafting treasures. Obviously, you're not good at this. As for close combat, I'm not good at that, but I prepared an inheritance for you. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Inheritance, the more the better. Comprehend it yourself. The man in the luxurious royal robe tossed out a crystal that glowed with a black light. In my Jin country, I'm the only god emperor. Hence, the battle inheritance I gave you is slightly weaker. The man in the luxurious royal robe explained, these are the experts under me, as well as the experts I killed, and the many inheritances gathered together. It'll be of some help to you in becoming a god emperor. Luo Feng nodded and touched the inheritance crystal. He was looking forward to it. However, accepting the inheritance required a long time. It was better to study it after leaving the Wu Qi building. I'll give you the inheritance. You'll need time to train and improve. Although the Wu Qi Shen is of great help to you, if you meet a void true god, you'll still be in danger of dying. The luxurious robed man said. In this Jin world, I'll grant you the right to borrow the world energy. World energy? Luo Feng was shocked. You've completed the titled mission and obtained the title. The luxurious robed man said. Your position is the same as the 4 great generals. This is just on the surface. In truth, the 4 great generals know that you're the most important person in the Jin world. You have absolute authority in the Jin world. If anyone dares to offend you, you can use the world energy to deal with them. Luo Feng was delighted. How powerful is the world energy of the Jin world? It can suppress an eternal true god and kill all void true gods. The luxurious robed man said. However, you must not kill as you please. Luo Feng nodded. Understood. The reason why this godly king of Jin was so good to him was because he had obtained the inheritance of the origin alignment art. As for the hope of killing the 3 founding kings of the Devour nation, this godly king had obviously placed all his hopes on him. After all, the godly king himself had already fallen. Because he had high hopes for Luo Feng, he naturally had to give Luo Feng enough power. At least in the Jin world, he would be able to give Luo Feng enough power. I can borrow the world energy of the Jin world? Luo Feng immediately felt incomparably delighted. This way, won't the life and death of the warriors from the cosmic sea that entered the Jin realm be in my hands with just a thought? Even the God King only told him not to kill as he wished. The meaning was clear, if he really wanted to kill, he could. I've given you everything I can, I've helped you with everything I can. I've already fallen, this is all I can give you. The luxurious robed man said. The rest is up to you. Go, it's time for you to leave this Wu Qi's building. Luo Feng bowed to express his gratitude. No matter what, the other party had helped him a lot. Rumble, a beam of light descended and struck Luo Feng. Luo Feng vanished from the building and reappeared outside. The second chapter was over. I didn't get first place in the May monthly votes. I'll post a chapter after the fourth chapter ends. No matter what, tomato. I'll first thank all the brothers who supported me. Everyone was very supportive. After all, the last few days of the monthly votes were really fast. Tomato continued to write the third chapter. Asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. They had waited for far too long. Ever since the God Emperor left this building, the four leaders' true mission was to find that absolute being. This was even more important than their lives. It disappeared. The titled mission disappeared. The Origin Law Lord's titled mission has already disappeared. He succeeded. That soldier Inhe must have reached the top of the building. The four leaders within the palace, they were constantly paying attention. Things like the four armies, God Emperor Valley etc., they could all see it at the same time. After Luo Feng entered the 8th level, the four of them didn't know what was going on inside. However, since he had stayed there for so long and didn't come out, naturally the four of them were filled with anticipation. They all stared at the mission list. The four of them practically shouted out at the same time. Shua! 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 The four silhouettes simultaneously vanished from the palace, arriving below the majestic building. Leader! It's the leader, the four leaders are all here. This caused some of the true God guards not far away to jump in fright. It was too rare for four commanders to come out at the same time. The four looked at the entrance of the building. Why isn't he out yet? It's time to come out. The four communicated amongst themselves, anxiously waiting. What they didn't know was that the moment Luo Feng passed the 8th level, the mission was automatically cancelled. However, at this time, Luo Feng was still on the 9th level chatting with the God Emperor. After a while, rumble. The majestic main gate suddenly opened, and a soldier walked out from within. He walked out? Since the building has been here for countless years, the surviving soldiers have all been teleported out. None of them have ever walked out from the door. And the other soldiers have all come out long ago. This soldier actually stayed for so long. Has he reached the top? Can't you see the four leaders are here to welcome him? He must have succeeded. The true God guards had seen countless batches of soldiers enter. Naturally they knew some inside information. They were naturally shocked. The moment Luo Feng walked out, he was shocked at the four silhouettes before him. A blurry black mist, a tall and sturdy man, a silver-armored woman and a beast, the four stood in a line outside the building, unable to hide their excitement as they looked at him. Luo Feng looked at the four, not knowing what to say. He didn't know any of them. We are the four commanders of the Divine King Valley. Under the orders of His Majesty, the Divine King, we have always protected the Divine King Valley. At the same time, we've been waiting for a peerless existence to ascend to the top of the Tower of Awakening the Crow. The four of us are truly happy that you've succeeded in the Milky Way ascension. Milky Way Palace Master, please come into the palace, the silver-armored woman said. Luo Feng immediately nodded and followed the four leaders towards the silver-gray palace not too far away. When they were conversing earlier, the surrounding true God guards couldn't hear them at all. The burly commander glanced at the surrounding guards. Today's matter is not to be spread. Yes, Commander. The dozen or so guards scattered in the distance all responded respectfully. On the first floor of the silver-gray palace. They are too excited. Luo Feng chatted with the four leaders, simultaneously exclaiming to himself, these four leaders' passion and excitement far exceeded his expectations. Reaching the top of the Awakening the Crow building, we've always been hoping for someone to do it. This matter, we've been waiting for countless years, almost like a heavy burden, pressing down on our hearts. The moment we think about it, we feel ashamed to face His Majesty. The black mist had already condensed into a blurry silhouette sitting there. Now that you've succeeded, we can relax too. It's been too long. The silver-armored lady sat there, her eyes brimming with tears. Inhe, wait here for a while, we've just sent the news of you reaching the top of the Awakening the building to the four generals. With their strength, they'll definitely rush here in a short time. The tall and sturdy commander explained. The four generals are like us. Over the years, they've been thinking of ways to nurture an absolute genius that can reach the top of the awakening the building. Knowing that you've succeeded, the four generals will be incomparably excited and happy. They'll definitely want to meet you. Luo Feng nodded and smiled. I've long heard of the four generals' names. I've long wanted to meet you, it's just that I never had the chance before. As a titled warrior, and one that reached the top of the awakening the Crow building, their positions were equivalent to generals. And this was just on the surface. In terms of actual positions, the four generals and four leaders were even slightly weaker. Luo Feng chatted with the four leaders not long after. Rumble. 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 Rumble, four silhouettes entered the palace and condensed. Luo Feng looked over. The four silhouettes were the warriors of the two tribes and two beasts. All of them had their auras retracted. Even so, the formless energy they gave off still made Luo Feng exclaim within. He, this is the Eastern Army's General Shuiyong. The tall and sturdy commander introduced. Shuiyong should be the kindest of the four. His skin was white, his ears had a green tattoo, looking very noble and graceful. Dressed in silver white armor, his eyes had a vertical pupil in between his eyebrows. At this time, he was visibly excited, his three eyes gleaming as he looked at Luo Feng. We've waited too long. Only today can we be considered worthy of your majesty. Quickly introduce me. Beside, a six-headed tall beast roared, after which he revealed a smile at Luo Feng. The six ugly and ferocious heads laughed simultaneously. I'm Bei, what's the rush? One by one. Luo Feng finally experienced the passion of the four generals. The four generals and the four leaders, over the endless years, they only had one goal, to help the God Emperor nurture an absolute genius that could reach the top of the awakened Black Building. This surpassed their own training and their lives. When Luo Feng appeared, they were extremely excited. You can take the risk and train, but the world is incomparably vast, and your current strength is still, there might be danger. I'll arrange a few Void True God guards for you to protect you in secret. The four generals were discussing beside him. They practically treated Luo Feng as a rare treasure, afraid of any mishaps. Half a day later, Luo Feng finally left the godly King Valley. The four leaders and four generals are too. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Even when I was returning to the Eastern Army, they had to send me. It's like a parent to a child, and they all listen to my every word. From their conversation, Luo Feng could feel that the four generals and leaders treated him as the godly emperor's successor. Return to the Eastern Army camp. Luo Feng immediately controlled the silver boat and flew away. The moment the elemental array technique was mastered, the endless Serene Sea clone, Masha clan clone and the others all stopped spreading their will attacks and regained their consciousness. Hence, the Primal Chaos City leader, Tru Yan and many others all contacted Luo Feng. Luo Feng explained everything in detail before letting them understand. Of course, Luo Feng didn't dare leak this big secret. Teacher Tru Yan, with the ancient civilization's guidance, has reached the limit of the night. He's just one step away from becoming the Universe Lord. Luo Feng thought, when Teacher becomes the Universe Lord, I'll definitely prepare a huge gift. With the ancient civilization's systematic training guidance, and because Tru Yan was Luo Feng's teacher, he naturally gave him large amounts of resources, hence his training speed was so fast. Among the three teachers, Tru Yan, Primal Chaos and Mountain Passenger, Luo Feng was closest to Tru Yan. Next was Primal Chaos, and then Mountain Passenger. Tru Yan was the one who didn't care for anything in return, completely treating this disciple as family. Primal Chaos was focused on Luo Feng's future for humanity. Mountain Passenger however had his own plans and thoughts. Of course. All three were teachers. Luo Feng was filled with gratitude, he would repay them whenever he could, it was just that Mountain Passenger didn't ask for anything. Tru Yan, Big Brother Hong, they're both knights. Second brother Thunder God is still undying. Luo Feng calculated, these few years, humanity has been fighting with the enemy camp, everything I do is for the race. However, I have to think about my earthling bloodline and my family. Leaving the godly King Valley, heading straight to the Eastern Army camp, the journey was long. Luo Feng was studying the Wu Qi god. The Wuqi god was split into 3 levels, even the first level surpassed the Golden Claw god and Chinchilla. Like the third level, it was even stronger than many Void True God level mechanical treasures. Only then could it be considered the king of true God level machines. Using 10,000 times time acceleration, it actually took me half a day to understand the first level of the Wuqi god. Wearing the Wuqi god, Luo Feng muttered. Although it was half a day, in reality it was close to 10 years under 10,000 times. Wearing the Wuqi god, Luo Feng's body was like an armored monkey, his face was still Luo Feng's, just that it was black. A nimble tail even twirled around. Ignite! Ignite! Luo Feng immediately ignited his god body, simultaneously activating the second volume of annihilation. Immediately the energy exploded to an extremely high level, at the same time swiftly spreading throughout the entire Wuqi god, swiftly transforming the 16 hubs within the Wuqi god. Every 4 hubs formed an engraving diagram, the many engraving diagrams converged, forming a virtual hub within the Wuqi god building. Rumble. The dazzling golden light formed, immediately filling the entire Wuqi god building. So. Luo Feng, who had left a million images in the tomb boat hall, quickly stopped. So powerful. Luo Feng was speechless. With this, the Golden Claw god, Chinchilla etc. can be abandoned. With this, even the strongest in the universe see, even if they're lucky enough to get a mechanical treasure, they still won't be my match. Luo Feng was filled with absolute confidence, after which he couldn't help but mutter, only this Wuqi god's god energy consumption is really fast. As he had already maintained the second volume's high-speed combustion, and activated the Wuqi god, the endless amount of god energy was madly consumed, almost like it was being swallowed by a whale. If it was the 100,000 kilometers body from before, it would probably be gone in a blink of an eye. Luckily his body was large enough now, however he didn't dare to recklessly battle for too long. No wonder His Majesty knew my body was huge, and said the consumption was too ridiculous. Luo Feng exclaimed, there were gains and losses. Finally, after 3 months, the leisurely flying Luo Feng finally reached the Eastern Army camp. The 3rd chapter was over. Tomato continued writing the 4th chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Eastern Army Camp, Mang River Army's camp. Luo Feng was leisurely flying above the lake, heading straight for his own island. Look, it's Yin. He's Yin? I heard your 6th squad leader is afraid of Yin too. On an island below Luo Feng, 2 soldiers were conversing, looking up as Luo Feng flew past. News of Yin returning to camp spread swiftly within the Mang River Army's first large 6th squad. Your 6th squad's Yin, has he returned? I've heard of his name long ago, I'd like to get to know him. He just returned, he's on his island. A red-faced soldier from the Python River Army's 1st Battalion's 3rd squad wandered around, quickly receiving news of Yin's return. It should be known that it was impossible for a soldier to immerse himself in training in the military camp. Making friends, sparring and so on were also extremely important. Especially for the extremely famous soldiers in the Special Army, there would be quite a number of experts who would be willing to befriend them. This was because such soldiers had a high probability of becoming a void real god. The red-faced soldier quickly left the Mang River Army camp and headed to another Special Army camp. Qingmu. The red-faced soldier gazed at the forest below, using his divine energy to communicate. A man with 2 faces and 4 arms flew out from a huge wooden house that was completely built from thick ancient trees. He was wearing a green battle armor and was looking up. He smiled and said, Chu Hua, I was just about to go find you, and you came. I've just made something delicious, come and try it. Qingmu. The red-faced soldier rushed down, haven't you been looking for our Mang River Army Yin? Right. The green armored man replied excitedly, he's back? He just returned not long ago. The red-faced soldier smiled. The green armored man revealed a look of glee, I've wanted to see him for a long time, but nothing is more important than eating. Good. The red-faced soldier was filled with anticipation. Universe. See, Purple Moon Sacred Land Universe. Within the palace, The purple moon ancestor sat there with his eyes closed, as though he could sit there for an eternity. Many figures were seated cross-legged below. They were either divine clones or divine power incarnations. All of them were universe lords who had entered the realm of Jin. Suddenly, one of the men with 2 faces and 4 arms opened his eyes and stood up. Progenitor. The green-robed man said respectfully, I've already received news that Soldier he has just returned to the Eastern Army camp. She is currently in the Python River Army camp. The moment these words were spoken, the surrounding universe masters all opened their eyes in shock. The purple moon ancestor, who was sitting on top, opened his eyes. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he looked down. Since that's the case, let's move. Yes, primogenitor. The many universe lords below responded respectfully. In the eastern camp of the realm of Jin, the universe lords who had joined the purple moon's sacred ground began to move. Within the purple moon's sanctuary cosmos. Primogenitor, I've confirmed that Luo Feng is indeed at the Python River Army camp. Primogenitor, we are already waiting at the wormhole teleportation point outside the camp. Once he comes out, we will know immediately. Primogenitor, some of the masters of the universe below spoke up one by one. Very good. The purple moon ancestor gazed down and nodded with satisfaction. Since this Luo Feng has already entered the Eastern Army camp, if we are to act, we have to kill him in one shot. Qingmu, it's up to you. Don't worry, primogenitor. Qingmu replied respectfully. The purple moon ancestor nodded, thinking within, Luo Feng, even if you've obtained the legendary Duandong River inheritance, so what? That old East Emperor doesn't have the right to compete with me, and you too, don't have the chance to compete with me. No matter how strong a genius is, once he dies, he's just a fool. The realm of Jin, the Eastern Army camp, the base of the Special Corps, the Swan Queen Corps, in the vast forest. It's really delicious, I've never eaten such delicious food in my tribe. If I could eat it often, I'd rather use half my training time to eat it. The red-faced soldier happily became a beam of light and flew away. Qingmu, the next time you create something delicious, remember to call me. Definitely. Qingmu looked up and smiled. After the red-faced soldier left, Lord Qingmu's expression turned grim. Are we going to activate the killing trap? Qingmu felt a formless pressure too. As a universe lord who had entered the special army, the purple moon ancestor handed this heavy responsibility to him. I've given up my future in Jin world just to kill you, Luo Feng. You should be proud. Qingmu felt a sense of hatred within. He was already familiar with the 3 forbidden areas of the universe sea. However, the moment he entered Jin world, he was completely mesmerized by it. He really didn't want to leave. However, the moment the killing trap was activated, he, Qingmu, would never have the chance to return. Let's begin. Qingmu didn't think anymore, immediately becoming a beam of light and flying out. This vast forest was the camp of the Swan Queen Army. The Swan Queen Army was split into 2 parts. The Law Lords were one part, the True Gods were the other, the 2 sides were completely separated. In the center of the camp, there was a majestic shrine. There were even a few guards in front of it. This shrine was where the general of the Swan Queen Army resided. In the army, only void True Gods were able to become the general of the special army. If they were outside, they would be overlords. Halt. Halt, this is the general's residence. Trespassing is forbidden. There were 6 guards in front of the shrine. 2 of them were True God guards and the other 4 were Law Lords. Qingmu landed and said, I have an important matter to discuss with the general. Soldier. One of the True God guards shouted, Do you think the general is someone you can meet so easily? Leave quickly. I really have an urgent matter to discuss with the general. Qingmu said urgently. Seeing this, the 2 True God guards exchanged glances and hesitated. After all, the person asking for an audience was a soldier of the Swan Queen Army. Let him in. A cold voice resounded. Yes, Commander. The 2 True God guards standing outside the palace responded. Go in. The True God guards looked at Qingmu. Only then did Qingmu let out a sigh of relief and enter the shrine. The shrine was like a maze. The corridors were winding and there were rooms everywhere. Qingmu could only follow the ripples. After walking for a while, the inheritor would Lord saw a garden filled with countless beautiful flowers. Within the garden there was a beautiful woman. She had 9 green tails with a hint of gold, and her head was also covered in beautiful feathers. Her appearance was so beautiful that the inheritor would Lord couldn't breathe. Is she the legendary Swan Empress? Lord Wood thought to himself. The Swan Queen army was created by the Swan Queen. Among the many special armies, the one who could create a special army was naturally a void real god. However, after a long time, some void real gods could break through and become eternal real gods. Naturally, the next void real god would take over their position. However, it was too difficult to break through. Most void real gods sat in the general's position. Just like the Swan Queen. Qingmu greets the general. Qingmu bowed respectfully. Why did you come to see me? The Swan Queen glanced at Qingmu with her emerald eyes. If you can't give me an urgent reason, I will punish you according to military law and feed you to my children. Qingmu was not afraid at all. He immediately said, Commander, I accidentally discovered a big secret. Big secret? The Swan Queen said casually. That soldier he of the Python River Army's 1st Brigade, 6th Squad, he snuck into the realm of Jin from another force. Qingmu said hurriedly, when I found out, I was afraid of being killed, so I didn't dare to expose it. I only dared to report it to the general when I returned to the camp. An outsider snuck into the realm of Jin. The Swan Queen's eyes emitted a terrifying killing intent. Every living being in the realm of Jin was absolutely loyal to the realm of Jin. They were absolutely hostile to outsiders. You're not lying to me? The Swan Queen stared at Qingmu. It has been a long time since an outsider snuck into the realm of Jin. I wouldn't dare lie to the general. How could I lie to you about such a thing? Qingmu said. The Swan Queen stared at him. Do you have proof? Qingmu panicked. I saw it with my own eyes. But what proof do I have? You want me to investigate that soldier he just because you said it? The Swan Queen said coldly. Although she said so, she was actually suspicious. Even if this soldier under her command was lying, he shouldn't have told such a ridiculous lie. Perhaps he was telling the truth. No matter what, she had to find a time to verify it. Qingmu panicked. Commander, I really saw it with my own eyes. Humph, the Swan Queen snorted, I'll forgive you this time. Leave. Qingmu gritted his teeth and said in a frenzy, I saw it with my own eyes. He's a soldier from the outside world. As long as you use your illusory techniques and trap him in an illusion, he will naturally reveal everything. If I'm lying and he refuses to admit that he's from the outside world, I'm willing to accept my death. Illusory techniques? The Swan Queen said impatiently, you have no right to tell me what to do. Leave. Commander. I'm not lying. Letting him live will be detrimental to the realm of Jin. Qingmu glared anxiously, I'm willing to die to prove my words. Boom, Qingmu's entire body exploded. His divine power was completely annihilated and turned into nothingness. Seeing this, the Swan Queen was shocked. Self-destruct? He's using his death to prove it? I didn't expect this soldier to be so loyal. Over the years, she had seen many honest soldiers like him, and there were even more who used their deaths to prove their loyalty. However, this was the first time she saw one self-destruct in front of her. Such a loyal and honest soldier. What a pity. The Swan Queen shook her head and sighed. Then, her green eyes flickered. Could it be that an outsider really entered the realm of Jin? Swoosh. The Swan Queen disappeared into thin air. The 4th chapter was over. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Outside the main river army's camp, there were 2 soldiers chatting casually by the lake. One of them had 3 faces and 8 arms, while the other had 1 face and 2 arms. Rumble. Suddenly, a blinding green light swept across the sky. Within the green light, there was a tinge of gold. Blinding, eye-catching. It was like a rainbow hanging in the sky. It's Commander Ho-Ho. The 2 soldiers looked at each other and revealed a hint of joy. Qingmu succeeded. Commander Swan Queen has come to the May River Army. Quickly report to the ancestor. The two soldiers communicated with each other via voice transmission. Universe C, Purple Moon Sacred Land Universe. Continue to wait for news. Once Luo Feng's death is confirmed, report immediately. Purple Moon Ancestor looked down and ordered. Yes. The two masters of the universe below acknowledged. Purple Moon Ancestor smiled and thought, to be able to become a commander of a special army, especially a void true god who can create a new special army, is definitely not an ordinary one. That Swan Queen created the special army a long time ago. With the army's precious inheritance for her to train, she's definitely one of the top among the void true gods. And her illusions are so famous in the camp. With her power, even I might not be her match. A peak void true god who specializes in illusions. In terms of willpower, she's at least at the level of an eternal true god. She might even be a saint. If she makes a move, an overlord will fall into her illusions no matter how powerful he is. That Luo Feng is indeed from the outside world. He'll be easily discovered. Once he's discovered, his soul will be destroyed and he'll be dead. Ha ha ha. Luo Feng, if you were more ordinary, I wouldn't even care if you were a true god. Who asked you to obtain the inheritance of Broken East River? You're such a huge threat to me. You can only blame your bad luck. Purple Moon Ancestor was all smiles. The group of universe lords below saw the ancestor's expression and understood that it was because Luo Feng was about to die, hence the ancestor was so happy. Gene World. The rainbow-like flowing light was so beautiful in the void. This was already the symbol of the Swan Queen. It's Commander Swan Queen. Commander Swan Queen is here. 2 True God Guards and 4 Master of Laws Guards were patrolling the area between the Python River Army's camp and the True Gods' camp. The moment they saw the rainbow light in the sky, they immediately recognized it. After all, the commanders of these special legions had all lived for a very long time. In the realm of Jin, these commanders feared no one except the generals and a few others. Naturally, their temperaments changed. Some were as low-key as ordinary soldiers, some were arrogant, some were cruel, some liked to put on airs. In short, they were all different. These true gods of the Special Corps had been in the military for a long time, so they knew the temper of some commanders. They didn't dare to offend them. After all, the commander's status was so high that even if they killed them, it wouldn't be a big deal. Boom, the rainbow light descended. It was none other than Commander Swan Queen, who was wearing a dazzling dress. Commander Swan Queen's appearance had a fatal charm, and her tail feathers were even more beautiful. Greetings, Commander. Greetings, Commander. The 2 true deity guards hurriedly bowed. Fire Comet. Commander Swan Queen raised her head naturally. She glanced at the 2 true god guards and ignored them. Even if they were soldiers under her command, she could scold them as she pleased. If they offended her, they would be punished according to military law. Why are you here, Swan Queen? A voice was heard. When Swan Queen heard the voice, she immediately walked towards a nearby hall. Calling out to the other party first was a sign of respect. Although she was high and mighty and didn't care about true gods and masters of laws, she was still very polite to void real gods who were commanders of Special Corps, unless there was a grudge between them. Swan Queen, ever since I became a commander, you've only visited me twice. One of them was to inform me of my punishment, and the other was to congratulate me on becoming a commander. What? Could it be that one of my subordinates has offended you and you're going to punish him? Why didn't you inform me? Haha, it's just a soldier. If you want to punish him, just inform me. You don't have to come personally, a frivolous voice said. It was a tall and skinny man dressed in fiery red armor. He had flame tattoos on all 6 of his ears. His eyes were as cold as a poisonous scorpion's. Punishing a soldier is a small matter, Swan Queen said lightly. I'm here for something important. Oh? Huazwawu's cold eyes looked over. To our commander, what is a big matter? Their status was too high. Even void real gods like the Northern Pure Sea Master and the 9 Smoke Swamp Master had to lower their heads in front of them. After all, they were commanders of the Special Corps. Ordinary void real gods couldn't sit in such a special position. With such a position, they could do whatever they wanted in the Gene realm. It was hard for anything important to happen to them. Listen to me, I have a soldier named Xingmu. He went to my place. Swan Queen said casually, but what she said made Fire Comet's expression change. Living beings from the outside world? Fire Comet was shocked. A long time ago, living beings from the outside world did enter the Gene realm. But I wasn't born yet. Over the years, no living beings from the outside world have entered. Could it be? Are you sure about this? I thought it was ridiculous at first too, Swan Queen sighed. The Swan Queen sighed. But my subordinate used his death to prove it. He knew the severity of the situation and was worried about the realm of Gene. In order to attract my attention, he used his life to prove it. Although I'm not completely sure, I still have to come and check it out. Fire Comet nodded. Yes. This matter was extremely serious. With a soldier using his death to prove it, how could they just ignore it? I have this soldier, ain't he? Fire Comet nodded, then closed his eyes. I'll check his location. Follow me. Fire Comet immediately went out, followed by Swan Queen. The Mang River Army's encampment consisted of many islands. Each island could only have one master. As the Mang River Army's general, Hui Zhaowu could naturally find out which soldier each island corresponded to. Naturally, he swiftly found out which island Luo Feng originally chose. On the island, Luo Feng was extremely leisurely on the roof of the stone house. Beside him was the fruit wine from the Gene realm, drinking it very leisurely. Even though it seemed leisurely, in truth Luo Feng's consciousness was mainly on the Masha clansman. The Masha clansman was currently studying the Wu Killer Wings. Because during Wu Qi Lu's titled mission, he had created the pinnacle level 7 blade technique 9 Path of Heaven. Luo Feng believed he should be able to comprehend the third level of the Wu Killer Wings. The first level is the chaotic space, the second is the golden country. Then what about the third? I really can't wait. Luo Feng thought. The Wu Qi Shen and Wu Killer Wings were different. The Wu Killer Wings were mainly support. It wasn't a direct attack. And the Wu Qi Shen and Wu Killer Wings could be used at the same time. Wearing the Wu Qi Shen, one only needed to have wings on their back. The Wu Qi Shen and Golden Claw gods had conflicts with the armor. Wearing them, one wouldn't be able to wear the armor. However, it didn't conflict with the Wu Killer Wings. The armor didn't conflict with the Wu Killer Wings either. Didn't Luo Feng wear the Calamity armor and the Wu Killer Wings in the past? Just as Luo Feng was anticipating the Wu Killer Wings, he suddenly sensed two powerful ripples from the Gene world's world energy in the sky. Luo Feng immediately looked up. Rumble. Rumble. Two silhouettes immediately appeared high up in the sky, one emitting a rainbow light that was incomparably noble, the other emitting an endless amount of flames that was incomparably evil. Luo Feng looked up and saw two pairs of eyes. These two pairs of eyes had a natural sense of superiority, and that alluring green light glowed with a hint of hatred. Rumble. A powerful pressure immediately descended and isolated the surrounding space. The space around the island was surrounded by endless void. Luo Feng frowned and thought, one thought void? Two void true gods? The two void true gods that appeared in the camp are probably commanders. I wonder if they are the commanders of a normal army or a special army. Many thoughts flashed through Luo Feng's mind. Like soldiers, they were all wearing standard armor. One look and he could recognize them. However, these commanders had high positions and were dressed casually. Luo Feng's position was low and he had never seen the Python River commander before. Naturally, he couldn't recognize them. Rumble. The pressure pressed down and the two silhouettes descended from the sky. That powerful pressure caused Luo Feng's expression to change. Luckily his willpower was strong enough, otherwise, he would have to kneel down. Let's see what these two commanders are up to. Luo Feng thought. Different positions, different strengths, different attitudes. If a normal special army soldier saw the two commanders descend, he would naturally be terrified and respectful. After all, if he angered the commanders, he would be killed for nothing. Rumble. Rumble. The two silhouettes descended on the island and looked at Luo Feng on the stone house. Luo Feng jumped down from the house. Seeing this, Swan Queen said coldly, Huazhuowu, look at this soldier under you. A mere overlord soldier. Even after seeing our two commanders, he still dares to act so brazenly. Normal soldiers would immediately welcome and be extremely respectful. Obviously, Luo Feng's attitude made Swan Queen, who was used to being high above, unhappy. However, what was Luo Feng's current status? In the entire Jin realm, he was definitely high above. Even the four eternal true god generals had to surround him. It could be said that other than his majesty, Luo Feng's status was the highest. With such status, how could Luo Feng greet him with such respect? This soldier is really brazen. Huozhuwu was also unhappy and shouted coldly, "Soldier Inhe, have you forgotten what to do when you see a commander?" His voice was like thunder, exploding in Luo Feng's ears. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Swan Empress and Huozhuwu, the two Void True God commanders, naturally had an aura of superiority. Although Luo Feng frowned, he understood. These two commanders were not wrong. The military camp had a strict hierarchy. A Master of Law soldier was far too different from a Void Real God commander. Hence, the commander could easily sentence any Master of Law who offended him to death. Sigh, I've smashed my own foot with a brick. Luo Feng thought. One had to know. Once the titled mission was completed, Luo Feng was automatically conferred a title. However, this was an extremely high-level secret. Even the four commanders of the Godly King Valley only confirmed Luo Feng's success after noticing that the titled mission had disappeared from the list. Obviously, even they couldn't find any information about Luo Feng's conferment. Obviously, His Majesty the Jin God King didn't want the whole world to know about it. Back when Luo Feng was in the Godly King Valley, the Eastern Army General Shui Yong asked, "Inhe, do you want to announce your conferment?" Once it's announced, the four armies will know very quickly and everyone will respect you. No need. Luo Feng rejected simply. At that time, Luo Feng thought that he was just a passerby in the Jin world. In the future, he would probably leave without a trace and never return. There was no need for the four armies to know. And his enemies were only those in the cosmic sea. He could deal with them alone. Because of this, Swan Empress and Huozhuwu didn't even know Luo Feng's identity. Hence, when they arrived, they were already hostile. Seeing Luo Feng's attitude, they were even more dissatisfied. No need to talk nonsense with him. Swan Empress communicated, he seems to be a life form from the outside world. If we delay any longer, I'll use an illusion technique and summon him out. If he's not a life form from the outside world, but a life form from the Jin world, we just have to punish him for being disrespectful. If he's a life form from the outside world, it'll be serious. Huozhuwu communicated, Swan Empress, do your best. The two commanders transmitted their voices to each other and instantly made a decision. Commanders. Luo Feng opened his mouth. Rumble, a soundless yet extremely powerful godly power instantly enveloped Luo Feng and attempted to lure Luo Feng into a dreamland. With the top techniques of a void real god, no matter how powerful Luo Feng was, he was merely a master of the universe. How could he block it? However, Luo Feng was different in the Jin world. Buzz. The Jin world energy that was everywhere was easily controlled by Luo Feng. Relying on his control of the world energy, he immediately felt the formless god energy envelop him. Luo Feng was shocked, this leader actually dared to directly attack him. Break! Luo Feng raged and roared. Boom! The surrounding world energy of the Jin world shook fiercely, immediately destroying the godly energy. Luo Feng was furious that these two leaders dared to act against him. He originally wanted to speak politely, however he couldn't be bothered to, flipping his palm in anger. At once, in the sky above the two void real gods, there was a huge palm that was formed by the power of the world. The palm was filled with gray airflow and the lines on the palm could be faintly seen. The huge palm appeared above Huozhuwu and Swan Queen out of nowhere, which shocked the two commanders. Impossible. The two captains were just about to dodge. Pong, the gigantic palm slammed down. The two powerful void real gods, Huozhuwu and Swan Queen, felt as though the whole world was pressing down on them and they couldn't resist at all. He is merely a law master, how could he? The two void real gods were smashed into the ground directly and two deep and big holes appeared on the rocky ground of the island. "Come out," Luo Feng shouted coldly. Boom. Boom, two figures came out in an instant. Commander Swan Queen, who was originally full of charm, had her feathers in a mess. At the same time, she was tied up by a rope made of air currents. Hua Xiaowu, who was next to her, was also tied up by a rope made of air currents. Commander Swan Queen and Hua Xiaowu felt that they were completely tied up and couldn't even struggle. How could this be? Commander Swan Queen and Hua Xiaowu fell to the ground and looked at each other. Both of their eyes were filled with shock. To be able to defeat and tie them up so easily, this was definitely the power of an eternal real god. Moreover, it was a top existence among the eternal real gods. Could it be that Soldier In He, who looks like an overlord, is actually an eternal real god in disguise? Yes, an eternal real god. As long as he doesn't meet a general, no one can see through his disguise. For a noble eternal real god to disguise as an overlord, he must have a big plan. Looks like he's most likely a life form from the outside world. Commander Swan Queen and Hua Xiaowu instantly thought of this. There were only so many eternal real gods in the world of Jin. Even if he had just broken through, he should at least be a void real god and have some reputation. This Soldier In He, they didn't know him. But he defeated them with a flip of his hand. Why did you two come here? Luo Feng stood there and looked coldly at Commander Swan Queen and Hua Xiaowu, who fell to the ground. And you, why did you attack me directly? Why, do you want to kill me just because I was disrespectful? The godly divine power attacked. Luo Feng didn't know whether it was an illusory attack or a soul attack. He didn't dare to take the risk. Just who are you? Commander Swan Queen said sternly, an overlord shouldn't be this strong. My Main River army actually has such a strong existence. I, as the commander of the Main River army, didn't even know about it before. Hua Xiaowu said from the side. Both of them were intentionally stalling for time. In the instant that they were defeated and bound, both of them sent a message to the Eastern Army's general, Shui Yong, through their communication tokens. In their minds, this was the Eastern Army camp, and General Shui Yong was there as well. He could come at any time he wanted. As long as they delayed for a little while, when Shui Yong arrived, they would naturally be able to capture the spy. Luo Feng had just captured the two commanders when he frowned and turned to look at the distant void. Even though the two commanders were captured and the one thought void was broken, Luo Feng still used his world energy to isolate himself from the outside world, preventing the Main River army from seeing what was happening inside. Hua! A door appeared in the distant void. A silhouette flew out from the door. He was dressed in silver white armor, looking noble and elegant. His face was pale and he flew straight towards the island. The formless pressure he emitted far surpassed the two commanders from before. Swan Queen and Hua Xiaowu, who were bound and falling on the ground, were overjoyed. General! General! The two commanders shouted anxiously. General Shui Yong. Luo Feng turned and smiled. In he. General Shui Yong smiled as he descended. He walked over and looked at the two tied commanders on the ground, roaring angrily, Swan Queen, Hua Xiaowu, why are you two here? Swan Queen and Hua Xiaowu were shocked. Because they thought that the moment General Shui Yong arrived, he would definitely fight with the spy from the outside world. However, the two of them were actually chatting and laughing, as though they were friends. General Shui Yong. Swan Queen said anxiously, this Soldier In he could very well be the spy from the outside world that entered our Jin world. General, be careful. General, be careful, don't be easily deceived by him. Hua Xiaowu also said anxiously, he has the power of an eternal true god. No matter how perfect his lies are, we can't easily believe him. We must investigate his life from birth to the master of the laws until now. Only then can we confirm his identity. We can't easily believe him. General Shui Yong glanced coldly at the bound Swan Queen and Hua Xiaowu, causing them to immediately shut their mouths. Do I need you to teach me what to do? General Shui Yong said coldly, how can you know the identity of Lord In He? How dare you offend Lord In He? I hope Lord In He won't be angry and punish you. Swan Queen and Hua Xiaowu were stunned. Lord In He, punish, of course, they immediately understood that Lord Enhe's status should be very high. Even if he wanted to kill the two void real gods, he only needed to say a word. However, weren't the four generals the ones with the highest status in the Jin world? What kind of existence could provoke the four generals to call him Lord Enhe? Immediately, Swan Queen and Huozhuwu understood that they should have come into contact with some core secrets. This. Commander Swan Queen and Commander Huozhuwu panicked. They saw General Shui Yong and Soldier Enhe talking in the distance, but they couldn't hear what they were talking about. They couldn't help but feel even more terrified, afraid that Lord Enhe would kill them. Enhe, General Shui Yong said, you should have listened to me long ago and revealed your identity as a titled expert. As a titled expert, naturally, no one would dare to disrespect you. No need, Luo Feng shook his head. The Jin God King had very high expectations of himself, so it was better to be careful. How do you plan to deal with the two of them? General Shui Yong asked. To the Jin, even if the country was destroyed, two void real gods were nothing. If Luo Feng wanted to kill them, no one could stop him. First, ask them why they came to my place and attacked me, Luo Feng said. All right. General Shui Yong nodded, and then he immediately sent a voice transmission to ask the two commanders. The two commanders naturally explained everything in detail. General Shui Yong turned to look at Luo Feng. It's a master of lost soldier from Swan Queen's army. His name is Qingmu. He used his death to prove that you are from the outside world. General Shui Yong didn't doubt Luo Feng at all, because he knew that this soldier Enhe had been verified by His Majesty the God King. How powerful was His Majesty? How could he allow a spy to become the God King's successor? Qingmu? Killing intent flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. Qingmu, Lord Qingmu was one of the universe lords of the Purple Moon universe. Perhaps the Purple Moon universe thought that Luo Feng wouldn't have much influence in the realm of Jin, so they didn't even change their names. It's them? Luo Feng's killing intent rose. If they want to kill me, then I'll kill everyone in the Purple Moon universe. When Tomato woke up today, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his monthly votes were indeed in first place. Yesterday's anticipation had come true. He was very excited and grateful. At the same time, he reminded him to rest tomorrow on Saturday. If you like this work, please come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. This Purple Moon sacred land had been his enemy time and time again. Before, they even interfered in the Primal Universe's internal war to destroy humanity's foundations, and now they wanted to destroy him in Jin World. Luckily, I received a title. Otherwise, if I was caught off guard, being able to self-destruct my body and stay alive would be good enough. Luo Feng felt a sense of fear. Without a title. There were two outcomes. One was to be killed by the Swan Queen, that would be a true death. The second was that his willpower was strong enough to grab the time to self-destruct before he fell into the illusion. If he could self-detonate, his two avatars would be destroyed and he would be able to keep his life, but he would lose the treasures he was carrying, the Blood Shadow Saber and the Tomb Boat. Especially the Tomb Boat, there was an inheritance space inside. Of course, only the inheritor could enter the inheritance space. And the inheritance space was controlled by his energy body. Even if the opponent obtained it, they wouldn't be able to enter. However, if they couldn't enter, his own body didn't have a chance to enter either. He could only leave his energy body in the inheritance space. And the inheritance space was lost outside. Shui Yong looked at Luo Feng. Enhe, how will you deal with the Swan Queen and Huozhuwu? Swan Queen and Huozhuwu? Luo Feng frowned, obviously angry. Shui Yong said, the two of them didn't know your identity before. They only treated you as a normal soldier, hence. Enhe, you can, Shui Yong. Luo Feng interrupted him, relax, I won't take their lives. However, since they've climbed over my head, I won't let them go so easily. Shui Yong was overjoyed, that's natural. Enhe, just say it. Letting them live is already a huge favor. Luo Feng nodded, their punishment is simple too. Luo Feng spoke for a while, however it made Shui Yong blink, almost as though he didn't expect the God Emperor's successor Enhe to think of such a method. Understood? Luo Feng said. Huozhuwu and Swan Queen were in a sorry state. They were tied up by the air currents and couldn't move, falling to the ground. On the surface, they were panicking internally. They looked at the distant Luo Feng and Shui Yong. However, even though they could see them, they couldn't hear their conversation. Swan Queen, you've caused me trouble this time. Huozhuwu was furious. I've suffered as well. The Swan Empress couldn't help but say, how would I know? I only knew that the strongest people in the realm of Jin were the 4 great generals. Now, Ain He Darren suddenly appeared. Our realm of Jin is clearly not as it appears on the surface. I reckon it's even more mysterious. I didn't expect to run into them. Huozhuwu also shook his head in pain. Although the Jin nation had been destroyed, some of the heaven-defying powerhouses who had followed the Divine King to battle back then were stronger than the 4 generals. Perhaps the scene he was a super expert who had followed His Majesty the Divine King and was still alive. Let's wait. I hope we can survive. Huozhuwu and Queen Swan lay on the ground in anticipation. At this moment, General Shui Yong walked over from afar. General. General. Both of their eyes lit up. They were old subordinates of the general, so they should have a chance to survive. General Shui Yong walked over and looked at Huozhuwu and Queen Swan lying on the ground. He immediately said, you two are lucky. Lord Yin he won't take your lives. Swan Queen and Huozhuwu heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they were alive, it was good that they were alive. It would have been fine if they had died in a war with other forces, but it was too depressing to die in their own territory. However, death can be forgiven, but punishment cannot be avoided. General Shui Yong glanced at them. You two have accumulated a lot of military merits over the years and have many treasures on you. Now, all your military merits and treasures will be taken away as punishment. Ah. Swan Queen and Huozhuwu widened their eyes in shock. My God, how could this be? This is too, didn't you hear? General Shui Yong frowned and shouted, leave the treasures, why are you still here? The air current ropes on Huozhuwu and Queen Swan automatically dissipated. Not leaving the treasures, but leaving our lives? General Shui Yong's eyes flashed with a cold light. Who was Ain He? She was the most important successor of His Majesty the Divine King. To the Divine King, a general could be abandoned easily, but the successor was different. Could it be that 2 insignificant void real gods still wanted to bargain? Yes. Huozhuwu was the first to speak. Thank you, Lord Yin He, for sparing our lives. Thank you, General, for your help. Suddenly, a pile of treasures appeared beside them. In an instant, all of Huozhuwu's mechanical treasures, soul treasures, armors, weapons, and even other materials were all left. Even the so-called armor on his body was condensed from divine power. Shui Yong looked at Swan Queen. Although Swan Queen was unwilling, she did not want to die. I will stay as well. After a while, after leaving behind a pile of treasures, the Swan Empress and Huozhuwu flew away in a sorry state. When they flew away, they were no longer as majestic as before. The Swan Empress no longer left behind rainbows when she flew. Instead, she quietly left with her tail between her legs. No other soldiers noticed this scene. They left, General Shui Yong said. Luo Feng walked over and looked at all the treasures on the ground. He nodded and put them away with a wave of his hand. I have also transferred their military merits to you, General Shui Yong sighed. This move of yours is really ruthless. When you were an overlord or a true god, there were still military missions to obtain military merits. But when you become a void real god, there are no more military missions. It is extremely difficult to obtain military merits. Yet, you took away all their gains in an instant. Luo Feng smiled. Of course, he understood. It was like this in the Jin world. Overlords and true gods all had military missions. But if the void real god commanders had missions, what would they do? Kill the other void real gods in the Jin world, hence, they did not have military missions. Unless some stupid void real god dared to provoke the army, they would send a few void real gods to deal with them. At that time, some military merits would be given out. But provoke the army? How many void real gods would be stupid enough to provoke the army? Hence, the only way for void real god commanders to earn military merits was to lead and teach the army. Because commanders had merits, they would naturally be given military merits at every stage. But this way, the accumulation of military merits was too slow. General Shuiyong also left. Luo Feng went to the armory. As soon as he entered the hall, the world changed. Hua. A golden figure appeared in front of Luo Feng and said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Yin." Luo Feng smiled. Every soldier who entered would meet the golden figure. It was just that this golden figure used to be cold, but now it was very respectful. There is no soldier around. Luo Feng looked around. It was empty. Luo Feng had clearly been led to an independent area. Lord Yin, this is the armory ring. The golden figure flipped its hand and an exquisite ring appeared in its palm. Lord Yin, with this ring, can enter the armory world at any time. As long as you are in the Jin world, you can enter the armory world. You don't have to come to the armory every time. Luo Feng's eyes brightened. With Lord Yin's authority, you can naturally obtain the armory. The armory in the golden figure's hand flew to Luo Feng. Luo Feng reached out and took it. I want to check all the information on the overlord soldiers who joined the 4 armies in the past 3 eras. Luo Feng said. Also, can you simulate the aura of these soldiers? Of course. Their life aura is the most accurate indicator of their identity. Of course it can be simulated. The golden figure said. Lord Yin has enough authority. Immediately Hua silhouettes began to appear in the space beside. They were all simulated soldiers. They were all the soldiers who joined the 4 armies in the past 3 eras. It was a grand sight. There's really a lot. Luo Feng muttered. Luckily it's only from the past 3 eras. Luo Feng was considered the earliest batch. He had only been in the Jin world for about 2 eras. The soldiers sent by the Purple Moon Sacred Land were naturally within this range. Begin. Luo Feng swiftly began to check. A strong warrior's consciousness calculation speed and divine energy reaction speed were extremely fast. Within moments, it was swiftly filtered out. Purple Moon Sacred Land, there are a total of 96 that joined the 4 armies. Luo Feng thought. Actually, the Purple Moon Sacred Land didn't just send this many. It was just that the army had to go through a screening process. No matter how well prepared they were, they couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate. These 96, to kill them. Luo Feng thought. I have to finish them off in one go. I can't take it slow. The moment they are alerted, they'll slip away. Very quickly. Not right. Just as he was thinking about how to kill these 96 universe lords, Luo Feng's expression changed. If I kill them this time, wouldn't it make the Purple Moon Sacred Land more alert? In that case, will the Purple Moon Holy Land send another Master of the Universe in the next era? Primal Universe, Primal Region. Within the endless dark ocean. Teacher. A silhouette appeared amidst the vast ocean waves. It was Luo Feng. Luo Feng. The Primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng. You said, you have the authority to kill all the universe lords of the Purple Moon Sacred Land in Jin World? Luo Feng nodded. Wuqi Building's mission, the deal with the godly emperor etc. Luo Feng didn't have to tell them all. This Purple Moon Sacred Land has always been against us humans. Luo Feng said solemnly. If it wasn't for my position in Jin World being different, I would have been killed by them. I have to take my revenge this time. Making the Purple Moon Sacred Land unable to recover even after a few eras. However, I'm thinking, only a portion of the second era entered. In the third era, there'll probably be many more. It's almost time to the third era. When that time comes, we'll wipe them all out. The Primal Chaos City leader's eyes gleamed, nodding, good. The first era was just a probe, only a portion of them entered in the second era. Only in the third era will more enter. At this time, most of the large powers of the universe C have already entered. If we want to make a move, we'll have to wait until the third era. Also, not only do we have to make a move against the Purple Moon Sacred Land. The Primal Chaos City leader said, we have to make a move against the Allied army. That Allied army has been fighting with us humans, even though we have the upper hand now. However, to truly gain the upper hand, who knows how long it'll take. In Gene World, wipe them all out, the demon race, bug race, automaton race etc., their strength will definitely weaken, and they'll have no more strength to resist. The primal Chaos City leader's eyes gleamed with madness and anticipation. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Right. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. This way, our human race's development time will be extended by who knows how many more eras. The human race and the allied army, if they continued to fight like this. Even after 100 million eras, it would be hard for humanity to gain an absolute advantage. Hence Luo Feng, the responsibility on your shoulders is very heavy, you have to succeed this time. The primal Chaos City leader nodded. The race's development, the most important time is during the primal universe period. After all, only within the primal universe can the strongest of the universe be born. The moment this period ends, there will no longer be a new strongest of the universe. Luo Feng was filled with excitement and anticipation from the primal Chaos City leader's words. The moment he succeeded, the Bug Clan, Automaton Clan, Demon Clan, Crystal Clan etc. would all have to give up large amounts of territory. Humanity would then truly become the #1 race in the primal universe. Gene World, Eastern Army, Python River Army Camp. Luo Feng left the armory and returned to his stone house on the island. Military ring. Luo Feng took out an exquisite circular ring. It was the one he was gifted at the armory earlier. Activate. Luo Feng's god energy surged. While the space within the stone house's main hall immediately changed, becoming a vast world. Within this vast world a golden silhouette descended. Lord Yin-He. The golden silhouette said respectfully, I will serve Lord Yin-He exclusively, communicating with the core of the Gene World. Lord Yin-He, first I have to inform you, even though the armory ring can form an armory world, I don't have any treasures, only some inheritance and information etc. If Lord Yin-He needs some weapons, mechanical treasures etc., I'll need time to teleport through space and send the treasures over. Luo Feng nodded. Space teleportation, it was similar to the God Country teleportation. However, in the Gene World, as one couldn't enter the God Country, naturally there was no way to teleport there. Look at my military points. Luo Feng said. Lord Yin-He, I have 661,5000 military points. The golden silhouette said. Respectfully, also let me inform Lord Yin-He, your authority is extremely high. If you use treasures to exchange for military points, you can exchange for the highest. For example, one weapon can be exchanged for 100,000 points. Lord, you can also use 100,000 points to exchange for the weapon. Luo Feng revealed a smile. The armory points were usually very shady. One weapon could be exchanged for 80,000 points, however if one wanted to buy it back, it would probably cost 120,000 points. However, Luo Feng's authority was high, the armory points wouldn't leave any benefits. As for the 6 million plus military merits, this was given to him by the two commanders, Swan Empress and Huashuwu. A dignified Void Real God commander only has this much. Luo Feng shook his head. Take a look and see how much military merit these treasures are worth. Luo Feng waved and threw out a pile of treasures. There were armors, weapons, mechanical treasures, a large number of treasures that could replenish divine power, and so on. These were all treasures left behind by Swan Queen and Commander Huashuwu. Hua. The golden figure's eyes shot out rays of light, illuminating the weapons and armors. These treasures can be exchanged for 5620800 military merits, the golden figure said. Oh. Luo Feng immediately laughed. Over 50 million, indeed, these two commanders exchanged their points for treasures. However, two commanders added together would only require a little more than a single Wu Qixin. Just SOSO. Although he had said it casually, any Void Real God commander who heard it would be furious. After all, only the overlords and true gods could earn military merits faster. After becoming a Void Real God, it could only be done slowly and steadily, as the commanders would only be rewarded with a small amount of military merits at each level. And when they were overlords and true gods, the calamity level and rebirth level missions would only give them slightly more military merits. The normal missions would barely be enough to replenish their god body treasures. Each and every one of these terrifying missions would accumulate over 10 million military merits. After becoming a void real god, they would accumulate over a long period of time and finally exchange for treasures. Countless years of accumulation would be snatched away in an instant. Was it easy? Lord Enhe. The golden figure continued, with your authority, you can directly view all information, no need for military merits. And treasures etc. require military merits to exchange for. Luo Feng nodded, make a list. Right now he had over 60 million military merits. Naturally he could exchange for large amounts of treasures 20 true god palaces, 20 true god armors, 20 true god weapons, 20 true god domain treasures, 20 true god soul treasures. Luo Feng swiftly listed a pile of true god treasures. Not right. Luo Feng's expression changed. Treasures, the most powerful treasures in the cosmic sea were very rare to date. Were there none? Definitely not. Who knew how many warriors from the ancient civilization had fallen? Just the number of warriors on the universe ship alone was uncountable. With so many warriors dying, the number of weapons and treasures left behind should be huge. Just the gene world alone, it was normal for 1,000 powerful treasures to be revealed. However, the treasures in the cosmic sea had always been rare. Always rare? Luo Feng thought, could it be that the primal universe origin's willpower is controlling it? If that's the case, then if I bring too many treasures back, will it cause the primal universe origin's willpower? Luo Feng shook his head, not right, this gene world was guided by it. Obviously the primal universe origin's willpower wants us to come. We, the warriors of the cosmic sea, naturally want to obtain inheritances and powerful treasures. This means, the origin's willpower wants us to obtain inheritances and treasures. Luo Feng thought of this and was instantly suspicious. Countless years ago, the primal universe origin's willpower had always been controlling the balance. The treasures in the cosmic sea had always been pitifully rare. Why now? Why does it want us to become stronger? Don't tell me it wants us to deal with enemies? Luo Feng couldn't help but think of this. After all, the primal universe origin's willpower couldn't directly attack. Up till now, he had never seen it directly attack. The origin's willpower obviously had to follow some sort of rule, Luo Feng pondered. He had only exchanged for a total of 100 true god-level treasures. As he was afraid of the origin's willpower, Luo Feng decided that even if he brought them back to the human race, he wouldn't easily let the human warriors obtain them. A portion of the storage will be given to the pinnacle of humanity. And a portion will be prepared for my Earth bloodline, and a small portion will be prepared for my family. Luo Feng thought. Even though he was a human, he was more importantly the leader of the Earth bloodline. With the Earth bloodline's innate potential, once they developed, it would be normal for them to reach 1/10 of humanity's strength. If Luo Feng supported them, allowing them to reach 1/10 or even 1/7 or even 1/8 of humanity's strength, there should be hope. Regarding this, Luo Feng was naturally happy. Of course everything still depended on the Earth bloodline's later generations to fight for it. What Luo Feng could help with was to give them conditions and opportunities, ********* over 60 million merit points. Exchanging for 100 true god treasures would only require around 3 million merit points. As for the remaining, Luo Feng didn't touch them, nor was he in a rush to continue exchanging. He had a feeling, the primeval universe origin's willpower guided them into the gene world, there should be some other goal. If there was really danger, it wouldn't be too late to exchange for treasures based on the danger. After all, he only had so much merit points. Once he used up all of them, could he go and threaten the void true god? Or ask the Gene God King for it? Primeval Universe, Milky Way Sacred Land. This is the Wu Killer Wings. Yu Hai Luo Feng sat there, before him floated the 10 silver white wings. Yu Hai Luo Feng infused his godly energy into the Wu Killer Wings and studied it carefully. And far away in the Gene world, the golden horned beast in the training space of the inheritance space was pondering. Using the 10,000 times time acceleration to think. On the third day after Luo Feng obtained the 60 million merit points, he had been studying it for a long time in the training space. Haha, I've finally comprehended it. This third stage is indeed difficult. If it was a normal warrior, he would probably need to become a true god to activate the third stage of the Wu killer wings. Luo Feng exclaimed. After all, not every overlord could be as strong as him. Normally, only true gods could comprehend the third stage. Wu Killer Wings third stage, Yu Hai Luo Feng's eyes shot out two beams of red light that shone on the 10 wings. Activate. The 10 wings instantly emitted a dense white fog that shrouded the surroundings. With the palace where the Serene Ocean clone was at as the center, the surrounding area with a diameter of 120 light-years was shrouded in the white fog. The white fog spread out, and the edge of the area was even separated from the outside world. This is... Yu Hai Luo Feng was shocked. This, one thought void? Burn. Yu Hai Luo Feng was extremely excited. He immediately activated his strongest ability. Rumble. Maintaining the burning of the second volume of Annihilation caused the power of the Wu Killer Wings to explode. Under Luo Feng's control, the area of control could be shrunk to a light-year in diameter. This is one thought void. It's just a simplified version. Luo Feng was overjoyed. Even if it was a simplified version, it was still much stronger than a domain-type treasure. This made Luo Feng incredibly happy. Support-type treasures were very useful. After all, it was equivalent to adding another support to one's own battle strength. And these domain types were even better at group attacks. Like the Golden Country, it was second only to a domain-type treasure. The third stage of the Wu Killer Wings was even more powerful than any domain-type treasure. What should I name it? Luo Feng pondered. While Luo Feng was comprehending the third stage of the Wu Killer Wings. Jin World Eastern Army, Mang River Army Camp's vast lake. Amidst the weeds, there were 2 soldiers lying helplessly. They looked up into the sky, not blinking at all. Why haven't we seen any traces of the Swan Queen? We've waited here for 6 days. Didn't they say that when she flies past, there'll be rainbow lights? There's no news of Enhe's death in the Mang River Army either. What do we do now? The ancestor is still waiting for news. Don't forget to vote for him, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Within the Purple Moon Sacred Land universe. Still not investigating clearly whether that Luo Feng is dead or alive. The Purple Moon ancestor gazed below and roared coldly. Ancestor. A white-robed universe lord knelt respectfully. Our Purple Moon Sacred Land doesn't have any soldiers in the Python River Army. The army camp is very strict, other soldiers don't have the right to enter. Even though we are friends with 2 Python River soldiers, we can't just let them go to Luo Feng's place to investigate. Ancestor, Qingmu self-destructed, we have no more soldiers in the Swan Empress army. Whether that Swan Empress has returned or not, we have no way to investigate. Ancestor, one by one, the masters of the universe respectfully reported their difficulties. After all, that was Jin World. Even though the Purple Moon Sacred Land had close to 100 universe lords in the army camp, within the vast army camp, they were just a wave in the endless ocean. Many things were extremely inefficient to investigate. Humph, the Purple Moon ancestor snorted coldly. Suddenly, ancestor, news has just arrived from the primal universe. A 3-eyed 8-armed lady suddenly opened her eyes and said respectfully. Speak. The Purple Moon ancestor roared. The lady replied respectfully, it's been confirmed, there's still a strong life energy in the endless dark ocean. Obviously that Luo Feng isn't dead. Not dead? The Purple Moon ancestor revealed a look of frustration. From his point of view, killing a universe lord should be an easy task. He didn't expect that after spending so much effort, he still failed. Why isn't he dead? The Purple Moon ancestor looked at the distant Qingmu lord. Qingmu replied respectfully, Ancestor, our Purple Moon Sacred Land's foundations in Jin World are weak. Every one of us is an origin law lord, and our positions are low. Whether it's investigating or setting up a trap, it's very taxing. This time Luo Feng didn't die. As for why he didn't die, we probably won't be able to investigate. After all, none of us have the right to talk to Swan Empress. The Purple Moon ancestor nodded. He understood too. In the universe ocean, his Purple Moon universe was considered a sacred land. However, in Gene World, the number of universe lords sent by the Purple Moon's sacred land didn't even match up to a random tribe. Just how can I make him die? The Purple Moon ancestor pondered. If he failed this time, then the same method would probably be useless. This Luo Feng clearly came from the outside world. How did he gain the trust of the aboriginals of Gene World? The Purple Moon ancestor was confused. There has to be a reason. Time flew by. Luo Feng originally thought that the Purple Moon's sacred land would have a second wave of action, however strangely, there was no movement from the sacred land. In the blink of an eye, it was the third era. He's finally here. Within the endless dark ocean, the water formed Luo Feng's silhouette standing there. The third era has arrived. Beside, the primal Chaos City leader said softly, however his voice was trembling, Luo Feng, did you really have the ability to kill so many universe lords in one move in Gene World? You must know that the masters of the universe will most likely split up. Once some of them die one after another, it will cause the other masters of the universe to panic. It is very likely that they will escape one by one, or even self-destruct. For masters of the universe who had avatars, self-detonation was indeed a method of escape. The primal Chaos City leader rarely doubted Luo Feng, it was just that the implications this time were too big. Don't worry, teacher, I have 100% confidence. Luo Feng said. Yes. Only then did the primal Chaos City leader let out a sigh of relief. Our great alliance, other than our own human race, some of the other races are willing to follow us humans, however most of them are forced by us humans, along with the ancient civilization's inheritances. Naturally we can't compare to the Gene World. The last time the Great Alliance sent 36 universe lords, it was considered a preliminary investigation. The news of the universe lords that went sent back shook the entire Great Alliance. With even more universe lords going in, we can't even suppress it. This time, our Great Alliance will probably send over 100 universe lords. Luo Feng nodded. The vassal races were after all still foreign races. Even though they were willing to follow humans, they would still grab hold of opportunities. The Gene World was one of them. The Allied Army is the same. The primal Chaos City leader smiled. The Allied Army sent quite a few of them in the last time. The other large powers all sent their vanguards in. Now that it's been confirmed, a large number of them will definitely enter. Teacher, I understand. Luo Feng nodded, his eyes gleaming with killing intent. At a time when the survival of his race was decided, how could he be soft? In the distant Bug clan territory. Emperor. Emperor. With a glance, there were a total of 20 silhouettes standing below the palace. At the top of the palace sat the noble empress. This time, even that human probably won't be able to suppress the foreign races under him. The Bug Empress gazed below and smiled. The other races of the Great Alliance will also crave the Gene World and will enter in large numbers. Since that's the case, there won't be any problems for our allied army when they enter. And this time's opportunity is a truly huge opportunity for our allied army. The Bug Empress said slowly, within the Gene World, there are large amounts of powerful treasures and even more mysterious mechanical treasures. The moment we obtain them, it will definitely increase our strength greatly. The fight within the Gene World will ultimately decide the final victor between the two factions of the primal universe. Hence, in the Gene World, we must obtain sufficient inheritances and treasures. Yes. 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 The 20 universe lords from the Bug Clan Alliance below were all filled with anticipation and fighting spirit. That Gene World that was filled with endless temptation, that was the world that belonged to them. In the distant demon territory, our allied army has been at a disadvantage against the human army many times. If this continues, our allied army is destined to lose. Hence, the Gene World is our only chance, our chance to turn the tables. Compared to the Gene World, the treasures we have now, the cultivation guidance we have, are just a joke. There are treasures hundreds and thousands of times more precious in the Gene World. Forefather Zhen's voice rumbled through the void. Towering figures could be seen in the surrounding void, some of them from the Demon Alliance, some from the Demon Alliance. Roar the Gene World. Mechanical treasures. All of them held. Let's go, Forefather Zhen said, to the Gene World and bring back the treasures and inheritances. The entire Allied army had clearly reached a consensus that the key to turning the tables lay in the gene world, and the allure of the gene world itself was immense. Immediately, the Allied army's various factions, including the insectoids, demons, automatons, jailbirds, crystallizers, the Northern Frontier Alliance, and even the remnants of the Freedom Alliance all set off for the gene world. The opportunity lies in the gene world. For our space beasts to produce more of the strongest in the universe, we have to rely on the gene world. The old beast god gazed below, his voice rumbling, no matter how the Allied army and the human army fight, we won't help either side. What we need to do is borrow the gene world and grow stronger. Roar. How grow stronger? The space beasts were all filled with anticipation. Even though back when the human army and the Allied army first clashed, they stood on the side of the Allied army, as the Space Beast Alliance and the humans didn't have any territorial conflicts, hence the old beast god of the Space Beast Alliance had to negotiate with the humans multiple times, even through his relationship with Luo Feng, hoping for an understanding. After making the compensation, Luo Feng, on account of their past relationship and his own golden horned beast body, finally agreed to negotiate with the Space Beast Alliance. The Space Beast Alliance no longer interfered, making the compensation and letting bygones be bygones. Actually, to the humans, the reason why they fought with the Allied army was actually for territory. After all, at this point, the humans already had the advantage, the other side had no chance of invading. In theory, there was no need to continue fighting. However, why fight? It was to obtain more territory. In particular, some of the core territories needed to be seized. The Space Beast Alliance didn't need the territory at all, naturally there was no point in fighting, hence it was easy to negotiate. Like the demon race or automaton race, if they wanted to negotiate? Fine, they would give up all their territory, in a remote area of the primal universe for the demon race and automaton race to live in. After all, the demon race, automaton race, bug race, and human race, these four races occupied the best core areas of the primal universe. While the warriors of the various races of the primal universe were getting restless, heading towards the cosmic sea, the distant ancestral god secret region, within the ancestral god palace. The three ancestral gods sat on their thrones. Wang. Faintly discernible rays of light filled the entire ancestral god palace. Above the ancestral god palace, there was a huge vortex spinning, and three faint light pillars enveloped the three ancestral gods. The guards outside the ancestral god palace knelt down one by one. They understood that this was a message from the great primeval universe will. This is it, go. Life and death, only war. Destiny, reincarnation, one message after another was transmitted to the three ancestral gods below. After a long time everything dissipated, and the void above the ancestral god palace returned to normal. The three ancestral gods opened their eyes. The three elder gods exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. I can't believe it's like this. The young ancestral god couldn't help but say, trembling. Last time when the realm of Gene appeared, I was puzzled. Given the power of the great primal universe, why would it allow that colossus to appear and guide us? If it weren't for the guidance of the great primal universe's prime will, who knows how many experts would have died and how much time would have been wasted in trying to find a way to enter the realm of Gene. So, that's how it is. I can't believe it's like this. It actually appeared in our reincarnation era. The two-faced elder god trembled as well. This is a calamity. I knew that the cosmic sea was mysterious and difficult to investigate. There are many things we don't know, but I never imagined that this calamity would be so terrifying. Even the creator of the Great Axe was instantly annihilated. I hope that this time, they will become even more powerful in the realm of Gene and obtain even more treasures, so that they can deal with this calamity. Let's go. Let's spread this news to all the powers of the cosmic sea. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com and vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. In the vast universe sea, the chaos energy was extremely dense. A 9-level tower appeared within the chaos energy. Within the tower. Ahead is that huge humanoid being, we'll be there soon. The 100 universe lords of the Great Alliance, whether they were plant life forms with countless leaves, or rock life forms surrounded by flames, these powerful races of universe lords were all part of the Great Alliance. They were conversing amongst themselves. At the very front of the tower, Luo Feng and the Primal Chaos City leader stood shoulder to shoulder. The other universe lords of the Great Alliance didn't dare disturb them. The Gene world is a huge opportunity for humanity to rise up. The city master looked at the cosmos ocean outside and sighed. Back then when gigantic acts fell, I thought that the fate of us humans was going to be rough. Who would have thought that fortune would turn into fortune? After this success, no one will be able to stop the rise of us humans. Luo Feng nodded. Hua, the star pagoda very quickly flew into the huge being's mouth. Outside the small universe of the Gene world floated many palaces and treasures. These were the teams from the large powers of the universe C. A 9-level pagoda flew over. It's a star pagoda. Milky Way leader's star pagoda, the humans have arrived too. Milky Way leader. The various powers all noticed this. Luo Feng stood within the pagoda and gazed outside. He said softly, there are more than before. The third era, there are indeed more heading to the Gene world. Luo Feng looked shocked into the distance. That's. The Primal Chaos City leader looked over too. Ancestral God sect? Luo Feng looked in shock at the space outside. Closer to the Gene world, in the space outside, there were 3 silhouettes. They were the 3 ancestral gods of the Ancestral God sect. The 3 of them were emitting endless pressure, so strong that it surpassed any other true god. Why are these 3 here? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Beside, the Primal Chaos City leader said seriously, the last time when we first entered the Gene world, these 3 appeared and informed the various powers about the method to enter. Now that they're here again, and from the pressure they emit, it's obvious they've received the blessings of the primal universe. They're definitely here on orders from the origin laws. Luo Feng nodded and stared at the distant 3. As more teams arrived, they also discovered the 3 ancestor gods of the Ancestor God cult. 3 elder gods? Why are they here? Judging from the pressure it emits, it must represent the primeval universe's origin will. I just don't know, what are they trying to do? Although they did not fear the origin will, they had never heard of the origin will taking the initiative to kill someone unless they provoked it first. However, no one dared to underestimate even a single piece of information from the origin will. After all, even the most powerful beings in the universe felt that the cosmic sea was mysterious and unfathomable. Time passed, and the major forces of the Third Era naturally arrived. At the same time, they would arrive a little earlier than the others because the membrane of the realm of Gene wouldn't last for long, so they naturally had to arrive early. Everyone. Of the 3 ancestor gods standing in the void, the aged ancestor god spoke slowly, his voice reverberating throughout the surrounding void. I believe the 3 reincarnation ages and the 2 sacred lands of the cosmic sea are almost all here. Suddenly, figures flew out from the palaces and treasures in the distance. They were experts of all shapes and sizes. There were thousands of universe lords and some of the strongest experts in the universe. They were all gathered in groups, scattered everywhere, and all looked at the 3 ancestor gods from afar. What are these 3 ancestor gods trying to do? Luo Feng and the Primal Chaos City leader stood shoulder to shoulder. Behind them were over 100 universe lords from the Great Alliance. The major forces were all suspicious. The 3 ancestor gods gazed at their surroundings. Simultaneously, the aged ancestor god continued, we are here on the orders of the origin will to inform you of an extremely important matter. Do you all know? This huge being with the Gene world within it, why would it suddenly appear in the cosmic sea? Silence reigned. They all listened intently. This is because the primeval universe's origin will personally led this huge being here from the depths of the cosmic sea. The aged ancestor god said. What? Led here? Immediately there was an uproar. Even Luo Feng and the Primal Chaos City leader were shocked. This huge being that flew from the depths of the cosmic sea was actually led by the primeval universe's origin will? Was this real or fake? Or was it purely a lie? Everyone present were the pinnacle beings of the cosmic sea. They wouldn't easily believe such words. Back then, even though everyone discovered this huge being, they didn't know how to enter. If it wasn't for the guidance of the primeval universe's origin will, who knows how long it would take, and how many warriors would have to die in this huge being's body to discover its final destination. The aged ancestor god said. Everyone nodded. Luo Feng too admitted it. The huge being's body was after all extremely vast. Without guidance, they would have to search many places. Even if they discovered the gene world and tried hundreds or thousands of times, failing and dying every time, they would have to stop trying. No one would know that the gene world had to be white in color before they could enter. Without guidance, the major forces would definitely be at a disadvantage and waste a lot of time. The origin will follows the laws. When the calamity descends, it will naturally seek a chance of survival for all life. Ancestor Godsong said, this gene world is the life of all the major forces of the cosmic sea. Calamity descends? What calamity? Calamity? This word immediately shook the minds of the major forces. The warriors of the first, second, and primeval universe era all stared at the three ancestor gods. The young ancestor god's voice was clear. The primeval universe nurtures all beings, nurtures all life. In this vast world, everything has two sides. If there's a primeval universe that nurtures all beings, then there's an existence that destroys all beings. This existence is called Realm Beast. The young ancestor god's gaze swept across. All the warriors were silent. Realm Beast? Nurtures all beings, nurtures all life in the primeval universe? A realm beast that destroys everything? All the warriors muttered within, they were all suspicious. Even Luo Feng was suspicious. Realm beast? Is that true? Why have I never heard of its existence before? The three ancestor gods seemed to know that all the warriors were stunned by this news. They paused for a moment and allowed the other warriors to accept the news. Amidst the crowd of the major forces of the cosmic sea, in a corner, in the void, there was a silhouette. This was a majestic old man. He was sitting on a green mountain peak. It was Mountain Passenger. Mountain Passenger had never entered the gene world before. He didn't seem to care at all. However, since the three ancestor gods came, he came too. Realm Beast? A strange light flashed in Mountain Sitting Guest's eyes as he faintly recalled, is the Realm Beast about to come into being? If it does, it would indeed be a huge calamity. Thinking about it now, it's really laughable. Mountain Passenger sighed softly. Realm Beast, it's a pity. Mountain Passenger shook his head. The three ancestor gods swept their gazes around, after which the two-faced ancestor god said, the Realm Beast is the most terrifying creature in the entire cosmic sea, without a doubt the most terrifying creature. It's an existence that opposes the primeval universe. Only after an incomparably long period of time will a Realm Beast be born. When it does, it's a huge calamity. Why is it that over the countless eras, the entire cosmic sea only has two sacred land universes? The two-faced ancestor god looked at the major powers. All the experts had their own guesses. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. Right, in the endless eras, there should be absolute geniuses born. Just two sacred land universes was too little, unless, you guessed correctly. The sacred land cosmos was destroyed by the Realm Beast. The two-faced ancestral god nodded solemnly. When it is fully born, it will destroy all universes, be it the sacred land universe, the small-scale universe, or even, the primeval universe. Ah. What, all the small-scale universes? Even the primeval universe? Everyone was shocked. The universe itself doesn't have the ability to resist. It can only passively endure the attacks, the two-faced elder god continued. If all living beings are wiped out, the entire universe will naturally be wiped out as well. However, the destruction of the primeval universe is only temporary. Turning into the origin, it will naturally evolve into the primeval universe in the future. As the three elder gods were discussing with the various major powers, Purple Moon Sanctuary Cosmos. Realm Beast? The three ancestral gods said that the Realm Beast is about to be born? The Purple Moon Primogenitor suddenly stood up from his throne. How could this be? How could this be? Progenitor. The dozens of masters of the universe kneeling below were extremely nervous. All of you, get out, the Purple Moon Ancestor shouted. All of them left in fear. The Purple Moon Ancestor could not conceal his anxiety. How could this be? Only after tens of thousands of reincarnation eras will a realm beast be born. I have only become a void true god not long ago. How could I be so unlucky, to encounter the birth of a realm beast? I have to hurry up and cultivate to become an eternal true god. Once I become an eternal true god, I will be able to resist the realm beast. At least, the small-scale universe won't be destroyed. The purple moon ancestor and the east deity ancestor were panicking. In the void outside the Gene realm, the three ancestral gods were still talking. The realm beast is extremely weak now. While it is still weak, we should kill it. This is the best opportunity. Once it matures, all life in this era will be wiped out. Not a single one will survive. Even the primeval universe will be temporarily destroyed and turned into the origin. The Gene realm will allow you to increase your power and obtain stronger treasures. With this, you can go and destroy the realm beast. We must do it in this reincarnation era. We cannot delay. Do you see that universe boat? Why was it created? Back then, it was to deal with the realm beast. The voice of the ancestral gods reverberated in the minds of the thousands of experts from the various major powers. End of chapter. Tomorrow, Tomato will stop updating for a day, swapping with Saturday. The 28th chapter will begin the day after tomorrow. Many of the secrets of the devouring universe will gradually be revealed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. In the distant corner, Mountain Guest couldn't help but shake his head as he listened to the narration of the three ancestor gods, sighing softly, what's real and what's fake, mixing it up is truly terrifying. Even the universe boat is said to be created to deal with the realm beasts. What a joke. Luo Feng and a group of thousands of warriors from the various powers of the cosmic sea were indeed shocked. The universe boat was actually created to deal with the realm beasts? Of course, that's a late-stage realm beast. The young ancestor god's voice was clear. The realm beast is split into two stages. The first is the nurture stage, the second is the growth stage. During the nurture stage, the cosmic sea will nurture 1 billion realm beasts. What, 1 billion realm beast? Isn't there just one realm beast? All the warriors were shocked. From what the three ancestor gods had said before, there should only be one realm beast. The young elder god continued, the cosmic sea will give birth to 1 billion realm beasts. These 1 billion realm beasts will kill and devour each other, causing the number of realm beasts to constantly decrease. After killing and devouring other realm beasts, the remaining realm beasts will grow stronger and stronger. Until the very last moment, when all the other realm beasts die, leaving only one alive. Everyone held their breaths. So it was like that. Luo Feng couldn't help but be shocked, to actually make 1 billion realm beasts kill and devour each other, leaving only one alive. Just how terrifying was this one realm beast? The last one to survive, represents destruction, represents the true nightmare of the realm beast. The old ancestor god said solemnly, however, the moment it reaches that stage, the last remaining realm beast will be considered to have entered its growth stage. Your 3 great reincarnation eras and 2 sacred lands will no longer be able to stop it. The moment a realm beast enters its growth stage, one must know that it can devour everything. At the same time, it has a world within its body that can nurture other beings. The moment it enters its growth stage, it can nurture powerful warriors. The old ancestor god exclaimed, when that time comes, it will be invincible. And to kill it, you have to kill it during its growth stage. Even though there are many realm beasts in its growth stage, every single one of them is weak, and they can't nurture powerful warriors. This is the best time to kill it. The old ancestor god emphasized, you guys go kill the realm beasts one by one, this way the others won't have a chance to devour them, and they won't be able to grow stronger. According to the judgment of the great primeval universe's origin will, when this reincarnation era is about to end, there will only be one realm beast left. That is a realm beast that has entered the growth stage, an invincible realm beast. Kill them before this era of reincarnation ends. Silence reigned. All the experts had complicated thoughts in their minds. However, the two-faced elder god spoke out. Even though they are still in the incubation stage, those realm beasts are still extremely terrifying. Thus, universe lords do not wish to go. Going would be suicide. Only the strongest of the universe can fight. The strongest in the universe? What? Universe masters can't go? The crowd was in an uproar. Almost all of the thousands of experts gathered here were universe lords. Up to this point, universe lords were actually not qualified to fight. Furthermore, the two-faced ancestral god continued, even the strongest experts in the universe need to have a supreme armor and a soul-type supreme treasure. With the protection of these two supreme treasures, only then would he be able to fight against the realm beasts. Otherwise, he would be courting death. Of course, it would be best if you could get some mechanical treasures from the gene world. That would allow your powers to rise again. Remember, a soul-type supreme treasure and a supreme treasure armor are a must. If not, even the strongest of the universe cannot go. Listening to the ancestral god's narration, the various powers were in chaos. The Great Alliance side too was in a state of panic and debate. How terrifying are these realm beasts? They're just in the incubation stage and they're already so powerful? They actually have to be true gods, have armor and soul treasures. Anyway, we can't beat them and we can't interfere. So terrifying, we didn't want to go in the first place. Since we don't have enough power, we won't be arrogant. The universe lords discussed amongst themselves. Just listening to them earlier was enough to scare them. Even true gods had to have armor and soul treasures to protect themselves. Who among them would dare to go? Luo Feng and the Primal Chaos City leader exchanged glances, feeling the pressure. There had to be a strong warrior to make a move. They all retracted their heads. It was destined that the moment the realm beasts killed and devoured each other until there was only one left, that true realm beast would bring its powerful warrior to attack. It would be a true destruction. Even the sacred land universe would be destroyed. Even if they fought to pass the reincarnation before the reincarnation era, it would be useless. The sacred land universe would still be destroyed. There had to be a strong warrior to make a move. Suddenly a powerful voice resounded, "Where are the realm beasts?" The young ancestral god gazed around and said, "The realm beast's nest is in the core region of the Qingfeng world, Dusklands. It's actually there. So it's in the core region. Even our universe lords don't dare to enter there. No wonder the moment one enters the Dusklands, they can't come out. So it's the nest of the realm beasts." Everyone silently memorized this name, Duskland. And on the Great Alliance side, Luo Feng and the Primal Chaos City leader were shocked. Huge axe. The great axe fell in the dusky land. It was in the dusky land. That place is actually the nest of the realm beasts. Luo Feng was shocked. He finally understood why Huge Axe died so quickly back then. After all, Huge Axe didn't have a powerful armor, nor a soul treasure, nor a palace-type treasure. All it had was a god axe, realm beast. Beside, the Primal Chaos City leader's eyes were filled with killing intent and rage. Huge Axe was like a brother to him. The moment he thought of how Huge Axe was killed by the realm beast, the Primal Chaos City leader felt even more hatred. Because it's in Dusklands. Old Song said, "The area around Dusklands is a place one must pass to enter reincarnation. Hence if one tries to enter reincarnation, one will definitely be attacked. Even if any of you really make it through reincarnation, your sacred land universe will eventually be destroyed by the realm beast. If the realm beast doesn't die, one will never be able to escape reincarnation. If the realm beast doesn't die, all of your races will be wiped out. It has to die." Old Song said, "Right now, go to the gene world. Swiftly grow stronger in the gene world and acquire many treasures, even mechanical treasures. The stronger you are, the easier it will be for you to survive and even successfully kill the realm beast. The more you kill, the more you will be rewarded by the primal universe origin will. The more you kill, the more you will be rewarded by the primal universe origin will. Powerful ancient civilization treasures, ancient inheritances, even other things, as long as the primal universe origin will can give you, you can take them. As long as you kill enough realm beasts." The three ancestor gods exchanged glances. After which, they entered a 3-story ancient palace treasure and flew away. The three ancestor gods left immediately. However, the powerful warriors from the various powers of the cosmic sea were in chaos. The news the three ancestor gods brought was too shocking. letting them know that the cosmic sea actually nurtured such terrifying creatures. A billion realm beasts killing and devouring each other, with only one surviving, a realm beast, within its body, able to nurture powerful warriors? Able to lead large numbers of warriors to sweep through everything? How is this a realm beast? It's basically a world. Luo Feng said softly, the moment it enters its growth stage, it can constantly nurture more warriors. Just the warriors under it are enough to sweep through everything. If it grows to its late stage, requiring a universe boat to kill it, I'm afraid that might actually be possible. Within the Jin world, Eastern Army Camp, Mang River Army Camp. Luo Feng's earth body was still on the island. Hua. Luo Feng activated his armaments ring. Immediately the space within the stonehouse warped, simultaneously a golden silhouette appeared. Lord Inhe. The golden silhouette bowed. Luo Feng nodded, I need to know about the realm beast. Realm beast? The golden silhouette pondered, following which large amounts of words appeared on the screen beside. Luo Feng turned to look. The Jin world was indeed the remnant of the ancient Jin country, there was indeed information about the realm beast. Only, it was very simple. The realm beast is an extremely cruel and dark terrifying creature. Its birth is to destroy. Within its body is a powerful dark world. Within its body, it will constantly nurture powerful warriors. There were those who were good at speed, those who were good at defense, those who were good at attacking, and those who specialized in self-destruction. The stronger the realm beast, the more terrifying the warriors it nurtures. When a realm beast reaches its mature stage, it will be a true calamity. Even the Jin country at its peak wouldn't be able to defend against a mature realm beast's endless army. It is destruction. Every time it appears, if it's not destroyed early on, it will destroy many powers in the later stages. Finally, many powers will have to combine forces to destroy it. It is the common enemy of all powers. The moment it is discovered, it has to be killed as soon as possible. The later it is, the greater the price to pay. There was very little information on the side. Even during the Jin country's founding and its eventual destruction, they never met a realm beast that reached its most terrifying mature stage. Obviously they knew very little about the realm beast, only a few legends. Luo Feng however was dumbstruck as he watched. It was actually this terrifying. The Jin country had a godly emperor and many powerful warriors. Even large amounts of eternal true gods, void true gods and an endless army of true gods. They had countless mechanical treasures, even tens of millions of true gods controlling a mechanical treasure etc. Such a terrifying power, they actually couldn't defend against a mature realm beast? It is a realm beast? Luo Feng thought. From the looks of it, it seems to record the realm beast that has entered its growth stage. It doesn't record the breeding stage. The growth stage should be split into infant and mature stages. However, even if it's an infant stage, we can't defend against it. We have to kill it during its breeding stage. Luo Feng exclaimed. In the void outside the realm of Jin, palaces and treasures floated in the air. Whether it was to transcend the cycle of reincarnation or to survive and kill realm beasts, one had to enter the realm of Jin to obtain inheritances and treasures to strengthen themselves. Suddenly, the small universe's membrane changed color and became white. The membrane has changed color. We can enter now. Enter. Enter. Immediately, the palaces and treasures from different directions of the small universe Jin world passed through the membrane and entered the Jin world. Universe's strongest chapter has begun. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Go. The Primal Chaos City leader said, you all have the map of the Jin world. There's no need for Luo Feng to guide you this time, I hope you all can pass the army selection. The universe lords were all very respectful as they flew out of the Star Pagoda. Following closely behind, the Great Alliance's batch of universe lords all sat on their palace treasures and flew, passing through the universe membrane and entering the Jin world. As time passed, in space outside the Jin world, the teams that had sent off their respective powers began to return, however Luo Feng's Star Pagoda still floated in space and didn't move. Luo Feng? The Primal Chaos City leader turned to look at Luo Feng beside him. No rush. Luo Feng nodded and smiled. At this time, in the distance, a silver ship suddenly flew out of the Gene World's universe membrane and swiftly flew over. As it neared the star pagoda, it automatically shrunk and flew into the pagoda. What are you doing? The Primal Chaos City leader looked curiously at Luo Feng. Didn't I say before that I had quite a bit of loot in the Gene World? Luo Feng turned to look to the side, only to see a golden-horned beast covered in black light walk in. I brought my loot out this time. Loot? The Primal Chaos City leader revealed a look of glee. He too knew that Luo Feng's current authority was so great that he could kill all universe lords that entered, and at the same time, just how great was his authority? Getting enough treasures in the realm of Gene was a matter of course. However, the Primal Chaos City leader was still unclear on just how many treasures Luo Feng had. 10 sets of mechanical treasures. A total of 100 true god-level armors and weapons. Luo Feng didn't hide it. It wasn't worth hiding it at all. Compared to his huge amount of military merits, it was just a little bit. So many. The Primal Chaos City leader was shocked. He knew Luo Feng had a lot of loot, but this was too. True god-level treasures, in our universe C, are considered the absolute treasures. 100 absolute treasures? The Primal Chaos City leader couldn't help but change expression. This is too unbelievable. All the other powers combined probably only have 100 of them. Luo Feng shook his head. That's in the past. With the other powers entering the Gene World, the treasures in our universe C will definitely explode. That's true. The Primal Chaos City leader nodded, after which he emphasized, with so many treasures, we can't just give them away. The races have their own rules. What Luo Feng has obtained, naturally you have the right to decide. If they want it, they'll have to pay a certain price or contribution points. Luo Feng nodded. I have plans too. Of course they just need to have a certain amount of contribution points. The two of them held the highest positions in the human race. The rules of the human race would be decided by the two of them. It's time to return. Luo Feng looked at the space outside, after which he controlled the star pagoda to fly out. Ever since he received his title and was granted the ability to borrow the power of the realm of Gene by the God King, he was the one with the highest status in the realm of Gene, aside from the God King who never came out. Naturally, he would no longer have any trouble in the Gene realm. After all, with the power of the Gene realm, he could even suppress an eternal true god. His focus could completely shift to the cosmic sea and his race. It was just that leaving his main body in the realm of Gene would allow him to adapt to the situation and trade for treasures appropriately. Secondly, if he suddenly disappeared, it would be fine for a short period of time, but if he disappeared for too long, it would cause the 4 great generals and the other higher-ups of the realm of Gene to anxiously search for him. The boat of the Toon has returned. I brought the Wu Qixin out too. After all, in the realm of Gene, there's no need to use the Wu Qixin. I'm already invincible. The golden horned beast has returned too. From now on, the dangers in the cosmic sea won't be small. Luo Feng's earth body had already made his preparations in the realm of Gene. He was only waiting for the Purple Moon Sacred Land Universe and the Allied Army's warriors to enter the army. However, just by flying and entering the army, it would take months or even longer. Hence Luo Feng set the day of the big sweep to be 1 year later. ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** There's actually such a terrifying creature. The Bug Queen sat in her throne and frowned in thought. I'm completely unprepared this time. There's no rush to rush over. Even if I rush over, when I reach the small universe of Gene World, I'm afraid that the universe membrane won't be white anymore. Prepare well. Enter the fourth era. I have to get enough treasures. The Bug Queen pondered. Actually, even though there were many universe lords from the large powers of the universe C that entered, there were very few true gods that entered. Because every true god was a huge pillar of their race. The moment they fell, it would be the collapse of the small universe and the lives within would all perish. Hence, to send a true god to take the risk, one naturally had to be extremely cautious. They too yearned for a plan, and the information from the origin laws made them make their decisions. Some entered the realm of Gene this time. Most of them planned to enter the realm of Gene during the fourth era, Primal Universe, Human Territories Core Primal Region. This mechanical treasure is actually so mysterious. Its power is so great. The primal Chaos City leader stood there, his entire body glowing gold. Behind his back were 3 pairs of golden wings, giving off a powerful pressure. This was definitely an extremely good-looking mechanical treasure. It was also one of the best of the many mechanical treasures Luo Feng had acquired in the Wuqi building. With this treasure, my strength can actually rise by 2 levels. The primal Chaos City leader shook his head. No wonder the origin laws made all the warriors enter the realm of Jin. It must have been forced. Luo Feng said, if it wasn't for the world beast, we probably wouldn't even have discovered the realm of Jin. The primal Chaos City leader nodded. On the way back from the Universe Sea to the Primal Universe, he tested the strength of the mechanical treasures. Naturally he was overjoyed. It might be troublesome for the other universe lords of humanity to acquire these treasures. However, the Primal Chaos City leader, Luo Feng, directly gifted him a set of mechanical treasures. 1 soul treasure, 1 palace treasure, 1 domain treasure, everything was complete. The Primal Chaos City leader knew of the impending danger and didn't reject. Luo Feng, your contributions to humanity are comparable to the ancestors. The Primal Chaos City leader said so when he acquired these treasures on the way back. Teacher has always been in the center of our race, protecting and managing our race, allowing our race to constantly grow stronger. That is the greatest contribution. Luo Feng said so back then. Returning to the primal universe, even with the mechanical treasures, he could only unleash the pinnacle of level 6 strength. However, the Primal Chaos City leader was still extremely happy with the treasures he had. If only Hugh Jax had these treasures back then, he wouldn't have. The Primal Chaos City leader sighed softly. Teacher. Luo Feng frowned the moment he spoke and turned to look outside. The Primal Chaos City leader too looked outside curiously. It's the 3 ancestor gods. Let's go. So, the 2 vanished in mid-air. In the primal region, above the vast and endless dark ocean stood 3 silhouettes. They were the 3 ancestor gods of the Ancestor God sect. Dark Ocean Luo Feng and the Primal Chaos City leader appeared together. What are the 3 ancestor gods here for? The Primal Chaos City leader said directly. The old ancestor god of the 3 spoke, Primal Chaos, we are here on the orders of the origin laws, specially for the Milky Way leader. For me? Luo Feng frowned. The young ancestor god said directly, right, according to the orders of the origin laws, even though the Milky Way leader is only a universe lord, in terms of strength, he is the strongest in the Universe Sea. The strongest in the Universe Sea? The Primal Chaos City leader was shocked. It was fine if other warriors said it, but for it to be the orders of the origin laws, that was too much. The stronger one is, the greater the responsibility. The young ancestor god continued, when danger comes, naturally we need the strong to deal with it. Even though the 3 of us told the other powers in the universe that the universe lords cannot deal with the realm beasts. However, that's only for the normal universe lords, the Milky Way leader, you are not included. The 2 faced. Ancestor God said too, the Milky Way leader is the strongest in the Universe Sea. If even you can't deal with the realm beasts, who can? The old ancestor god said too, and the Milky Way leader is only a universe lord, he has many bodies, even if one dies, he can rely on the endless dark ocean to swiftly form another body. There's no problem at all, he'll just lose some treasures. At such a crucial time of life and death for countless races in the Universe Sea, the Milky Way leader, with your bodies and your strength, you are the most suitable to deal with the realm beasts in the Universe Sea. No need to flatter me. Luo Feng sneered, the so-called number 1 in the Universe Sea is only for now. Many of the strongest in the universe haven't acquired any mechanical treasures yet, the moment they acquire them, their strength will soar, and my position as number 1 won't be stable anymore. As for the realm beasts? Luo Feng shook his head, whether I should go or not, I have my own plans. The old ancestor god said directly, dealing with the realm beasts is a huge contribution, you can request for many things from the primal universe. Even if your contribution is big enough, even the ancestor of your human race suppressed by the primal universe can be released. What? The Primal Chaos City leader was shocked. Release the ancestor. Luo Feng was both shocked and happy. The young ancestor god said again, right, the bigger the contribution, the higher the request. To release the ancestor is even harder than requesting for the mechanical treasures from the primal universe. The origin law said that the moment the ancestor is released, he can immediately break through and reach a higher level. According to theory, he won't be released, only when the primal universe is destroyed will he be destroyed. However, the realm beasts threaten countless races. Killing the realm beasts will allow the ancestor to be released and regain his freedom. Luo Feng and the primal Chaos City leader exchanged glances. If the Milky Way leader has any questions, you can come to the Ancestor God's secret region and ask the three of us. We can directly communicate with the origin laws and tell them everything. The young Ancestor God said. We won't stay any longer. The three Ancestor Gods smiled and immediately broke through space, quickly vanishing. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. This is a crisis that can wipe out the universe C races, our humanity too. The primal Chaos City leader watched as the three Ancestor Gods vanished, after which he said to Luo Feng, letting the ancestor regain his freedom is important, however compared to this crisis, it's nothing. You must not be affected by it. Also, right now you are merely a universe lord, yet your battle strength is already so strong. The primal Chaos City leader frowned. The moment you become a true god, your strength will definitely rise by a few levels. When that time comes, you'll have a much easier time dealing with the world beasts, with more confidence. And right now the primal universe's willpower is luring you to battle. It's really because it really wants all the world beasts to die. Or is it because it wants to borrow the beast's hand to kill and destroy you? The primal Chaos City leader said, after all, other than the huge axe, we've never fought with a world beast before. As a being that represents destruction, its attacks are definitely terrifying. Even if you have clones, if your soul is destroyed, all your clones will die together. If the primal universe's willpower really wants you to kill the world beasts, then that's fine. However, if it wants to borrow the beast's hand to kill you, you have to be careful. You have to guard against this. After all, after countless years, even if the world beasts are unstoppable, the primal universe will at most self-destruct and become its own origin energy. Once it survives, it can still transform back into the primal universe. The primal universe's strength. I've never heard of anyone being able to truly destroy it. Since that's the case, then why does it want to kill the world beasts so badly? Is it true? Or is it a scheme? Luo Feng nodded as he listened. Right. The world beasts represented destruction, however the primal universe represented life too. The world beasts would be born after a long period of time, however the primal universe would constantly be destroyed and reborn. In truth, it had never truly been destroyed. Even the world beasts wouldn't be able to truly destroy the primal universe. I understand. Luo Feng nodded seriously. After all, the ancestor has already been suppressed. The primal Chaos City leader exclaimed, if you were to be lured to death by the willpower, even though I'm confident, I know, in certain areas, I'm inferior to you and the ancestor. Luo Feng wasn't in a rush to head to the Dusky Lands. After all, according to the willpower, he had to kill the world beasts before this reincarnation era. Reincarnation era, this was such a long period of time. Luo Feng had lived for less than 10 million years. For an era of reincarnation, it was an insignificant period of time. So Luo Feng had plenty of time to prepare. At the same time, Luo Feng was preparing for the big sweep. Another 10 days passed. Milky Way sacred land. Yuhai Luo Feng sat there, and before him floated a 9-level pagoda. Even though he had completely comprehended the 3rd level of the Killer Wu Feather back then, as the level of the techniques rose, Luo Feng would be able to comprehend even more profound techniques in the Star Pagoda. Naturally, he would continue to study and comprehend them. Luo Feng too hoped to continue comprehending and grasping the many techniques to improve his god body. On the path of the divine body, the comprehension of life genes, secret techniques, Emperor Rhino's game, and so on actually had certain similarities. Hence, they would be able to touch upon each other. Teacher? Yuhai Luo Feng suddenly stopped, flipping his hand and taking out a communication tag. Luo Feng, a message came. It was from Mountain Traveler. Yuhai Luo Feng immediately became serious. Ever since the appearance of the 4th danger zone, teacher sitting passenger seemed to have disappeared, as though he didn't care about these things. Teacher. Luo Feng replied. Those 3 ancestor gods should have gone to find you. Mountain Traveler said. Yes. Luo Feng was shocked, but he still replied. Other than you, they probably won't be able to find anyone else. Mountain Traveler replied, however remember, don't be in a rush to go to the Dusky Lands, that is after all the nest of the realm beasts. However, there are large amounts of realm beasts within. If you really decide to go deal with the realm beasts, before you go, make a trip to my place. Luo Feng was extremely curious. Teacher, to your place? Just remember. Mountain Traveler immediately cut off the communication. This caused Luo Feng to be shocked. What's going on? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows curiously. In the past, his teacher's temper was still considered good, and he was very concerned about him. However, ever since the appearance of the 4th danger zone, Mountain Traveler had changed. He didn't even look for Luo Feng for such a huge matter. This time, he suddenly looked for Luo Feng only to instruct him. However, Luo Feng could feel that his teacher still cared about him. Teacher's temper seems to have changed. Luo Feng thought, could it be because of the Gene World? 9 Secret Manuals. It's a secret manual of the Gene Country. Star Pagoda, it shouldn't be a treasure created by a true god. I've long suspected that teacher has connections with the Gene Country. And he told me to look for him before I deal with the realm beasts. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows as he pondered. He wasn't stupid, of course he could feel his teacher's mysteriousness, the secrets on this Mountain Traveler wouldn't be small. Luo Feng put everything aside, the most important thing he had to prepare for now was a huge sweep. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Gene World, Eastern Army Camp, Main River Camp. Luo Feng was within a stone room. Armament ring. Luo Feng had an armament ring on his wrist, activating it with his divine energy. Immediately the space around him changed, a golden silhouette appeared. Lord Inhe. The golden silhouette said. Simulate all the overlords and true gods that entered the 4 armies from the last time I investigated until now. Luo Feng ordered. Within this year, he had investigated a total of 6 times, constantly grasping the number of warriors from the Allied army and Purple Moon Sacred Land that entered the Gene World. Yes. The golden silhouette replied respectfully. In the vast space around him, there was originally only Luo Feng and the golden silhouette, but now many other silhouettes swiftly appeared. These silhouettes all lined up in an orderly fashion, all standing there stupidly without moving, only they all emitted life energy. The armaments world was still rather relaxed in terms of life energy. Luo Feng looked around, simultaneously using his divine energy to sense. Some of the universe lords didn't even change their appearances. After all, they felt that the aboriginals of the Gene World had never seen them before. Changing their appearances didn't have much meaning. Hence, just by looking with his naked eye, Luo Feng was able to discover some targets. Leave 61 of them behind, the rest disperse. Luo Feng ordered, simultaneously using his divine energy to swiftly lock onto 61 universe lords. Yes. The golden silhouette replied respectfully. Immediately large amounts of silhouettes vanished, leaving only 61 overlord soldiers. Display the time they entered the army, one by one. Luo Feng ordered. The moment he gave the order, immediately an accurate time appeared above the 61 overlords. These 61 overlords came in batches. Luo Feng looked and nodded. There's a total of 5 batches, the last batch was 2 months ago. From 2 months ago till now, there's actually not a single one that entered the army. This year, according to his investigations. During the first month of the 3rd era, there were only 12 people that entered the army. And from the 2nd month to the 8th month, it was a huge explosion, the numbers were the highest. And as time passed, the later stages obviously slowed down. Until the last 2 months, there wasn't a single one that joined. I estimate that Purple Moon and the Allied army should be reaching their limit. Luo Feng thought, this year, there's a total of 110 universe lords from Purple Moon that have joined the army. As for the Allied army, there are 166 origin law lords. Count in another batch. Adding them all up, there's a total of 205 surviving soldiers from Purple Moon. The Allied army has 238. Luo Feng thought and nodded. I estimate that most of the universe lords from Purple Moon have made their way in, the allied army too. These two powers obviously viewed this with great importance, or it could be said that every single universe lord desired it. If one counted the eliminated ones, then there were obviously many universe lords that entered. Looking at the numbers, obviously there aren't many eliminated ones. Luo Feng nodded. Looks like the universe lords of the universe C have a lower death rate than the aboriginals of the gene world. Luo Feng guessed. It should be that the various powers would all move in batches, and every batch would probably bring along some treasures, or even absolute treasures, etc. After all, the various powers from the first and second era would use the armaments to exchange for the absolute treasures of their race, thus maximizing their profits. One had to know, the absolute treasures of the universe C, many of them were void true god-level treasures, even true god-level treasures, some were very special. In the gene world, they could be exchanged for quite a few true god-level treasures. It's time to act. Luo Feng took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with killing intent. 4 generals. Luo Feng immediately used the armaments world to communicate with the 4 generals of the 4 armies. After a while, 4 silhouettes appeared not far from Luo Feng. Milky Way. Milky Way, why are you looking for us? It's rare. Shui Yong and the other generals all appeared. They had long since treated Luo Feng as the successor of the godly king. Moreover, they knew that Luo Feng could borrow the world energy of the gene realm. They understood how much the godly king favored Luo Feng. Naturally, they were at his beck and call. I want to kill a batch of origin law lords. Luo Feng said directly. Kill a batch? The 4 generals panicked. How many billions? The 4 generals were worried. They didn't wish to kill too many soldiers, it would cause chaos. Luo Feng smiled. Relax, less than 500. Less than 500. The 4 generals laughed. Such a small number of origin law lords, if any tribe were to fight amongst themselves, who knows how many would die. Less than 500, they didn't even have the right to worry about them. The reason why I asked for the 4 generals is because these close to 500 soldiers are scattered across the 4 armies. Luo Feng said, and I want to kill them all in an instant, and I want it to be a sole attack, as they are scattered throughout the camp. It's very difficult to kill them all at once, hence I can only ask the 4 generals to personally make a move, using a small universe to envelop the entire camp, directly killing their souls at the same time, leaving none alive. It's time for the high school exams. Tomato wishes all the third-year students will be able to pass the exams. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. At the same time, their souls were destroyed, leaving not a single one alive. Luo Feng's request was indeed harsh. However, this was the first time he was asking for help from the 4 generals, and it was just a simple task. Why would they reject him? That's easy. Easy. Inhe, just inform us of the life signatures of these 500 soldiers. The 4 generals didn't care at all. To the vast gene world, 500 law lords? That was a drop of water in the endless ocean. Luo Feng nodded and turned to look at the golden silhouette beside him. My previous scans, I've locked onto all the law lord soldiers, simulate them. And according to the distribution of the 4 armies, pass them to the 4 generals. Yes, Lord Inhe. The golden silhouette said respectfully. Immediately, the 4 generals used their armaments rings to form the armaments worlds and silhouettes appeared. Their energies were all different, but they were all law lords. There's less than 500, I have 201 here. The Eastern Army General Shui Yong smiled. My Northern Army has much less, only 60. The 4 generals laughed and chatted. According to the positions of the 4 armies, it was obvious that most of the powers of the Universe C had landed in the Eastern Army. Naturally there were more who joined the Eastern Army. A total of 443. Luo Feng looked at the 4 generals. Generals, I'll have to trouble the 4 of you to activate your small universe. The moment you lock onto the target, inform me. I'll use the communication card and simultaneously send a message to the 4 generals. The moment you receive my message, the 4 generals can immediately destroy the target's soul. Alright. The four generals nodded. Then we can begin now? Right, we can begin now. Luo Feng nodded. Eastern Army Camp. General Shui Yong, dressed in a silver robe, stood in mid-air above the camp, gazing down at the boundless camp below, his eyes cold. Rise. General Shui Yong's thoughts moved. Immediately, a transparent membrane formed outside the camp. A huge universe membrane, one couldn't see the end of it as it enveloped the entire camp. All the soldiers within the camp didn't sense it at all, only the Void True God commanders did. It's a small universe. Yes, General. All the commanders of the Void Real Gods in the Eastern Troop were confused. However, they were not afraid. An eternal real God could form a small-sized universe with a single thought. With the small-sized universe, they could unleash extremely powerful fighting capabilities. However, it was still very difficult to kill a Void Real God merely by relying on the pressure that the universe itself gave off. All of you, keep quiet. After a while, everything will return to normal, the cold voice resounded in the minds of every Void Real God commander. Yes, General, all the Void Real Gods were extremely respectful. But the Master of Law's soldiers and the True God soldiers had no idea. The Eastern Army's targets have been found. General Shui Yong immediately informed Luo Feng. The targets of the Western Army have been found. The targets of the Northern Army have been found. The targets of the Southern Army have been found. The four generals sent the message almost at the same time. On the quiet island, the water of the lake surged against the shore again and again. After all, this lake was much larger than any ocean on Earth. In the middle of the island, on the roof of a stone house, Luo Feng sat. There with a table beside him. On the table, there was a wine flask, a wine cup, and a token. Luo Feng poured himself a cup of wine and held it. Luo Feng sent a message through the message token: attack. 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 The four generals received the four messages at the same time. The four generals who had unleashed a small universe did not pity the Master of Law's soldiers. To be able to reach their level, they must have gone through many life and death battles. Attack. 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 The four generals congealed their holified god powers at the same time and directly attacked the soldiers. If they wanted to kill 100 million or more soldiers at the same time, even the four generals could not do it in an instant. However, they only needed to attack a few dozen soldiers at the very least. At most, they could attack 200 soldiers. In the Eastern Troop camp, Godfather's order is to let us obtain more mechanical inheritance. Once we obtain it, the machinery race will definitely become stronger. However, we have to get used to it first and work hard to obtain military merits. Two experts from the machinery race communicated with each other. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Suddenly their bodies froze. Rumble. Rumble, they fell at the same time. In the primeval universe, on a dark gray planet in a faraway territory. This was the sacred land of the mosquito race, the primal star. Ancestor. 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 A group of undyings, sector lords and even 6 universe knights, less than 100 of them were all bowing respectfully, listening to the ancestors' teachings. You are all the core of our mosquito race, the hope of our future. From a distant and dangerous place, I found a precious and mysterious inheritance. Relying on this inheritance, our mosquito race will definitely grow stronger. I'll pass it on to you first. An old man covered in black wrinkled skin, with 2 tenacious feelers on his forehead, sitting cross-legged said, "Carefully experience it and comprehend it." Immediately, the god energy was split into many portions and passed down to the elites of the race. As one of the strongest races in the primal universe, they were still far from the pinnacle races. During the inheritance process, some of the precious inheritances were passed down to many warriors. This was to prevent the fall of a few of the pinnacle race members, causing the race to weaken. Just as they were in the process, the mosquito race ancestor's eyes flashed with a sliver of fear, following which he went silent and his life force swiftly disappeared. The core members of the mosquito race who were immersed in the inheritance opened their eyes curiously. However, the moment they felt that the ancestor's life force was gone, especially the life-saving treasures that the ancestor gave them became ownerless items. Ancestor. A shrill voice resounded. The entire mosquito race was in chaos. Without their primogenitor, the status of their mosquito-conch tribe would be greatly reduced. They would no longer be qualified to occupy such a large area. However, their primogenitor was so powerful and had a clone. How could he die so easily, primal universe, in a part of the void? You dare disobey my orders? My race has already joined the allied army, and these weak races are nothing, yet you dare to disobey my orders? Disciple, head out and personally wipe out the Huayu race. A strange beast with 3 beautiful heads and a very hoarse voice floated in the air, and the surrounding void rippled endlessly. Not far away, there was another 3 beautiful head beasts. Yes, the strange beast suddenly raised its head in shock. It saw that the great existence floating in the void in the distance had his life force rapidly dissipating. His heads also drooped down and floated in the void, no longer breathing. Teacher, teacher. Some lords of the universe died quietly, some died in front of everyone, some had their incarnations dissipate, and some had their avatars fall. Amongst them, some were the leaders of their races. Some were the upper echelons of their races. Gene World. Luo Feng lifted his wine glass and gently took a sip, his gaze drifting, looking at the images. It was the scene of the foreign races screaming and being massacred. There were also scenes of the foreign races fleeing, following the fall of the universe. Lords, especially the races with only one universe lord, as the pinnacle fell, the fates of these races became incomparably tragic. They would no longer be able to stay in their original territories, they no longer had that level of strength. What awaited them was a tragic fate. Luo Feng saw yet another scene, that was the human territories, the billions of normal life forms on the planet, crying pitifully, mothers hugging their children, yet in an instant they vanished. There were also the countless planets of the human territories being conquered, large amounts of people fleeing, too many. Between the races, it's like this. Luo Feng lifted his glass and said softly, back when I was still weak, those foreign spies, the moment they were discovered by us humans, many of them would self-destruct, destroying entire planets and countless lives of my race. And back then, the 4 pinnacle races, to open up the outer regions as a battlefield. Instead, they wiped out all the races in the outer realms. War. Survival. Luo Feng said softly. To survive, any cruel thing could be done. Actually, this was already the best ending, if not for the annihilation of so many universe lords at once, causing the entire allied army to instantly fall into a weakened state. Especially when the races realized their leaders had fallen, naturally they would swiftly flee, preserving their race's strength. If they really fought with the humans, as the humans grew stronger, when that time came, it wouldn't just be killing one universe lord, it would be slaughtering the entire race. Of course, even though this was the best ending, to those races, it was destined to be a tragic fate. They had to flee, and they might even be attacked by other enemies. Inhi, the targets are all dead. Inhi, the targets are all dead. Some have no souls, but they were all killed. Inhi, leave none alive. The 4 generals sent the news one after another, Luo Feng's entire body trembled. Finally, the long-awaited ending, however Luo Feng's face didn't show any joy, only his eyes had a sense of cruelty. He poured another glass of wine and flipped it, spilling the wine. Luo Feng looked at the spilled wine and said softly, for the human race, you all deserve to die. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Primal Universe. The core of human territory, primal region, above the vast and endless sea, the water condensed into a silhouette, it was the blood-red-robed Luo Feng. Beside him stood another silhouette, the Primal Chaos City leader. How is it? The Primal Chaos City leader asked expectantly. The 443 universe lords that entered the army. Luo Feng said coldly, leave none alive. Good. The Primal Chaos City leader's eyes gleamed and he shouted excitedly. In the distant demon territory, within the Dream Ancestor secret region's virtual world. Within the virtual world, there was another plane. In an endless mountain range shrouded in clouds and mist, a slithering silver snake lived there. Apart from it, there were other powerful demon race lords of the universe, as well as some vassal demon race lords of the universe. Even though most of these universe lords had gone to the gene world, they had left behind clones or god energy clones in the primal universe. Naturally, they could connect to the virtual world and communicate with the dream ancestor. Don't worry, the army's mission isn't dangerous. The 3 universe lords of the Demon Race Alliance were gathered together. One of them was a strange flying beast whose entire body was covered in gray bones, while the other 2 were universe lords of the Demon Race Alliance who were not demon race. At this time, the peculiar flying beast revealed a look of fear and immediately vanished from the virtual world. Why did it leave the virtual world halfway through? The brightly colored alien universe lord muttered. Then, he turned his head and looked to his side. Originally, there were 2 universe lords listening to the demon race universe lord's words. But now, the universe lord beside him had disappeared. Why did they all vanish? The alien universe lord immediately felt something was wrong. If it was just one that vanished, it could be due to an urgent matter and had no time to explain. However, for 2 to vanish at the same time, and without even a word of explanation, that was strange. Demon Ancestor. The alien universe lord shouted. While suddenly, a huge silver snake slithered out of the clouds. The snake raised its head and looked at the alien master of the universe. Mentari, what's the matter? Why did you summon me? Demon Forefather, just now, Lord Mangwan and the other 2 were beside me. Lord Mangwan was explaining some information about the realm of Jin. I've never been there before, so I was curious. I didn't expect Lord Mangwan and Lord Mangwan to suddenly disappear from the virtual world. They didn't give any explanation and disappeared at the same time. Mangtari's blue eyes were filled with worry. Disappear at the same time? No explanation? Demon Ancestor Dream growled. She immediately realized that something was wrong. Hong Demon Ancestor Dream immediately scanned the entire Endless Mountain range. The result of this scan made Demon Ancestor Dream feel a terrifying coldness that seemed to freeze her entire soul. This moment was the most terrifying moment since Demon Ancestor Dream became the strongest in the universe. Even when she lost the battle between the 2 camps, she was not as terrified as she was now. Disappeared, they all disappeared? Demon Ancestor Dream was horrified. All the lords of the universe of the Demon Race Alliance who had gone to the realm of Jin had their consciousnesses connected here not long ago. But now, they were all gone. In the entire Endless Mountain range, only she and 5 other lords of the universe were left. These 5 lords of the universe had never entered the realm of Jin. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared in the air above the mountain range. It was the sawtooth mutant beast, Demon Ancestor Zhen. Dream Tea. Demon Ancestor Zhen looked down and shouted anxiously, all the lords of the universe under my command who went to the realm of Jin have disappeared. Same here. Demon Ancestor Dream was extremely anxious. All of them disappeared on your side too? All the lords of the universe who went to the realm of Jin have disappeared. And all of them disappeared suddenly without leaving a message. Those who didn't go to the realm of Jin are fine. Demon Ancestor Zhen was also anxious. Heavens! Because the allied forces were at a disadvantage, many of them went to the realm of Jin. For example, the majority of the Demon Race Alliance's forces went to the realm of Jin. What if they all died? That would be an incomparably terrifying blow, a true nightmare. Investigate. Let's hurry and investigate. Demon Ancestor Zhen said anxiously. Demon Ancestor Dream also began to send orders through the virtual world to all the universe paragons, letting them check on their teachers. After all, the universe paragons would usually bring along the protective items given by their teachers. Demon Ancestor, the keepsake left behind by my teacher has already become an ownerless item. Teacher is dead. Demon Ancestor, teacher is dead. Demon Ancestor. Actually, before Demon Ancestor Dream had finished giving the order, there were already universe venerables who had taken the initiative to contact them. Each of them seemed to have gone mad. One by one, universe lords fell. These universe lords who had suddenly disappeared from the virtual world had all fallen, without exception. This news was like a heavy hammer, smashing on Demon Ancestor Dream and Demon Ancestor Zhen's souls. Smashing their hearts. Smashing their fear. Smashing their unwillingness to believe it. Demon Ancestor Dream and Demon Ancestor Zhen looked at each other, their eyes no longer had the calm of the past, as if even the collapse of the universe could not cause them to be shocked. Instead, there was only panic. How? Demon Ancestor Dream was completely confused. This. Demon Ancestor Xian was also stunned. Blow. An unprecedented blow. Previously, the demon race was definitely one of the peak races in the primeval universe. But in the blink of an eye, there were originally more than 20 universe lords of their race and a group of vassal universe lords. In such a short time, there were only 4 universe lords left in the entire demon race. There were only 5 universe lords left in the vassal races. How prosperous was it previously? Now, there were only 2 or 3 of them left. Demon Ancestor Xian raised his head and let out an incomparably furious roar. Roar. His roar contained endless anger, endless unwillingness, endless pain. The accumulation of the demon race over countless years was lost in an instant. We shouldn't have entered the realm of Jin, we shouldn't have. Demon Ancestor Dream was also filled with unwillingness. It was not just Demon Ancestor Dream and Demon Ancestor Xian who were in so much pain that they were about to go crazy. There was also the Machine Race Godfather, the Bug Race Queen, the Prison Race Demon Ancestor, the Crystal Race Holy Lord, the various races within the Northern Border Alliance, and the various forces that joined the Allied forces. All of them were caught in an unprecedented nightmare. Some forces even had 8 or 10 universe lords, but in the blink of an eye, only 1 universe lord remained. Some races lost their universe lord in an instant. A nightmare. The same goes for the Insect Race Alliance? There are only 6 universe lords left in the entire Insect Race Alliance? Northern Frontier Alliance? Your Northern Frontier Alliance actually lost over 90 universe lords? Even the Master of the Galaxy died? All of them? The Crystal Race and the Prison Race are just as miserable as you are. When the Allied forces contacted each other, they were shocked to find that all the other forces were in the same state. Demon Ancestor Dream and Demon Ancestor Xian were slightly more balanced. In their opinion, if all the universe lords who entered the realm of Jin died instantly, there was no reason for the other forces to be safe. After asking and investigating, it was indeed the case. Because they were part of the Allied forces, they naturally contacted each other very quickly. Soon, they started contacting some of the forces in the Cosmic Sea. No. You said a large number of universe lords died? Nothing like that happened to the Bone Race. Our universe lords are fine in the realm of Jin. None of the batch that entered the army died. Of course not. The realm of Jin is such a wonderful world. It is filled with opportunities and endless treasures. Almost all of our races went there. None of the batch that entered the army died. But soon, we will have to carry out the mission assigned by the army. Haha, how many universe lords did our East the Arch Sacred Ground enter? Very few died. At most, some died during the selection process. Everything is fine. What happened to the Prison Race? News came one after another. The Allied forces were stunned. Previously, they discovered that they had suffered great losses and thought it was normal. If it was normal, then the Cosmic Sea forces suffered great losses. Relatively speaking, the status of their respective races would not be affected much. They hoped that the major forces were the same. But the Cosmic Sea forces were all fine. No, more accurately, they finally found someone who shared the same fate. You too? The Purple Moon Sacred Ground also suffered a destructive attack in the realm of Jin. For some reason, all of our universe lords who entered the realm of Jin perished. Ah, the Purple Moon Sacred Ground is the same? The Demon Race, Bug Race, Machine Race, Prison Race, Crystal Race, and all the other allied forces were all attacked. All who entered the realm of Jin perished. All dead. Not a single one survived. The Purple Moon Sacred Ground and the Allied forces were on good terms. After this communication, they discovered that apart from the Purple Moon Sacred Ground and the Allied forces, the other forces were all fine. They immediately realized that something was amiss. If the realm of Jin carried out a great destruction on the invaders from the outside world, why would they let the other forces go? Why would they keep an eye on them? After all, the universe lords they sent out were also absorbed into the various armies. they were almost all scattered. How could the realm of Jin determine the factions? The humans are safe. The entire human alliance's universe lords are also safe. The Purple Moon's sacred ground and the allied forces quickly received this news. They were both shocked and furious. None of the super experts were fools. The Purple Moon's sacred ground and the allied forces. Their common enemy was the humans. Moreover, if the two factions were to rapidly decline, the humans would be the ones to benefit the most. Also, the Purple Moon's sacred ground had schemed against Luo Feng in the realm of Jin. Strangely, they failed. Why would a void true god let Luo Feng go? All pointed to the humans. Only the internal forces of the cosmic sea can determine the exact factions from the countless soldiers. If it's not the humans, then who is scheming against us? To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. All of you stand down. The Purple Moon Ancestor's expression was cold as he roared angrily below. The group of universe lords below all knelt and trembled, all of them feeling uneasy. This time, the Purple Moon Alliance had suffered too great a loss. More than half of the lords of the universe who had entered the Jin realm had died. There were less than 100 lords of the universe who were still alive in the Purple Moon's sacred land. Even with the successive breakthroughs of the quasi-lords of the universe, the number of lords of the universe barely reached the limit of 100. However, not a single quasi-master of the universe was left. Ancestor, are we still going to the Jin world? Many of the kneeling lords of the universe didn't retreat. Some of them were still unwilling to give up. The Purple Moon Ancestor gazed below, his expression growing uglier. After a long while, he squeezed out a sentence: the new universe lords can go to the Jin world. You must not reveal that you are from the Purple Moon's sacred land. Yes. Immediately, some of the newly advanced universe lords below responded happily. They had never left the Purple Moon's sacred land before. This time, due to the large number of universe lords dying, these quasi-universe lords were able to break through. As long as they changed their appearances and didn't appear with 3 heads and 8 arms or 2 faces and 4 arms, the other powers in the universe C definitely wouldn't recognize them. If they entered the Jin world, even if the other powers in the universe C saw them, they would probably think they were natives of the Jin world. Go down. The Purple Moon Ancestor's voice grew colder. While the group of universe lords finally vanished and left, only the Purple Moon Ancestor was left in the palace. As arrogant as the Purple Moon Ancestor was, he had no choice but to say that he must not reveal that he was from the Purple Moon's sacred land. This made him feel extremely humiliated. Milky Way leader Luo Feng. The Purple Moon Ancestor gritted his teeth. He was furious. He was unwilling. But what could he do? This time, the Purple Moon Ancestor was very clear: other than the humans, he couldn't think of any other power that would do such a thing. I can't do anything to you, but this time, the world beast has appeared. I don't believe you can survive it. The Purple Moon Ancestor gritted his teeth. However, the moment he thought of the world beast, he became even more enraged. Because, the world beast was a huge threat to him. The Purple Moon Ancestor raised his head and roared. How long has it been? How long has it been since he felt so helpless? No matter how angry the Purple Moon Ancestor was, there was nothing he could do. He had no other way to kill Luo Feng. Even if he wanted to borrow the Jin world to kill Luo Feng, not only would it fail, the large amounts of universe lords under him would all die. Without so many underlings, he couldn't do anything to Luo Feng. If the Purple Moon Primogenitor was only angry and unwilling, then the many races in the Primeval Universe Coalition army were filled with endless hatred and resentment. Sister! Sister! In the void, a translucent beautiful girl with butterfly wings stood in the void. She was in extreme pain, and the eyes under her delicate brows seemed to contain endless pain and sadness. She kept replaying the scenes in her mind. She had grown up with her elder sister. Her elder sister had guided and protected her. Her elder sister was a peerless genius and had become a great universe lord of the bug race. Under her elder sister's guidance and help, she had also become a universe paragon after countless years. Countless years had given birth to feelings that transcended everything. Sisterly love surpassed everything, even her life. Her sister was the most important person in her life. No. The absolute beauty raised her head and screamed. Following which her expression began to contort. The hatred in her eyes burned madly. She let out a hoarse voice filled with endless hatred. Humans. Humans, I want you to die. 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 The space around the absolute beauty immediately glowed with a pale blue light. It enveloped her and she was immediately teleported away. Just 3 minutes later. Human domain. An incomparably majestic bug clan mother nest floated in space. Large amounts of bug soldiers appeared around it. Go kill. Kill all humans. A furious ripple came from within the mother nest. Ah. How all sorts of strange roars could be heard. These powerful insectoid warriors roared as they streaked across the void, charging towards the vital planets in the distance. And the mother nest had already teleported and vanished. Teleportation. Lightning-fast teleportation, over 10,000 light-years away. Go kill all humans. The mother nest continued to give orders. Large amounts of bug soldiers held and rushed out. The mother nest madly teleported. Every 10,000 light-years, it would release large amounts of bug soldiers. These bug soldiers were mostly universe levels. A few were domain lords and very few were sector lords. As for undying, there wasn't a single one. Kill all humans. Children, go kill them. The mother nest moved madly releasing countless bug soldiers. To a universe night queen, creating trillions of universe-level bug soldiers wasn't hard at all. And to slaughter countless planets, a few universe levels were enough. 6 minutes after she entered the human domain, the mother nest floated in space and didn't move. Everything quietened down. The large amounts of bug soldiers around it all stopped moving. Hua, a silhouette walked over from the depths of space. Milky Way leader. A piercing mad voice resounded from within the mother nest. Luo Feng slowly walked over, shaking his head and sighing, why bother? He pointed. Pung, in the distance, the void suddenly shrank and expanded. Immediately, that area of space was annihilated, including the insectoid hive and the large number of insectoid warriors around it. Everything turned into nothingness. Luo Feng shook his head and sighed. That was because the Bug Clan Queen had entered the Ganwu Universe country's territory. The moment he received the news from the virtual universe, he immediately teleported from his god country and rushed over. That Bug Clan mother nest had been constantly teleporting and changing directions. Only after it entered the human territory and wreaked havoc for 6 minutes did Luo Feng catch up. A single revenge resulted in the death of a universe paragon. This is hatred? Luo Feng sighed softly. After which, he took a step and vanished from the space. The space was silent and dark, almost like nothing had happened. Milky Way sacred land. The palaces rose and fell. Luo Feng returned here. Leader. The 3 universe supremacies at the front respectfully bowed, one of them with green antennae said, we continuously teleported, killing all the Zerg warriors that were wreaking havoc everywhere. Many of them didn't even make it to the planet and were killed by us. However, there are still 369 life planets where all the humans have died. Of these 369 planets, there are still 102 that have been completely destroyed. Luo Feng nodded. He couldn't help but sigh within. Over 300 life planets of humans. There were probably over 1 trillion of them. In just a blink of an eye, they were all dead. Even though to the entire human race, with the generations of normal humans reproducing, the death of so many didn't mean much to them. However, they were after all still living beings. Maybe amongst them, geniuses like Rong Jun, or even beings like Luo Feng, even though the chances were small, but now, they were all dead. There are so many revenge attempts. Luo Feng thought, there are so many who hate us humans. In the recent months, ever since the Allied army had lost a large number of universe lords, some of them were from the pinnacle races. However, most of them were from other races. The stronger races usually only had 1 or 2 universe lords. And the leader of the race, to the other knights, was like a father, a mother, a teacher, some who couldn't bear with the hatred in their hearts, immediately came to exact revenge. There were also some who forcefully endured their hatred for the sake of their clansmen. They endured for the sake of their clansmen. Fight the humans? How do we fight? Our northern border alliance is already so weak. Our alliance leader has long abandoned us. Right now our races are weak beyond compare. Even if we add up all the universe lords, we won't even be able to kill the Milky Way leader alone. Still fight? On an ordinary barren planet, there were many divine power avatars gathered for a discussion. They didn't dare to come with their true bodies, afraid of being wiped out by the humans. How can we not take revenge? The hatred is huge. My 2 brothers are dead. They accompanied me for countless years, leading the race with me in this vast universe. And now they're both dead. They were my most important family, my most important companions. I can't wait to rush into the human race and kill them all, but in the end? If we go to the primal region or the Milky Way sacred land, we won't be able to kill anything. We'll just lose our lives. If we just kill some ordinary humans, the human race can reproduce after a few decades. It won't affect us at all. If we go, we're just venting our anger. We have to live. We have to live for our race. But I can't accept this. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Races like the Chusu race have lost their universe lords. They're all busy fleeing for their lives. They're even more unwilling. But what can we do? Back when we were strong, the humans suppressed us. But now? Many of the smaller races have left the alliance in fear. How many universe lords are left to fight the humans? Especially the strongest solitary experts. They've all seen that the situation isn't looking good and left the alliance. As for the remaining few universe lords who dare to fight, once the human army comes, just the willpower impact alone will cause a large number of them to fall. How many of them can still stand and fight the humans? The surviving divine power avatars of the Lords of the Universe of the Northern Frontier Alliance fell silent. How tragic. Many of the smaller races left the alliance because they couldn't afford another loss. The strongest solitary experts also left because there was no hope. As for the rest? Which of the bug race, demon race, machine race, and so on would dare to fight the humans? Who would dare? Even if their hatred reaches the heavens, so what? I don't know how many races hate the humans, but it's destined that the human race will truly dominate the entire primal universe. No one can stop them. Not one. This was the 2nd chapter. There was still a 3rd chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. No one could stop humanity's march to supremacy. In the primeval universe, humanity was destined to reach the true pinnacle. The insectoids, automatons, and other races would have to look up to humanity. This was publicly acknowledged. AI. A 3-headed giant black wolf appeared in space, looking at a planet of life. There were many demonic life forms on the planet. Wuxia ripple swept across the entire planet. The beasts that were either hunting, mating, or sleeping on the planet all vanished into thin air. They were directly transported into the world ring. The last planet of life. The giant black wolf, surrounded by black light, teleported into the divine nation, and vanished. A moment later. In the void not far away, it appeared out of thin air. Not far in front of it, a huge flying beast emitting endless flames floated there, emitting endless pressure. It was as if the stars in the distance were trembling. Sovereign, I brought all the demonic life forms on the vast planetary region I'm in charge of. The Regis Immortal level black wolf respectfully said. Immediately after, the world ring on one of its claws flew out and flew towards the flame bird in the distance. The flaming bird responded, "Go to the Fey Forefathers' secret realm to gather." Yes. The giant black wolf responded respectfully, and teleported away. Soon, one immortal emperor demon after another brought their world rings to the flaming bird. After a long time, all life in the first planetary region is here with me. The flaming bird sighed. Migration, a great migration. I didn't think we demons would have to migrate too. We're destined to leave this galaxy that nurtured us demons. it turned and teleported into the divine nation, disappearing. The entire demon race was undergoing a great migration. From the two Fey forefathers to the ordinary beasts of countless planets, they were all taken away. Although the beasts reproduced very quickly, and only a tenth of them were needed to reproduce to their current scale, they were still of the same race. Naturally, they were all taken away. From now on, we'll leave this place for our new home. The giant sawtooth beast floating in space spoke in a low voice. Dream T, have you swept through that vast planetary region? All I did was show myself, and all the alien races in that vast area fled. The giant silver snake said slowly, however, are we really going to stay in such a remote place? Even if it's a remote place, we'll be lucky if the humans don't hunt us down, the sawtoothed beast said in a low voice. How dare they? If he doesn't even give us the last piece of territory, then we'll just kill. We'll keep killing. We won't let this human have an easy time, the huge silver snake roared. In the primeval universe, everyone could only unleash peak type 6 strength. Therefore, if any of the strongest solitary experts really went crazy, it would be a headache for the peak clans. It's precisely because we have the two strongest experts that we can continue living in the primeval universe. I believe the humans won't force us any further. After all, we've already given up our most precious core territory. Let's go. The sawtoothed beast was a little sad. Let's go to our new home. The silver snake glanced behind it. In the end, they all disappeared into thin air, leaving this territory. The demon clan migrated, bug clan migrated, automaton clan migrated, prison clan migrated, crystal clan migrated. The entire universe C had a total of 6 pinnacle clans. The reason why they were able to become the pinnacle clans was because their territories were extremely rare treasures in the primeval universe. Of course, in comparison, the Crystal Clan and Prison Clan territories were slightly weaker. However, they were still much stronger than many of the other clans. The 5 pinnacle clans migrated, obviously admitting defeat. As for the North Border Alliance and other clans that didn't even have the strongest experts in the universe, they automatically migrated, retreated, etc. The more powerful one was, the more territory one would occupy. Most of the clans in the primeval universe were smart. Virtual universe, Thunder Island Peak. Many thrones surrounded a round table. Luo Feng and the primeval city leader sat beside each other, and their thrones were naturally bigger. The other universe lords' thrones were of a similar standard. This naturally formed position, there was no need to force it, everyone had their own plans. One had to know that Luo Feng had personally killed a true god. And not just one. One had to know that even the primeval universe's willpower recognized Luo Feng as the strongest in the universe C. One had to know that the deaths of the hundreds of universe lords were all caused by Luo Feng. All of this led to Luo Feng's current position. Everyone. The primeval city leader surveyed his surroundings, full of smiles. Demon, automaton, crystal, prison, bug, these 5 clans have all migrated, leaving their territories. And the other random clans in the primeval universe, none of them have the guts to enter these 5 territories. These 5 clans know when to advance and retreat. The Ice Peak leader, who was usually a cold person, was also smiling at this moment. If they don't know when to back off, then it will be our army that will attack. The current allied army. The Void Gold Lord smiled indifferently. Even if we join forces, without the lone warrior's help, they won't be able to withstand a single blow. The human universe lords all spoke. They had long known of this news, and when they first found out, they were all extremely excited. At this time, they were already very calm, not losing their composure, just that they were still very excited. This time, with so many universe lords dead, their hatred towards us humans is extremely huge. Darkness Lord said solemnly, even now, there are still Undyings and Universe Knights who have come to seek revenge. Even though the impact is small, from this, we can see the hatred the other races have towards us humans. From my point of view, we should get rid of those who pose a threat. The other peak clans also have the strongest of the universe. Right now, we have reservations, but if we really don't give them a way out, the strongest of the universe will probably fight it out with us. The debate continued. However, very quickly, they decided on a plan. Occupy the original territories of the bug race, demon race, automaton race, etc. Let the human race flourish. Also, there are many strong clans from before, some of them were vassals of the peak clans, some were alliances, but now that they have declined, they don't have the right to occupy their original territories. Occupy these territories. Let us humans reproduce and grow everywhere. The primeval city leader was full of passion. Humans began to move. They moved batches of humans that originally lived in the universe secret regions, or in god countries, to the territories of the demon race, bug race, etc., as well as the original territories of the other strong clans. One had to know. Those strong clans each occupied a small territory, but added together, it far exceeded the 5 great clans. Actually, just by looking at the number of lords of the universe, one could tell that the 5 great clans added up to about 100, but those strong clans had hundreds of lords of the universe. The territories of those strong clans were slightly more remote, and the chances of geniuses being born were low, but their territories were vast. As this spread out, it could be said that the speed at which humans produced elites and geniuses instantly increased by more than 10 times. The various powers of the cosmic sea had actually been paying attention to the movements in the primeval universe. Back then, the allied forces of the primeval universe had instantly lost so many lords of the universe, it had indeed shocked the various powers of the cosmic sea. They were shocked, and even a little afraid. They also thought that it was very likely the work of humans. But if humans could kill the allied forces and the Purple Moon Alliance, a total of hundreds of lords of the universe, they naturally could wipe out the other powers of the cosmic sea. The demon race, automaton race, and other clans have all retreated. Those strong clans are all much weaker, and they have also retreated, or their territories have shrunk. Humans have rapidly expanded, taking over large territories. It can be said that half of the treasured lands in the primeval universe belong to humans, and the other half belong to the human vassals, large numbers of idol clans, and the other 5 clans. Humans, in the primeval universe, will definitely be invincible. This is something that has never happened in any of the previous reincarnation eras that I know of. Even the God-eyed clan has never been as invincible as the humans. Luckily, the humans have no enmity against the powers of the cosmic sea. Luckily, we cannot provoke these humans. The powers of the cosmic sea were all very wary. From now on, the primeval universe will enter a brand new era, the human era. The primeval universe had indeed entered the human era. Because no one dared to go to the realm beast lair, the Dusklands, the entire cosmic sea entered a period of peace. The main focus of the major powers was on the realm of Gene. They worked hard in the realm of Gene to obtain inheritances and treasures. And the humans too were constantly reproducing and growing stronger. In a vast starfield. On a planet, there were many peculiar living beings. When the white-robed Luofeng appeared, walking on the grass plains. Father God. Father God. In the distance, silhouettes flashed past and in an instant, 6 silhouettes appeared. Luofeng smiled as he looked at the 6 silhouettes before him. These 6 weren't tall, they were like human children, their entire bodies glowing with flames. These 6 children were the 6 life forms created by the endless dark ocean during the creation process. Through the many experiments and creations, naturally many life forms were born. Humanity had a large amount of territory this time. Luofeng had carved out a starfield that was previously occupied by a powerful race, allowing the life forms he created to live. These life forms were naturally very close to Luofeng, they were willing to die for him without any hesitation. Father God. Father God, how long will you be staying here this time? The 6 children happily ran around Luofeng. Luofeng smiled, I'll be staying here for a few years. He also liked these lives from the bottom of his heart. After all, he was the one who created these 6 children. He thought of the red boy from Earth's mythology, so he created these 6 children who could control fire. At that time, he had just casually created them, but they were, after all, lives. The 6 children cheered. Luofeng smiled as he rubbed the children's heads. Even though the life forms he created were very strong, like these 6 children, they naturally reached universe level. Their weakness was that they couldn't reproduce on their own. Just like the race created by the 9 Underworld Lord, they couldn't reproduce on their own. Suddenly Luo Feng felt something. Turning, a silhouette appeared in the distance. It was the similarly white-clothed Xianxia. Mother God. The moment the 6 children saw her, they immediately cheered and ran over. Today's 3 a.m. ended, tomorrow should be 3 a.m. as well. Asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The 6 children surrounded Xianxia, all of them crying out happily. Xianxia teased them too. Luo Feng smiled as he watched. A long time ago, with his help, his wife had already broken free from the bindings of the eternal body and possessed another body. And after such a long time, Xianxia had long become an undying. It was just that after becoming an undying, she no longer had any motivation to train. Actually, with the treasures Luo Feng provided, with just a bit of effort, Xianxia could become a universe knight without a problem. However, Xianxia herself didn't put enough effort into her training. I knew you would come to this star field. After checking your coordinates, you are indeed here. Xianxia let the 6 children play by the side, after which she walked over to Luo Feng. The 6 children knew the father and mother gods wanted to talk, so they didn't disturb them. Luo Feng nodded. They are my creations, they are my children, I've come to see them. You sure have many children. Other than the flesh and blood life forms, there are energy and plant life forms. Xianxia teased. It's a pity. Luo Feng sighed softly. They can't reproduce. The life forms you create, just by casually creating them, they can easily reach universe level. Xianxia couldn't help but say, if you intentionally, the life forms you create can easily become sector lords. If they can reproduce, then where would the other races in the universe even have space to live? They'll all be taken over by your life forms. Luo Feng nodded. He understood too, while he could easily create powerful life forms, these life forms didn't have the ability to reproduce. Luo Feng's mind flashed with inspiration. Xianxia looked at his expression and immediately knew what he was thinking of. After a while, Luo Feng revealed a look of glee. What's up? Xianxia asked. I've thought of it. Luo Feng was incredibly excited and expectant. What's going on? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Me and the 9 underworlds lord, we both have the talent to create. We can create life forms, however even though the life forms we create are strong, they can't reproduce. Because to make life form reproduce, it's much more complicated and difficult. These few years, my god body's improvement has stagnated, it's hard to improve, I don't even know how to continue. Now I've thought of it. Life, multiply. Luo Feng said excitedly, I want to create a life form that can reproduce. This is very difficult. I need to study the composition of life more thoroughly. I believe that the moment I study it more thoroughly, it will definitely help my god body improve. Even in the ancient civilization, there were very few whose god body reached 90,000 times and became a true god. Even though the Duandong River had records of the god energy pathway, Luo Feng had already reached 60,000 times. Any higher, most of the methods were useless. Some might be useful, but there was no way to use them. Recently, Luo Feng had actually been stuck in a bottleneck. He could only bury his head and study the life structures of the true gods, however at this time he had found another way. While studying the life structure diagram, he could also create life that could reproduce. With these 2 methods working together, his success rate would definitely be greatly increased. The path of divine power had reached 90,000 times and it was a lot more difficult than becoming a void real god. As such, the amount of time required was also extremely long. 100 million epochs was merely an instant. At the start of the Jin world's 3rd era, the Allied army and the Purple Moon Sacred Lands warriors were all massacred. This shocked all the powers in the universe. The Allied army automatically disbanded and retreated. The Purple Moon Sacred Land also disappeared without a trace and no longer provoked the humans. The humans swiftly expanded and occupied close to half of the primal universe, beginning a great era of development. In the 6th era, the god-eyed race's first true lord obtained a mechanical treasure. When the news spread, it made the various powers in the universe jealous. They all increased their efforts in the universe. working hard to obtain the mechanical treasures. However, to obtain the mechanical treasures, one had to first be in a special army. This made many powers unable to do so. Otherwise, those powers that used treasures to exchange for military merits would have long exchanged for mechanical treasures. In the 7th era, Luo Feng and the first true lord met in the Universe Sea. The first true lord of the god-eyed race challenged Luo Feng. This was because he found out from the 3 elder gods that Luo Feng was recognized by the primal universe's laws as the strongest. Regarding this, the first true lord didn't believe it. There were no spectators in this battle. Just Luo Feng and the first true lord. One had to know that before Luo Feng rose, the first true lord was already the first true lord of the Universe Sea. Not counting the suppressed primal ancestor. Now that he acquired the god energy ignition technique and the mechanical treasures, his battle strength was unimaginably strong. This battle, no one in the outside world knew the results. They only knew that this battle happened. After this battle, the god-eyed race immediately became friendly with the humans. The first true lord also became good friends with Luo Feng. The outside world didn't know, but Luo Feng was clear. In truth, that battle was a draw. In terms of frontal attacks, the first true lord of the god-eyed race had the advantage. However, Luo Feng's divine body had the advantage. His close combat and dodging advantage was even greater. The two were evenly matched. Of course, if they fought for a long period of time and used up his divine body, Luo Feng would definitely win. However, the god-eyed true lord could easily use his absolute palace to leave. Hence, the two were indeed evenly matched. Plus the threat of the world beast shrouded the hearts of all the warriors. Hence, Luo Feng and the first true lord only exchanged pointers. Both of them understood that, when dealing with the world beast, both of them were extremely useful. I can easily kill a true god. However, against someone like the first true lord with the god energy ignition technique and the mechanical treasures, I can't really handle it. Even if I use one thought void, I probably won't be able to defeat him. I can only suppress him. Luo Feng thought. He didn't use the Wu Yi in that battle. Because the Wu Yi's one thought void was used to bind the enemy. The god-eyed true lord's frontal attacks were already strong. Even if he was bound, he would still be stronger than Luo Feng. The god-eyed true lord didn't even dodge. Even if he was bound, he still wouldn't dodge. Hence, using one thought void would only make the first true lord look even worse. 12th era. Planet Beiqi II acquired the mechanical treasures. In the following years, the true gods of the Universe Sea worked hard. A portion of them fell and some of the stronger ones gradually acquired the mechanical treasures. After going through the training of the army, the experts of the cosmic sea clearly began to shine. The potential, comprehension, and other aspects of the experts of the cosmic sea were clearly much stronger than those of the other experts. During the 91st era, there was a joyous event that made Luo Feng extremely happy. His teacher Tru Yen finally broke through and became the new Universe Lord. This was the third Universe Lord ever since Luo Feng received the inheritance of the Duandong River. In the 103rd era, the human race would occasionally give birth to a master of the universe. However, there had never been a new strongest expert. In this era, the second strongest expert in the universe had finally been born, real god Pungong. Pungong's master actually broke through to become a true god. This was indeed out of the expectations of the outside world. It also shocked the human warriors. Because the primal universe's willpower had purposely allowed the 3 elder gods to keep their mouths shut. This caused the news of Luo Feng being the strongest in the Universe Sea to spread. Especially the battle between the first true lord and Luo Feng. No one knew the result. The first true lord didn't deny Luo Feng's identity as the strongest. From then on, it seemed even more true. Every race thought, Luo Feng should be humanity's second true god. Even if it wasn't Luo Feng, it should be Primal Chaos's junior, Darkness Lord. Who would have thought it wasn't Luo Feng or Darkness? It was the low-profile Pungong. 3402 era. Luo Feng, who had been studying the life structure diagram to create life forms that could reproduce, finally succeeded in creating the first life form that could reproduce. It naturally looked like a human. The life forms he created were very weak. Even when they matured, they were weaker than the humans of Earth back then. However, at least they could reproduce. This was the first time Luo Feng had a breakthrough. In just 3 eras, his god body broke through. First, it went from 60,000 times to 69,000 times. Following that, it broke through again, until it reached the new bottleneck of 72,000 times. In the 13,000th era, a new master of the universe was born among the Earthlings, Hong. Hong was a low-profile absolute genius that was overshadowed by Luo Feng. Under the guidance of the ancient civilization, he only spent 10,000 eras to become a universe lord. If not for Luo Feng, he would definitely be considered humanity's pinnacle genius. And at this time, humanity's universe lord count had reached 32. Earth now had 2 universe lords, Luo Feng and Hong. As for the universe lords, there were a total of 9, including Thunder God. 39,000 era. Hu Yanbo was absorbed into the core of the virtual universe company. Under the guidance of the ancient civilization, he finally stepped into the ranks of the universe lords. Actually, without the ancient civilization, those who could become emperors and officials were all very talented. Especially for a lone wolf like Hu Yanbo. He didn't have anyone to guide him. Even some of his techniques were created by himself. His talent was already high. Now that he had the guidance of a strong warrior and the ancient civilization's help, breaking through was normal. After all, the probability of a universe lord appearing among the human race was too high. Just like the large group of warriors who had been stuck at the pinnacle of emperors, with the help of the ancient civilization's inheritance, there were many warriors breaking through in the past 10,000 eras. This caused the number of human universe lords to exceed 50,000. 39,800th epoch. Luo Feng received news from Babata that traces of demonic hand emperor Salop had been discovered. This shocked Luo Feng. This demonic hand emperor killed Hu Yanbo back then. After Luo Feng became stronger, he personally killed the demonic hand emperor. He didn't expect the demonic hand emperor to still be alive. However, Hu Yanbo, who had revived long ago and became a universe lord, personally went to kill Salop. Actually, the reason why the demonic hand emperor was exposed was because the human race was too strong. The human race occupied half of the primeval universe's core territory. Also, the vassals of the human race, the other races of the Great Alliance, occupied more than half of the primeval universe's remaining territory. It could be said that the formless influence of the human race covered the entire primeval universe. Even though Salop hid far away, many warriors recognized him back then. He was still discovered by a human warrior who was adventuring outside. He was quickly confirmed to be Salop. The demonic hand emperor had died long ago. This was public knowledge. How could he still be alive? When the news spread, it naturally attracted Luo Feng's attention. However, this time, it was Hu Yanbo who went to kill Salop. It was rumored that there were many twists and turns. It took more than 3 eras before Hu Yanbo finally killed Salop. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The 53,000th era, Luo Feng's son Luo Hai finally became a universe knight, also the third in the Luo family. Even though Luo Feng had 2 sons, Luo Ping too didn't put much effort into his training, relying on treasures etc. to become an undying. As for Luo Hai, even though he was crazy about it, he had too few setbacks. After all, his father Luo Feng had given him too much help. Even if Luo Feng didn't do it intentionally, there would always be warriors who would try to get on his good side, or give him face etc. This caused Luo Hai to have too few setbacks, plus even though his talent was strong, it was far from Luo Feng and Hong's dazzling talent. Even with so much help, training to the Universe Knight level is probably the limit. Luo Feng evaluated, to become a Universe Lord, unless a miracle happens. Absolute geniuses weren't so easily born. Over the long period of time, the Luo family's population had reached a shocking level. Naturally there were many geniuses, like Luo Hai. There were already 2 who became Universe Knights. However, these so-called geniuses didn't even enter Luo Feng's eyes. From his point of view, even with such good conditions, becoming a Universe Knight was probably the limit. Without so many conditions, without the ancient inheritances, the top 3 including his own son Luo Hai would probably only become undying. Finally, in the 91,000th era, the Luo family finally produced an absolute genius, called Luo Xianxia. A truly shocking genius, he originally had no position in the Luo family, a punk who lived on an exiled planet, and rose swiftly, finally attracting Luo Feng's attention. Luo Feng tested him a little, and was immediately overjoyed. The Luo family's territory, along with some of the more desolate lands in the universe, was probably comparable to a Ganwu universe country, finally producing a genius that caught his eye. Luo Feng immediately accepted this Luo Xianxia as his disciple. This was also his first official disciple. As the strongest warrior of the universe C, actually the upper echelon of humanity, the other universe lords, along with the primal chaos city leader etc., all advised Luo Feng to accept disciples. Many powers within humanity wished to send their own geniuses to Luo Feng, however Luo Feng wasn't in a rush, plus the birth of an absolute genius was already hard, hence he dragged it on. This time, Luo Feng officially began accepting disciples. However, Luo Feng's requirements were strict, probably no less than the primal chaos city leaders. Like his own son Luo Hai, Luo Feng didn't even accept him. One could imagine how strict his requirements were. The 91,200th era, Luo Zhenyi became a universe knight. This was because Luo Feng had extremely strict requirements for his foundations, otherwise he would have broken through long ago. 30,000 eras, the human race in the original Hell race's territory produced an absolute genius Huqiang. He rose amidst the savagery, incomparably dazzling, causing many human universe lords to fight over him, wanting to take him as a disciple. Finally Luo Feng appeared and took him as his second disciple. With Luo Feng's appearance, the other universe lords naturally didn't fight anymore. Even Huqiang himself was excited and became Luo Feng's disciple. Actually, to Luo Feng, primal chaos city leader and true god Pengong who stood at the pinnacle, their current positions were very high, so there was no need for them to accept disciples to consolidate their power. The reason why Luo Feng accepted him was because he saw Huqiang's talent. He felt that Huqiang was a rare successor to senior Jiafanzi. Huqiang was also very proficient in the law of water and law of fire. From Luo Feng's point of view, Jiafanzi's ultimate technique was definitely of an extremely high level. Furthermore, with him personally teaching it to Huqiang, coupled with the fact that it was compatible with Huqiang's talent, Huqiang would definitely have great accomplishments. In the 1,910,000th era, the human race produced their third true god, the darkness true god. The darkness true god had finally broken through to become a true god. This was within the expectations of the human race, and also within the predictions of the large powers of the universe C. However, they were curious, why hadn't Luo Feng broken through yet? In the 92,200,000 era, Luo Feng created yet another race, a race that could reproduce. This race could also be considered part of the human race. Luo Feng purposely created human flesh and blood life forms. After all, he was a human himself, naturally he researched on such things. As long as this race matured, they could reach star traveler level. It was considered very outstanding. Being able to create and reproduce life, this breakthrough allowed Luo Feng's life structure diagram to quickly improve, breaking through consecutively. His life genetic level went from 72,000 times to 79,000 times, and then to 83,000 times, finally stopping at the bottleneck of 85,000 times. Time passed. Over the long period of time, the large amounts of undyings, with the help of the ancient civilization, became universe lords in large amounts. At the same time, many of them broke through to universe lord level. This caused the number of universe lords to constantly grow. It was just that the number of true gods increased very slowly. In the 100 million era, humanity produced the fourth true god, Huangjian true god. In the 700 million era, humanity produced the fifth true god, Qingdong true god. A million eras after Qingdong broke through, Luo Feng's second disciple Huqiang actually broke through too, becoming the sixth true god of the human era. Miracle, Huqiang became Luo Feng's disciple later than his first disciple Luo Zhenyi. Luo Zhenyi became a universe lord first, and Huqiang became a universe lord right after. Who would have thought that after 700 million eras, Huqiang would become a true god? This caused a commotion in the universe C, as his disciple had become a true god, yet his teacher Luo Feng still hadn't become a true god. In the 12th era, humanity produced the seventh true god, Ice Peak true god. Ice Peak Leader also finally became a true god. In the 19th era, humanity produced the 8th true god. Dragon Travel True God. Dragon Travel Leader, the ancient universe lord that followed the ancestor, finally broke through too. Actually, this batch of old universe lords, even without the ancient civilization inheritance, could become universe lords. Right now, with so much help, there was a high chance of them becoming a true god. As for the later generations, those that relied on the ancient civilization's guidance to become universe lords. In terms of potential, they were slightly weaker. The first 10 billion eras were considered humanity's explosive growth period. The long years of accumulation before, in this 100 eras, had an unprecedented explosion. As a result, the number of masters of the universe among the humans skyrocketed to 239, and the number of strongest experts in the universe skyrocketed to 21. This explosion of 10 billion eras was completely due to the huge amount of accumulation before, hence it was able to explode in such a short period of time. Similarly, it wasn't just humanity that entered the explosive growth period, the other powers in the primeval universe, and the powers in the universe C2 entered the explosive growth period. After all, the ancient civilization inheritance was indeed very helpful, it was just that their inheritance wasn't as much or detailed as humanity's, and they didn't have as many treasures as humanity's. After all, Luo Feng's position in the Gene world was second only to the godly emperor, many treasures were sent back to his race. Even so, like the demon race, their universe lord numbers had already exploded to 51, and their true god numbers had reached 4. There were originally 2. The bug race, their universe lord numbers had reached 32, and their true god numbers had reached 2. The automaton race, their universe lord numbers had reached 39, and their true god numbers had reached 3. The prison race, their universe lord numbers had reached 78, and their true god numbers had reached 4. The crystal race, their universe lord numbers had reached 49, and their true god numbers had reached 5. As for the Han Alliance, the tribes that were originally vassals of the humans, they had experienced another great expansion. Although the humans had deliberately suppressed and slowed down the development of the vassals, the number of universe lords that the humans had previously been vassals had been in the hundreds. Now, the number of universe lords had skyrocketed to 1,220. There were also 7 true gods. Actually, the Hong Alliance's other races only had 1,220 universe lords, and that was already due to humanity's suppression and the Gene world's selection. The entire universe C, because of the ancient civilization, experienced a huge explosion of growth in the first 100 eras. The first and second eras, even though they couldn't produce any more true gods, they still produced a large number of universe lords. These new universe lords naturally advanced wave after wave, attacking the Gene world time and time again. This was because Luo Feng held the highest authority in the Gene world. Even though there were many races that challenged humanity's authority, Luo Feng quickly punished them within the Gene world. Hence, no one dared to challenge humanity's authority anymore. In the following years, the development of all the powers in the universe C clearly slowed down. After all, the accumulation of countless eras before had completely exploded in the 10 billion eras. Just like the humans, they completely relied on newly born geniuses to produce strong warriors. Luckily, the human territories were large enough. If the previous 10 billion eras were considered explosive growth, then the subsequent trillion eras weren't even as much as the 100 eras. The 1,600,000,000,000,000 eras. Humanity had produced its 23rd true god, Hong. Earth's absolute being, second only to Luo Feng, had finally stepped into the ranks of true gods. This also attracted the attention of all the major powers in the universe C. What they were concerned about was how Hong's brother, the most influential human in the universe C, and the strongest in the universe C, Luo Feng, was still a universe lord. The race I created can reach the star level upon reaching adulthood. My life's genetic level has already reached 89,999 times. Just a little bit more, this is just a thin line. Luo Feng understood how difficult this step was. Don't look at 89,999 times and 90,000 times, it seemed like there wasn't much of a difference. In terms of strength, there didn't seem to be much of a difference. However, it was a fundamental leap in life itself. Luo Feng had been stuck at this step for close to 1,000,000,000,000 eras, unable to break through. And in these 1,000,000,000,000 eras, Luo Feng's 3 moves proved that he was definitely the strongest in the Universe C. It also made all the other powers tremble. Universe Lord, the strongest in the Universe C, then once he became a true god, how powerful would he be? 1630 billion eras, the Universe C finally had 2 true gods working together, heading towards the world beast Lair's Dusklands for the first time. This was the 2nd chapter, there was still the 3rd chapter today. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Of the 2 true gods heading to the realm beast lair, Dusklands, one was Han, who had just become a true god 30 billion epochs ago, the other was the pupil demon god from the first reincarnation era of the Cosmic Sea. The 2 of them could only be considered ordinary amongst the true gods of the Cosmic Sea, but they had 2 things in common. One was that they both had mechanical treasures on them, 2 was that their wills were extremely strong. The 2 of them rode on a true god warship towards the Dusklands, but were attacked by realm beasts at the borders of the Dusklands, and had to flee in fright. In the Cosmic Sea, within the vast primal chaos currents, other than the 4 great danger zones, there were other dangerous places. Of course, some had been opened up by true gods as their residences. For example, the Sea of Enlightenment was one such place. The Sea of Enlightenment was originally called the Golden Sand Sea. True gods did not fear it, but they did not dare to rampage through it. However, after true god Ju He's strength improved greatly in the Jin realm, he swept through the Golden Sand Sea, and even placed a palace in the middle of the Golden Sand Sea, making it his residence. Be careful, teacher is about to invite the other 7 peak experts of the Cosmic Sea. Don't slack off. A Universe Lord with a pair of copper horns on his head looked down and ordered the group of Universe Venerables. Yes. Yes. The Universe Paragons were extremely respectful. The Bronze-Horned Master of the Universe nodded. Go and prepare. The Universe Paragons immediately dispersed, at the same time secretly transmitting to each other, incomparably excited and expectant. True God Ju He was a solitary true god. In the 2nd reincarnation era, although he had kept a low profile and cultivated for a long period of time, his strength was absolutely powerful. There were many special races and life forms attached to him. This time, because he had to receive the other 7 super experts, true god Ju He had specially transferred some universe supremacies from a small cosmos over to be attendants. The other 7 overlords are about to arrive. We actually have the qualifications to meet the 7 overlords of the Cosmic Sea. Including me and teacher, that's 8 overlords. They're about to arrive. The Universe Paragons were anxiously waiting. After a long time, 2 beams of light flew over at shocking speed, and very quickly arrived. Haha, God's Eye, Bei Qi, you 2 actually came together. A barefooted, fiery-skinned god spirit walked out of the palace. He strode in the air, and with every step he took, there would be strange flaming flowers spreading. There were small golden horns on his head, and there were dozens of them. His 6 eyes shone with green light. The others are not here yet? The 2 of you are the first to arrive. I believe the others will be here soon. Ju He personally welcomed them. The 3 of them chatted as they entered the palace. After God Eye True Lord and Star Lord Bei Qi arrived, Lord Skeleton also arrived. Next was the 9-headed Demon Master. Boom! 3 majestic streams of light flew over from afar. Lord Skeleton, God Eye, Star Master Bei Qi, 9-headed Demon Master and the host, real God Ju He, came out to welcome them personally. The 3 flowing lights in the distance transformed into 3 figures. One of them was a human man in a golden robe. He had a faint smile on his face and there was a strange golden light flickering in his eyes. The other was an evil-looking middle-aged man. His face was pale, and there were black inscriptions on his face. He exuded a devilish charm. In the middle of the 2 of them was a man in a seemingly ordinary white robe. He looked around and his eyes contained unbelievable magic power. Just by looking at him, even real God Ju He, God Eye True Lord and the others could not help but tremble. These 3 were the most powerful people in the Cosmic Sea, Primal Chaos City Master. He was the representative of the 2nd largest power in the Primal Chaos universe, the Ancestor God sect, and also the 9 Nether True Lord who had an undying body. and the third was the publicly recognized #1 expert in the cosmic sea, and rumored to have immense power in the gene world, Milky Way overlord. Primal Chaos, 9 Nether, Milky Way, we're just missing you 3. The other 5 welcomed them. The power structure of the cosmic sea had completely changed. The ancient civilization had greatly increased the chances of a true god being born. And only the primal chaos universe could give birth to a true god. Therefore, the strongest power in the cosmic sea was the primal chaos universe era. The first and second reincarnation era added together could not compare to the primal chaos universe era. As for the 2 sacred lands against realm beasts, they relied on true gods, and the 2 sacred lands didn't have any true gods that could be used, they had long been eliminated. Right now, there were many true gods. Humanity ranked first, Ancestor God Sect second, Space Beast Alliance third. This was the ranking within the primal chaos universe. To be able to become a true god within a trillion eras, most of them had already become universe lords back then. Like the demon, bug, automaton etc., because Luo Feng had killed over 200 universe lords in the gene world, this batch of universe lords had all become universe lords without the inheritance of the ancient civilizations, and after going through the selection process, they were all elites. Because they were killed by Luo Feng, the remaining universe lords of the demon and bug races were like cats and cats. Naturally, the number of true gods that were born were extremely few, and the Ancestor God Sect and Space Beast Alliance didn't suffer any losses. There were many true gods, actually, the number of foreign races in the Great Alliance was already high. In theory, there should be many true gods. However, after the Allied army disbanded, the biggest threat to humanity was actually the foreign races in the Great Alliance. These foreign races had over 100 universe lords, while humanity only had about 20. The difference in strength was too huge. Naturally, humanity had to suppress them. In these 10,000 eras, humanity mostly suppressed the foreign races in the Great Alliance. If they weren't suppressed and allowed to develop, humanity probably wouldn't have the ability to restrict them anymore. It was because of this suppression and control that the foreign races didn't dare to have any thoughts of betraying them. They could only respect the humans as their masters. To deal with the world beast crisis, one had to rely on the strongest warriors. After all, there were only so few true gods in the cosmic sea. They couldn't rely on numbers to win, they could only rely on quality. Hence, over a trillion eras, relying on the rewards and training in the gene world, the cosmic sea had produced 8 publicly acknowledged pinnacle beings. They were the strongest 8 in the cosmic sea. The first was the god True Lord, who had been known as the #1 for a long time. From the first reincarnation era. The second was the strongest of the bone race. The bone race and god race had fought for an unknown period of time. The bone lord's encounters in the gene world weren't small either. His strength grew rapidly and was now comparable to the god True Lord. The third was Star Lord Beiqi. Back then, Star Lord Beiqi often gave lectures in the black patterned pillar. He was a very respected and extremely strong warrior. These were the 3 from the first reincarnation era. The fourth was true god Juhi. The fifth was 9-headed demon lord. These 2 were the strongest of the second reincarnation era. They were both special life forms. Obviously, these special life forms had very high positions in the cosmic sea. Like Mountain Guest. He had always been low-key and didn't participate in any battles. Even though everyone knew this old man was strong, no one knew exactly how strong. Naturally, he wasn't one of the 8 overlords. The 6th was 9 Nether True Lord. He had limitless godly strength and made countless warriors envious. The 7th was the Primal Chaos City leader. During the Universe Lord era, he was already extremely dazzling. After becoming a true god, after a long period of training, especially with a good disciple like Luo Feng, the detailed ancient civilization inheritance, the Primal Chaos City leader's strength had reached an extremely high level. The 8th was the Milky Way leader. Luo Feng's strength still made many powers in the cosmic sea suspicious. Because Luo Feng was merely a universe lord, yet he had the cosmic sea's #1 power, one had to know that the other true gods all knew how to ignite their godly strength techniques and mechanical treasures, yet they still couldn't beat Luo Feng. If a trillion eras ago, God True Lord had fought Luo Feng, Then now, the other 7 overlords had all admitted publicly that they weren't Luo Feng's match. Obviously, after a trillion eras, even though Luo Feng hadn't broken through, his strength was much stronger than before. In the center of the endless swirling sand ocean, within the resplendent palace, around a crystal round table, there were 8 thrones. On the table, there were many exquisite fruits and wine from the various reincarnation eras of the cosmic sea. Luo Feng and the other 7 sat down. Your human's true god illusory heart and the first reincarnation era's demon god have both gone to Duskland. The red-skinned true god Ju, he opened his mouth and naturally spat out flames from his nose and mouth. Milky Way, Primal Chaos, you should know quite a bit about Duskland. The Primal Chaos City leader nodded. Hong and Tong, these 2 true gods are extremely proficient in hypnotism. In terms of willpower, they are extremely proficient too. When the 2 of them carefully reached the edge of Duskland, very quickly they were attacked by 3 realm beasts simultaneously. Hiding in the battleship would naturally be fine, however the moment they left, the 3 realm beasts roared simultaneously. Just the formless soul attacks, even though they could defend against it, Hong and Tong were still in great pain. Following that, the 3 realm beasts attacked simultaneously, instantly heavily injuring the demon god. The 2 of them immediately retreated. Firstly, the realm beast's soul attacks are extremely strong. They have to have extremely powerful soul treasures. Even so, it's still very painful. You have to know that their willpower surpasses the true god level. The Chaos City Master said solemnly. Secondly, the realm beast's power is very strong. It's completely above the 2 of them. Moreover, it's just an energy attack that heavily injured the pupil demon god. They haven't really fought yet. The energy that the realm beast uses is different from our divine powers. The realm beast's energy will crazily destroy our divine powers. Of course, at the same time, the realm beast's energy will also gradually disappear. Luo Feng nodded. Right, it's like the complete opposite of God energy. Back then, Luo Feng felt this energy from the vast Thunderstar Lord. Now, the realm beasts were using this energy. This was also why even with the mechanical treasures on him, the demon god was so quickly heavily injured. Because the demon god and Hong both had ordinary god bodies, they couldn't withstand the exhaustion. To deal with the realm beasts, normal true gods won't be able to. God, true Lord shook his head. And we don't even know how many of them are left. Tomato, please recommend me. It's Monday, recommendation votes are very important, *****, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come and vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Star Master Beiqi nodded. Currently, we know too little. Firstly, we know that realm beasts are proficient in soul attacks, and secondly, realm beasts possess a power that is the complete opposite of divine power. In the end, although the realm beasts were killing each other, when we appeared, they immediately joined forces to deal with us. For instance, demon god and real god Huan Xian were attacked by 3 realm beasts at the same time. Luo Feng and the others nodded. He originally thought that the realm beasts were killing each other and were extremely hostile towards each other, but now it seemed like it was only an internal animosity. When faced with an external enemy, they would still join forces. If that's the case, the 9 Nether True Lord shook his head. It will be hard to defeat them one by one. Luo Feng said, Hong and Tong, they are proficient in hypnotism, their willpower is at the void level. Many of the true gods of the cosmic sea have reached the void rank due to the tempering of the realm of Jin. However, there were still quite a few at the true god level. The will of a true god will most likely be at a disadvantage. In the cosmic sea, there were some words that could not be said. For example, a void real god would not be able to say or transmit any information that was related to a void real god or even more profound information. It's mainly because we know too little about realm beasts, the 9-headed demon master said anxiously. What kind of tricks do they have? How many did they have? Real god Ju, he nodded his head. Moreover, it won't be too long until the end of this reincarnation era. It'll probably end in another few trillion epochs. God, true Lord said anxiously, according to the guidance of the primeval universe's will, we must deal with the world beast before this era of reincarnation. Otherwise, it will be too late. The threat of the realm beast made all the experts of the cosmic sea anxious. Even though Luo Feng and the God-Eyed clan had some conflicts in the past, they could still be on good terms. With a common enemy, the small gaps between them would naturally be smoothed over very quickly. I think we should go to the world beast nest again, the God-Eye True Lord said solemnly. Yes, we should go again, and this time, we should find more information. Real God Jew, he said anxiously, we have to figure it out so that we can be prepared. Only when we are prepared can we make a plan. Over the past trillions of epochs, the cosmic sea had mainly absorbed the benefits of the primordial civilization legacies. For example, cultivating some ancient secret arts, for example, obtaining a mechanical treasure and researching how to control it. In short, the powerhouses of the cosmic sea had almost reached the limit of their strength. For example, God-Eye True Lord, Lord Skeleton, Lord Nine Nether True Lord, and the others could no longer improve. Even if they were given another reincarnation era, the increase in their strength would probably be negligible. Since it was difficult to increase one's strength, realm beasts would continue to grow stronger as time passed. Then, it was time to fight. Our cosmic sea should form a team of true gods. The primal Chaos City Lord also nodded, head towards the realm beast nest and search for more detailed information, so that we can make an accurate attack plan. Firstly, this batch of true god troops must be strong enough. Secondly, this batch is very dangerous, and there is a risk of death. We cannot let a single failure shake the foundation of the cosmic sea. Everyone present nodded. No one knew how great the threat in the Duskland was. If the 8 overlords were to be sent there at once, and if more than half of them died, even if they managed to find out more detailed information, what could they do? After all, the 8 overlords were the strongest pillars of the cosmic sea. I'll lead. Luo Feng said, the first reincarnation will produce one true god, the second will produce another, and our primal universe will produce 2 more. This way, we'll form a small team, including me, a total of 5. Meaning, including Luo Feng, the primal universe would actually send out 3. Actually, this was normal. Because in terms of the number of true gods, the number of true gods in the primal universe far exceeded the first or second reincarnation by 3 times. Alright. The Milky Way leader actually agreed to lead. This exploration matter definitely won't be a problem. The Milky Way leader will definitely be able to find out everything. True God Juhi, God-Eye True Lord, Lord Skeleton, and the others were all excited. The strongest in the cosmic sea was Luo Feng. If he couldn't even find out anything, who could? Luo Feng only nodded. He was the universe lord, with many bodies. Even if he lost one, he could swiftly recover. After all, over a trillion eras, his willpower had long reached the eternal true god level, and his training in the God-Eye technique was extremely high too. Plus his god body was huge, his strength was already the strongest in the cosmic sea. Why would he fear the world beast nest? God-Eye True Lord, Juhi, you two go back and discuss. Your 2 great reincarnation eras, each find a true god. Their willpower has to be strong enough. Luo Feng said. Definitely. No problem, to be able to go with the Milky Way leader, I believe many true gods will agree. God-Eye True Lord and Juhi nodded. Actually, over a trillion eras, as Luo Feng's strength grew stronger and stronger, especially with the God-Eye technique, just as gaze alone could make the other true gods feel fear, everyone naturally respected Luo Feng. And they were clear, the moment Luo Feng became a true god, who knew how strong he would become. During this gathering, with a preliminary plan to deal with the world beast, the 8 overlords quickly split up and left. Luo Feng, Primal Chaos City leader and 9 Nether True Lord all flew towards the primal universe. 9 Nether. Luo Feng said, this time our primal universe still has to produce 2 more true gods. Your ancestral god sect and the Space Beast Alliance, each send one, is that alright? No problem. 9 Nether True Lord nodded. In terms of numbers, the ancestral god sect and the Space Beast Alliance too had many. However, Inhi, you have to be careful this time. 9 Nether True Lord reminded, after all that's the world beast nest. That's something that even the primal universe's willpower has to use so many methods to deal with. Right. The Primal Chaos City leader emphasized, don't underestimate the world beast, don't forget. The huge axe from before. Luo Feng nodded, I know. This time I'm going to send my Masha clansmen, naturally there won't be any mistakes. Only then did the primal Chaos City leader nod and relax. The Masha clansman was an energy life form. It had no soul, hence soul attacks were useless. Plus the fact that Luo Feng had also reached the second level in terms of energy life form genetics. The Masha clansman was also over 100 million km tall. With such a huge body, it was unknown how much stronger it was than Hong and the pupil demon god. Naturally he wasn't afraid. This time, Luo Feng pondered, once the three great reincarnation eras have chosen, I'll have to find my teacher again. Luo Feng knew too. Those true gods were from different races. To get them to voluntarily go would probably require some time. When the universe ocean had a plan to head towards the world beast nest, in the distant pinnacle world, core region, dusk land. Hua 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 black mist surged at the edge of the land of endless dusk. A long time ago, there wasn't so much black mist in the land of dusk. However, as time passed, the aura emitted by the land of dusk became more and more terrifying and intense. Rumble. A black light immediately rushed out of the duskland's edge, before slowing down and stopping. It was a huge monster that emitted a jet black light. It had two ferocious heads, each with a single eye, a nose, and a mouth. It also had a pair of arms and a pair of legs. Its entire body was naked, and it emitted a monstrous evil aura. Its single eye swept its surroundings. Simultaneously, its black skin had black blood flowing out. With a glance, there were at least 10 wounds. The head in front of it suddenly opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue. Like a huge stream of light, it swept across its body and quickly licked every wound. All the blood that flowed out of the wound was sucked dry, and the wound quickly healed and healed. Beidi, this black ugly monster let out a low roar. I'm the final king. I'm the king. The ugly monster roared unwillingly, you've only taken advantage of me. That's why you're stronger than me. If you want to kill me, eat me, just wait, it won't be that easy. Last time, 2 delicious delicacies entered the nest. It's a pity those 3 trashes were useless. Those 2 delicacies actually escaped. The ugly monster muttered softly, Beidi, I can't beat you in the nest, however, to increase my strength, other than eating others of the same species, I can also eat those delicacies. I can go to the world of those delicacies and constantly eat them. I'll become stronger. When I return, I'll definitely be stronger than you. My brethren in the nest are all crafty and won't be easily eaten by you. The delicacies in the outside world are much easier to eat. When I return, I'll definitely be even more powerful than you. When the time comes, I'll eat you, then eat everything else. I'll be the final king. Whoosh, it transformed into a streak of light that shot towards the endless waves. There was a large ship floating within the waves. As the black streak of light flew towards it, 2 towering figures instantly flew out from the ship. Respected kings, King Xianxia and Elder God Dragonrock said respectfully. The ugly monster came to a halt, then stared at the 2 true gods. After carefully inspecting them for a moment, it suddenly transformed as well, transforming from the ugly monster into a tall, humanoid creature with an enormous tail. Clearly, it was mimicking some of the traits of King Xianxia and Elder God Dragonrock. At the same time, the creature it transformed into emanated an aura of divine power. Doesn't it look like one of your brethren? The realm beast growled. It does. King Xianxia and Elder God Dragonrock hurriedly replied. Whenever the 2 of them saw a realm beast, no matter which one it was, they would call it king. Anyway, these realm beasts were all crazy, none of them willing to submit to the other. I need to know detailed information about the cosmic sea. Detailed information about all the warriors in the cosmic sea. The realm beast growled. Tell me. King Xianxia and Elder God Dragonrock exchanged glances. Was this realm beast heading to the cosmic sea? The 2 of them immediately grew excited. These past few years had been too stifled. With the death of vast Thunderstar Lord, Luo Feng's only enemies were the 2 of them. Plus Luo Feng's reputation made it so that they didn't dare to head to the Gene realm. If they didn't go there, there wouldn't be any ancient inheritances, nor any mechanical treasures. Hence, they've always been here. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The current Universe C is much stronger than before. That's because of the appearance of the fourth forbidden land, Gene World. King Xianxia's voice was like metal clashing. Gene World is a world left behind by the ancient civilization. There are many powerful beings from the ancient civilization, true gods, and even higher beings there. There are many ancient civilizations' inheritances and mechanical treasures too. The various powers of the Universe C have all ventured deep within, training and acquiring treasures. Their strength has risen shockingly. Of which, we have to be careful. Milky Way leader Luo Feng. Milky Way leader Luo Feng? The world beast gazed at the two true gods. This Milky Way leader, what's his background? He's a human warrior from the primal universe era, a universe lord. King Xianxia said. Ha ha ha, a universe lord, such a weak delicacy, you guys actually want me to be careful of him? The world beast laughed madly. He had no reason not to laugh. He was a world beast, an absolute life form of the Universe C. Even though he was only at the nurturing true god level, he wasn't someone a universe lord could lose to. Ancestor god Xiao Yan said, "Respected king, you must not underestimate this Milky Way leader." Back before the Gene World appeared, Vast Thunder Star Lord was killed by him. Vast Thunder was killed by him? The world beast paid more attention. The three true gods that were enticed by them to join the world beast's side were all quite strong. A universe lord that could kill a true god, and this was only back then. When he entered the Gene World, it was rumored that he had a huge encounter. Ancestor god Xiao Yan said hoarsely. He once caused the Allied army and the Purple Moon's sacred lands hundreds of universe lords to fall in an instant. Even though no one has proof, in the trillions of eras later, those that provoked humanity in the primal universe were similarly punished. The various powers of the Universe C all believe. Milky Way leader Luo Feng has immense power and authority in the Gene World. King Xianxia said, also, the primal universe laws have leaked information. Milky Way leader Luo Feng is the strongest in the Universe C. He's a universe lord, he's the strongest in the Universe C? The world beast was even more shocked. This is publicly acknowledged. In the trillions of eras, he's fought many times and always suppressed those that dared provoke him. Ancestor god Xiao Yan said, it's because of his strength that we don't dare go to the Gene World. He was currently only a lord of the universe. Once he became a true god, he would definitely be even more terrifying. As long as you can destroy him, no one in the entire cosmic sea will be able to stop you. The realm beast was silent. From underestimating him at the start, to remembering this name now. Milky Way leader Luo Feng. The strongest expert of the cosmic sea? The realm beast thought to itself, I, Morasha, will not fight you head-on. I will first devour more delicious food, and when I become stronger, I will come and see how strong you are. Let's see if you are as strong as Beidi. At this time, this world beast Morosa had already determined that Luo Feng, whom it had never seen before, was second only to Beidi as an opponent. Beidi was its greatest opponent in becoming the final king. And Luo Feng was the biggest obstacle in its path to devour all the delicacies in the Universe C. First kill and eat this food called Yin He, then eat everything in the cosmic sea that is edible, then come back. Beidi, if I come back only to find you killed by other realm beasts, then I will be too disappointed. Tell me the map of the cosmic sea. The realm beast Malasa looked down at the two true gods. After a while, after gathering enough information and gaining a detailed understanding of the cosmic sea, realm beast Morasha finally left the lair of the realm beasts, the land of dusk, by itself and headed towards the cosmic sea. Primal universe. In a vast expanse of space, a white-robed man appeared. Walking in the darkness of space, he headed straight towards a bright red star. This was a star that had already reached the end of its path. Within the star, flames revolved around it, yet it emitted endless coldness. A broken ship floated amidst the flames, the coldness repelling all the flames. An old man was sitting there with his legs crossed, not moving at all. He was stroking a stone in his hand. The stone had long since become extremely smooth from his touch. Teacher. In the distance, a white-robed man walked amidst the flames, quickly reaching the bow of the ship. Be it the flames or the coldness, they were unable to affect him at all. The old man opened his eyes, looking at Luo Feng, heading to the realm beast nest? Luo Feng nodded. Right now, the warriors of the cosmic sea have mostly reached their limits. Even after a trillion eras, it would be hard for their strength to increase. And the realm beasts are constantly raising their strength. We feel that we can't delay any longer. This time, my Masha clansmen will lead a small team to scout out the area. Knowing the situation, we'll be able to deal with it. Teacher, you instructed me before to come here before heading out. Luo Feng too sat cross-legged, facing Mountain Passenger. Facing Mountain Passenger, Luo Feng always felt that this Mountain Passenger teacher seemed to be covered by a veil, making it hard for him to see clearly. Firstly, let me tell you. Mountain Passenger said directly, back then the primal universe will borrow the 3 elder gods to release some information, some true and some false, like the universe boat was created to deal with the realm beasts. That's a complete joke. Luo Feng thought within, teacher, your meaning is, the primal universe will's words can't be trusted? No. Mountain Passenger said, killing the realm beasts is indeed beneficial to you. The existence of the realm beasts is to destroy, they will destroy all the small universes, hence you should indeed kill them early on. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows, then teacher, you mean, I want to tell you, firstly, these realm beasts are extremely terrifying life forms from the cosmic sea. Mountain Passenger said seriously, really, they're very terrifying. The entire cosmic sea has a primal universe, and the realm beasts are its enemies. And your countless life forms are merely born from the cosmic sea. Just comparing life forms, who can compare to it? Luo Feng couldn't help but nod. Its life form was indeed incomparably noble. Of course, I'm referring to the 1 billion realm beasts that fight until the last one survives. That's the truly noble and terrifying one. Mountain Passenger said, right now, there are still many of them, hence the threat of any one of them shouldn't be something you can't defend against. At the same time, these realm beasts are so noble, naturally they have incomparably high intelligence. Mountain Passenger said, do you know what in the cosmic sea is the least threatening to the realm beasts? Luo Feng was curious, the least threatening? The primal universe. Mountain Passenger laughed, the least threatening is the primal universe. Teacher, you mean? Luo Feng's eyes lit up, he somewhat understood. Mountain Passenger laughed loudly, if the realm beasts attack any small universe, they'll be retaliated. Whether it's the 2 sacred lands or the many small universes, they'll all incur the frenzied retaliation of the strong. However, only by attacking the primal universe itself has no way to defend against it. Even though it nurtures countless life forms, even though it seems to have limitless power, it can't actively attack, it can only passively endure the realm beasts devouring. The primal universe's source energy can be said to be boundless, even if the realm beasts are stuffed to death, they won't be able to eat it all. At a certain point, the primal universe will even actively destroy itself, turning into the source energy, making it impossible for the realm beasts to attack. Mountain Passenger said, however, the primal universe's evolution, birth, and destruction are all controlled by formless laws. It's not something that can be destroyed just like that. Before it's destroyed, the realm beasts will devour a lot of the primal universe's source energy, causing it fundamental damage. If all of you warriors work together, the realm beasts can completely abandon you and focus on dealing with the primal universe. After all, that's its main meal. Luo Feng's eyes lit up, he understood. So. Mountain Passenger laughed, the primal universe's source energies will lied. Rumble rumble, the surrounding spacetime was faintly trembling, and a powerful pressure was spreading and shaking. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings, the star flames around the broken ship were twisting and trembling, as though they could be extinguished at any time. No need to worry. Mountain Passenger laughed, the primal universe's source energy, everything has to follow the most basic laws. As long as you don't challenge the laws, it can't harm you. It can only rely on other warriors, and in the cosmic sea, who can deal with you now? Luo Feng shook his head, these words are fine in front of other warriors, but in front of my teacher, I don't have that confidence. No. Mountain Passenger shook his head, the primal universe's source energy is right, you are indeed the cosmic sea's #1. Regarding the realm beasts, the primal universe's source energy lied, hoping that you guys will fight and kill. Mountain Passenger said, actually, to the high and mighty primal universe's source energy, what does your life and death have to do with it? It nurtures life after life from the reincarnation era, life and death, it's a part of nature's development, it doesn't care about your life and death. Even if all of your clans are destroyed, it's just a small matter. To it, its source energy is the most important. After all, once it's damaged, who knows how many reincarnations it'll take to recover. That's why, don't become its blade so easily. Mountain Passenger said, you have to learn how to gain benefits from it. Benefits? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. The primal universe's source energy has already agreed, inheritances, treasures, even releasing the ancestors, they're all fine. What kind of benefits is that? Mountain Passenger shook his head, what treasures etc. To it, it's just some of the countless treasures from the past, whatever it doesn't need, it'll just give it to you. As for releasing the ancestors? That's no threat to it. Luo Feng asked, then what benefits should I get? The greatest benefit. Mountain Passenger emphasized, merging your consciousness with the primal universe's source energy, personally feeling the destruction and birth of the primal universe, it's almost like, you're the one destroying the primal universe, then allowing it to be born again. Merging my consciousness with the primal universe's source energy, feeling the destruction and birth of the primal universe? Luo Feng was stunned. Just thinking about it was unbelievable. Tomorrow morning, he had to wake up and head out, he had to sleep immediately, tomorrow's update would be at night. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The primeval universe is not something the smaller universe can compare to, neither can the gene world. Mountain Passenger looked at Luo Feng, every cycle of it contains the ultimate mysteries. Even if I wanted to enter the origin energy, the primeval universe wouldn't let me. It would rather release its ancestor than let you obtain such a great opportunity. However, between the threat of the world beast and the opportunity, I believe it will make the best choice. Mountain Passenger smiled at Luo Feng, actually I envy you, it's a pity it's useless. Luo Feng was suspicious. This Mountain Passenger's words always had a deeper meaning. His current achievements, the inheritance of the Dongdong River and the titled mission of advancing to the world, were all things that exceeded Mountain Passenger's expectations. This also allowed him to possess an extremely terrifying strength. Teacher. Luo Feng suddenly said seriously. Mountain Passenger looked at Luo Feng. You created the Flame God race, created my Earth race. Luo Feng suddenly said, I wonder why. Your disciple has always been suspicious, teacher has treated your disciple well, as long as you instruct me, your disciple will naturally do his best. Mountain Passenger looked deeply at Luo Feng, after which he laughed loudly. Luo Feng, look around. Mountain Passenger pointed. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings, the broken ship was surrounded by flames that were avoided by the cold air. These flames were all trembling, a formless pressure enveloped the area, that was the pressure of the primeval universe's willpower. Obviously the willpower had already descended, it was enraged by Mountain Passenger's words, but it had no choice. With the willpower enveloping, there are some things I can say. And some things, I can't say even if I wanted to. Mountain Passenger looked at Luo Feng, just like in the cosmic sea, I can't say anything about the inheritances beyond true God. Luo Feng nodded. It's not that I don't want to say, it's that I can't tell you now. Mountain Passenger said softly, this concerns the ancient civilization, concerns the cosmic sea's biggest secret, I can only tell you when the time is right. What's the right time? Luo Feng asked. I'm very satisfied with your strength, but now isn't the right time. Mountain Passenger shook his head, no need to ask, even if you do, I won't be able to tell you. Luo Feng pondered. Involve the ancient civilization, is it related to the biggest secret of the cosmic sea? Yes, he had long determined that the mountain traveler was related to the Jin nation. Then I'll be waiting for your instructions. Luo Feng said. Remember this. The mountain traveler said, don't underestimate the realm beasts. It was wise of you to use the Masha clansmen to enter the realm beast's lair. Your strength is not at its peak yet. The other real gods had already reached their limits. It would be difficult for them to break through. But once you become a true god, there will be a period of time when your strength will increase. So, don't bet everything on it now. Wait until you become a true god. At that time, you will be at your strongest, Mountain Passenger reminded. Luo Feng was shocked within, hearing his teacher's words. He didn't think he could wipe out the group of world beasts yet. Go. Remember, be careful. This is the most dangerous battle in the cosmic sea, Mountain Passenger said. Yes. Luo Feng stood up, bowed and left. A short while later, inside the Ancestor God Palace in the Ancestor God's secret realm. Dressed in a white robe, Luo Feng strolled in. The guards at the entrance didn't stop him. They naturally recognized Luo Feng. The three elder gods had instructed the Milky Way leader to enter at any time. The three of you. Luo Feng walked into the palace. His gaze swept around. The three thrones were occupied by the three elder gods. Trillions of eras had passed. The three elder gods had already become true gods. After all, the three of them were chosen to be elder gods. Their talents were already extremely high, and they were favored by the origin wills. With so many true gods emerging in the primal universe, if the three elder gods weren't true gods, wouldn't that be a joke? My request, I believe the origin wills already know. Luo Feng said. The two-faced elder god sighed. You insist on making that request? Even though I don't know the details of your request, it's obvious the origin wills aren't happy. You still insist? Yes. Luo Feng nodded. Unhappy? What did the origin wills being unhappy have to do with him? The origin wills suppressed the ancestors, the entire human race was unhappy. Just like what Mountain Passenger said, there was no need to be afraid of the origin wills. The origin wills had to follow the rules. Even against the world beasts, Luo Feng and the others had to deal with them. Actually, when one's consciousness entered the primal universe, it was like becoming the primal universe itself. After destroying the primal universe would be born. It sounded mysterious. However, Luo Feng wasn't someone who would believe whatever Mountain Passenger said. After all, for one's consciousness to enter the primal universe grounds, one had to at least create a god body to enter the primal universe grounds. The moment the primal universe was destroyed and simultaneously wanted to kill Luo Feng, he could completely attack the god body and destroy his soul. Therefore, this request was actually dangerous. The reason Luo Feng agreed was because of the East Broken River's three absolute arts, Undying River. Once he became a true god, he would definitely master Undying River and leave behind some blood as a backup. Even if he really met with the primal universe, he would still be able to revive. Of course, this was only the worst-case scenario. The origin wills had to follow the rules. Since he didn't provoke it, he shouldn't be killed. Of course, to feel the primal universe's destruction and birth, he had to wait until the end of the reincarnation era. Only then would the primal universe be destroyed and born again. It definitely couldn't be destroyed because of Luo Feng. And Luo Feng himself hadn't even become a true god, he wouldn't wish for the primal universe to be destroyed. Since you insist. The old ancestor god looked at Luo Feng below. Even though the request is harsh, as long as Milky Way leader you really kill all the world beasts and prevent the primal universe from being harmed, the origin wills will not only release the ancestor, it will also agree to your request. Of course that request has to wait until the end of the reincarnation era before it can be fulfilled. Whatever the origin wills agree to, it will naturally be bound by the origin laws. It definitely won't lie. The old ancestor god said. That voice resounded with a mysterious ancient ripple that enveloped the entire hall. Naturally, it affected Luo Feng too. I believe. Luo Feng nodded. The three great reincarnation eras of the universe C had to choose a vanguard to venture into the world beast nest. This was extremely dangerous, hence there was naturally all sorts of wrangling. Why must I go? Why can't I go? I'm the hope of my race. The moment I fall, my entire race will be finished. Internal discussions, compromises etc., it would probably take a few years or even longer before a final decision could be made. This was within Luo Feng's expectations. And compared to 1 trillion eras, a few years was simply too short. There was no rush. Just as the Universe C was discussing the selection, the world beast Mo Luo Sa had already quietly left the pinnacle world. Wah! This is the chaos energy flow. In the nest, there isn't such an abundance of chaos energy flow. It's everywhere. A tall, towering, golden-colored giant with a tail stood in the midst of the chaotic airflow. He wore a simple and unadorned armor, and the lines of his body were so perfect. His blood-red eyes flashed with a fierce light. The world beast surveyed its surroundings. Its current form was a common one in the universe C. Moreover, it had a godly energy. At first glance, one would think it was a warrior from one of the universe C races. Xiao. The world beast opened its mouth and fiercely inhaled. Immediately, large amounts of chaos energy rushed madly into its mouth. In an instant, the surroundings seemed to have become a black hole. Large amounts of chaos energy rushed in continuously. After swallowing for an entire day, it finally stopped. How comfortable. Even though it can't compare to the endless pleasure of swallowing other punks, at least I can swallow whenever I want. The world beast Mo Luo Sa was very satisfied. Even though the pinnacle world had chaos energy flow, it was so thin that it was almost negligible. It's just that swallowing this chaos energy flow increases my power too slowly. So. The world beast Mo Luo Sa took a step forward and immediately began to teleport. It began to wander around the universe C. It had the universe C map provided by King Xianxia and ancestor god Xiaoyan. Naturally, it wasn't afraid of getting lost. Moreover, every single world beast had an incomparably strong connection with each other. Even if they were lost, they could still find other world beasts. It wandered about in the universe C. Half a month later. The golden and majestic world beast Mo Luo Sa swung its tail. It stood in the void and looked at the huge universe in front of it. The diameter of the entire universe was 100 million light-years. How big was it? Woo, too delicious. The world beast Mo Luo Sa's blood-colored eyes were filled with passion and madness. It stared at the distant universe. Its tail was swinging crazily. Clearly, it was extremely excited. I can sense the universe origin of this universe. How delicious is that? Just sensing it makes me tremble. The world beast Mo Luo Sa was incomparably excited. It had devoured other world beasts before. It could be said that it was an absolute enjoyment. But at this moment, just sensing the delicious aura emitted by the small universe's origin energy made it hard for it to control itself. This was definitely not inferior to the pleasure of devouring other realm beasts. Devour. The realm beast Malasa was howling in its heart, but its intelligence allowed it to endure everything. So, small universes are actually this delicious. According to the two servants, there are many small universes in the cosmic sea, including the sacred land universe and the primeval universe. I am still very weak right now. The resistance of a small-scale universe's origin source is the weakest, so my devouring speed is the fastest. To devour the sacred land universe would probably take much longer. Devouring the primeval universe would probably be the slowest. However, the origin source of the primeval universe is inexhaustible. According to the map of the cosmic sea, this small-sized universe in front of me is a very ordinary true God's small-sized universe in the first reincarnation era. The biggest threat is the galactic lord. As for this real God? It was very ordinary. Let it be my first delicacy. The realm beast Malasa pondered for a moment. It felt that the master of the small universe in front of it should be a pushover, so it decided to start devouring him. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. In the endless chaotic void. Realm beast Morosha stood in the void. The presence of God power from before had dissipated and turned into waves of evil black air currents. Waves of black air currents surrounded realm beast Morosha. At the same time, rays of black light with realm beast Morosha as the center drew arcs and covered the small universe in front of it. Hua. 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 Hua, rays of black light, with the realm beast as the source, were constantly emitted, drawing arcs and extending to the entire small universe. At first, those rays were still clearly visible, but after extending for hundreds of millions of light years, they gradually became blurry and even disappeared, as if they had become one with the void. Who? Realm Beast Morosha's body trembled slightly. He couldn't help but close his eyes and show an expression of enjoyment. Hua rays of bright light moved along those arcs from 100 million light years away and then merged into the Source Realm Beast Morosha's body. Ah, this is the taste of the universe source? It's so delicious. Realm Beast Morosha was extremely happy. If Beidi knew, he would probably come out immediately. There are only so many small universes in the cosmic sea. It won't take long to devour them all. I have enough time to return to the nest. I'm too smart. Haha, I definitely can't let them know. Otherwise, I won't be able to enjoy these delicacies alone. Realm Beast Morosha devoured as much as he wanted. Rays of bright light that were even more colorful than the rainbow moved along those arcs and entered Realm Beast Morosha's body from 100 million light years away. Eat. 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 Devour as much as he wanted. Morosha even hated himself for being so weak. If he could eat all the other realm beasts and become the final king, he would probably be able to devour this small universe much faster. According to the information of the two servants, this small universe is a small universe called True Lord Firebug from the first reincarnation era. It was a very normal true god in the cosmic sea and wasn't one of the top 8 experts. Realm Beast Morosha understood that if he ate the universe source, he would definitely be discovered by True Lord Firebug. This was True Lord Firebug's small universe. It was his foundation. Once the small universe was destroyed, although he wouldn't die, he wouldn't have any hope of transcending reincarnation. And his power would weaken. All the other beings in the small universe would die. Within this small cosmos, the Firebug race was not as dazzling as the Holy-Eyed race and the Bone race in the first cycle. They only had one true god. Within this small universe of the Firebug True Lord, there were many planes within. Of which, the core plane had large numbers of undyings, universe knights, universe lords, and the only true god, the highest existence of the Firebug race, the Firebug True Lord. The most eye-catching ancestral hall was where the Firebug True Lord was. Few, who in the depths of the ancestral palace, the Firebug True Lord was sleeping. While sleeping, it could comprehend and improve the fastest. The ancestral hall was completely silent. No one dared to disturb them. Finally, the Firebug True Lord rank opened its eyes. Its hundreds of claws supported its body, and its body was covered in a layer of gray armor. This is. The Firebug True Lord rank's face was full of wrinkles and one eye was filled with uneasiness. It had never felt this before. The source of the small universe. The Firebug True Lord rank soon found the problem. The origin of the entire small universe, the origin that maintained the existence of the entire small universe, the origin that contained the most mysterious power at the core was actually weakening, as if something was devouring the energy within the origin. This speed was very fast. However, how big was the small universe? Although the small-sized universe's origin source was constantly being devoured, it would not affect it much for 3 to 5 minutes. At this rate, the small-sized universe's origin source would be completely depleted in 8 to 10 days, and the entire small-sized universe would collapse. No, definitely not. Anger surged in the Firebug True Lord rank's heart. Why is my small universe's source being lost? What's the reason? No true god has ever encountered such a thing. The Firebug True Lord rank suddenly paused. He thought of it. Trillions of epochs ago, shortly after the fourth danger zone, the realm of Jin had appeared. The primal of the primeval universe had publicly spoken through the 3 elder gods about a terrifying existence, a realm beast. At that time, it said that this world beast could destroy and devour everything. Could it be a world beast? The Firebug True Lord rank was stunned. The world beast is devouring my small universe? The Firebug True Lord rank was frightened. Although he had many powerful moves, those who became true gods were all extraordinary. He was just an ordinary one. He didn't even have a mechanical treasure. After training in the world of Jin for 1,000,000 eras, he ran out in fear. Of course, he also obtained 3 supreme treasures. I've never heard of a world beast appearing in the cosmic sea. Could it be that I'm its first target? The firebug true Lord rank panicked. He then calmed himself down and carefully sensed. Boom, waves of universe origin energy surged outside the membrane of that huge small-scale cosmos. The powerful universe origin energy surged outwards, and soon, it sensed the existence of this strange energy. It's in that direction. Lord Rank instantly turned his head and looked in a direction. His eyes seemed to see through the ancestral palace and beyond the universe. All universe lords, come quickly! Lord Firefly yelled. The voice rang in the ears of every firebug race lord of the universe in the small cosmos. Immediately, they rushed toward the ancestral hall. Using teleportation, in less than 10 seconds, all the universe lords arrived outside the ancestral hall and flew toward it. The firebug race's universe lords all flew in. Primogenitor. The 13 lords of the universe were extremely respectful. These were the true bodies, avatars, and avatars of the 13 lords of the universe who had survived the realm of Gene. At first, the major factions had entered the realm of Gene, but now, most of them had left. You should know of the world beast's existence. The firebug true Lord rank looked down. The firebug race's universe lords looked at each other. I don't have much time to say. I suspect that the realm beast has already been born and is right outside my race's small-sized cosmos. It's currently devouring our small-sized cosmos source energy, the firebug true lord said anxiously. This news immediately frightened the group of universe lords below. The firebug true Lord rank ordered, Xianxia, you have an energy avatar that doesn't fear soul attacks. Send your avatar out and I will send you to the cosmos membrane. After you go out, just teleport in the direction I sent you and search carefully. This is a moment of life and death for the firebug race. We can't be careless. Yes. Lord Xianxia immediately replied, I will find out even if I die. At the same time, Lord Xianxia's other avatar was teleported outside the cosmos membrane by the firebug true Lord rank. That direction was where Lord rank sensed the strange energy gathering. Lord Xianxia, who was completely black and had 2 purple horns on his head, quickly came out of the cosmos membrane and saw the endless void outside. Whoosh, he immediately teleported in the direction firebug true Lord rank came from. Teleporting again and again, he searched carefully. Although there were many curves, the primordial chaos void was so vast and filled with primordial energy that he couldn't see them clearly. What a weird feeling. The more Lord Xianxia teleported, the more suffocating he felt. It was as if he had entered another world of darkness. However, he didn't know that world beast Morosa was using its innate ability to devour the source. He was within the range of those curves, and the closer he got, the more terrifying the pressure he felt. That's the direction. The more pressure he felt, the more accurate he was. Finally, Master Chaiman's dark body appeared in the void. He looked ahead and saw many curved lines connecting to a point in the distance. Each curved line was shining brightly, and a large amount of light seemed to be flowing along the curves to the source. That's... Lord Xianxia saw a small dot in the distance. It was a tall, muscular, and golden humanoid creature with a tail. The creature opened its red eyes and looked over. Fragile yet delicious food. The creature in the distance saw Lord Xian. Lord Xianxia confirmed it immediately. The primogenitor's senses were right. It is devouring the source. It should be the world beast. Lord Xianxia was not afraid. He had come here prepared to die. Even if this clone died, he would only lose some energy at most. Boom, suddenly, a beam of black light descended and enveloped Lord Xianxia. A powerful devouring power acted on Lord Xianxia's body. No. Lord Xianxia's divine body was instantly set on fire. He used the first secret technique, divine power ignition, to resist. But after a few seconds, he was completely devoured. It's just a lord of the universe. It's too weak. The so-called strongest person in the cosmic sea, the Milky Way overlord, is just a lord of the universe. Even if he's 1,000 times stronger than this little guy, I can kill him in an instant. Maybe the races in the cosmic sea are weaker than I thought. World beast Morosa's eyes were filled with madness and greed. In the ancestral hall of a small universe. The primogenitor is the world beast. The source of that direction is the world beast. The world beast was completely golden. It was extremely tall and had a tail. With it as the center, it gave off rays of light that extended into the void. I feel that those rays of light are continuously devouring the source. Master Cha Mian said anxiously. My doppelganger burned his god power crazily to resist it, but it was engulfed by one of its zigzagging light beams. The firebug true lord rank was shocked. World beast. It really is him. We must notify the races in the cosmic sea. I probably can't stop it alone. The firebug true lord roared angrily, spread the news of the realm beast appearing outside the firebug race's small cosmos to the various races of the cosmic sea. After ordering his subordinates, he immediately sent a message to all the true gods who could. Yes. The lords of the universe below also started to send the message. This time, they had to call for reinforcements, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. End of chapter 1443. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.